Chapter 487, New Land Deeds, Part 1. Yifan understood immediately that Cheng Dong wasn't referring to technical complexity. He meant the human obstacles. Certain high-ranking figures harbored a profound distaste for audits. No matter how formidable the department, I will see this audit through to completion. Yifan set his jaw with an expression of fearless resolve. Cheng Dong studied his face for a long, measured moment, as if weighing the substance behind the bravado. Then he gave a curt nod. Very well, every endeavor must have an auspicious beginning. Rising from his chair, he retrieved a file box from the locked cabinet behind him. These documents pertain to the financial dealings of various ministries and commissions. I believe you will find them instructive. Yifan accepted the box, noting the blank label. Study these materials thoroughly, Cheng Dong said, his voice heavy with implication. They will prove invaluable to your audit work. I understand, thank you. Yifan recognized immediately what this must be, a collection of financial irregularities that the Finance Committee had been quietly accumulating. So Cheng Dong had been building leverage all along. Still, for Yifan's purposes, this was a gift, a roadmap to each ministry's vulnerabilities, a guide to where he should focus his investigations. These are not blackmail materials, Cheng Dong said, as if reading his thoughts. These minor irregularities may not amount to much individually, and many were not committed with malice, but the beginning is everything. If we fail to establish proper rules now, we will find the enterprise ungovernable when the scale of operations expands. This audit must nip every bad precedent in the bud. You truly think ahead, Yifan offered, the flattery calculated. Cheng Dong permitted himself a thin smile, clearly pleased. I suggest you begin with the Divine Society under the Agricultural Committee, he continued. Wu Nanhai is a reasonable man, honest and forthright. He will certainly support your work. That department should be straightforward to audit. Yifan found this puzzling. Why start with such an easy target? You intend to conduct this audit alone? Cheng Dong raised an eyebrow. Your subordinates are all novices. Ah, you're right. Yifan had nearly forgotten this crucial detail. He had no one working under him. While he could soon draw students from the National School's accounting training program to fill the ranks, beyond rudimentary bookkeeping, they knew nothing of auditing. He would need to teach them everything from the ground up. Taking students into the field and teaching through practical case studies was the most effective training method available. But that required a gradual progression, easy cases first, to build experience. I will lend you several professional accountants to assist, Cheng Dong said, but only on temporary assignment. Yifan squared his shoulders. I will ensure these accounts are thoroughly examined. With the receding floodwaters, the Transmigrator Group's first major natural disaster finally drew to a close. The work of relief and reconstruction remained arduous, but under the gradually crystallizing modern administrative system, no catastrophic failures occurred. Most losses could be recovered. Grain collection had reached its final stages before the typhoon struck, sparing this year's grain tax from significant damage. This brought considerable relief to Wu Mingjin. In recent years, petitions for tax reductions due to disaster had met with increasingly harsh rejections from above. 9 times out of 10, such requests were denied. At least now he could fulfill his quota. Wu De shared this sense of relief. The majority of the season's harvest had been preserved. Had the typhoon arrived even a few days earlier, their grain tax contracting venture would have plunged into total loss. Yet the business still operated at a deficit. Between relief grain distributions, exemptions on reasonable burdens, and covering grain taxes for disaster-stricken households, the Transmigrator Group absorbed a loss of roughly 1,000 shi of brown rice this season. Reconstruction expenses added another considerable sum. Their original scheme, exploiting the arbitrage between cheap rice and expensive silver in Lingao versus expensive rice and cheap silver in Liju during the Liaodong surcharge collection, had collapsed entirely. After the disaster, rice prices in Lingao skyrocketed. Any hope of profiting from the Liaodong surcharge through speculation was now dead. Our only path forward is to accelerate the land survey and implement the new taxation system by next year, Wu said. Once we increase the taxable acreage and reform the system, our situation will improve substantially. Wen Daisy frowned. But that doesn't solve our immediate problem. What about this extra levy of over 10,000 taels for the Liaodong surcharge? Are we supposed to absorb that ourselves? Further collection would be difficult, Wu admitted. I've spoken with Wang Jiamin and gathered intelligence from retained household office personnel. Collecting the Liaodong surcharge was already a struggle. With this year's flood, it will be even harder. I believe we should pay it, Wu said firmly. Give the common people a chance to recover. The group can manage bearing 10,000 taels on their behalf. Tremendous loss, Cheng Dong muttered, shaking his head. Tremendous loss. We must approach this as a government, not as merchants, Wu countered. A government that seeks only profit while avoiding all loss, treating the people and the nation as business propositions. How can it possibly succeed? A wealthy state with impoverished citizens is the harbinger of a dying dynasty. Yu Shui nodded sagely. The ancients observed long ago. Emperor Wen of Sui and his son pitied their granaries rather than their people. The dynasty perished in the second generation, and all those stores of cloth and grain fell cheaply into the hands of the Li family. I agree with the principle, Cheng Dong said, but we currently lack a proper title. We still wear the great Ming's hat. If we perform this good deed, I fear the common people will credit the Zhou emperor and will have gained nothing for our investment. Let Ding Ding publicize it extensively, Wu replied. The people are reasonable. Besides, Lingao is our base of operations. At critical moments like this, we must demonstrate tangible benefits. That is how we ensure they follow us resolutely. We pay this year, but what about the next? Cheng Dong pressed. We must maintain this for at least several years. What of the Liaodong surcharge during that time and the ever-increasing levies to come? Once we implement the tax reforms and the agricultural promotion plan, extracting these funds from Lingao itself will present no difficulty. Wu spoke with the confidence of someone who had studied the situation thoroughly. Consider this a loan to Lingao, restoring its capacity to generate revenue. After further deliberation, the group adopted Wu's proposal. The Transmigrator group would pay this year's Liaodong surcharge on behalf of the people. The group possessed silver, certainly, but not in such abundance that parting with this sum came easily. The decision caused no small amount of anguish. Having committed to this course, Wu had no path of retreat. The land survey must be completed swiftly and thoroughly. Immediately upon returning to the Grain Collection Bureau, he convened a meeting to accelerate progress, dispatching work teams to conduct field measurements in villages where declarations had concluded. Simultaneously, additional propaganda teams regrouped and launched a fresh campaign. After completing his self-declaration, Fu Buer received a return receipt. He was informed that field verification and mapping of his declared land would follow, after which new deeds would be issued. Among the handful of landlord households in Meiyang village, his declaration had been the most comprehensive. He had omitted not a single fen of land, not from any elevated sense of civic duty, but because he alone had witnessed the full extent of Australian power. He understood their capabilities far better than his neighbors. The other households had, without exception, employed strategies of partial reporting. Some declared only paddy fields and concealed garden plots. Others reported only parcels with existing deeds while hiding reclaimed land. Still others listed contiguous blocks but omitted fragmented corner plots. As for the village's wealthiest man, Fu Yaosen, he had declared only his registered, deed-bearing land, confident that his hidden fields in the mountain hollow remained secure. Fu Yaosen had even dispatched servants bearing daily necessities to the farmstead, instructing his second son, and the tenant workers to avoid the village for the time being, to stay clear of any trouble with the Australians. Ordinary villagers with their meager holdings or tenant farmer status naturally harbored no such concerns. Into this atmosphere, the survey work team descended upon Meiyang village. The scale of the operation exceeded anything the village had witnessed, surpassing even the work teams deployed during the bandit suppression campaigns. Beyond surveying professionals, there were draftsmen, both transmigrators and trainees. Ox carts arrived laden with a full complement of professional equipment, accompanied by assigned security personnel, a formidable contingent exceeding 100 souls. Wang Ruixiang commanded this enterprise. Of course, he understood nothing of surveying. It was perfectly normal for leaders to lack expertise in the profession they oversaw. What he possessed was knowledge of mechanics and drafting, considerable combat prowess, a voice loud enough to carry, and the capacity to intimidate the locals through sheer presence. This combination sufficed for leading the work team. Given the number of personnel and quantity of equipment, the operation would not conclude quickly. The work team established a temporary camp in the open ground beyond the village. Within 8 hours, a compound surrounded by barbed wire and equipped with modular guard towers stood complete. The spinning blades of wind generators caught the attention of curious villagers who gathered to gawk. Such investment was not, of course, devoted solely to Meiyang village. The team's purview extended to 6 or 7 surrounding villages as well. For this reason, it had been equipped, unusually, with 4-wheeled agricultural vehicles for reaching more distant locations. Once established, the work team immediately commenced field measurements and mapping of each household's land. This process employed the new weights and measures system exclusively. The mu was uniformly calculated at 667 square meters, while all linear measurements used the metric system. Land verification proved intricate. Beyond confirming the area and location of each household's declared holdings, those with old deeds required cross-referencing to prevent misreporting, though this was hardly the most troublesome aspect. However inaccurate the old documents, they at least provided baseline references. The vast quantities of unregistered, deedless land presented the true chaos. During field verification, the work team encountered multiple claimants for the same parcel, overlapping boundaries and property disputes that erupted in tears, accusations, and physical altercations right there in the camp. The team found itself serving as impromptu civil arbitrators, urgently summoning several members from the law club to assist. Some villagers could not even articulate the precise location of their land, confusing one plot for another. Others reported incorrect areas. Every conceivable complication presented itself. The camp hummed with ceaseless activity, as raucous as a beehive. End of chapter. Chapter 488 New Land Deeds, Part 2. The surveying and verification work consumed considerable time. Under modern methods, problems yielded one by one, and the land map of Meiyang village spread across the center of the command tent grew steadily clearer. Numbers and colored blocks crowded the floor, a dense configuration comprehensible only to specialists, its kaleidoscopic complexity resembling an abstract painting. From the emerging picture, it became obvious that certain households had concealed their acreage. Numerous surveyed parcels bore no declarants whatsoever. These were undoubtedly hidden fields. Exercising caution, Wang Ruixiang personally met with Fu Buer and several village elders to inquire whether any outside landlords had purchased land within the village. The answer was negative. Excellent, Wang Ruixiang thought, settling back in his tent. Now you shall be made examples. As for precisely which families had failed to declare, he felt no urgency to investigate. They would confess readily enough when the time came to issue land deeds. On the appointed day, Wang Ruixiang convened a village-wide assembly on the thrashing floor to distribute the new deeds in person. The new land deeds featured a double-page certificate format with unified serial numbers. Cover and backing consisted of thick, durable cardboard. The inner pages were heavy-duty cardstock with watermarks produced at the paper mill. To sidestep the inconvenience of reissuing deeds after formal independence was declared, the documents bore only the name of the Lingao County Grain Collection Bureau, stamped with its official seal. Only the final page carried the seal of the Lingao County Magistrate, a concession to public trust while the Great Ming's banner still flew. Beyond recording landowner, area, dimensions, and location, each deed included a scale plan drawn according to modern cartographic standards. The documents existed in triplicate, one copy for the landowner, one for the household office archives, one for the Grand Library. When the distribution concluded, Wang Ruixiang made his announcement. All remaining undeclared land would be confiscated as ownerless property. It would be a shame to leave so much land lying fallow, he remarked, affecting indifference. However, the county has already recruited considerable numbers of refugees from Guangdong. The ownerless parcels will be distributed to them for cultivation. He let this sink in before adding, more than a dozen households will be settling in your village. I trust everyone will get along harmoniously. Everyone in Lingao knew the Australians were ferrying boatload after boatload of refugees from the mainland through Bopu, presenting this as a logical consequence. Using the village's unclaimed land to settle them was both reasonable and irrefutable. The villagers stood stunned. Not merely those who had hidden land, but even the tenant farmers felt the blow. What a ruthless maneuver. Very well, deeds have been collected. Everyone may disperse. The courtyard erupted into agitated murmuring. Chief, have mercy! A shrill scream pierced the din. A woman from one of the landlord families, hearing that all undeclared land would be seized and given to mainlanders, lost whatever composure she possessed. Heedless of her household patriarch's authority, she burst from the crowd, fell to her knees and crawled forward to prostrate herself at Wang Ruixiang's feet. We lowly folk still have land we haven't declared. Too late. The declaration period has closed. Wang Ruixiang's face remained impassive. In another month, the mainland immigrants will arrive. Pandemonium erupted. Families throughout the courtyard who had initially feigned calm now shattered utterly. They collapsed to their knees in a collective wave, pleading desperately. Wang Ruixiang remained unmoved. He let them kneel there, young and old alike, weeping and begging. Let them cry, tear at their garments, beat their breasts. The family facing the heaviest losses stood to forfeit nearly half their holdings. Several elderly members and children fainted from the intensity of their wailing. I told you repeatedly, declare truthfully. Declared reclaimed land receives a deed. Undeclared land is treated as ownerless even if you possess an old document. When the scene had reached its peak, Wang Ruixiang allowed a note of feigned sympathy to enter his voice. There is nothing to be done if you refuse to listen. The mainland immigrants are arriving soon. Now you come forward to say you concealed land. Tell me, what am I supposed to do? It was lard blinding our hearts. Please, master, show mercy. A dense throng knelt before him. The old men at the front had battered their foreheads against the ground until blood ran. Spare me the performance. If we hadn't measured, you wouldn't be here begging, Wang Ruixiang said coldly. Perhaps you'd be snickering at home this very moment, congratulating yourselves on your cleverness. These words struck at the heart of the matter. Those kneeling below turned ashen and found themselves unable to reply. Wang Ruixiang cleared his throat. If you have the courage to deceive, you must have the courage to face consequences. Stop behaving like men without spines. We lowly ones will never dare again. The supplicants continued their entreaties, their foreheads striking the stone with audible thuds. Several had raised swollen, bleeding lumps. Women in the crowd keened and sobbed. Many villagers had gathered on the thrashing floor to watch, mostly ordinary farmers. Seeing the village's wealthy reduced to such wretchedness brought a grim satisfaction. Some permitted themselves smiles, others jeered from the sidelines. Fu Buer stood among the onlookers, maintaining a neutral expression and keeping silent. Inwardly, however, he felt vindicated. This gamble had paid off. The Australian, whose rough exterior concealed considerable shrewdness, had just praised him as a model and made many promises. Whether those promises would be fulfilled remained uncertain, but at minimum, all his land remained intact. He stole a glance at Fu Yizhuang, eldest son of Fu Yaosan. The young man was drenched in nervous sweat. The Fu Yaosan household had held their silence and made no confession. They remained convinced the farmstead's location was hidden and that the Australians hadn't discovered it. But confronted with this spectacle, Fu Yizhuang's confidence crumbled. The torment was unbearable. Silently he cursed his father, always the one hatching schemes, but when confrontation came, always hiding himself and sending others to the front. "Very well," Wang Ruixiang said at last, observing that foreheads were swollen from kowtowing and the assembly teetered on the verge of collective collapse. He finally relented. "Seeing how pitifully you plead, I will offer everyone a path forward." "Thank you, Chief." They moved to kowtow again. "Save your gratitude." Wang Ruixiang's smile was thin and cold. "If any of you exposes another household in this village that failed to declare honestly, I will grant you an opportunity for leniency." Silence fell across the courtyard. Every gaze swung toward Fu Yizhuang. Everyone in the village knew the Fu Yaosan family possessed far more land than they had reported. Wang Ruixiang followed the collective stare. Fu Yizhuang felt the weight of their attention like needles against his spine. His legs trembled. He wanted to fall to his knees and beg for mercy. He forced himself to maintain composure, reassuring himself silently. No matter how capable these Australians may be, they lack clairvoyance and supernatural hearing. Even the villagers cannot articulate the farmstead's precise location. What is there to fear? Even if someone wished to inform, they would be unable to describe where the land actually lies. The Fu Yaosan family has considerable holdings. At last, someone concealed in the crowd spoke in an undertone. Those kneeling seized upon this as if grasping a lifeline. They transformed into vicious dogs, scrambling to their feet, eager to tear at the Fu Yaosan household. Men, women, and elderly alike shouted vehemently. "The Fu Yaosan family has undeclared land." The accusation rose into a wave that crashed against Fu Yizhuang. His face went pale. Watching these same people, who mere moments ago had been kneeling and begging for mercy, abandon kinship, clan loyalty, and neighborly bonds to betray his family without hesitation, filled him with such fury he nearly vomited blood. He forced himself to maintain composure. Chief Wang's gaze had fixed upon him. Steeling himself, he answered, "My family's land has all been declared. There is no concealment." "He's lying," a woman shrieked. "That miser Fu Yaosan is the greatest hoarder of wealth. His family has piles of grain they cannot finish eating. He buys land every year. There must be other holdings." Her words ignited a frenzy of agreement. Wang Ruixiang raised a hand for silence, then beckoned Fu Yizhuang forward. "Does your family truly have no additional land?" "Truly none." Fu Yizhuang committed himself to brazenness. "None in other villages either. My family's holdings are modest. We cannot manage land purchased in other villages." "Don't you have brothers? Where are your brothers?" Wang Ruixiang inquired. Fu Yizhuang started. He hadn't expected the Australians to possess such detailed knowledge of his family. On reflection, Fu Buer must have informed them. Zhuang went to visit his wife's maiden family. Wang Ruixiang studied him for a long moment. "And your father, he is unwell again. Remarkable how conveniently he falls ill and always at precisely the right moment." Wang Ruixiang's smile carried no warmth. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Wouldn't you say?" "Why, yes." Fu Yizhuang was caught entirely off guard. "Your family possesses undeclared land." Wang Ruixiang spat on the ground. "You and your father believe we cannot find that place. Am I correct?" "I wouldn't dare presume," Fu Yizhuang stammered, trembling uncontrollably. "I'll tell you plainly now," Wang Ruixiang announced, sweeping his gaze across the assembled crowd. "Nothing escapes our eyes." He turned back to Fu Yizhuang's quaking form. "Go home and inform your father. We have no need of torture. Within 3 days, we will know precisely how much land your family holds. When that time comes, your household will pay double." Fu Yizhuang wanted desperately to confess, but the thought of his father's inevitable reaction stopped him. Fu Yaosan would never believe any explanation. The blame would fall squarely on him. He feared his father as a mouse fears a cat. Even knowing the gravity of the consequences, he dared not defy Fu Yaosan's decree. "Chief, I cannot make decisions for the family." Fu Yizhuang was in turmoil, practically begging, "Please forgive me." "Forgive me? Useless." Wang Ruixiang eyed him with contempt. A man past 30 taking no responsibility for his own household affairs. Fu Yizhuang seethed inwardly. "Dare I take responsibility in this family?" Fu Yaosan maintained an iron grip on everything. Though he was the eldest son, his father ordered him about like a common laborer. Naturally, he could voice none of this. He simply lowered his head and maintained his silence, determined to say nothing even under threat of death. End of chapter. Chapter 489 Iron Birds and ThousandLi Eyes. Very well. Since that is your position, the truth shall reveal itself within 3 days. Wang Ruixiang did not yet know the precise location of Fu Yaosan's concealed fields, but his confidence was unshaken. "You may go." "Thank you, Chief." Fu Yizhuang led his family members away in a wretched procession. "As for you households who have earned merit through exposure," Wang Ruixiang continued carelessly, addressing the remaining families, "I will grant you a second opportunity to declare." "Thank you, Chief. The Chief is wise. The Chief's boundless mercy." "Enough flattery," Wang Ruixiang cut them off. "But do not imagine this settles matters so simply." He then announced the punishment scheme. Every household caught concealing land would bear the full relocation costs for one immigrant family, including house construction, land clearing, and 3 years of provisions. Those still kneeling turned ashen. No trace of relief at receiving exemption crossed their features. The burden was substantial. Combined with regular taxes, these larger farming households would accumulate no wealth for 3 years, barely scraping by. Yet without a severe penalty there would be no deterrent effect. Wang Ruixiang privately considered the punishment rather lenient. "Well, find the burden excessive," Wang Ruixiang said. "Then perhaps we should forget this arrangement." "No, no, we shall never forget the Chief's great kindness." The old man kneeling at the front responded with desperate speed. Weighing evils, suffering 3 years of poverty remained preferable to losing the land outright. That would be catastrophic. Gratitude is non-existent. You probably all despise me to the marrow. Wang Ruixiang spat before him, and the old man shuddered, unable to muster even a denial. After the assembly dispersed, the village divided into 2 distinct atmospheres. Ordinary families treated the humiliation of the larger households as dinner-table entertainment, their conversations seasoned with no small amount of schadenfreude. The punished families, meanwhile, sank into dread. Wang Ruixiang's performance had terrified them. These households dared not light lamps, huddling instead in darkness to whisper their fears. The Fu Yaosan residents fell into deathly silence after Fu Yaosan's roars and wails subsided, sounds that had accompanied Fu Yizhuang's beating as the sun fled through the house. No one in the Fu household dared provoke the patriarch, but at present, the family demon possessed no recourse beyond throwing tantrums. He remained firmly convinced the Australians could not locate his land. Yet the Australians clearly believed with equal conviction that he had concealed holdings. Whether they found it or not, they would surely punish his family severely as an example. This terrifying prospect gave Fu Yaosan no peace. Fu Yizhuang summoned his courage to suggest that honest declaration remained the better course. Going now to beg for mercy would mean, at worst, bearing the cost of 3 years' provisions for one immigrant household. This earned him several fresh lumps on his head. Fu Yaosan refused to accept any loss. He maintained that the Australians were people of unknown origin, lacking legitimate governmental authority. His son attempted several times to point out that bandits also lacked official sanction, yet they extorted money and grain just the same. These truths, of course, earned him additional strikes of the rod. He was forced into silence. "Bandits want money and grain, but they wouldn't want our land." Fu Yaosan's eyes blazed crimson. "These beardless thieves, HMPH, let us see how they find it," He paced the central hall. Go file a complaint with the authorities. Fu Yizhuang and Fu Sanzhuang, standing below, gaped in disbelief. Report to the officials. Had the old man lost his wits? Everyone knew the Australians effectively were the government in Lingao now. Even Master Wu treated them with deference. Filing a complaint would simply invite a beating. Who said anything about the county yamen? Fu Yaosen snarled. Go to the prefectural yamen to file. These bandits. Sanzhuang, pack your things. Take 2 taels of silver and 10 days of dried rations. Leave tomorrow and beat the drum to lodge a complaint at the prefectural yamen. These brothers had been cowed by their father for years. His tyranny had frightened them witless. Though they recognized yet another of their father's delusional schemes, they dared not contradict him to his face. They quietly withdrew. Fu Sanzhuang complained once they were alone. Elder brother, what should we do? Actually travel to Qiongju Prefecture. Taking 2 taels of silver to report to the officials. Do you imagine officials are living bodhisattvas? Fu Yizhuang knew his father's character intimately, obsessed with control yet incompetent in execution. He insisted on deciding every matter large and small, yet always delegated the actual work. As for appearing before officials, he dared not even face a petty clerk. If the family failed to perform to his satisfaction, he would lose his temper and resort to beatings. Besides, if government troops actually came for suppression, providing their provisions and wages would bankrupt our family. Fu Sanzhuang agreed that their father grew increasingly senile. Sensible people avoided such entanglements at all costs, yet he wanted to throw himself into them. Fu Yizhuang nodded. Our family has no connections among the officials. How could father even conceive of reporting to them, truly addled? But father ordered it. Fu Sanzhuang lacked the courage for open defiance. Find somewhere to hide for a while, return in a few days and claim the task is done. Fu Yizhuang possessed greater resourcefulness. He won't have the nerve to verify with the prefectural yamen anyway. The next morning, Wang Ruixiang wheeled the drone from the command tent. This treasure was stored in a dedicated container converted into a specialized case, enjoying special Class 1 equipment treatment. Wang Ruixiang and Jiang Hongjun carefully broke the seal and lifted the craft out. Except for fragile components, the aircraft had been fully assembled in Baron City and secured on a custom-built rack. Only the wings required attachment before takeoff. Given the relatively flat terrain and the availability of free labor to level a runway, Wang Ruixiang decided against the still immature catapult launch, opting instead for conventional taxiing. The native members of the work team had heard tales of Australian iron birds, capable of flight but had never witnessed the reality. Seeing this blue and white object emerge, they swarmed around it. The thing was breathtakingly beautiful. The streamlined form and smooth, gleaming surface of the model aircraft struck everyone who beheld it. But could such a thing actually fly? In their experience, flying objects were kites and Kongming lanterns, constructs of gossamer-like materials. That something so manifestly heavy-looking might take to the air filled them with skepticism. Yet upon reflection, if Australians could make great iron ships float upon water, making this object fly was probably no more difficult. When the iron bird soared into the sky, sensation rippled through the camp. Most native personnel had never witnessed anything like it. Many sprinted after the aircraft involuntarily, shouting as they ran, consumed by excitement. Wang Ruixiang climbed the observation tower with his equipment to operate from above. His gear included the aircraft's remote control, a monitor, and various other devices. The model was equipped with both a video camera for real-time transmission to the small monitor before him and a still camera. Viewing the ground from above revealed details invisible from the surface. This was the source of Wang Ruixiang's confidence in using the aircraft for land surveying. He designed a zigzag flight path centered on the camp. In addition to live video, the digital camera captured an image every 10 seconds for post-analysis, uncovering situations that might escape notice during real-time monitoring. After 2 sorties, Wang Ruixiang discovered unregistered fields and a housing settlement absent from any map, nestled in a hilly hollow 5 kilometers south of Meiyang village. The captured images revealed a settlement of more than 20 rooms. The primary structures were brick and tile buildings, a thoroughly developed farmstead. Remarkably well hidden. Wang Ruixiang studied the recorded video and photographs with care. The farmstead's location had been chosen with considerable cunning. A single entrance existed, and the access path was virtually invisible from ground level. Without aerial reconnaissance, finding it would have been genuinely difficult. Aircraft are certainly useful, Jiang Hongjun observed approvingly. He was responsible for maintaining this drone, their only child with no replacement yet manufactured. Extending its service life remained paramount. Surveying and land investigation are child's play. The real value will emerge in combat. Wang Ruixiang's thoughts kept returning to military applications. A pity it's merely a model. Even if it could carry ordnance, we're talking firecracker-level payloads. Dismissing this line of thought, he summoned Huang And. The young soldier had graduated first in his recruit cohort, immediately entered the NCO training program as a corporal, and now held the rank of sergeant. Take 10 men immediately and proceed to this location to apprehend the occupants. Wang Ruixiang sketched the farmstead's approximate position on the map. The path is difficult to locate, but you must move quickly. Yes, sir. Huang And snapped to attention. Escort the occupants back after apprehension. Leave 5 men at the farmstead to guard the property and grain. Apply seals and await the planning committee's takeover. Huang And completed the mission efficiently. 3 hours later, Fu Erzhuang, along with the farmstead's long-term laborers, household servants and their families, were roped together and marched back under escort. They were paraded through the village streets, heading directly for the gate of the Fu Yaosan residence. Seeing Fu Erzhuang, who had been missing for days, brought back in bonds by the Australians, villagers poured from their homes to watch the spectacle, following the procession to Fu Yaosan's door. Hearing the commotion outside, Fu Yizhuang hurried out. The sight of his captured brother caused his heart to plummet. He stood mute. Only a single thought remained. It's finished. Excellent, your brother has returned. Wang Ruixiang gestured toward Fu Erzhuang. He most certainly did not visit his wife's family. Fu Yizhuang's face shifted through shades of green and crimson. He had no idea how to respond. The surrounding villagers had already grasped the situation and began whispering among themselves. Not counting your brother, the farmstead contains 11 men and women, 2 oxen, 20 rooms, a well, and stores of grain and cloth in the warehouse. Quite a fine property. Wang Ruixiang smiled. Since you insist it does not belong to your family, we shall happily accept it. Have you anything to say? Fu Yizhuang released a mournful sigh and hung his head. End of chapter. Chapter 490, Census and Catching Vagrants. Fu Yaosan's household suffered devastating punishment. The entire farmstead was confiscated, land, grain, livestock, and people alike, and an equivalent area of registered Fu family fields was seized as well. The village's former wealthiest man found himself reduced to fewer than 50 mu, barely the holdings of a middling peasant household. Not long afterward, Fu Yaosan went mad. His fortune lay in ruins, and with it collapsed his patriarchal authority. The resentment his 3 sons had accumulated over years of oppression finally erupted. With no inheritance left to pursue, none of them paid any further attention to Fu Yaosan's tyrannical posturing. Fu Erzhuang and Sanzhuang simply took their wives and children, departed Meiyang village, and traveled to Baron City to seek employment as workers. Fu Yizhuang abandoned the old man in the backyard, providing only the bare minimum of food and drink while otherwise ignoring his existence. For Fu Buer, the land verification yielded tremendous benefit. The collapse of the Fu Yaosan household elevated him to the throne of the village's wealthiest man. Moreover, following Wu De's instructions, Wang Ruixiang had been directed to cultivate new interest groups within the village as cornerstones of the emerging regime. A rural small landlord like Fu Buer, willing to embrace new ideas and possessed of strong ambition, represented an ideal target for recruitment. Accordingly, great favor was shown to him. Not only was his banquet invitation accepted, but at the celebration, it was announced that the county yamen would present him with a plaque reading, devoted to public service and law-abiding. Fu Buer's face flushed with excitement. Such an honor was rare indeed, perhaps enjoyed by few in the entire county. Beyond honor, there were more tangible rewards. Wang Ruixiang issued a special permit exempting him from 1 year of Divine Society service fees. Fu Buer standing in the village soared immediately. The villagers came to regard him as the Australians' representative in the community, and he quickly became a man whose word carried weight. He also became, of course, one of the Transmigrator Group's most devoted local agents. Subsequent surveying work in neighboring villages proceeded far more smoothly. News of Meiyang Village's events spread rapidly. Everyone now knew the Australians possessed iron birds soaring through the sky with ThousandLi eyes that missed nothing. Many who had concealed holdings during the declaration period grew deeply uneasy. Wang Ruixiang capitalized on this anxiety, dispatching teams everywhere to publicize the voluntary surrender policy. Any household that had concealed land during the self-declaration phase could secure leniency by coming promptly to the work team to confess broadly. Those discovered through investigation would not merely forfeit the concealed land, double the amount would be seized. The moment this announcement spread, an endless stream of households descended upon the work team station to surrender. Wang Ruixiang found this deeply satisfying. No longer did he need to venture out to thunder and threaten those wretched souls. The work was mentally exhausting. Now he could focus on another priority, the census. Exactly how large was Lingao County's population? This was a question no one in the county could answer with confidence. According to the yellow registers retrieved from the household office, the county contained 6,231 registered households, of which 4,795 were civilian households. The remainder consisted of military households, corvée households, horse station households, and various other categories, each bearing different tax and labor obligations. The total recorded population stood at 33,282, with males accounting for more than 2/3 and women numbering barely over 4,000. This figure strained credulity. While local population was admittedly sparse, daily observation suggested numbers far exceeding the official count. Clearly, a substantial number of hidden households existed. Wu De specifically consulted Zhou Qi on the matter. Zhou Qi confirmed their suspicions. Numerous hidden households existed, primarily to evade taxes and labor service. As for the population figures in the county yamen's records, they were essentially worthless. The numbers published in these yellow registers were statistics from the 7th year of Zheng. Ever since the single whip method was implemented during the Wanli reign, with grain taxes collected and transported by officials rather than through the Lijia system, Zhou Qi explained, these yellow registers have served no practical purpose. Supposedly they are revised every 10 years, later supposedly every year, but since the records are useless for either tax collection or conscripting labor, the household office simply copies the previous year's numbers and makes rough estimates. He flipped to several registers at the back for Wu De to examine. Remarkably, one bore the date of the 10th year of Tianqi, clearly prefabricated. This administrative approach elicited a rueful laugh from Wu De. Certain bureaucratic pathologies, it seemed, were truly inherited across dynasties. I see, Wu De nodded. It would be wise to restore these yellow registers properly. Yes, Zhou Qi agreed, privately wondering what purpose restoring the yellow registers could possibly serve. The system had long been a mere formality. With Zhou Qi's experience, he could not yet grasp the significance of a genuine census. Another crucial institution, the Transmigrator Group planned to establish, the household registration system, likewise required a census as its foundation. The Ming Dynasty's household registration system had once been rigorously maintained, but by this era it had deteriorated into shambles. The Transmigrator Group intended to transplant a system that had proven effective in another timeline. Implementing a new household registration system would inevitably require establishing a grassroots administrative structure, a prolonged undertaking consuming vast quantities of manpower and resources. To rapidly assess the county's population status and advance the next phase of the population development plan, the executive committee decided against an immediate county-wide rollout of household registration. Instead, they would conduct a census first. For this purpose, they created a population card system. Registration was individual. Each card recorded only name, birth date, gender, education level, ethnicity, occupation, and residence. Every card bore a unique 12-digit number, laying the groundwork for a future identity card system. Originally, photographs were to be affixed, but since mass printing of photos remained impractical, fingerprint collection was substituted. Based on the collected cards, village-level population registers would be compiled for reference. The census in Meiyang Village and several neighboring villages was nearing completion. Leveraging the fearsome reputation of the Iron Bird and ThousandLi, this census proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Not a single person dared evade registration. Rumor held that anyone who failed to register and was spotted by the ThousandLi would be seized for labor reform. In truth, the ThousandLi had observed other things. During aerial reconnaissance to investigate Meiyang Village's concealed fields, Wang Ruixiang had discovered additional features in the imagery: temporary shacks and small cultivated plots scattered deep in the hills. In one photograph, he even glimpsed a ragged, unkempt man staring upward, mouth agape in astonishment. Vagrants, is it? Not an easy existence, hiding in such remote places. Wang Ruixiang muttered to himself as he plotted the distribution of shacks on the map. He would provide this to Huang and task him with leading a team to catch vagrants. So-called catching vagrants constituted another dimension of census work. Vagrants in the county referred to two distinct categories. The first consisted of foreign refugees scattered across the wilderness, eking out survival by reclaiming small patches of wasteland. Most of these refugees originated from the Fujian and Guangdong coasts, with some from Vietnam. To evade government taxes and corvée, they dispersed into uninhabited hill country and mountains, clearing tiny plots to grow minor crops. They passed their days without adequate clothing or sufficient food, barely scraping by. When opportunity presented itself, they also stole from nearby villages or banded together for robbery. The second category comprised the loafers common to every larger village, individuals engaged in no honest labor, subsisting on petty theft. Some also colluded with bandits for major business, such as robbery and kidnapping. The Transmigrator Group held that permitting this situation to continue was, first, a waste of labor and second, a source of social instability. Therefore, concurrent with the census, a unified operation was conducted to collect and arrest both types. The former would be processed through immigrant procedures and distributed to communes. The latter would be exiled to labor reform camps for compulsory hard labor. Quite a considerable number of black people out there. Wang Ruixiang studied the speckled marks on the map, wondering how many more such settlements remained undiscovered. Some had been located during reconnaissance operations by long-range exploration teams and special recon units, but the undetected ones surely represented the majority. The number of population cards registered in Meiyang Village alone exceeded household office figures by approximately 80. Across hundreds of villages in the county, how many such unregistered households might there be? Lingao's population potential, it seemed, was far from exhausted. Ensure you capture every last one, Wang Ruixiang instructed, holding Huang An's gaze. You have only 10 men. You cannot afford to alert anyone during the arrests or they'll scatter and the operation becomes considerably more troublesome. Understood? Yes, sir, Huang An replied crisply. He already had a draft plan for capturing them, surprise attack tactics. During his time as a Ming soldier, he had heard veterans who served in Liaodong speak of their fears. First, open field battles. Second, serving as night sentries, standing guard on enemy towers in pitch darkness if Tartars crept up silently. One either lost one's head or was taken alive. In the NCO training program, he had mastered new weapons and new tactics that neither the Ming army nor the Tartars possessed. Huang An was eager to test these Australian surprise attack methods and see how effective they truly were. After receiving his orders, Huang An assembled his squad. He currently served as an infantry squad leader. His deputy was his longtime comrade Qian Duo. Qian Duo possessed mediocre abilities, adequate in all respects, and had attained corporal rank as deputy squad leader largely through seniority as the army expanded. Conducting a pre-battle meeting before any action, assigning tasks, discussing details, boosting morale, these were standard procedures in the Australian Army. Huang An had initially considered them superfluous. Soldiers simply needed to charge in formation with swords and spears, did they not? He discovered that the Australian military particularly valued subjective initiative in soldiers and junior officers. While emphasizing obedience to orders and discipline, they also expected personnel to develop independent views on how to fight more effectively and the capability to handle unexpected situations. Over time, he came to appreciate the benefits. In any circumstance, soldiers knew what they should do, rather than standing dumbfounded or scattering in a panicked swarm. End of chapter. Chapter 491. Tang Yunwen arrives. Huang An laid out the mission concisely. The chief's expectations, the enemy situation, and the concrete implementation plan. According to the map markings, the target area contained a sizable refugee settlement, approximately 40 to 50 shacks scattered across a 5-square-kilometer radius. The estimated population was no fewer than 100 souls. For 10 men to apprehend 100 across such terrain of such complexity was, on its face, an impossible assignment. Yet they possessed two decisive advantages. First, Huang An knew the precise location of every shack and the optimal route to reach each. Second, the distance between dwellings measured at least 200 to 300 meters, with numerous hills, woods, and tall grass providing separation. So long as they moved swiftly and maintained silence, they could arrest the occupants one by one. The squad then deliberated on their route of action, deciding to establish a temporary holding point in a relatively central and concealed location within the operational area. They would capture multiple groups before escorting them back collectively, avoiding the waste of time and energy from repeated trips. They also verified communication methods and signals repeatedly until every man had committed them to memory. Move out. The arrest operation lasted 2 days. Huang An completed the mission successfully, apprehending over 100 refugees and seizing a quantity of production materials and grain. Wang Ruixiang ordered all persons and goods transported to Baron City for processing. The captured refugees, eyes wide with terror and bewilderment, were bound into columns of 10 and led away. As for the small plots of land they had reclaimed, the parcels were too scattered and inaccessible to be worth maintaining. All were abandoned to fallow. The land confiscated from the Fu Yaosan household would, per Wu De's instructions, be leased to Fu Buer for immediate cultivation to prevent it from lying fallow. The harvest would be divided 40-60 between state and tenant. Outside Bopu Harbor, Qiongju Strait. "This is Bopu." The voice carried unmistakable surprise. The speaker appeared to be around 40 years of age. His face was dark and weathered, the texture of skin long exposed to sea winds, yet his eyes retained a keen vitality. He stood on the deck of a 2-masted fishing boat, the common type plying the Qiongju Strait, his gaze fixed upon Bopu Harbor in the distance. "Yes, my lord," the man beside him answered quietly with evident respect. "You've forgotten again." The middle-aged man frowned at his subordinate's inability to adapt. "Yes, yes, master." who addresses a fisherman as master. The middle-aged man's displeasure was palpable. "Call me boss." With that, he fished a bamboo tube from beneath a basket of fish and shrimp. Uncapping it, a dark object slid out, one of the rarest instruments in China at that time, a Dutch-made monocular telescope. It had been purchased from the Portuguese in Macau. Only a handful of coastal generals in Guangdong and Fujian had seized opportunities to acquire such a rarity. The device had been invented in Europe less than 20 years prior. The middle-aged man raised the telescope to his eye, closed the other as the red-haired barbarians had instructed, and slowly adjusted the tube. The field of vision clarified, and he trembled involuntarily. Before him stood the battery upon the embankment of Lingao Cape. This fortification had certainly not been constructed by the Ming army. On this point, the middle-aged man was absolutely certain. He studied it carefully. The battery's design differed from standard fortifications, bearing certain similarities to the Western-style platforms advocated by Lord Sun Yuanhua. It seemed the rumors were indeed accurate. This man clutching the telescope was none other than the figure discussed daily by the Transmigrator Group's military and intelligence departments. Tang Yunwen, Assistant Regional Commander of the White Sand Water Fortress, concurrent commander of Qiongshan land forces and various other positions, and assistant commander of the Imperial Bodyguard. This lengthy title identified him as the highest-ranking garrison commander the Ming Dynasty maintained on Hainan Island, with authority over both naval and land forces. When the Transmigrator Group eventually clashed with the Ming government, 9 times out of 10, it would be his troops they faced. Tang Yunwen had not learned of the Transmigrator Group's arrival late. On D-Day itself, the beacon towers had reported to him. Lingao's beacon signal indicated alarm, pirates were invading. This was hardly novel. Pirate incursions in this region occurred routinely. Garrison forces lacked the capacity to respond to each one. The standard strategy was strictly defend camps and cities, waiting for the bandits to depart on their own. Thus, the report attracted little of his attention. More than 10 days later, he received a plea for assistance from the Lingao County Yamen, claiming that a group of overseas magnates had landed and were building camps with apparent intentions of prolonged occupation, requesting him to dispatch troops expeditiously to expel them. Given his responsibilities, such a plea naturally warranted sending an investigator to assess the situation before deciding on troop deployment. But Tang Yunwen's actual circumstances made easy deployment impossible. Tang Yunwen bore an impressive title. Theoretically, all naval and land garrisons on Hainan Island, including recruited soldiers and Waisu troops, fell under his command. In reality, the forces available for combat at any given moment numbered barely over 2,000 men, primarily naval forces stationed at the White Sand Water Fortress in Haikou Battalion. In truth, Assistant Regional Commander of White Sand Water Fortress represented where his actual authority resided. Those were the only troops he could genuinely deploy. As for the Waisu troops garrisoned across the island, beyond barely sufficing to pacify the Li people, they served no useful function. With a naval force of fewer than 3,000, he still had to dispatch substantial portions to patrol Huichang, Changeling, Yangjiao, and other points around the island. Yet he faced unprecedented coastal defense pressures. In late Ming Guangdong, the waters teemed with pirates of every stripe. Professional pirates, merchant pirates, coastal fishermen doubling as pirates when opportunity arose. Westerners also appeared occasionally to enliven the scene: Portuguese, Spanish, British, and Dutch, trading one moment and robbing the next, constantly seeking footholds on Chinese soil. As the saying goes, when debts multiply beyond counting, one ceases to worry. Tang Yunwen had grown entirely numb to this coastal defense situation where fires ignited everywhere and smoke rose constantly. However earnestly Wu Mingjin pleaded in his letters, however gravely he described the situation, Tang Yunwen remained unmoved. His sole gesture was dispatching 2 patrol boats to survey Bopu. This was nominally a standard coastal defense regulation. Maritime patrols on Qiangshu's west route were supposed to visit Lingao waters every 4 days. In recent years, however, funds had grown desperately tight. Military pay had never been issued in full. The situation was barely maintainable during peacetime. Naval operations were expensive. Ships required repairs and replacement. Even without combat, losses at sea demanded replenishment. The cost of a single vessel vastly exceeded the value placed on dozens or hundreds of soldiers' lives. Tang Yunwen had not received new ships for years, and even the annual public funds allocated for ship repairs were routinely reduced. To ensure vessels remained available for genuine emergencies, he was forced to minimize sailing frequencies. The result was that the patrol system had become a mere formality. Tang Yunwen could only hope the appearance of his patrol boats might frighten off the pirates. If the opposition proved powerful enough to disregard his 2 vessels, he was helpless, just as he had been helpless against Zhu Keilao and Zhang Lingxiu all these years, and more recently helpless against Liu Xiang. The Chiliarch commanding the returning patrol boats, however, appeared to have suffered a tremendous shock. Face pale, he stammered incoherently about a great iron ship tall as a city wall, now anchored in Bopu Bay. Government warships aside, even the red-haired barbarians' clipboard ships, the largest vessels on these seas, were like sampans in comparison. Tang Yunwen did not believe him. Only after repeated questioning and his subordinates swearing oaths to heaven, with the most emphatic assurances, did he dispatch his trusted officers to investigate. These confidants returned equally ashen-faced, confirming the report's accuracy. This shocked him considerably. If the opponent possessed such enormous vessels, would they not be invincible across the Guangdong seas? These overseas visitors were clearly neither the red-haired barbarians nor the Franks he knew. Nor had they come simply to plunder. What wealth did Lingao possess that warranted bringing such a giant ship? Tang Yunwen found himself in a dilemma. By his duty, regardless of these visitors' intentions, unauthorized anchorage and the establishment of shore encampments were highly improper. He should immediately dispatch troops to Lingao to drive these overseas visitors away. But deploying troops, setting aside every other consideration, who would bear the costs for provisions and wages? Counting on the Guangdong provincial treasury was hopeless. Wei Zhongxian had transferred the 30-odd thousand taels accumulated in the treasury to the capital for major construction projects at the close of the Tianqi reign, leaving the coffers destitute. Qiangshu Prefecture certainly could not produce this money. Lingao was even less to be counted upon. Without money, one could not fight. Even with money to fight, he possessed absolutely no confidence of winning. How did one engage such a towering iron ship? Based on past experience dealing with Western vessels, since their ships were tall and their cannons had superior range, the Ming forces could gain no advantage whether boarding or engaging in artillery duels. They typically relied on fire attacks as their primary naval tactic, often achieving good results. But now the opponent possessed an iron ship impervious to fire and water. What could possibly be done? In desperation, he could only consult his advisors for strategies. The advisors spoke all at once. Some suggested sending braves to board the enemy ship at night using grappling hooks. Others proposed fabricating dozens of extra-large river-roiling dragons, primitive naval mines, and dispatching small boats to release them covertly into the harbor. As they enthusiastically offered schemes, one advisor among them interjected, "Everyone is offering strategies to defeat the enemy, but may I ask, where is the grain? Where is the pay?" The signing room fell instantly silent. The advisors exchanged looks. This was the crux of the matter. War is the worst policy given current circumstances. The speaker was surnamed Jiang, named Yulin, a Jurin by background and a veteran of official circles. Jiang Yulin's proposal was straightforward. Dispatching troops was absolutely out of the question. Money and grain were one consideration. The opponent possessing giant ships indicated extraordinary strength. Rashly committing forces would result in defeat 9 times out of 10. Defeat was difficult to explain away. So long as no battle occurred, there could be no defeat. As for pirates landing and plundering, this happened virtually daily along the Guangdong and Fujian coasts. It was nothing remarkable. So long as the Lingao county seat did not fall, regardless of any iron ships, the situation remained merely ordinary pirates landing to rob. This method of muddling through while deceiving superiors had hardly been invented yesterday. After thorough discussion, everyone concluded this countermeasure was most appropriate. Thus Tang Yunwen simply played deaf and mute, turning a blind eye. End of chapter. Chapter 492, Secret Visit to Bopu, Part 1. Ignoring the problem appeared to work. After some time, the pleas for assistance from Lingao, which had once arrived every 7 or 8 days, ceased entirely. Tang Yunwen grew deeply anxious that the Lingao county seat might have fallen. If so, some rival could impeach him for failing to rescue the dying, and matters would grow complicated. He dispatched agents to the Prefectural Yamen to make inquiries, and they reported that the courier road to Lingao remained open and the county seat stood intact. This brought him considerable relief. Since peace prevailed and no incidents had occurred, there was no need to rack his brains further. Tang Yunwen simply put the matter of the great iron ship out of his mind. Compared to that mysterious vessel in Lingao, he faced more pressing troubles. Liu Xiang, a rising star on the Guangdong seas, was harassing and plundering around the Pearl River estuary with ambitions of monopolizing Guangdong's overseas trade. Occasionally, his forces ventured to the waters of Qiongshan, Lizhu, and Lianzhu to seize salt and sugar ships. The old pirate Lord Zhu Keilao showed no weakness, clashing with Liu Xiang happily across the Guangdong seas. The chaos in Fujian waters also spilled over to disturb the Guangdong coast. People came and went, smoke rose everywhere, and calls for Tang Yunwen to mobilize his troops for joint suppression arrived one after another. He led his forces into battle repeatedly, moving between the Fujian and Guangdong seas, his seat never warm, battered, and exhausted. With Zhu Keilao's defeat and death at Nanri Island, Tang Yunwen finally had opportunity to breathe. He withdrew his forces to base camp for rest. Yet shortly after returning to White Sand Water Fortress, unsettling news reached him. Patrol boats had captured scattered pirate stragglers who confessed that remnants of Zhu Keilao's organization had fled to Lingao. 70 or 80 vessels and over 1,000 men. These pirate remnants who had sought refuge in Lingao were now dispatching agents across the Guangdong seas to recruit surrendered pirates and renegades, constantly luring Zhu Keilao's former subordinates to Lingao to defect to the Australians. This was the first time Tang Yunwen had encountered the name Australians. He hurriedly sent spies to Lingao again to gather intelligence. The news they brought back shocked him profoundly. It transpired that the Australians who had arrived in the great iron ship had not only failed to depart but were actively constructing houses and docks at Bopu, apparently intending to remain in Lingao permanently. This reminded him of the Franks' past attempt to build a city and establish residence at Tunmen, the same Franks who later gained their foothold in Macau. Could these Australians intend to replicate that old stratagem? This was a grave matter that could not be ignored. Tang Yunwen grew tense. He understood perfectly the imperial court's stance toward such overseas peoples. With the sole exception of Macau, they were absolutely forbidden to remain on Great Ming's soil, let alone construct cities and docks. Whether it was Xiongnu and Tunmen in earlier times or Penghu during the Tianqi reign, the court's position remained consistent. For Westerners seeking to stay and build cities on Ming territory, there was only one word: fight. Reflecting on this, he dared not play deaf and mute any longer. Counting from the iron ship's arrival, this group of overseas Australians had been in Lingao for almost a year. In that year, they had probably established a firm foothold, which explained their aggressive efforts to recruit Zhu Kailao's remnants and expand their strength. Viewed in this light, the situation in Lingao was alarming. Tang Yunwen hurriedly sent agents everywhere to collect news from Lingao. The results surprised him. Over the past year, Lingao had not only sent no pleas for help against pirate invasions, it had repeatedly presented severed pirate heads, captured seals, flags, and documents to the prefecture. Among these trophies were notorious pirate leaders wanted by the government. Even several heads of Western pirates had been submitted. Magistrate Wu Mingjin of Lingao has become a first-rate popular official, Zhang Yuling informed him. With pirate activity virtually extinct in Lingao waters, the prefect regarded him highly. What of these so-called Australians? That is where matters grow strange. Zhang Yuling paused meaningfully. Magistrate Wu has never once mentioned the Australians in his correspondence with the Prefectural Yamen. You mean? Tang Yunwen lowered his voice. Magistrate Wu is colluding with the Australians. Whether outright collusion exists is difficult to say, but at minimum there appears to be a tacit agreement of mutual non-aggression. Wu Mingjin is extraordinarily bold, Tang Yunwen remarked. Yet it seems Lingao is quite peaceful. More than merely peaceful. Zhang Yuling's expression grew more pointed. Lingao had become a major destination within Qiongshan Prefecture. Merchants traveling there for business arrived in an endless stream, and every day considerable numbers of mainland merchants transferred ships at Shenyang port bound for Lingao. An external counter of the Gaeguang Shipping Company now operates in Shenyang port. Anyone wishing to travel to Lingao simply purchases a ticket at the counter and boards a ship. Remarkably convenient. A degree of local prosperity and commercial vitality rarely witnessed on the island had emerged in Lingao, and it was obviously connected to the Australians. Wu Mingjin had served as Lingao's magistrate for several years without achieving such results. The great iron ship had arrived for 12 months, and the situation had advanced by leaps and bounds. No one would believe the Australians were uninvolved. Tang Yunwen resolved to visit Bopu personally to assess the situation. Information obtained through hearsay inevitably contained unreliable elements. He would decide his course afterward. Thus he found himself disguised as a fisherman, personally sailing out to investigate the truth. Raise sail, proceed to Changgong Bay, Tang Yunwen ordered his men. Changgong Bay lay just west of Lingao Cape, a traditional fishing ground for the area with numerous boats operating. With sails dotting the sea surface, blending in should be straightforward. Unexpectedly, the boat boss serving as guide shook his head. Vice Commander, it isn't that I refuse to go. To fish in Lingao waters, you need something called a license and must display a small flag on the mast. I haven't obtained one. If we sail over and cast nets, the Australian fast boats will come to inspect. At best, they confiscate the catch. At worst, they confiscate the boat itself. What is this license business? I understand you're only permitted to fish in Lingao waters if you receive a flag, and you must surrender 1/5 of the catch as daily tax. Tang Yunwen nodded. The Australians certainly knew how to extract revenue. The marine catch in the Lingao area was exceptionally rich. Controlling this territory and levying fees on fishermen would yield considerable income. He himself received 3,000 or 4,000 taels annually in tribute from fishing masters across the island. Since that is the case, do not bother casting nets. Simply bring the boat closer. The boat boss was helpless. He did not know Tang Yunwen's precise identity, but the passengers were clearly officers from the government garrison at White Sand Water Fortress. Those who made their living on the water could ill afford to provoke such figures. Combined with the greed stirred by the promised extra silver, he risked bringing the boat toward Lingao Cape. Propelled by the great Yulo, the vessel approached Lingao Cape quietly. Fishing season was in full swing, and many boats worked the waters. This two-masted fishing boat blended inconspicuously into the fleet. The boat boss remained visibly anxious, glancing about constantly and urging haste. Tang Yunwen privately laughed at the man's timidity. With so many boats present, how could the Australians possibly monitor them all? He proceeded to raise his telescope and observe Lingao Cape. Tang Yunwen had passed Lingao Cape dozens of times while leading patrol vessels. It had been a natural rock embankment with nothing upon it. Now Lingao Cape had transformed utterly. On the promontory extending into the sea stood a circular battery with multiple protruding bastions along its exterior. The structure was not tall, but it had been built with extraordinary solidity and thickness, constructed entirely of massive stones. On the platform, he could vaguely discern an enormous iron cannon, far larger in appearance than the red barbarian cannons purchased by the imperial court. Numerous jetties had been constructed at Lingao Cape, all paved with great stones, wide and level as broad roads. Large and small vessels lay moored there. People and carts came and went along the embankment, a scene of bustling activity. Many identical tall wooden frames with large wooden wheels had been erected along the waterfront, extending long crane arms that hoisted cargo back and forth, something resembling well sweeps. Tang Yunwen felt secret alarm. Setting aside the cannon's power, merely constructing such a solid platform and these stone jetties at Lingao Cape. If government forces undertook such a project, even with adequate funding and no concerns, he estimated it would require at least 2 or 3 years. "My lord, the beacon tower," his personal guard Zhang Wen reminded him in a low voice. The beacon tower, too, had changed appearance. Originally, the bricks and stones surfacing this structure had mostly crumbled away, portions having collapsed back to earth. Wild grass and small trees had overgrown it, lending it the appearance of a small earthen hill. Now the tower had been entirely refaced with brick. Trees and weeds had been cleared away completely. A small structure had been built atop it, and he could vaguely make out what appeared to be a very large iron cannon. Tang Yunwen found this puzzling. The beacon tower certainly offered a commanding field of view and could see extremely far, but mounting a cannon upon it seemed pointless. The red barbarian cannons purchased by the imperial court had a maximum range of only 400 or 500 zhang and possessed virtually no accuracy. This beacon tower stood 5 or 6 li from the waters of Bopu. If the cannon fired, would the ball not simply strike the land? Could it be the shot could actually reach the sea? That would mean this cannon could fire at least 5 or 6 li. Tang Yunwen was a general with genuine combat experience who had engaged Europeans. Unlike literati who scribbled nonsense about firearms tactics, he knew the claims of Western cannons, reaching 10 li, were pure fabrication. Yet facing this group of Australians and their massive ordnance, contemplating the implications left him deeply unsettled. The largest cannon on his own ships could not match even the Franks' red barbarian cannons. If he came to suppress the Australians at Bopu, presumably his fleet would be blown to smithereens before coming within engagement range. Reflecting on this, he could not help feeling grateful that he had heeded Jiang Yuling's counsel. Had he actually come with suppression in mind, defeat would have been getting off lightly. His entire force might have been annihilated. Yet as his thoughts turned, his mood grew heavy once more. Viewing the situation, the Australians were calculating the same way as the Franks and the red-haired barbarians during the Tanki reign, preparing to build a city at Bopu and remain permanently. If so, the court would inevitably issue a decree for suppression sooner or later. But not this year, Tang Yunwen reasoned. Recently, the eastern barbarians had suddenly bypassed Mongolia to breach the passes, capturing several cities in succession, their forces pointing directly at Zunhua and shaking the capital itself. The court probably had no attention to spare for this matter at present. If local authorities conducted an encirclement and suppression campaign, it would likely require a joint effort by Guangdong and Fujian. End of chapter. Chapter 493, Secret Visit to Bopu, Part 2. Jiang Yuling truly sabotaged matters, Zhang Wen muttered beside him. Now that the Australians have established themselves at Bopu, driving them out will be extraordinarily difficult. What do you know? Tang Yunwen rebuked him. Zhang Wen was a distant relative who had inherited a hereditary position as a small banner. Tang Yunwen had promoted him to Chiliarch in his Central Army Standard Battalion as a personal guard. The affection between them exceeded what he showed ordinary subordinates. Could the Australian cannons have been manufactured in Lingao? Tang Yunwen demanded. How many ships do we have for them to sink? Zhang Wen fell silent, though his expression suggested he remained unconvinced. Tang Yunwen inquired, "Where is the great iron ship?" "The ship is docked within the harbor. It cannot be seen from here," the boat boss explained. "You would need to sail around Lingao Cape to view it. Take us around for a look." Tang Yunwen was naturally eager to behold the legendary iron vessel. The boat slowly adjusted its rudder and rounded Lingao Cape. Tang Yunwen observed that security on the cape was exceptionally tight. The platform was surrounded by chevaux de frise and other obstacles for protection. Men resembling soldiers stood guard, long muskets slung across their backs. Behind the platform rose another tall, stone-built round tower. According to the boat boss, this was a newly constructed lighthouse. With it, sailing at night and in poor weather was considerably safer. As they rounded Lingao Cape, the iron ship gradually emerged into Tang Yunwen's field of vision. In that instant, he held his breath. Too enormous. Tang Yunwen had seen the great clipboard ships of the Franks and red-haired barbarians. Their massive hulls and cloud-piercing masts had left deep impressions. Yet compared to the iron ship before him, they were utterly insignificant. A vessel could actually be built to such a scale. "Good heavens, this ship is immense," Zhang Wen could not restrain himself. "This ship has become a scenic attraction in Lingao. Many people come specifically to view it," the boat boss offered. "It is taller than the prefectural city walls. This vessel has no masts and I see no oars or yulos. How does it sail?" Tang Yunwen could not fathom how such a behemoth might move across the sea. What kind of sail would be required to propel it? Moreover, being made of iron, would it not be many times heavier than wood? "I have heard people say it needs neither sails nor oars. The ship moves by itself," the boat boss replied. "But I have not witnessed this personally. The ship has not moved since it arrived at Bopu." Zhang Wen ventured, "My lord, this vessel is probably ironclad rather than iron-built. Otherwise, a ship made of iron, never mind sailing, would sink the moment it entered the water." Tang Yunwen found himself in agreement. He recalled hearing old shipwrights speak of the Chenghua and Xuan reigns, when the Longjiang shipyard had constructed a kind of great treasure ship for ceremonial purposes. Its form had been magnificently grand, with multi-tiered palace pavilions upon the deck, resembling a floating city. But it could not sail independently, nor undertake long ocean voyages. When moving, it was towed by smaller boats. Presumably, this ironclad great ship required similar handling. Otherwise, Tang Yunwen truly could not imagine what force in this world could directly drive such an enormous vessel across the sea. "Even if ironclad, the workmanship is astonishing," Tang Yunwen observed. Raising the telescope again, he discerned what appeared to be a cannon on the foredeck. Being experienced in military matters, he had already noted 3 gun positions in his mind. With these 3 cannons, any direct assault on Bopu from the sea would invite extreme danger. While he pondered this, the boat boss suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. "Trouble! A patrol boat is approaching." Tang Yunwen looked up. A single-masted small boat was sailing toward them at high speed, full sails deployed. Its velocity seemed almost supernatural, like flying across the waves. Yet the hull tilted at such an extreme angle that Tang Yunwen momentarily expected it to capsize. Recognizing escape was impossible, he hurriedly stowed the telescope and concealed it. He assumed the posture of a fisherman inspecting nets in the cabin. Zhang Wen, however, was visibly nervous, his eyes constantly darting outside. "Stay calm," Tang Yunwen cautioned. The patrol boat soon drew alongside the fishing vessel. The moment the 2 hulls touched, several men wearing blue short jackets leaped across and landed on the fishing boat's deck, then threw multiple ropes to lash the vessels firmly together. Judging from their agile movements, these men were clearly seasoned mariners. Each wore a tight-fitting blue jacket with front buttons and a broad cloth belt fastened with an iron buckle at the waist. The overall impression was one of toughness and capability. Everyone carried a short sword in a leather scabbard strapped to the thigh, along with a triangular coarse cloth pouch hanging from the waist belt, secured with straps and an iron buckle. Its contents were unknown. On closer inspection, the blue jackets, seemingly simple at first glance, displayed numerous accessories. Small black square patches adorned the upturned collars, bearing cryptic patterns. Soft cloth loops on the shoulders displayed patterns and bars. He noticed the leader bore fewer bars than the others, though his were considerably thicker. Everyone also wore a cloth strip pinned to the chest bearing the characters Coast Guard. He did not know the meaning. Tang Yunwen surmised it was probably some form of unit identification. Upon boarding, the men immediately fanned out. Someone positioned himself at the stern to control the helmsman while others directed the boat hands to lower the sails. They swiftly secured all key points of the vessel. On the opposing boat, 2 small cannons were already trained on the fishing vessel. Tang Yunwen had seen similar weapons on Frankish ships and knew they were designed to fire small iron pellets to kill sailors on deck. Though these people were pirates, the entire boarding and control procedure had been fluid and swift, demonstrating well-trained elite forces. Tang Yunwen reflected that even his Central Army Standard Battalion could not have performed better, probably not even as quickly. The leader called out, "Where does this fishing boat hail from? Why are you not flying a flag?" He spoke Mandarin, but with a southern Fujian accent. This pirate was clearly not an Australian but a rebel subject of Great Ming, most likely one of Zhu Kailao's subordinates who had defected to the Australians. The boat boss had already approached with obsequious bowing. "This lowly one has not yet obtained a flag. How can you come here to fish without a flag? We heard the harvest is excellent in Lingao fishing grounds, so we came to assess the situation first. If it proves worthwhile, we shall apply for a permit." The boat boss gestured toward the cabin with an ingratiating smile. "We lowly ones would never dare break the rules. Look, the nets are stowed. There is not even a fish scale in the cabin, let alone fish or shrimp." Tang Yunwen knew the usual routine. The leader would inevitably assume a stern expression and deliver threats, whereupon the boat boss would present the prepared silver. As for inspection, it was nothing more than going through the motions. However, this leader did not employ the standard intimidation tactics. He simply waved his hand and his subordinates immediately dispersed, surprisingly conducting a thorough cabin-by-cabin search. Even coiled ropes and stacked fishing nets were examined, very meticulously. The boat boss hurriedly dug out a few mace of silver from his waist and attempted to press it into the leader's hand. But it was pushed back. "Keep your silver. If there is no illegal fishing, we shall naturally let you go." The leader spoke seriously. "If illegal fishing is discovered, then apologies will be required. There is absolutely no illegal fishing. This is a small token for the officers to buy wine." The boat boss persisted in trying to force the silver upon him. The leader refused again. Not only did he refuse, but he sternly reprimanded the boat boss. Tang Yunwen watched in astonishment. Judging by appearances, the refusal to accept silver was not performance. Refusing even silver delivered to one's hand. Could these Australians truly be considered pirates? Tang Yunwen had dealt frequently with the heroes of the sea and knew that people took this path for various reasons, but ultimately it came down entirely to wealth and women. That such a group of money-scorning pirates had now appeared was unprecedented. After the inspection concluded, no catch was discovered. Tang Yunwen's telescope was well hidden and went undetected. The leader registered the boat boss's name and vessel's home port before departing. Before leaving, he reminded them that if they wished to fish locally, they should register at Bopu promptly. A fishery association had recently been established there, introducing many beneficial measures for fishermen. If the boat boss was interested, he should go take a look. The boat boss naturally agreed to everything, nodding repeatedly like a pecking bird until the men departed. Only then did he order the sails raised. Seeing Tang Yunwen sitting beneath the mast, staring fixedly at the retreating patrol boat, he could not help but smile bitterly. "Boss, that truly terrified me. What is there to fear? There are neither weapons nor official seals on this boat. As long as you respond carefully, nothing will happen," Tang Yunwen asked. "Those who boarded just now were Australian subordinates, correct?" "Yes, they specialize in patrolling and inspecting these waters," the boat boss confirmed. "This is a small boat. There are also two-masted large ships. The inspections are very strict. Recently they have captured quite a few scattered pirates. The sea here at Lingao is much safer than in previous years. Coastal boat households and merchants all say that once a vessel enters Lingao waters, it is safe." If so, the Australians were not merely collecting benefits from catches here, but also capturing pirates and protecting merchants, conducting themselves somewhat like a government. Reflecting on this, Tang Yunwen grew wary. These Australians harbored no small ambition. Zhang Wen suggested going ashore to investigate further, probing ground defenses and artillery arrangements. But Tang Yunwen considered that what they had seen was sufficient. Going ashore was risky. Many of Zhu Keilao's former subordinates were here, some of whom had seen him. Being recognized would cause trouble. More fundamentally, he had completely lost any appetite for using military force to expel the Australians. The disparity in strength was simply too great. "Return to White Sand," Tang Yunwen ordered. "My lord, if we do not probe the situation on land thoroughly, should we raise troops for suppression in the future, would it not be?" Zhang Wen advised in a low voice. "It will not be too late to probe then." Tang Yunwen cut him off. "This Lingao matter is extremely complicated. Suppression would require the strength of the entire province." The implication was plain: no suppression for at least 5 or 6 months. Mobilizing the power of an entire province was not something he, a coastal defense assistant regional commander, could arrange. Simply the writing of reports and the circulation of documents, mountains of official paperwork aimed at avoiding responsibility, would consume a month or more. Moreover, with his status, traveling outside Bopu harbor to investigate was already personally risking danger. There was no need for him to act as a spy and infiltrate Bopu. He could leave such work to his subordinates. End of chapter. Chapter 494. The prefectural city. The boat boss was eager to depart these waters and hurriedly ordered his men to turn the rudder and raise the sails, steering for the open sea. At that moment, white waves churned across the surface as 2 Type 80-154 fishing trawlers entered the harbor. These trawlers had recently undergone extensive refits and were conducting sea trials. The modifications had removed fishery production equipment and certain navigation and electronic systems deemed too advanced for this era. Weapons had been added, a dedicated ammunition magazine installed, fuel tanks and crew quarters expanded, and armor fitted in critical areas, rendering them worthy of their cruiser designation. Watching these steel warships pass 500 meters off the beam with awe-inspiring presence and thundering engines, disregarding wind direction and current, sailing swift as the wind without sails or oars, traversing the ocean's surface as easily as a level road, Tang Yunwen's face went pale. He sank onto the fishing nets as if all strength had drained from his body. "My lord!" Zhang Wen rushed to help him up. "It's nothing." Tang Yunwen waved him off. "Return quickly." Tang Yunwen sat for a time, steadying his thoughts, then rose and descended to the cabin, cold sweat beading his forehead. The Type 80-154 trawlers had shaken him more profoundly than the great iron ship. The iron ship was merely enormous, and he still doubted that Behemoth could propel itself. But he had witnessed these trawlers moving with his own eyes. As a naval commander, he understood precisely what kind of power an opponent possessing such vessels would wield in maritime warfare. "Those ships are terrifying," Zhang Wen said, clicking his tongue. "Those are iron-fast ships," the boat boss explained, "also brought by the Australians." "You mean they have more than one great iron ship?" Zhang Wen asked nervously. "Of course, more than one." The boat boss spoke with evident pride. Besides the iron-fast ships, I have seen a kind of large vessel with very low gunwales and an extremely flat deck. Originally, it was loaded with great iron boxes, but now there is only a big well sweep upon it. The boat boss gestured expansively. Some people have seen a square-prowed Australian ship that needs no harbor. It goes up and down the beach by itself. The bow can open, and once opened, it forms a ramp. Absurd. Zhang Wen could not restrain himself. If the bow opens, would it not sink at sea? The boat boss laughed. Vice Commander, that is merely folk legend. I have not witnessed it personally, so I cannot say whether it is true. Tang Yunwen had no interest in ships with opening bows. What concerned him most were these iron-fast ships. He asked, "How many iron-fast ships do these Australians possess?" "That I do not know." The boat boss shrugged. The Australian ships are all docked at a special wharf on the far side of Bopu harbor. Ordinary vessels are forbidden to approach. Small boats patrol the water constantly, prohibiting anyone from crossing the line. Those who love excitement and insist on getting close to look are caught, and none of those caught have been released. The smile faded from the boat boss's face. I have heard they are conscripted as coolies for the Australians. Perhaps contemplating that his own act of ferrying officers to investigate Bopu would meet the same fate if discovered, the boat boss rose, slapped his trousers and began berating the boat hands, ordering them to scull faster and leave. "My lord, these iron-fast ships are indeed formidable," Zhang Wen said. Tang Yunwen nodded. He concluded that forcing the Australians to evacuate Lingao through military conquest would undoubtedly result in defeat. The only viable approach was to replicate the method employed against the red-haired barbarians in Penghu, approaching with overwhelming force to compel peace through demonstrated strength. The Australians had traveled from distant lands. Ultimately, they commanded few ships and limited personnel. Though they were vigorously recruiting local vagrants to replenish their ranks, the scale remained constrained. If his side displayed its might with a 10-fold or 20-fold advantage, he did not believe the opponent would fail to retreat before such difficulties. At the close of the Wanli reign, the red-haired barbarians had arrived at Penghu with 3 large ships. Government troops had dispatched 50 war junks to force them away. When they occupied Penghu again in the 4th year of Tianqi, the red-haired barbarians had possessed no more than a dozen large and small warships with a landing force of merely 800 men. Yu Zhigao had led over 10,000 men in an 8-month standoff before forcing their withdrawal. The Australians' current strength and scale far exceeded the red-haired barbarians of that era. By his estimation, expelling the Australians who occupied Bopu would require mobilizing a force no smaller than that deployed to expel the red-haired barbarians from Penghu during the Wanli and Tianqi reigns. At minimum, 10,000 troops and 50 warships would be needed to besiege the Australians around Bopu and compel their retreat. Beyond this, he saw no other path. Lin Baiguang walked along the main street before the county office in Qiongshan County, dressed as a small merchant. He was en route to visit a certain individual, someone with great bearing on his plans for coming here. The transmigrator group's rule in Lingao was deepening, and the plan to establish branch bases at critical resource points across the island was advancing steadily. The next phase was to penetrate and control the prefectures and counties of the entire island. Other prefectures and counties held no significant political or military importance. The executive committee had determined that the key was Qiongshan County. This was the premier county of Qiangzhou Prefecture, the gateway for all traffic entering and leaving Hainan Island, the island's political and economic center, the core of Great Ming's governance, and the station for the island's only mobile force with genuine combat capability. Should the Ming military launch an encirclement and suppression campaign against Lingao, this was the inevitable point for a major army to cross the sea and assemble. Should the transmigrator group launch a war to unify the island, they must first defeat the garrison at White Sand Water Fortress, capture Haikou Battalion City, and occupy the Qiongshan County seat. Other prefectures and counties across the island would essentially fall upon receiving a circular. For these reasons, the Intelligence Committee had focused current intelligence and infiltration efforts here. Lin Baiguang's mission was to leverage existing relationships to establish an intelligence network in Qianzhou Prefecture, concentrating on infiltrating local government and garrison to monitor troop status and movements. Because Qiongshan County City served as the prefectural seat, it was considerably larger than Lingao. The county seat was situated at the foot of Dayang Mountain and Bayar Mountain, constructed along mountain and waterway. The terrain rose above the surrounding land. The Meish River flowed past its south and east gates, forming a natural moat, certain similarities to Lingao's own city construction. As the prefectural seat, with personnel and materials from the mainland largely gathering and distributing here, commerce flourished considerably. Many shops and households lined both sides of the main streets outside the east, west, and south gates, quite lively indeed. Handicraft workshops rarely found elsewhere on Hainan also operated here. Many simple primary industrial products could only be manufactured in this location on the entire island. Consequently, population and household density were far greater, and the bustling streets somewhat resembled the ancient county towns of novels and films. However, once inside the county seat itself, similar to Lingao, few commercial or residential figures could be seen. Both sides of the main street were lined with various government offices: Qianzhou Prefecture Yamen, Hainan Branch Surveillance Commissioner's Office, Branch Administration Commissioner's Office, Armament Bureau, Qianzhou Prefecture School, Qiongshan County School. Hardly any civilian residences were visible, let alone commercial establishments. Only a market in the unwalled area outside the east gate seemed reasonably lively. Lin Baiguang inquired and learned this was called East Gate Market. Lin Baiguang found this odd configuration puzzling. Why was this dignified prefectural city so small in scale, leaving scant space after being stuffed with various government offices? Cold and cheerless, with almost no room for residential or commercial districts. Instead, the area outside the walls bustled with activity, forming the actual population settlements. He did not realize that ancient cities in Hainan differed fundamentally from those on the mainland. In typical mainland cities, people came first. The city emerged after population concentrated to sufficient density. In Hainan, the city preceded the people. City construction served garrison and administrative needs. In other words, whether the Qianzhou prefectural seat or the Lingao county seat, their essence was that of military castles. The purpose of constructing these cities was primarily defense against attacks by indigenous peoples and bandits, a demonstration of the imperial court's ruling authority. Gradually, such cities became guarantors of safety, and people gathered around them, forming settlements. Because the cities themselves had never been designed to accommodate residents, their areas were generally quite small, making it difficult to house continuously increasing civilian populations. Thus, even the ancestral homes of Qiongshan County's famous sons Qiu Jun and Hai Rui Lei outside the West Gate. The Transmigrator Group already maintained a foothold at Shenyang Port outside Qiongshan County City, an inn operated by Qiu. Beyond guest rooms, it featured an attached large-scale warehouse and a ticket agency for Gaeguang shipping. The target clientele were merchants purchasing local products on the island. Various goods they acquired across Hainan could be temporarily stored here, then shipped via Gaeguang shipping. Because procedures were convenient and transport secure, 1/3 of goods currently exported from Qiongshan traveled on Gaeguang shipping vessels. Lin Baiguang considered that staying at the inn was too distant from the city and inconvenient for his purposes. He took his subordinates and lodged at a small temple outside the city in the guise of a merchant. Such temples were modest in scale, but maintained fastidiously clean accommodations and meals. Not only was lodging comfortable, but the quiet atmosphere perfectly served as the era's equivalent of a luxury hotel. He was generous with money, presenting 10 taels of silver upon arrival to book a small courtyard. After settling in, he set up the portable 20W radio and established contact with the base station in Lingao. Each day he went out for strolls to visit clients according to a list. Calling it visiting was not entirely accurate. Some were genuine visits, presenting a card at the door to request an audience. Others were merely peripheral inquiries about intelligence, with no actual meeting sought. These individuals came from all trades and professions. The list Lin Baiguang carried had actually been deciphered and compiled from Gu De and Gu Er's documents, the relationship network in Qiongshan County. He intended to take over this system. Lin Baiguang circled approximately 20 names on the list of those who had conducted cooperative dealings with the Gu family. There was no need to absorb the entire network. According to the Transmigrator Group's plan, they would occupy all of Hainan Island by the end of the first 5-year plan. By then, they would be the rulers of Qiongshan County. Those he selected included petty clerks in government offices, junior officers in the local garrison, seated merchants operating shops, and traveling merchants moving between the mainland and Qiongshan. All were people who could provide the Transmigrator Group significant assistance in intelligence and commerce in the years ahead. End of chapter. Chapter 495. Blackmail among his targets. The one Lin Baiguang valued most was Ma Benyuan, who served as a secretary in the Hainan Branch Surveillance Commissioner's Yamen. This man was a local Hainan Muslim and a key figure in the Gu family's Qiangzhou-Guangzhou stolen goods disposal network. Vast quantities of plunder seized by pirates like Zhu Keilao had passed through his hands. The correspondence between Gu De, Gu and this man was extensive. The blackmail material alone was sufficient to see him beheaded 10 times over. Lin Baiguang was confident he held enough leverage to compel the man's submission. What Lin Baiguang valued was not the disposal network Ma Benyuan controlled. Lingao's trade routes were already essentially open, and another channel was merely icing on cake. What he prized was Ma the advisor's position within the Branch Surveillance Commissioner's Yamen. With such an insider, the Transmigrator Group could know every move of Hainan's highest authorities in advance. Lin Baiguang understood that approaching Ma Benyuan directly to request an audience would prove futile. Men of this type were extremely suspicious and never willingly met unknown outsiders. Accordingly, he presented as a gift an 8 treasures silver statue of the god of longevity, originally a birthday present from Ma Benyuan that had been seized from Gu Er's residence. This unexpected gift gave Ma Benyuan a considerable fright. This was a gift he had given to Gu How had it suddenly appeared before him? Since Gu had fled to Qiongshan in wretched circumstances the previous year, weeping that his farmstead had been destroyed, nearly a year had passed without contact. At that time, Ma Benyuan had unceremoniously driven Gu away, refusing to give him even the 3,000 taels of silver owed for fencing stolen goods. This was not because he wished to embezzle the money. He had been the one who connected the Gu family with Zhu Keilao, serving as something of a guarantor. Now that this nest had been wiped out with nothing remaining, if Zhu Keilao turned his anger on him and came demanding explanations, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. This silver could at least partially mollify Chief Zhu's wrath. After driving Gu away, Ma Benyuan had lived in constant fear. He counted as a figure of some standing in Qiongshan County, but before a pirate lord like Zhu Keilao, he was less than nothing. Fortunately, Zhu Keilao had troubles of his own. Beyond sending men a few times to inquire about Gu whereabouts, he had made no trouble. From those emissaries, however, Ma Benyuan learned that the force that had destroyed the Gu family farmstead was a new power from the sea. They called themselves Australians, arrived in iron ships, and wielded formidable firearms. Ma Benyuan complained secretly. Neither the Australians nor Chief Zhu seemed the benevolent type. Recently, he had learned that Chief Zhu had fallen in battle in Fujian. This brought Ma Benyuan considerable relief. For the past half-year and more, Zhu Keilao's subordinates had been searching everywhere for Gu. He had lived in dread that one day, unable to locate Gu, they would come to vent their fury upon him. Now this god of longevity appeared before his eyes. Could it be that Gu, also having learned of Zhu Keilao's death, had come to demand the silver owed for his goods? Ma Benyuan pondered whether to simply embezzle the money and refuse the meeting. Gu was now a stray dog with no power remaining beyond a son. If he dared cause trouble in Qiongshan County, Ma Benyuan could crush him with a single finger. To be prudent, he inquired, "Is the visitor Gu?" The gatekeeper servant was a confidant who naturally knew all the master's associates. Upon inquiry, the visitor proved to be neither Gu nor his son, but a stranger speaking with an unusual Qiangzhou accent. While Ma Benyuan rubbed his chin in perplexity, he suddenly shuddered. Could it be the Australians? This thought nearly frightened him off his chair. He wondered what the Australians could possibly want with him. He had no dealings with them, no grievances. But this silver god of longevity, Ma Benyuan knew perfectly well that when Gu fled the farmstead, he would have taken only valuables like gold and silver. He would never have fled carrying such a gift item. This object could only have fallen into Australian hands. What business could the Australians have coming to his door? Ma Benyuan wished to refuse the meeting, but reasoning that since the Australians had come to him, they had clearly come prepared. They had even recovered the silver statue he had given Gu. He decided he should meet them to assess the situation. "This student is unacquainted with your distinguished self. I wonder what matter brings your great self to honor me with a visit." Ma Benyuan observed that the visitor was young yet possessed a steady temperament and appeared quite shrewd. Unable to determine his background, he spoke with elaborate politeness. "My surname is Lin. I come from Lingao." Lin Baiguang smiled. Since he intended to recruit this man into the Transmigrator Group's service, there was no need for concealment. Ma Benyuan's heart lurched, so it truly was them. He spoke cautiously. "Your distinguished self is an Australian, correct?" Lin Baiguang nodded. "Precisely." With that, he handed over a thin sheaf of papers. This was a copy of the ledger, compiled from materials seized from the Gu brothers. It clearly recorded Ma Benyuan's accounts for fencing stolen goods on behalf of pirate chiefs like Zhu Keilao. Dates, quantities, all meticulously documented. The final entry stated plainly that 3,000 taels of silver for Zhu Keilao's goods remained unsettled. Upon seeing this copy, Ma Benyuan slumped into his chair like a punctured balloon. After a long silence, he managed, "This student did indeed conduct business dealings with the Gu brothers, but I merely sold some goods on their behalf." He waved his hand weakly. "I truly did not know the goods were stolen property from Zhu Keilao and others." "Mr. Ma," Lin Baiguang smiled broadly, "I am not the government. Such matters do not concern me." "Yes, yes, much obliged." With his experience, Ma Benyuan naturally understood negotiations were about to commence. "I wonder what task your distinguished group requires of this student." "We simply wish to continue our partnership with Mr. Ma." Lin Baiguang recognized the matter was largely settled. He smiled. "To scheme great plans together." Lin Baiguang considered this Ma Benyuan a shrewd man. He held sufficient cards to force submission, no need for circuitous maneuvering. He promptly laid out his requirements one by one. Ma Benyuan's initially composed face grew uglier as he listened. Only after a prolonged silence did he reply, "This is too difficult." Lin Baiguang said, "Sir need only relay what is heard and seen within the yamen to us. We naturally have people who will contact you." Ma Benyuan continued to hesitate, shaking his head. This sort of business amounted to spying for the Australians. Passing information for others within the yamen was no great matter, but he understood something of the Australians' conduct. This group was building cities and roads in Lingao, recruiting renegades. Sooner or later, they would cause enormous trouble. If he were discovered spying for them, it would be a capital offense. Yet Lin Baiguang's threat was also genuinely terrifying, especially this ledger, which possessed tremendous killing power. Zhu Keilao had only just been exterminated, and the government's zeal for eliminating pirates had not yet cooled. If this document were released, even if he escaped death, he would lose a considerable amount of skin. Watching Ma Benyuan's resolve waver, Lin Beiguang informed him that he could keep the 3,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, he could continue fencing stolen goods for pirates in the future, with the transmigrator group paying commissions as usual. This enticing condition finally secured Ma Benyuan's agreement. In truth, he could not refuse. Agreement meant receiving silver annually at minimum. Refusal meant this ledger and the letters in their possession would become his death warrant. As for the particulars of spying, that was a matter for the future. Seeing his acceptance, Lin Beiguang explained the contact protocol. Under normal circumstances, on a designated day each month, someone would be sent to meet him at a tea house on the main street outside the West Gate. Simply sit there. Someone will naturally make contact. Lin Beiguang lowered his voice. The person coming to contact you will carry a water pipe with a green jade mouthpiece. Whatever news exists in the yamen or inside and outside the city, you simply tell him. This was not difficult, Ma Benyuan thought. If there is specific news we wish to know, he will tell you, Lin Beiguang added. Ma Benyuan nodded. Should you ever need to meet our people urgently, go to the 5 officials' temple and drop a broken straw shoe by the stone steps outside the main gate. Then wait at the tea house. Someone will naturally come to meet you. A chill crept up Ma Benyuan's spine, not because the method was particularly clever, but because the ability to implement this meant the Australians had already positioned numerous personnel within the prefectural city. Perhaps Australian spies were watching his house at this very moment. Sometimes we will need to contact you urgently. We will draw a circle on the wall outside your gate. When you see it, go to the tea house. Someone will contact you. Lin Beiguang spoke with complete authority. In reality, he had not a single agent in Qiongshan Prefecture. The so-called Qiongshan station was still nothing but a concept. But this speech served the purpose of intimidating Ma Benyuan. Having conveniently recruited Ma Benyuan, Lin Beiguang's visits continued for several more days. Not a single person on his list dared refuse his requests. The killing power of blackmail material proved remarkably effective. This group was not particularly reliable. They served the transmigrator group only under duress. Lin Beiguang used them merely as intelligence sources. Genuine intelligence work would still require intelligence personnel dispatched from Lingao. One concern troubled him: the brocade guard personnel in Qiongshan Prefecture. By custom, the prefectural city housed dispatched agencies of the brocade guard, with officers such as 100 Household, Trial 100 Household, General Banner, and Small Banner. Influenced by films and television, ordinary people naturally feared Secret Service agencies like the Great Ming's Brocade Guard, Eastern Depot, and Western Depot. Lin Beiguang was no exception. Yet no Brocade Guard personnel appeared in the Gu family's relationship network. This struck him as strange. The lucrative illicit enterprises the Gu family engaged in, harboring stolen goods, fencing, salt smuggling, should have attracted an agency as powerful as the Brocade Guard, which typically sought opportunities for shakedowns even when nothing was wrong. In the bribery ledger seized from Gu Er's strongbox, the names of Qiongshan Prefecture's Brocade Guard 100 Household and Trial 100 Household appeared only in the gift ledger for the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays. Their names were conspicuously absent from the ledgers containing major bribes. End of chapter. Chapter 496. Employing personnel. What did this indicate? Lin Beiguang pondered the absence. Either these Brocade Guard officials were scrupulously law-abiding and had refused to be dragged into the mire by the Gu family, or the Gu family had deemed them insignificant enough to ignore. Whether it was the former or the latter, Lin Beiguang could not be certain, nor did he have time to investigate further. He still had numerous arrangements to make. He proceeded to establish the Qiongshan Prefecture Intelligence Station. This organization, which had so terrified Ma Benyuan, was in reality a castle in the air. Lin Baiguang possessed nothing but a paper plan and 300 taels of station-building funds approved by the Intelligence Committee. As for the intelligence agent stationed locally, he decided to serve as station chief himself for the interim to guide the work personally. While numerous short-term training programs, such as the Intelligence Work Training class, were underway, the students were generally too young. Asking such adolescents to take charge of a sector alone was obviously unfeasible. Lin Baiguang harbored private complaints regarding the executive committee's preference for cultivating only native teenagers for key positions. Adolescents certainly offered the advantages of receptivity and ease of indoctrination, but blindly emphasizing youth resulted in a dearth of key cadres capable of managing the bigger picture. In his view, loyalty could not be forged by brainwashing alone. Just as there is no love or hate without reason, there is no loyalty without cause. To compel genuine loyalty from subordinates, one must provide sufficient tangible benefits, secure them psychologically, and preferably, raise an idealistic banner for them to follow. With this three-pronged approach, most people could be managed effectively. Loyal hearts did not necessarily require children to achieve. The transmigrator group's treatment of native employees had already generated considerable loyalty. There was only one point Lin Baiguang found lacking: the banner of idealism. Thus far, the transmigrator group had not proposed a clear ideology. While using the shell of the Great Ming as camouflage was convenient and safe, offsetting the rebellion concerns of many natives, from another perspective, it extinguished the hope necessary to attract ambitious individuals. In any space-time, there existed a large cohort dissatisfied with the existing order, eager for change, but lacking the ability to raise a call to arms or become local warlords. If someone could offer them such an opportunity, this group would explode with tremendous energy, striving for things unattainable under the old order. When drinking with surrendered pirates, Lin Baiguang had heard them ask more than once what the Australians planned for the future. Almost everyone hoped the Australians would one day raise their flag and fire their cannons to contend for the Central Plains, allowing them to become founding generals and bring honor to their wives and children. The taping Heavenly Kingdom proclaiming kingships immediately after taking, Yunwen felt overly hasty to later historians, but the parties involved had relished the feeling of being generals and ministers. It fully demonstrated the leadership's determination to carry the revolution to the end, massively boosting morale. The executive committee deliberated that obscuring their intentions like this was safer, but it was detrimental to morale, easily allowing everyone to fall into a state of petty satisfaction. If the boss harbored no ambition, how could he recruit capable followers? Oda Nobunaga on the 4 islands of Japan had known to carve a seal reading Tenka Fubu, spread military rule under heaven, stamping it everywhere to let the world know his ambition. He resolved to discuss this line of thought with the executive committee upon his return, urging them to raise the banner of ideology. Furthermore, regarding personnel usage, the current system was overly rigid, stricter than the Communist Party back in the day, which hindered operations. Lin Baiguang's philosophy of personnel management was eclectic. Regardless of a person's type, as long as they could be useful to him, they should be used, provided, of course, they could be controlled. He believed this reflected a leader's true skill. He scoffed at the executive committee's method of checking if someone was reliable and possessed a clean history before taking any action. Of course, he would never voice these views openly, just as he never discussed his opinions on the conduct of certain county committee members in the past. For the staffing of the Qiongshan Prefecture Intelligence Station, he selected Gao Dai. In terms of seniority, Gao Dai counted as a veteran among all native employees. He had served as an intelligence agent in Guangzhou for a period, qualifying as a senior operative. Intelligent and intimately familiar with the ways of the street, he was an ideal candidate for espionage. However, the man was too clever and flexible. Coupled with his seniority and unique status, legally, he remained Wen Daisy's domestic slave. He posed challenges. Being the domestic slave of the executive committee chairman conferred a status that allowed one to look down on others. Consequently, Gao Dai inevitably displayed arrogance, becoming an unpopular figure. After returning from the Fashion trip with Huang Tianyu and Liu San, where he had timely exposed Qiongshan's true colors, earning merit and commendation, he had been quietly sidelined within the department. No missions were assigned, no share in training was given. He had appeared rather depressed for some time. Lin Beiguang believed Gao Dai possessed the talent for intelligence work, and his loyalty wasn't lacking. His current predicament stemmed simply from arrogance and high self-esteem incurring the jealousy of others. Such people were highly motivated. As long as medals and commendations were issued liberally, he would risk his life. Lin Beiguang believed Gao Dai possessed more drive than other natives and must be utilized. The reason lay precisely in the fact that his family had followed the dragon earliest but now fared significantly worse than latecomers. His parents had been ordinary commune members upon arrival, assigned daily tasks by production team leaders. Later, through Zaya Ozishan's arrangement, they were transferred to the small kitchen. His sister had achieved some success, but wasn't Wang Liubin's life secretary. Clearly, this disparity served as a powerful stimulus to Gao Dai. As for the other candidate, it was Chen Tong, Gao Dai's companion during the Fashion trip. Chen Tong was a top student from the first term of the Intelligence Work-Study class and had been interning at the Intelligence Committee. He was considered an elite element of the future intelligence front, viewed favorably by everyone. Elite or fanatic, Lin Beiguang planned to use Qiongshan Prefecture as the stage to test their actual capabilities. He returned to his quarters in the temple, where Chen Tong and Gao Dai awaited him. When Lin Beiguang had gone out earlier, he had deliberately given them no instructions, handing each one tael of silver as pocket money. Qiongshan Prefecture was a far more bustling world of flowers and wine than Lingao. Both were 15 or 16-year-old teenagers, naturally at an active age. With money and free time, whether they could restrain themselves and wait quietly in the temple for his return was a simple test. Evidently, both possessed enough patience to wait for his orders. Lin Beiguang summoned them into his room. The first priority was securing a location for the intelligence station. This Qiongshan Prefecture intelligence station would need to operate for at least 3 or 4 years. It could not rely on rented rooms in a temple. A secure base was essential. Qi already maintained an inn here, but Lin Beiguang decided against incorporating Qi's branch into the intelligence network. If the intelligence station were compromised, the negative impact on Qi would be too great, potentially affecting operations elsewhere. Moreover, the Transmigrator group had not yet achieved full controlling interest in Qi, so many matters could not be exposed to them. As for using the Runchitang pharmacy brand, although it was almost completely controlled by the health department, the reality that Runchitang was known as a Lingao shop could not be avoided. Using its name would arouse suspicion among those already vigilant against Lingao. He decided to acquire existing local property for use. Gao Dai, go find a way to secure a house. Renting or buying are both acceptable, Lin Beiguang instructed. It will be used for the intelligence station. Gao Dai had often navigated the markets of Guangzhou, so such tasks should have been simple. However, as a Guangzhou native, his speech marked him as an outsider here. The habit of bullying outsiders was universal, past and present, compounded by the fact that house brokers were mostly tough old scoundrels. Whether Gao Dai could handle it depended on his ability. Yes, Chief. Gao Dai asked, what is the budget? What scale? Any special requirements? The budget is modest, only 100 taels, Lin Beiguang said. This house is for the future intelligence station. What kind of house to choose is up to you. Lin Beiguang believed that finding a house for an intelligence station required more than mere eloquence and social skill. One needed vision. Only by comprehensively considering the nature of upcoming intelligence work could one select a suitable property. This was a test of the boy's ability. Whether buying, pawning, or renting, it cannot be resolved in a day or two, Gao Dai noted. It will take about 10 days. I leave the matter entirely to you. You have full authority. Here is 20 taels of silver for your activity funds. Lin Beiguang deliberately offered no further instructions, hands off completely. If Gao Dai botched it, the cost would be merely some wasted silver. Appointing the wrong person would have far graver consequences. The role of personnel in intelligence work was simply too critical. Yes, I'll go check the market immediately. After assigning the housing task, he instructed Chen Tong to investigate a person. This person is named Hai Shuzu, a local from a prominent family. Find out the details of his family situation. He handed Chen Tong 20 taels of silver. Your activity fund. I'll go right away. Chen Tong nodded earnestly and accepted the silver. Hai Shuzu came from a prominent local clan. The Hai family was famous here. Inquiring about his general situation wouldn't cost much. However, intelligence came in generic varieties and precious insider information. This task depended on Chen Tong's ability to collect intelligence of value. I will give you 10 days. End of chapter. Chapter 497. Penetrating Qiongshan, Lin Beiguang had entrusted the two agents with a generous operational budget, a deliberate test of their judgment. Would a sudden windfall lead to profligacy, or would they demonstrate the prudence required of intelligence operatives? Acquiring safe houses, gathering intelligence, managing operational funds, these skills had been drilled into them during training. But the classroom was one thing, the field was another. This mission would prove whether they could translate theory into practice. After briefing them on their objectives, Lin Beiguang conducted a preliminary reconnaissance of the area. He scouted the environments within and without the prefectural city, the vicinity of the Haikou Qianhu garrison, and observed the Baisha naval camp from a distance to assess Haikou's defensive infrastructure. By the standards of the 17th century, Haikou's defenses were formidable. Lin Beiguang's career had been in the civil service. While he had some familiarity with historical texts like the Comprehensive Mirror in Aid of Governance, he had never possessed a deep interest in military minutiae. However, the necessities of the post-D-Day world had compelled him to study, granting him a functional understanding of Ming military affairs. The Baisha naval camp was not an isolated outpost. It maintained subsidiary encampments at Dongying and Manglio harbors. These positions formed a mutually supporting triangle around Shenyang harbor. When combined with the Haikou rear Qianhu garrison and the numerous fortifications guarding the west and south of the prefectural city, they created a comprehensive defensive network for Qiongshan. The area surrounding Shenyang harbor and the rear Qianhu garrison was bristling with beacon towers, watchtowers, and earthworks. Patrol boats crisscrossed the waters while chevox de frise lined the shores, and sentries patrolled with visible diligence. It was a rigorous defense, fitting for Haikou's status as the island's military hub and a linchpin of coastal security. Yet to Lin Beiguang's eye, breaching this network with the transmigrator's current military capabilities would be trivial. By the time their 5-year plan matured, taking this city would be child's play. The brick and stone emplacements were numerous, but armed mostly with antiquated Portuguese-style breech-loading swivel guns. The rest of the arsenal was even more archaic. Crouching tiger, cannons, bowl-mouth mortars, and bamboo-jointed pieces that belonged in a museum. Modern Western artillery was scarce. It seemed the Ming government's military modernization efforts in Guangdong had yet to trickle down to Hainan. Even if these fortifications were redesigned by the era's finest European engineers and bristling with red barbarian cannons, they would still crumble before the transmigrator's firepower. After a full day of inspection, Lin Beiguang was confident. Seizing Hainan was not the challenge. The true difficulty lay in the lack of administrative personnel and garrisons to hold it. Conquest without consolidation would be a hollow victory. Returning to the temple, he drafted his first report to Lingao. He proposed designated the Qiongshan Intelligence Station as a practical training base for new operatives. The local environment was relatively simple, and the Ming presence weak. If operatives blundered, rescue would be swift. His second proposal was to use Qiongshan as a springboard for intelligence work throughout Guangdong. The Guangzhou station currently bore the brunt of operations, but Gu Yi and his team were already high-profile figures. Expanding clandestine large-scale operations, there carried significant risk to the transmigrator's economic lifeline. Lin Beiguang recommended spinning off non-Pearl River Delta operations to the Qiongshan station, with Guangzhou providing logistical support. As for his own cover, Lin Beiguang decided to open a grain shop in Qiongshan County. The collective already had a grain business in Lizhu, allowing him to transfer experienced staff and leverage existing trade networks. It was an ideal front. Rice was a universal necessity. While Lingao produced many novel commodities that would sell well, Lin Beiguang had no intention of performing commercial miracles here. He needed a cover that facilitated travel across Guangdong, not a business empire. He would avoid dealing in any signature Lingao goods. A modest operation would suffice, a starting stock of 1,000 shi of brown rice. In the future, when the collective took full control of Hainan, the shop could segue into the food distribution network, ensuring nothing was wasted. Gao Dai and Chen Tong had been in the field for several days, leaving early and returning late. Lin Beiguang remained in his room, plotting operations and refraining from interference. Finally, Gao Dai returned with a report. He had identified several prospects. Lin Beiguang listened as Gao Dai detailed the locations, layouts, and terms for each property. Gao Dai had shortlisted 3 compounds outside the city walls. 2 were moderately priced residences, but the third, located on Westgate Avenue, was more expensive as it included street-facing shopfronts. This property has 3 bays of storefront space, Gao Dai explained. The front courtyard is spacious enough for a warehouse, making it suitable for a business front. There's also a quiet rear courtyard, and the back gate opens onto an area with multiple escape routes. The asking price was 280 taels, inclusive of fees for middlemen and guarantors. Given the specifications, it was reasonable. Observing Gao Dai's dusty clothes and hoarse voice, Lin Beiguang noted the effort the young man had invested. The results were commendable. The property matched Lin's requirements perfectly. Gao Dai had demonstrated not just obedience, but initiative, a rare and valuable quality. Chen Tong then reported on Hai Shuzu. The man was a descendant of the famous official Hai Rui. Thanks to his ancestors' lingering prestige, Hai Shuzu was considered local gentry in Qiongshan, but the family's fortunes had waned. Bound by the pressure to uphold their ancestors' reputation for probity, the family avoided illicit dealings and subsisted on the meager income of their ancestral estate. Supporting a large household on such thin margins was a constant struggle. Desperate to restore his family's wealth, Hai Shuzu had turned to commerce. He had pooled funds from clan members and friends to build a large ship for the Southeast Asian trade. Disaster struck when pirates seized the vessel and its cargo. Only the manager and a few sailors returned. Now, creditors were banging on his door, driving him to the brink of ruin. Lin Beiguang knew this story well. The ship and its cargo were currently sitting in Lingao, under the jurisdiction of the Admiralty Court. They had released the manager with instructions for the owner to claim the vessel, but months had passed without a word from Hai Shuzu. Clearly, the man lacked fortitude. Hearing that creditors were now making a scene, Lin Beiguang smiled. External pressure would make him easier to manipulate. I've gathered some details on his personal life as well, Chen Tong added. Overall, he's unremarkable, a rule-abiding scion of an illustrious line whose ambition for wealth outstrips his ability, a common tragedy in these times. One of his household servants is from Mizhu, Chen Tong continued. We're from the same region. I've already established a rapport with him as a fellow townsman. Getting access to the high household will be much easier now. Very good, Lin Beiguang nodded approval. He then reviewed their expenditures. Gao Dai had spent a dozen taels, citing costs for cultivating middlemen, purchasing silk garments, and hiring sedan chairs to maintain appearances. Without projecting a certain status, the matter wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly, Gao Dai reasoned. The operational funds are yours to use provided the expense is justifiable, Lin Beiguang said. However, your reporting is sloppy. Look at Chen Tong's ledger. Chen Tong had spent only 4 taels and 3 Cayenne, yet his report itemized every expense, from buying tea to gifting a pair of shoes. In contrast, Gao Dai's ledger was littered with vague entries of entertainment expenses. You have discretion over these funds, but remember that this is public money, Lin Beiguang admonished. The distinction is vital. Public funds must be free of private entanglement. In intelligence work, large sums will pass through your hands. The greater the amount, the more transparent the accounting must be. Every single win must be traceable. Do you understand? Yes. Lin Beiguang paused, studying the 2 young men. Competence is important, but self-protection is paramount. Neglect these details now, and you will find yourselves defenseless when an audit comes. Protesting your innocence then will be useless. No one will believe you. Yes, we will remember, they affirmed. Good. Gao Dai, proceed with purchasing the property on Westgate Avenue. Lin Beiguang counted out 80 taels of silver from his iron chest. This is for the deposit. The balance will be paid at closing. Should I spend a little extra to have the deed registered at the Qiongshan County Revenue Office and stamped with the red seal? Gao Dai asked. It was a prudent suggestion, though Lin Beiguang considered it somewhat redundant. In a few years, the Ming administration here would cease to exist. Still, the foresight deserved encouragement. Very well, do it. Understood. Preparations for the Qiangshu station moved swiftly. Lin Beiguang had no intention of playing shopkeeper. He knew nothing of the grain trade. Managers would be transferred from the Lizhu Sugar branch of the Intelligence Commission. Zhu Fusheng, owner of the Dacheng rice shop, was happy to recommend his own senior clerks and expressed a willingness to establish business ties with the new Wanfeng grain shop. These commercial staff would not participate in intelligence operations. Espionage would be the domain of trainees from Lingao, who would serve as junior clerks and servants. Separating the business and intelligence tracks would ensure better management and security. End of chapter. Chapter 498. The Sycophant 2 or 3 armed guards were transferred from the Qie Escort Bureau to provide security. Like the grain shop's clerks, they were strictly professionals who would not be privy to intelligence operations. Qie was merely a joint venture. While the transmigrators controlled its finances and management, its personnel were products of the old society, untouched by the collective's ideological purification. Their reliability was, by necessity, a tier lower. Nevertheless, the escort bureau men were professionals. For security work, they were more than adequate. Lin Beiguang had always maintained that an intelligence operative who had to rely on his fists rather than his wits had already failed. Gao Dai, quick-witted and silver-tongued, was appointed External Affairs Manager, the equivalent of a modern sales director. The earnest and dependable Chen Tong was assigned the role of Household Manager. Lin Beiguang assumed the role of the Proprietor, a Guangzhou merchant expanding his grain business. All the necessary documentation would be forged by the Guangzhou station. To befit a man of his station, and with the executive committee's approval, he was assigned 2 maidservants. These young women were also graduates of the intelligence training program. Their primary duties, however, were those of radio operators and cipher clerks. These are your staff, not your domestic secretaries, just so we're clear, Hu Qingbai joked while processing the transfer papers. Do you really think I'm that cliché? Lin Beiguang scoffed. Unlike some, he did not let his libido dictate his priorities. Hu Qingbai, missing the point entirely, shook his head. Logically speaking, you're a wealthy merchant. It looks suspicious for you to have no wife at home. That's where you're wrong, Lin replied. The historical materials section confirms that in this era, it was customary for traveling merchants to leave their families behind. Even the wealthiest tycoons often left their wives in their hometowns, returning only every few years. Well, if I had that kind of money, I wouldn't want to live like a monk. What's the point of wealth if not to enjoy it? Lin Beiguang didn't bother to respond. In his view, Hu Qingbai failed to understand that a man's career was the ultimate source of stimulation. The fleeting pleasures of the flesh paled in comparison to the thrill of ambition. After finalizing the paperwork, Lin visited the Political Security General Administration to formally hand over his duties. As a station chief, his chain of command had shifted to the Intelligence Commission, requiring him to temporarily relinquish his post as director of the Enemy Work Department to avoid a conflict of interest. Before he left, there was a small ceremony to attend. In the administration's conference room, the staff stood at attention, crisp in their uniforms and armed belts. The political security personnel wore the Year 1 naval uniform, distinguished only by their blue-collar tabs. To all departments, in recognition of Comrade Lin Beiguang's outstanding contributions to enemy work operations, this order is hereby issued to commend his exemplary service. Chairman of the Executive Committee, Wen Daisy, November 1629. After Ran Yao finished reading the commendation, Lin Beiguang offered a formal salute and received the document with both hands. Applause filled the room. A personal commendation from the chairman was unprecedented in the department and given Lin's achievements entirely deserved. It's a pity we don't have medals yet. First-class merit or second-class merit feels too sterile, Ran Yao said apologetically. I'd be embarrassed to give those to indigenous staff, let alone you, so I applied for a chairman's commendation instead. After the ceremony, the two men retreated to Ran Yao's office to discuss the transition. Lin Beiguang requested that specific enemy work files be transferred to his new station, including the intelligence circuits in Guangdong and the hunt for the families of Lin Dan and Su Cheng, vital leads for rounding up the remnants of Zhu Keilao's pirate fleet. That portfolio can go with you, Ran Yao agreed. I'll coordinate with the Intelligence Commission to assign you a separate call sign. You can continue reporting directly to us and requesting support as needed. Thank you. Lin proceeded to brief Ran Yao on the ideological state of the recruited pirates. Although no longer his direct responsibility, he had cultivated close personal ties with many of them and possessed unique insights into their mindset. Since he would be leaving Lingao, a thorough handover was essential. He also had one personnel request. The individual in question was technically a political prisoner, currently laboring in the reform camps. Dugu Qiyuhan, who managed the labor camps, had no jurisdiction over political detainees. Only the Political Security General Administration could authorize a release. Oh, who do you want? He Xin. That weakling. Ran Yao was surprised. He knew of He Xin, a pirate by association, but in reality a quintessential dandy who had climbed the ranks on the coattails of a powerful female cousin. He possessed no useful skills whatsoever. He Xin is useless in Lingao. He can barely cut it as a laborer, but in my hands he has value, Lin Beiguang said. All right, he's yours. Lin Beiguang's interest in He Xin had been piqued during idle conversations with former pirates like Shishisi. As for He Xin, eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, he's a master of the vices, an excellent sycophant, Shishisi had once joked. He spent his days keeping the big bosses entertained, but the moment fighting started, he'd soil himself. He was terrified of cannon fire, wouldn't even stay at headquarters if he could help it. He spent the war skulking around the supply depots. He Xin was the son of a Fujian fish merchant. After his parents died, he had squandered his inheritance on hedonism within a few years. Destitute, he had sought refuge with his cousin, the pirate queen. Thanks to his glib tongue and flair for revelry, he had carved out a niche in Zhu Keilao's organization as a professional entertainer, a glorified hanger-on. A born sycophant and social lubricant could be useful. Lin Beiguang's ambition was to penetrate the upper echelons of Ming society, merchants, officials, and gentry. He was confident in his diplomatic skills, but he lacked familiarity with the era's decadent diversions. He Xin, a master of such amusements, would make a perfect guide. Lin had probed further. Shisi and others didn't despise the pretty boy. Though he was a parasite, he wasn't malicious or cunning. Not treacherous, Lin thought. That makes him manageable. As long as he isn't rotten to the core, I can use him. He immediately issued the release papers and instructed Gao Dai to prepare a private cell at the Bopu detention center, complete with clean clothes and amenities. Lin himself boarded the public ox cart to Nanbao to retrieve his prize. With the opening of the Nanbao coal mines, the labor reform camp originally at the Barren Quarry had been relocated. Blasting stone in the densely developed Barren area was no longer safe, nor was a prison camp appropriate near the collective's industrial heart. Lin Baiguang crossed the drawbridge over the deep moat. Sharpened, fire-hardened bamboo stakes bristled from the trench bottom. Beyond lay a barbed wire perimeter enclosing rows of low brick and timber barracks. Wooden guard towers loomed at intervals. In the center of the compound stood a wooden platform that chilled the blood. Strange frames fitted with iron shackles hung from it, unmistakable instruments of punishment. It was little wonder the indigenous population spoke of this place with trembling voices. Human rights was a foreign concept here. Fu Yaodi trotted out to greet the visiting official. "I want He Xin. Bring him to me immediately. I'm taking him out." Fu Yaodi looked apologetic. "Sir, that man is classified as an indefinite-term political offender. The serious cases are all at the quarry except for the sick. Could you wait until they return this evening?" "I want him now," Lin said. "Then I'm afraid you'll have to come to the quarry, sir." The quarry was located at the foot of a small hill nearby, a separate facility guarded by armed soldiers and watchtowers. 300 or 400 prisoners were hauling rubble from the blasted rock face. To maintain hygiene and prevent escape, every head and beard was shaved bare. They labored almost naked. The rags they wore served only to protect skin from sharp rocks, not for modesty. Each work gang was overseen by a supervisor wielding a rattan switch, marked by colored flags. The scene reminded Lin Baiguang of Spartacus. This was naked slave labor in its rawest form. "Are there any female prisoners here?" "No. Women are a scarce resource in Lingao. We wouldn't waste them here," Fu Yaodi explained. Female convicts were housed elsewhere, engaged in textile work and hide tanning at the Light Industry Ministry's processing plant, handling the flow of raw materials from Li territory. "Bring me inmate 16,280,505,130,080. At Fu Yaodi's command, a guard descended into the pit. Before long, a filthy, stark-naked prisoner was escorted up. "You are He Xin." Lin Baiguang examined him. Apart from his darkened, rough skin, he appeared reasonably healthy, not the broken wreck Lin had expected. Only his face was caked in grime. End of chapter. Chapter 499, He Xin. "Yes, that's me." He Xin hesitated, his voice rusty. For months he had been addressed only as 130,080. His own name sounded foreign to his ears. "You want him, sir?" Fu Yaodi chuckled. "This fellow's just a pretty boy, useless for labor." Lin Baiguang ignored the warden and studied the former pirate chief. He Xin stood nearly naked, clad only in a ragged loincloth. His body was a map of bruises, old and new, testaments to the efficacy of the rattan switch. He trembled under the Australian's scrutiny, his mind flashing back to the terrifying films shown during his interrogation. Fu Yaodi was notorious for his brutality, and judging by his expanding waistline, his corruption. But Lin Baiguang wasn't here to audit the prison system. That was Lu Yifan's headache. "Wash him off and get him some clothes," Lin ordered. Back at the camp, Lin instructed Gao Dai to supervise the bath. The standard purification protocol was unnecessary. The labor camp had already scrubbed He Xin of any defiance. When He Xin emerged, clean and dressed in fresh clothes, he looked almost human again. To be plucked from hell and restored to the world of men felt like a fever dream. Confusion gnawed at him. Why had he been saved? The Australian stranger wasn't one of the men he'd met in Lingao when buying grain for Grand Master Zhu. The thought of Zhu Keilao brought a fresh wave of despair. The labor camp grapevine had long since confirmed the pirate lord's annihilation. Was this about hidden treasure? He Xin felt his knees weaken. He had been interrogated for weeks about every scrap of the organization's assets. He knew nothing of secret hoards. If he disappointed this man, would he be sold off to the rumored boy brothels? Gao Dai interrupted his spiraling panic with a tray of food. It was standard fare from the quarantine camp mess: fish, shellfish, and meat. To He Xin, conditioned on coarse rice and watery vegetable soup, it was a banquet fit for an emperor. Doctors like Chen Sijin designed prison rations for survival, not pleasure. Saliva and tears welled up in equal measure. Yet months of harsh discipline held him back. He dared not touch the food without permission. "Eat," Lin Beiguang said. "Don't worry, you belong to me now." "Thank you, sir. Your kindness is vast as the sea." He Xin fell to his knees to kowtow. "No need for that." Lin stopped him. "Eat first. We'll talk after." He Xin attacked the bowl. Food he would have once scorned as peasant slop now tasted divine. He wept as he ate, the flavors mingling with the bitterness of his ordeal. "What are you crying for?" A grown man shedding tears over a meal. I wouldn't dare." He Xin wiped his eyes, stuffing rice into his mouth. "Work hard for me and I won't treat you poorly. Yes, I will serve you faithfully. If you fail me, I'll send you back." Terror seized him. He Xin choked on his rice and threw himself to the floor again. I wouldn't dare. Get up and finish." When He Xin had licked the bowl clean, Lin Beiguang spoke. "I hear you're a man of pleasure." He Xin froze. A man of pleasure could mean many things. I was foolish in the past," he stammered, "fond of drink and dice." "What skills do you have? Tell me everything," Lin said, adopting a candid tone. "I'm going to Qiongshan on business, and I need someone with your particular talents." Realization dawned on He Xin. The Australian needed a sycophant, a companion for social engagements. That was his specialty. Relief washed over him. "I wouldn't presume to boast," he said, his face relaxing into an ingratiating smile, "but I am well versed in kickball, backgammon, chess, cards, and word puzzles. I can sing, and I play the pipa passably well." Lin nodded. "Do you know your way around the pleasure quarters and gambling dens?" "Begging your pardon, sir," He Xin beamed. "Before I joined Grand Master Zhu, I lived by my wits in the flower districts. High class or low, from Guangzhou to the coast, I know them all. I'm still on familiar terms with quite a few madams." "Can you write?" "Yes. I attended private school for a few years. I can draft letters and invitations." "Good. From now on, you are my guest retainer. We leave in a few days." "Yes, master, I will serve you with all my heart." He Xin's spirit soared. Leaving Lingao meant leaving Fu Yaodi. He would have followed the devil himself to escape this place. "From now on, address me as master." "Yes, master." Gao Dai produced a porcelain bottle of Sanli Tong pain disperser, a new remedy from the Runchitang pharmacy. Developed by Liu San from confiscated recipes, it was highly effective for the bruises and contusions common in He Xin's recent life. Stripped down, Brother Gao will apply the medicine. "Thank you, master." Tears flowed again, this time of gratitude. After He Xin was treated and told to rest, Lin Beiguang and Gao Dai stepped outside. "Have Yang He assigned someone to watch him," Lin said. "Understood." Lin Beiguang then visited the Finance Commission to withdraw 300 taels of silver. Since Qiongshan lacked a Delong Bank branch, cash was necessary. "Will that be enough?" asked Cheng Dong at the window. "Plenty. The grain shop will generate its own operating funds soon enough." "Very well. Just remember, Wanfeng Grain Shop is an executive committee enterprise. The paperwork must be precise." "I know the drill." Cheng Dong handed over a disbursement kit, vouchers, carbon paper, a ledger, and stamps, all locked in a small box. "Every voucher is numbered. Even voided ones must be retained for the audit commission." "The stricter the better," Lin said. "Protects us in the field from suspicion." The next few days were a blur of bureaucratic errands, collecting equipment, signing forms, stamping receipts. It felt remarkably like his old life as a civil servant. Institutionalization, he mused, was just bureaucratization by another name. Finally, Dressed as a wealthy Ming merchant, Lin Baiguang set sail from Bopu with his entourage. He stood on the deck, feeling a profound lightness. Unlike many transmigrators who viewed Lingao and its fortress as a sanctuary, Lin felt no attachment. Leaving felt less like exile and more like liberation. The sky seemed wider here. Qiongshan was just the beginning. He sensed with a vague certainty that he would not be returning to Lingao for a very long time. End of chapter. Chapter 500. He Shuzu's predicament in the cramped cabin of the Guangdong. Lin Baiguang leaned against his bedroll, his mind occupied by the chessboard of Qiongshan. His primary objective was the recruitment of He Shuzu. The original plan, luring him to Lingao under the pretext of reclaiming his ship, had failed. He Shuzu remained wary, refusing to venture into the Australian den. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't go rashly either, Lin mused. Who knows what schemes we might be hatching? To a man of his standing, caution is natural. If he refused to come, the collective would merely gain a large vessel and its cargo by default. Not a terrible outcome. But He Shuzu himself was the true prize. The value lay not just in his lineage as a descendant of Hai Rui, but in his potential utility for a specific industrial need. The Industry Commission had been clamoring for a local coal source. The Haikou region possessed some of Hainan's better coal deposits, dominantly lignite suitable for coking. With the impending development of the Tiandu iron mine, coke would soon become the bottleneck of their steel industry. High-grade anthracite from Vietnam was ill-suited for coking, and the logistics of foreign extraction and shipping were messy. They needed a secure local supply. In the Ming Dynasty, however, opening a mine was a labyrinthine ordeal. The obstruction wasn't imperial policy or taxation, but the predatory nature of local powers. Mines were magnets for extortion, cited for disturbing feng shui or severing earth veins. Primitive environmentalism also played a role. Smelting and excavation caused pollution that invariably angered locals. Official attitudes were arbitrary at best. Since the Ming state lacked a coherent resource tax, mining offered no fiscal benefit to local governments, only headaches. Mines attracted large, unruly workforces, destabilizing elements in the eyes of officials concerned with maintaining order. With no profit to gain and only trouble to expect, magistrates usually defaulted to prohibition at the first sign of conflict. Without a powerful local patron to provide political cover, opening a mine was impossible. Given these realities, the executive committee had vetoed sending a direct agent like Lin Quanan. Their strategy was to find a local proxy to front the operation, while the collective provided the capital and technology. He Shuzu was the ideal candidate. His family name alone carried immense weight, capable of smoothing over bureaucratic frictional and silencing local thugs. The challenge was persuasion. He Shuzu's venture into maritime trade proved he had both an adventurous streak and a thirst for wealth. Now, according to Chen Tong's intelligence, the Hai family faced a liquidity crisis. This was the opening Lin needed. Lin Baiguang paced the small cabin, calculating the timeline. The current coke ovens relied on coal purchased from Guangdong, which was sufficient for now. But once iron ore began arriving from Tiandu next year, the demand for coke would skyrocket. Upon arriving in Qiongshan, Lin wasted no time. Staff transferred from Lizhu and new escorts from Guangdong arrived in waves, and renovations on the grain shop proceeded rapidly. While the station took shape, Lin directed his agents to dig deeper. Chen Tong intensified his infiltration of the Hai household, while Gao Dai surveyed the broader social fallout. The report, delivered a week later, was promising. He Shuzu's ill-fated trading voyage had been funded by 51 households totaling 90 shares. He himself held 23. The investors were a motley crew, clan members, relatives, friends, and small merchants blinded by dreams of Western Ocean riches. Even household servants had pooled their meager savings to buy slivers of equity. For the small investors, the loss was catastrophic. Many had bet their life savings, their coffin money, on this venture. Limited liability was a foreign concept to them. They saw only ruin. Daily, they besieged the high residence, weeping and demanding restitution. For He Xin, who prized his family's reputation above all else, the public spectacle was agonizing. Engaging in commerce was already considered beneath the dignity of a scholar. This failure turned a quiet disgrace into a loud scandal. But shareholders were only the first wave. To build such a massive ship, He Xin had taken high-interest loans. Now the creditors were circling. Worst of all were the families of the passengers, small peddlers and traders who had booked passage on the ship. Though most had been rescued by the transmigrators and had even recouped some losses through trade in Lingao, many had still lost capital and some had lost lives. Widows and orphans wailed at the gates, demanding He Xin return their husbands and fathers. There is no defense against that kind of grief, Lin Baiguang sighed. Maritime trade is not for the faint of heart. As the saying goes, people see the thief eating meat, not the thief getting flogged, Gao Dai remarked. I saw plenty of it when I served Master Gao. Men ruined by a single storm, stranded in foreign lands or stripped of everything by pirates. Even Master Gao lost ships and tens of thousands of taels over the years. Lin nodded. The risks were immense, compounded by the terrifying custom of unlimited liability. A merchant's personal assets were never safe from his business debts. A single failure could mean total annihilation. He Xin knew this. As a descendant of Hai Rui, the paragon of integrity, his bankruptcy would be more than personal ruin. It would be a stain on a revered legacy. What is the state of the Hai family's assets? Lin asked. An empty shell, Chen Tong replied. Apart from 200 mu of clan ritual land, they hold less than 200 mu of private fields. Movable property is negligible. Hai Rui was famous for his poverty. He couldn't even afford a coffin when he died. His descendants have maintained that tradition. To uphold their ancestors' reputation, the Hai family had eschewed the darker methods of wealth accumulation common among the gentry, land annexation, usury, and litigation racketeering. Remarkable, Lin exclaimed. Truly worthy descendants of Hai Gong. Indeed, Chen Tong agreed. The locals say this calamity is a tribulation decreed by fate. If they can weather this storm, they may yet prosper, Lin said enigmatically. It depends on whether He Xin has the vision to seize a lifeline. He turned to Gao Dai. Go and investigate the creditors. Find out if they are willing to sell the Hai family's promissory notes. Gao Dai's eyes lit up. I understand. Don't rush. Drive a hard bargain, Lin cautioned. Those notes will soon be worthless paper in their hands. Without external aid, He Xin was effectively bankrupt. Repaying the principal and interest would strip him of everything. Handle this discreetly, Lin added. We aren't buying these debts out of charity but for leverage. Silence is key. Meanwhile, He Xin had fled to Guangzhou to escape the storm. He was at his wits' end. Since the news of the piracy broke, he hadn't slept a full night. Survivors trickling back had brought fragmented accounts. Pirates, a battle, rescue by the Australians. It wasn't until his navigator returned with a letter and gifts that the full picture emerged. The Australians had invited him to Lingao to reclaim his ship. He wanted to go. It was his only hope of recovering capital, but fear held him back. His family warned him it was a trap, a kidnapping scheme by foreign devils. Paralyzed by indecision and hounded by creditors, the descendant of Hai Rui found himself cornered, waiting for a miracle or the end. End of chapter. Chapter 501. The partner He Xin remained skeptical of the danger. His most valuable assets, the FiveMasted ship and its cargo, were already in Australian hands. What point was there in kidnapping him now? Furthermore, the sailors and merchants who had returned reported that the Australians were courteous and fair. However, his family was adamant. Facing fierce opposition from his wife and mother, he had no choice but to postpone the trip indefinitely. Instead, he traveled to Guangzhou, hoping to leverage his connections, former classmates and his late father's colleagues, to borrow enough silver to weather the crisis. But He Xin's status was largely inherited. He himself held only the title of Jianshan, a courtesy extended to the descendants of Hai Rui. The family was respected but not wealthy. His fundraising tour was a failure. Friends contributed token sums, 20 taels here, 50 there, but after 10 days he had scraped together barely 300 taels. It was a drop in the ocean compared to his debts. Guangzhou was expensive and he could ill afford to linger. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Hai Shuzu returned to Qiongshan to face the music. He didn't dare go home. Instead, he took refuge at his family's rural estate, sending the manager ahead to gather news. He sat alone in the empty house, attended only by a servant boy borrowed from a friend. When he left, he hadn't even dared to bring his own staff. Many were among his minor creditors. Their resentment often slipped out in snide remarks and sloppy service, humiliations he could not bear. He recalled the days when he traveled with a retinue of 5 or 6 servants, all deferential and obedient. Now he couldn't even command his own household. As he brooded, a commotion at the gate announced the arrival of several small sedan chairs. An estate worker rushed in to report. Bracing himself, Hai Shuzu went out to meet them. Leading the party was his chief steward, Hai Jai, but the bearers were strangers. When the curtains parted, Hai Shuzu froze. Inside were his mother, wife, and children. Home has become unlivable, Hai Jai wept. After Hai Shuzu left, the creditors, finding no head of household to harangue, had panicked. Fearing they would never see their money, the mob intensified their harassment. In desperation, the family had petitioned the yamen for protection. The yamen runners were useless, Hai Jai explained. They demanded bribes immediately, and even after we paid hundreds of yuan, they barely lifted a finger. The mob ran riot, threatening to storm the inner quarters. It was only when Magistrate Zhang passed by and ordered the worst offenders dragged off to the Kang that order was restored. Hai Shuzu bowed his head, sighing deeply. Magistrate Zhang had acted out of goodwill, but requiring official intervention to suppress creditors was a stain on the family honor. Unable to endure the siege, the women and children had borrowed chairs from relatives and fled in secret. Seeing his family's wretched state, clutching meager bundles of possessions, Hai Shuzu broke down. His ambition had ruined them. He had failed in self-cultivation and failed in household management. The servants are insufferable, Hai Jai ranted. The ones we owe money to are one thing, but even those we owe nothing to have stopped working. Some are already looking for new masters. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, Hai Shuzu said bitterly. I cannot blame them. The Hai family had lived in Qiongshan for a century, renowned for virtue and charity. They had never treated their servants harshly. Yet in the face of financial ruin, loyalty evaporated like morning dew. The power of money had never felt so cold. Size would not solve their predicament. Hiding at a country estate was no long-term solution. After consulting with his mother and wife, Hai Shuzu made the painful decision to sell the family's farmland. Combined with the silver from Guangzhou, they could settle a portion of the debt. But once the land is gone, we will have nothing, Hai Shuzu mourned. We will be destitute. There was still the clan ritual land to prevent starvation, but their life as gentry was effectively over. Unloading the land to pay debts is the only honorable path, his mother said through her tears. But what of the silver you borrowed in Guangzhou? Without land, how will you repay them? Hai Shuzu suspected his friends never expected repayment, but he could not voice such a thought. The family debated their bleak future until late afternoon, lacking the appetite for lunch. Suddenly, the estate manager burst in, breathless and forgetting all protocol. Master, the creditors, they've all vanished. Vanished? Hai Shuzu was stunned. This group held promissory notes that the authorities couldn't invalidate. Why would they leave? I heard someone bought up their notes. Hai Shuzu stared. Bought them. Why? He was on the brink of bankruptcy. Even after liquidating his land, he could pay mere pennies on the dollar. Whoever bought those notes had just purchased a pile of worthless paper. Perhaps some gentleman, admiring your righteousness, has extended a helping hand, Hai Jai suggested hopefully. Hai Shuzu couldn't believe such fortune existed. The debts totaled over 2,000 taels. He knew no one with that kind of wealth who would squander it on a stranger. Before he could process this, a worker entered with a visiting card. "A Mr. Lin is asking for you, master." He Xin glanced at the name Lin Baiguang. He didn't recognize it. "Tell him I am not receiving guests." Mr. Lin said that once you open the card, you will recognize him. He Xin hesitated, then took the card. It felt heavy. Beneath it lay an envelope. Inside were his promissory notes. He shuffled through them, every single debt he had issued stamped settled. This stranger, this Lin Baiguang, had bought his life. But what did he want? He Xin felt a chill of uncertainty. "Master," He Jai whispered, "this Mr. Lin seems to mean well. He has returned the notes marked paid. If he meant harm, why do this?" "Yes, yes," He Xin breathed. "I must meet him. Mr. Lin, my master invites you in." Lin Baiguang entered with a faint smile. After the magistrate's intervention, the creditor's confidence had collapsed. Gao Dai had easily purchased the debt for 30% of its face value. Gao Dai had wanted to buy out the shareholders as well, but Lin had forbidden it. "We relieve some pressure to show sincerity," Lin had explained. "But if we solve every problem, he has no incentive to work with us. What if he says, 'Thank you, I'll work like an ox to repay you, but I won't front your mine'? What do we do then? Kill him? But we hold his debt. Surely he wouldn't dare refuse," Gao Dai argued. "Threats breed resentment," Lin countered. "Resentment is a cancer in a partnership. Besides, He Xin is gentry. If we, as outsiders, push him too hard, the local elites might close ranks. We'd lose our money and our M&A. "I understand," Gao Dai had said, impressed. "A family like the Heis must be won with kindness. We leave him some pressure. Once he agrees, we can help him with the rest." "What if he's deceiving us?" "You're getting sharper. But He Xin is a descendant of Hai Rui. Such base tactics are beneath him. Family honor would not permit it." Convincing He Xin was surprisingly easy. Desperate and cornered, the proposal was a lifeline. It wasn't glorious, but it was better than ruin. And more importantly, it offered a way to repay the shareholders who had trusted him. The terms were generous. Mr. Lin provided the capital. He Xin provided the name and the mining rights. The Hai family would invest nothing but receive 20% of the profits. Lin took 80%. "I understand," He Xin said hesitantly. "You need me to handle the officials and local powers. That I can do, but I must warn you, I have never heard of successful coal mining in Qiongshan. Firewood here is cheap and plentiful. Who will buy coal? Have you considered this risk before sinking your capital?" Lin Baiguang nodded, genuinely impressed. Even at the edge of the abyss, He Xin remained an honest man. It was a comfort in any era to do business with a gentleman. End of chapter. Chapter 502, The Partner Part 2. Lin Baiguang explained the logistics. A site had already been identified, and the coal was destined for export, not local sale. The Hai family would be silent partners, collecting dividends without the burden of management. Sensing Lin's confidence, He Xin raised no further objections. Though doubts lingered, his precarious situation left no room for hesitation. They drafted the agreement on the spot. In name, He Xin would be the principal investor, while Lin's team handled operations. Accounts would be settled annually. "Regarding your current debts," Lin added, "I am willing to advance the necessary funds to settle them immediately." "I will certainly repay you," He Xin said hastily. His pride stung. He had already accepted so much charity. "No rush," Lin waved a hand dismissively. "Consider it an advance against your future dividends. We can deduct it from the year-end settlement. And the interest?" "Come now," Lin laughed. "I am a merchant, not a usurer. Let us not speak of interest between friends." With the letter of intent signed, Lin Baiguang wired his report to the executive committee. He requested funds and specialized personnel be dispatched to Qiongshan immediately. Ma Qianju, seeing a long-awaited plan finally bearing fruit, promptly authorized 5,000 taels for startup costs and ordered the long-range exploration team to deploy range. They already possessed data on the region's coal deposits. Now they needed to pinpoint the extraction sites. Silver in hand, Lin Baiguang moved quickly. He disbursed funds to He Xin to settle with the shareholders. The total claims amounted to just over 1,000 taels, a manageable sum. The investors were paid in full, and the turmoil at the high residence finally ceased. The servants who had joined the mob were dismissed. After their back wages were cleared, each was given a severance of 5 taels and shown the door. It was a small price for He Xin to reclaim his dignity. Families of the passengers who had perished received condolence payments of 5 to 10 taels. Strictly speaking, the He family bore no liability for acts of piracy, but the gesture silenced the wailing at the gates and prevented any pretext for official intervention. The He household viewed Lin Baiguang as a godsend, a savior who had pulled them from the brink of oblivion. Overcome with gratitude, He Xin proposed they become sworn brothers. For a scion of the He clan to offer such a bond to a grain merchant of unknown lineage was an extraordinary honor. Lin Baiguang accepted readily. He knew that in this era, sworn brotherhood carried profound weight. Effectively, He Xin had stepped 1 foot onto the transmigrator's pirate ship. The exploration team, dressed in Ming attire that did little to hide their odd mannerisms, set out daily under the escort of loyal He servants. They quickly identified several potential mining sites on wasteland. "The land is cheap," He Xin reported. "Mostly ownerless scrub. We can file a claim at the Yamen and purchase it for a pittance. Existing owners will take a few days to negotiate with. No hurry." "Just ensure secrecy," Lin cautioned. "I understand. If word leaks that we're mining, prices will skyrocket." He Xin hesitated. "There is one thing, Brother Lin. Speak freely. I worry about appearances. I was on the verge of ruin, and now suddenly I have cleared my debts and am opening a mine. People will talk if they suspect illicit dealings." Lin Baiguang suppressed a sigh. The man was fastidious to a fault. "I understand you have a large ship outstanding," Lin asked. "Indeed, if not for that ship I wouldn't be in this mess. Come, drink." The crisis averted, He Xin's mood had lifted enough to break out the home-brewed liquor. Lin Baiguang drained his cup to show sincerity. The liquor was rustic but mellow. He Xin recounted the saga of his lost ship. Lin listened patiently, feigning contemplation. "So the ship is with the Australians in Lingao?" "Yes, they invited me to retrieve it. I wanted to go, perhaps recoup some losses, but my family feared for my safety." He Xin smiled bitterly. "I have heard of these Australians in Guangzhou. They are strange, yes, but they are businessmen who follow rules." "That was my argument. Why would they kidnap a man of modest means when they possess such wealth?" He Xin shook his head. "Their goods are famous even here in Qiongshan. A single glass mirror is worth half my fortune. If not for my mother's weeping, I would have gone just to see their wonders with my own eyes." "A reputation for wealth is a double-edged sword," Lin noted inwardly. "I happen to know merchants who trade with them," Lin lied smoothly. "If you cannot go, I can arrange for an agent to handle it. Bringing the ship back should be simple." This was the perfect cover. The return of the ship would provide a plausible explanation for He Xin's sudden liquidity, shielding him from suspicion. He Xin caught on immediately. "The costs you incur should be recorded," he said hurriedly. "We will settle them from the dividends." "What costs? We might even turn a profit." Lin regretted that He Xin hadn't seen Lingao himself. The propaganda value would have been immense, but this would suffice. "If the ship returns safe, that is blessing enough. I will sell it immediately. I am done with the sea." He Xin shuddered. Lin Baiguang instructed Chen Tong to return to Lingao, accompanied by He Jai, the steward. He Jai was the only literate and reliable servant left. Although the owner hadn't come, the man known as Ma Jia at the Admiralty Court processed the case according to procedure. The file for the FiveMasted ship was thick, covering the vessel, cargo, and salvage calculations. He Jai stood before the court, heart pounding, as Ma Jia read the judgment. He expected a ruinous ransom. Ma Jia's technical jargon flew over his head, but He Jai grasped the essentials. The salvage fee was 1/5 of the total value. The Australians were willing to buy the cargo at market rates to offset this fee. He Jai nodded frantically. To him, these were powerful pirates. He wouldn't dare negotiate. He signed the papers and pressed his thumbprint where directed. To his shock, he was handed a stack of documents and a chest containing 1,174 taels of fine silver. "This is the balance from the cargo sale," Chen Tong explained. "After deducting the salvage and storage fees, here is the itemized receipt." Hai Jai stood dumbfounded. The pirates were paying them. "The prices are based on Guangzhou market rates," Chen Tong smiled. "Don't think we shortchanged you." "Not at all, I wouldn't dare." Hai Jai stammered, waking from his daze. "Now for the ship," Chen Tong said. "Follow me." End of chapter. Chapter 503. The five-masted ship's new purpose. Hai Jai stood on the dock, staring at the battered hulk of the family's flagship in dismay. The pirate attack and subsequent grounding had ravaged the vessel. Masts were shattered, sails shredded, and the hull breached. The Navy had stripped it of usable rigging and slapped on temporary patches to keep it afloat, but since the establishment of the Admiralty Court, it had been left to rot, ravaged further by a recent typhoon. Only 3 masts remained standing, rising from a deck clutter of splintered cabins. Sailing this wreck back to Qiongshan seemed impossible. Even if they made the perilous crossing, the repair costs would rival the price of a new keel. It would fetch no more than firewood prices. Selling it to the Australians here seemed the only rational choice. But Hai Shuzu was adamant. The ship must return. Reluctantly, Hai Jai approached the port authorities with a bag of silver, prepared for a long and expensive overhaul. To his surprise, Li Dai, the port authority chief at Bopu, greeted him with enthusiasm. Li offered a startling deal. The shipyard would repair the vessel for free, provided it transported a consignment of cargo to Qiongshan on its return voyage. Flustered by this generosity, Hai Jai agreed immediately. The ship was hauled into dry dock, and the industrial might of the shipyard roared to life. Steam-powered cranes lifted timber like matchsticks. Standardized parts were fitted with precision. The hull was patched, caulked, and sealed. Citing a timber shortage, the yard repaired only the 3 surviving masts, removing the stumps of the others. Curious modifications followed. 2 large cargo hatches were cut into the main deck. Iron davits were installed along the gunnels, and hand-cranked derricks were mounted fore and aft. Below decks, structural reinforcements were added, preparations for a future refit that Hai Jai could not comprehend. In 7 days, a job that would have taken months in a traditional yard was finished. Under Li Dai's supervision, the ship was loaded until it sat low in the water. Finally, 4 flat-bottomed skiffs were hoisted by a hissing steam crane and hung from the new davits. Hai Jai found the ship's transformed appearance baffling, but he didn't care. It floated, and it was free. Escorted by patrol boats, the resurrected giant set sail. 3 days later, it glided into Shenyang Harbor. The return of the Hai family flagship caused a sensation in Qiongshan. A ship lost to pirates, vanishing for months, had returned laden with cargo. Those who had marveled at Hai Shuzu's sudden solvency now nodded wisely. Clearly, he had struck a fortune in trade, not disaster. The cargo, uniform wooden crates bound in iron, remained a mystery to the onlookers. Only Lin Baiguang knew they contained mining equipment. The skiffs were specialized transport boats for the river. A few bribes ensured the Kingland patrol inspector barely glanced at the manifest. Truly extraordinary. Hai Shuzu gazed at the chest of silver delivered by Hai Jai. I never dared hope the Australians would honor their word to the letter. Save for the 20% salvage fee, Lin Baiguang thought with a smile. Without you, worthy brother, this would have been impossible, Hai Shuzu bowed deeply. They are men of the sea, yet they uphold righteousness like true gentlemen. He opened the judgment documents Hai Jai had brought. The strange binding and crisp white paper caught his eye. He began to read, his expression turning grave. Lin watched him closely. These legal documents were dense with technical jargon and simplified characters. Could a Ming scholar decipher them? After a long silence, Hai Shuzu looked up. Remarkable. Oh, though I grasp only 7 or 8 parts, the logic is impeccable. The reasoning is meticulous, the execution rigorous. I have never seen such legal precision. While his master marveled at the paperwork, Hai Jai grew anxious. "Master, the Australians in Lingao expressed interest in buying the ship." "Since it is here, sell it," He Xin agreed briskly. His admiration for the Australians was now boundless. 500 taels should suffice. "Master, but," He Jai stammered. "The repairs alone were worth more," Lin Baiguang interjected. 500 is an insult to the vessel. Steward Hai went a great lengths to bring it back. 1,000 taels is a fair price. The deal was struck on the spot. The Collective's Maritime Forces Division paid cash and took possession, intending to use the ship for the coal run. To the public, however, it remained the Hai family flagship, further cementing He Xi's restored reputation. With the front man secured and the logistics in place, preparations for the mine accelerated. Lin Baiguang, acting as chairman of the Preparatory Committee, found his grain shop overrun with survey engineers. Their odd mannerisms and frequent comings and goings in the busy commercial district risked exposure. They needed to move. The Planning Commission had selected the Jiazi mine site on the banks of the Nandu River. Though the reserves were modest and the coal quality merely adequate, its location was strategic. Only 10 kilometers from the river, it allowed flat-bottomed boats to ferry coal directly to the harbor, bypassing the need for expensive road construction in the mountains. He Xin purchased the barren hills for a pittance. Lin also acquired a secluded plot in the harbor for a warehouse and private pier. The network was complete. The coal would flow. End of chapter. Chapter 504. The Jiazi coal mine. Once the public sensation faded, the vessel, now christened Qionghai Coal, moved to the private Hai family dock. The wharf was already a hive of activity, piled high with timber, stone, and lime purchased by Chen Tong. Zhang Xingpei had arrived days earlier with a specialized construction crew trained by the Lingao Construction Company. Their expertise far exceeded that of modern rural contractors, for they possessed a unique skill, assembling prefabricated structures. Drawing on American timber frame techniques, Zhang had developed a system of standardized, pre-cut components produced in Lingao. A 2-story, 200-square-meter house could be erected in 4 days, requiring no drying time for mortar. It was ugly. The wood treated with black tar preservative gave it a grim, industrial look, but it was fast. Steam derricks on the Qionghai coal hoisted bundles of these components ashore. The pier itself was a prefabricated assembly brought in by barge. In less than 5 days, Zhang Xingpei transformed the mud bank into a sturdy, level wharf decked with sawn planks and reinforced with iron fittings. Wrought iron rails were laid along the pier, anticipating the heavy coal flow to come. For now, they carried flat cars laden with housing modules. A small diesel cement mixer, hidden inside a shed to avoid frightening the indigenous laborers, churned out concrete for the footings. Unlike traditional buildings, these structures were raised on stilts to separate them from the damp ground. Using makeshift hoists, the crew assembled the camp at breakneck speed. The speed of construction left the local onlookers dumbfounded. Within a week, the wasteland had become a functional logistics hub, a wharf, warehouses, a stockyard, and cranes. Local laborers dug a moat and built brick walls complete with battlements and machicolations. A 3-story blockhouse watched over the river. In this chaotic era, such fortifications were standard prudence for any remote commercial outpost. With the base secure, 4 flat-bottomed transport boats loaded supplies and began the journey up the Nandu River to the mining site. They quickly learned that prefectural seat did not equal safe. As soon as the boats touched the riverbank near Jiazi, a ragged band of bandits emerged from the tree line. Fortunately, the plainclothes security team was alert. A scattered volley of gunfire dropped several attackers, sending the rest fleeing into the hills. Undeterred by the welcome party, the boats made another run that same day, delivering more materials and a reinforced security detail led by Qiongshan. A former Ming junior officer trained in modern tactics, Huang immediately set the men to digging trenches and planting chevox de frise. That night shadows lurked at the edge of the camp light, but the defenses and the memory of the thundersticks kept them at bay. Security is non-existent here, Lin Beiguang observed, standing next to Shan Daoqian, the road engineer. It's mountain country, Shan replied nervously. Imperial law stops at the tree line. The mine was situated 9.3 kilometers inland from the river. The terrain was rough, necessitating a dedicated transport link. Shan's crew was tasked with laying a rail line connecting the pithead to the river dock. It's a big investment, Shan noted, but without it, we'd need a herd of oxen to move the coal. The geography lay in their favor. The gradient from the mine to the river was a consistent 10-degree decline, allowing loaded cars to coast downhill by gravity, a massive saving in energy. What about the locals? Shan asked. Building a road through bandit country. Bandits we can shoot, Lin said. The real headache is theft. Where a railroad goes, scavengers follow. Even in the 20th century, we couldn't stop villagers from stealing rail spikes. Here, iron is precious currency. That's why we're sticking to ironclad wooden rails, Shan said. If we laid solid iron tracks, they'd be ripped up faster than we could bolt them down. Wooden rails were less durable and carried less load, but they were unappealing to scavengers. In Lingao, theft of public property was curbed by the threat of hard labor. Here, in the Orange Zone, hostile territory, the transmigrators lacked legal authority. If we kill a thief and the local magistrate gets involved, it becomes a diplomatic incident, Lin sighed. It's a delicate balance. Finding a director for this remote outpost had been a challenge. The role required a geologist who could handle explosives, a commander who could repel bandits, and a diplomat who could manage indigenous labor, all while enduring total isolation. The executive committee chose Tang Minglong. Into his 30s, physically robust and skilled in martial arts, Tang was a veteran of the exploration team. He accepted the post on one condition: I need batteries and a charging station. Paradox games are the only thing that will keep me sane out there. Done, Zixin, the HR director, agreed, and will assign you a lifestyle secretary to manage your domestic needs. Tang Minglong paused. A personal secretary. Until now, that perk had been reserved for high-ranking officials who usually turned them into concubines. The committee was clearly desperate to keep him happy. I accept, Tang said. End of chapter. Chapter 505. Employee Benefits. You'll be out there alone, Zixin said. Solitude is dangerous. Even with a computer, there are only so many games you can play before the walls start closing in. Zixin knew the score. While the technical fanatics buried themselves in work, most transmigrators spent their downtime consuming media and nursing their frustrations. The Ministry of Health had already flagged a spike in non-bacterial prostatitis, a direct result of idle hands and unspent hormones. For the Jiazi deployment, a personal secretary wasn't a luxury, it was a medical necessity. It's not like Guangzhou or Lizhu where you can find distractions, Zio continued. Jiazi is wilderness. You won't even see a female monkey. Providing a companion is essential for your mental health. He slid a form across the desk. I've handled the approval. Go see Hu Qingbai and pick one out. My advice, don't pick someone too young. You need a worker, not just a bed warmer. Tang Minglong felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you for the organization's concern, he stammered, correcting himself. Thank you to the executive committee. Here's your personal enjoyment allowance. Zio handed him another list. Batteries, hand-crank charger, extra rations. If you need anything else, ask. I have no words, Tang said, genuinely moved. He arrived at Hu Qingbai's office with a spring in his step. Ah, the mine director, Hu said, unsurprised. Everything is ready. Zixin said I could choose. You can, Hu sighed, but the pool is shallow. Don't give me the leftovers, Tang warned. I know there are plenty of students. Read the directive, Hu presented a document. Vocational students are off limits. Nursing students go to doctors, agronomy students to heavy industry. We don't waste specialized training on secretarial duties. That left the general pool. Subtracting the under-16 crowd, the top students destined for middle school, and the physically unfit, the selection was meager. Hu spread out a few files. This one is from the administrative track. She's your best bet. Tang scanned the file. Resistance was futile, who had clearly pre-selected the only viable candidate. Fine, I'll take her. Cheer up. A secretary is primarily for work, who encouraged, ringing a bell. Bring in Yunwen. A dark-skinned young woman entered. Her file claimed she was 16, but hard labor had made her age indeterminate. She was sturdy, a plus for a mining camp. Her face was plain, her figure serviceable, though she suffered from the nutritional deficiency common to the era, a flat chest. Tang accepted his lot. Meanwhile, at the quarantine station outside Bairn Fortress, Dugu Qiongshan was recruiting a different kind of support staff. He needed 20 licensed prostitutes for the mining camp. 1-year contract, Dugu announced through a megaphone to the assembled women. Rations and clothing provided. Private rooms guaranteed. At the end of the term, you can renew or return. It's up to you. Recruitment was brisk. Life on the mainland was hard, and the Australians paid in silver and full bellies. For the executive committee, this was a pragmatic measure. 400 robust men isolated in the wilderness needed an outlet. Without it, the camp would either descend into chaos or become a comrade's barracks, neither of which was desirable. The labor force consisted of over 400 immigrant workers. Wuda had signed them to strict 1-year contracts with generous pay, but the terms were draconian. Once at the mine, they were prisoners of their employment. Unauthorized departure was desertion, punishable by summary execution. Collective disturbances were mutiny. Weapons were strictly forbidden. The mine director's power was absolute. Tang Minglong was startled by the authority granted to him in the management manual. He could suspend work, ration food, punish, imprison, and even execute indigenous laborers. He was, in every sense, a local emperor. Most chilling was the right of self-defense. To protect the mine, he was authorized to kill any local indigenous person, man, woman, or child, and to burn hostile settlements. This reads like the diary of a colonial villain, Tang muttered. It is, Wuda said bluntly. This is a prototype for our future colonial outposts. You are the governor. Without thunderbolt methods, you won't last. I understand the logic, but casual murder. It grants you the power to kill, not the mandate, but you must be willing. If you show womanly compassion at the wrong moment, you invite disaster, Wuda warned. Stand firm. If someone needs to die, let them die. Tang nodded slowly. He hoped he wouldn't have to test his resolve. Security would be provided by a platoon of 30 regulars under Qiongshan, reinforced by the miners themselves. 400 men with pickaxes are a formidable force, Wuda noted. We'll issue weapons and drill them. In this region, you will be the strongest warlord around. The logistics were finalized. A staff of 30, under Lin Baiguang, would manage the dock. The Qie Escort Bureau would handle transit security. The third voyage of the Qionghai coal carried the workforce and the army. It also carried a squad of engineers led by Pan De and over 100 barrels of gunpowder for blasting. As the ship plowed through the waves, the miners slept soundly on brand-new duffel bags, blissfully unaware that they were resting their heads on a floating powder magazine. End of chapter. Chapter 506. The new equipment testing ground. Now this is a weapon, Qiongshan said, admiring the steel edge. He stood over a freshly opened crate in the temporary camp. Packed inside were second-generation standard spears, mass-produced for the collective's irregular forces. The triangular steel heads, tempered by modern metallurgy, gleamed under a coat of hell oil, the black, viscous byproduct of coconut oil refining, now repurposed as an industrial lubricant and rust preventative. The shafts were lathe-turned and pressure-treated, designed to resist rot and pests for years. For a militia force, these were luxury items. While equipping every miner with a Mini-A rifle was logistically impossible, giving them high-quality cold steel was trivial for the machinery works. Each man received a spear, a cutlass, and 2 rattan helmets, one for labor, and a reinforced combat model for defense. Armor was deemed unnecessary. If the regulars didn't wear plate, the militia certainly didn't need it. Give me these 400 lads, Qiongshan boasted, swinging a spear, and I could take Qiangzhou Prefecture, Rifles, we don't even need them. I need them to mine coal, Commander, not conquer cities, Tang Minglong said dryly. And don't underestimate the Ming garrison. Quantity has a quality of its own. Discipline beats numbers, Huang countered, parroting the doctrine he'd learned in officer training. 3 months. Give me 3 months and I'll turn them into crack troops. They work 6 days a week. You can drill them on their rest day, Tang compromised. The miners were currently doubling as construction crews. Under the guidance of Zhang Xingpei and Shan Daoqian, they carved out the camp and laid the roadbed. Their secret weapon was not machinery, but chemistry. Su Yingji of the chemistry department, after surviving several laboratory explosions, had finally synthesized nitroglycerin using local coconut oil. Stabilized with diatomaceous earth into dynamite, it was a safe, powerful blasting agent for civil engineering. The Navy, skeptical of its volatility, had refused to carry it, but it had arrived safely aboard the Qionghai coal. For the executive committee, the Jiazi project was a live-fire exercise, a rehearsal for the massive industrial developments planned for Tiandu and Hangzhou. They threw every prototype they had at it: modular wharves, mobile field kitchens, portable Lancashire boilers, large-scale water purifiers, and the new grassland field rations. The infrastructure rose at record speed. Even the rails were imported from Lingao. Huangsheng marveled at the extravagance of shipping crushed stone and timber sleepers, but Shan Daoqian explained the logic. Cutting and treating timber locally took time they didn't have. Importing finished materials was faster. With the rail line complete, Tang Minglong ordered the first blast. Panda detonated the charges, stripping away the overburden to reveal the black seam beneath. Tang's geological survey confirmed his suspicions. This was an extension of the Changcheng coal belt. The seams were shallow and accessible by open-pit methods, but the quality was mixed. 60% gangue, Tang noted, examining the first samples. Only 40% is usable lignite. It was a disappointing ratio, but better than the dirt coal of Nanbao. The gangue could power the site's boilers, while the lignite, marginally suitable for coking, would be shipped to Lingao. It's a pity there's no bituminous coal on this island, Tang sighed. There were consolation prizes. Kaolin, clay, and peat were found in association with the coal, but without transport capacity, they were useless. And transport was the bottleneck. The Bopu shipyard's flat-bottomed boats could carry only 5 or 6 tons each. Even running non-stop, the fleet could move less than 200 tons a day. The river's shallow draft limited larger vessels. For now, the coal would pile up at the Hai family dock, waiting for the Qionghai coal to ferry it north. It was an imperfect system, but the black blood of industry had finally begun to flow. End of chapter. Chapter 507. The transport bottleneck under Tang Minglong's capable management. The Jiazi coal mine swiftly settled into regular production. Jiang Wenli proved herself a worthy graduate of the administrative training program, putting her lessons into practice with such efficiency that daily operations soon ran like clockwork. She oversaw all routine administrative affairs with meticulous care. Work logs, files, and ledgers were established in due course. Regulations and procedures took shape. Admittedly, she could be doctrinaire at times, adhering rigidly to every clause in Yunwen's coal mine administrative management manual. Though Tang Minglong's background was in geological surveying rather than mining operations proper, he had many friends in the industry and had observed management practices at both state-owned and private mines. Drawing on this experience, he made judicious adjustments to bring the procedures closer to practical reality. Secretary Jiang had initially come to serve as Mine Director Tang's personal secretary with a mindset of simple compliance, obeying organizational directives as she understood them. After all, the chiefs always needed women to look after their daily lives, cooking and washing by day, warming their beds at night. For a girl who had once dressed in rags and gone hungry, such an arrangement was more than acceptable. She felt boundless gratitude toward the chiefs who had rescued her from the brink of starvation, clothed her, taught her to read, and even bestowed upon her a name. She was prepared to do whatever they asked. As for any romantic feelings toward this stocky, dark-skinned, rough-handed chief, those, of course, were out of the question. Nevertheless, her months at the national school had instilled in her a reverence for knowledge. Knowledge is power. The chiefs had personally demonstrated this axiom. Through knowledge, they made iron ships float on water, manufactured cannons that neither government troops nor pirate lords dared provoke, and amassed boundless wealth. This had thoroughly overturned the meager worldview of a country girl. She had become a fervent devotee of knowledge supremacy. Tang Minglong's few casual suggestions had transformed the management procedures she had labored over with every ounce of her training, making them more streamlined, more rational, and especially more practical. For Jiang Wenli, this renewed sense that the chief's wisdom was as vast as the sea also kindled a small spark of genuine admiration. Tang Minglong naturally paid no mind to whether she admired him or not. She had been assigned to him, that made her his. Though her looks were nothing remarkable, physiological hormones trumped culturally conditioned aesthetics. Once work had more or less stabilized, he consummated the arrangement. That night he went at it 3 or 4 times, leaving the 30-something Tang Minglong barely able to crawl out of bed the following morning. "Overindulgence," he muttered as little Jiang helped him struggle into his clothes, his back and waist aching. Outside, the steam whistle had already sounded twice. It must be approaching 7 o'clock. The whistle blew promptly at 5 each morning, then once every hour. The third blast at 7 signaled the start of work. He fished out his pocket watch. 6:50. He would have to hurry to the office, or the miners would laugh at him. At the doorway, the sentry from the security team presented arms in salute. Tang Minglong waved feebly, wondering whether his enthusiastic exertions the previous night had been overheard by the guards. Come to think of it, what purpose did posting a sentry at his quarters actually serve, aside from putting on airs? He gazed skeptically at the compound's high walls and watchtowers. The entire mine area was enclosed by a double-layer wall of cement-bonded bricks and stone, defended by bastions and watchtowers, and ringed by a ditch, more formidable than most rural strongholds in the region. Once the gate was shut, several thousand men without siege equipment would never break in. Such precautions were not without reason. During the construction phase, they had spotted figures watching from a distance. The locals might not understand what all these strange objects were, but they instinctively knew they were valuable. Tang Minglong ate breakfast in his office. The meal came from the Grassland series. Special dried rice noodles sprinkled with dried minced meat, dried seaweed flakes, and dried shrimp skins. Quite colorful, truth be told. "If only I had some fresh vegetables," he murmured wistfully. His wish was soon granted. Jiang Wenli, who also oversaw logistics and food supply, understood that the mine's stockpile of grassland rations could sustain them only briefly. Long-term provisions of grains and vegetables would be supplied by Lin Baiguang's Wanfeng rice shop. Like any traditional Chinese peasant in any era, the moment she arrived somewhere new, she thought of growing vegetables and raising chickens. She had obtained various vegetable seeds through Lin Baiguang from the Tiandahui, borrowed a dozen or so chicks and ducklings, and established a sizable vegetable garden within the mine compound. Tang Minglong praised this initiative highly. Freshly picked vegetables from the garden were certainly tastier than the wilted leaves delivered by transport boat. The prostitutes were organized to work as well. Besides selling their services, they washed and mended clothes and bedding for the miners, for a fee, of course. Tang Minglong had initially worried the women would refuse such work, but they proved surprisingly enthusiastic, often waiving payment. He later realized this was simply one of their methods for cultivating regular clients. Under stringent modern management and comprehensive logistical support, the miners achieved impressive productivity. The transmigrated collective's coal operation paid by the piece. Income was directly tied to output. Tang Minglong set each squad's minimum quota at 18 tons, yet plenty of squads managed 20, even 25 tons. For extraction crews using only picks, shovels, and pushcarts, these were respectable numbers indeed. Tang Minglong even considered launching a Stakhanovite labor competition, but then realized that doing so would only swell the stockpile already accumulating at the mine. From a mine manager's perspective, the more coal extracted the better. Tang Minglong's dilemma, however, was transport capacity. Even at the outset, limited transport capacity had been the reason for not deploying the coal-cutting machine. Now it was clear that even manual output exceeded shipping speed. With 12 transport boats moving coal, each carrying 5 tons, the round trip from the Nandu River dock to the Hai Family dock exceeded 40 kilometers. Fully loaded and traveling downstream, speed was only 5 or 6 kilometers per hour, returning empty but rowing upstream, even slower. A complete round trip plus unloading took 8 hours. Days were growing shorter. After dark, the Nandu River was unsafe for navigation. Each boat could make only one run per day. 12 boats moved just 60 tons daily, while extraction ran to at least 400 tons. The result? Coal piled up in the mine's storage yard. The backlog grew day by day, posing a serious problem for a mine that lacked modern loading equipment and relied entirely on manual labor. Tang Minglong had no choice but to reduce mining shifts and assign more time to military drill. Otherwise, the stockpiled coal would become unmanageable. Small mountains of coal accumulated in the yard with no immediate prospect of being shipped out. Burning it in the boilers consumed only a trivial amount, and they could hardly export electricity from here. Tang Minglong communicated with Lin Baiguang and asked him to petition Lingao for more transport boats. Transport boats aren't the main issue, Lin Baiguang replied. The real problem was not too few boats but too few runs per day. The Nandu River has decent hydrological conditions. When I came up on the transport boat, the river seemed quite wide and deep. Why can't they run at night? Boss, that's easy for you to say. The Nandu has no navigation markers and hasn't been dredged, running boats in the dark courts grounding or striking rocks. Lin Baiguang had no solution. He could only cable the executive committee, requesting a remedy. In my view, simply adding more transport boats won't help, Jiazi said at an industry commission working meeting. We need to increase vessel tonnage. I agree. These transport boats were originally designed for rivers like the Wenlin, with shallow depths and obvious dry season lows. The dimensions are simply too small, wholly unsuited for the Nandu. We should build larger boats. Barges hauling sand, cement, and coal on canals routinely carry 1,000 to 1,500 tons. You're talking about steel or iron-hulled vessels. Our wooden boats can't compare. How deep is the water? Wang Liubin asked. The Nandu is the largest river on Hainan, and the Haikou Reach is near the estuary, so navigability should be decent, Jiazi said. Let's get a few flat-bottomed sand junks, load them with coal at the Jiazi dock and sail straight back to Lingao. That would also eliminate the hassle of transshipping from small boats at Haikou. Qionghai coal could be freed up for other tasks. That may not work, Wang Liubin said. Visit Haikou and you'll see. One of the most lucrative trades there is sand dredging on the Nandu. Siltation is severe. Sandbars are as numerous as hairs on an ox. The river may look wide, but depth is another matter. The average depth of the lower Nandu is about 2 meters, not insignificant, Luo Duo said. But that's the depth after the modern Songtao Reservoir was built. Like the Wenlin, the Nandu's water levels vary greatly between rainy and dry seasons. Still, an average depth of around 1 meter year-round is probably reliable, enough to float boats in the 30 to 50-ton range. Since we're short of steel and the Nandu hasn't been dredged, why not build a wooden flat-bottomed boat to Ming grain transport standards? 31 tons displacement, 15-ton cargo capacity, Joe Billy suggested. The draft is about 0.75 meters. A boat like that would need masts, Wang Liubin said. Otherwise, the heavy load and insufficient power would make it hard to handle and dangerous to operate. I never said no masts. Yan Kuezhai shook his head with a smile. You're all just speculating. He picked up the notebook beside him. It was my suggestion to dispatch small transport boats to the Jiazi coal mine for hauling coal. Let me show you the 1957 survey report on the Nandu River from the Ministry of Water Resources Design and Exploration Bureau. The navigable stretch of the Nandu, from Chiang Mai to Haikou, was about 100 kilometers long, suitable only for small craft with a maximum load of 10 tons. During the dry season, there were 9 shoals with water depth of only 0.3 meters, and 6 more with depths of 0.3 to 0.5 meters. Wooden boats carrying 4 to 9 tons had to rely on crew members wading into the water to push the vessels across the shallows. Authors note, the lower Nandu's current depth is quite impressive, an average of 5 meters, with the deepest points reaching 12 meters, all thanks to sand dredging. As late as 2000, the Nandu still had no substantial shipping industry. End of chapter. Chapter 508. The coal washing plant. No one had expected the Nandu River's navigability to be so dismal. The assembled committee members sat in disappointed silence. With water so shallow, what was the point of running boats at all? Using Ming-era grain transport vessels to haul coal would require at least some dredging. As for large-scale sea and river intermodal shipping, the entire lower reaches would need comprehensive channel improvement. Even if all of Hainan were already under the transmigrated collective's control, with unlimited supplies of materials and manpower, the sheer scale of such a project, and the investment it would demand, would likely warrant its own line item in the 5-year plan. So let's just work with the small boats, someone concluded. Install engines on the transport boats, another suggested. With higher speed, each boat could make more trips. 12 boats making 1 extra run means an additional 60 tons of capacity. Fit them with small steam engines. We can manufacture that sort of engine without difficulty now, Zhang Yi said. We can even use Li Dai's small steam engine as a prototype for reverse engineering. Installing a steam engine would sacrifice some payload, of course, but the ability to make more runs would increase total throughput, an acceptable trade-off. A standard transport boat's payload is 5 tons. Add a steam engine and the coal to power it, and the payload loss is too great, Wang Liuben objected. I think we'd be better off building a tugboat. We could make the steam engine more powerful and tow a string of 10 or so small barges behind it. The old-style narrow barges used on British canals would fit the bill perfectly, basically an open, oblong box of the simplest possible construction, with very shallow draft. The upshot of the discussion was to begin building a small steam engine at once, along with a fleet of small barges. Additionally, they would establish a coal washing plant at the Jiazi coal mine. This was Luo Duo's proposal. Since transport capacity was tight, why not think in reverse? Tang Minglong's report to the Industry Commission makes clear that lignite accounts for only 40%, and a portion of that isn't even suitable for coking. Gang and other low-heat value coal make up the majority. Rather than ship everything, we should wash it first and transport only the coking-grade lignite. The rest can stay at the Jiazi mine for now. There's no shortage of wasteland in this era. Actually, gang has plenty of uses. At the very least, it can be burned to make cement. Compared to cement, coking is what matters, Luo Duo said. Besides, once we occupy Qiongshan, we can develop and utilize those materials locally. There's no need to haul it all to Lingao and pollute the environment there. Why not just coke the coal on site at the Jiazi mine? I've seen the Kailuan-style coke ovens at Bopu, simple structures, no technical sophistication. Jiazi would kill you, Wang Liuben said. He worked so hard to procure the coal chemical integrated production equipment from the 21st century, you just scrap it. The whole point of that system is comprehensive utilization, directly processing the tar and waste gases from coking to produce all sorts of byproducts. If you move the coking operation to the Jiazi mine, what's he supposed to do? In the past, the Kailuan-style ovens had been used mainly because the coking coal supply was unstable, and the integrated system, once fired up, could not be switched on and off at will, so it had never actually entered regular operation. Now that a stable supply channel existed, the high-pollution, high-waste Kailuan ovens had become the first obsolete technology slated for decommissioning by the Planning Commission. Ma Qianju readily approved the Industry Commission's Jiazi coal mine upgrade proposal, allocating the necessary raw materials and equipment. Establishing a stable coal supply system was now a top priority. Xiao Gui and his team, tasked with reproducing the steam engine, first requisitioned the American-made small steam engine Li Dai kept in the shipyard workshop. Under Li Dai's pained gaze, the little engine was disassembled piece by piece, each component labeled and measured in preparation for reverse engineering. American industrial design really is first-rate, Xiao Gui exclaimed admiringly over the parts strewn across the floor. Such an ingenious structure. Can you replicate it? Ran Yao asked. An exact copy is beyond us. Their machining processes and materials are beyond our reach. But our requirements are lower too. We can scale up the component dimensions a bit, and that should get us close enough. Even as Xiao Gui and Zhou Billy labored to reproduce the steam engine, the Jiazi coal mine's coal washing plant was under construction. Lin Beiguang felt the pressure mounting. In his original conception, the Jiazi mine was to be a modest operation, a few hundred people quietly digging coal, then shipping it by boat to the Hai family dock for loading. He had not expected the scope to balloon like this. If we keep expanding, the Jiazi coal mine will have Australians written all over it in plain characters, Lin Beiguang grumbled. The coal washing plant was located near the Jiazi dock storage yard, where water for washing was abundant, a necessity, since coal washing consumed 5 tons of water per ton of coal. Discharging wastewater into the river was also convenient. Coal washing involved no sophisticated technology. The equipment was not complex. Crushers, jiggers, dewatering screens, and the like, none difficult to manufacture. The principal washing apparatus was the sluice. Power for the plant came from steam engines. The Industry Commission shipped a second boiler and 2 50-horsepower Mosey Mark II steam engines to the Jiazi coal mine. All were installed at the Jiazi dock, one to drive the water pump, the other to power the washing equipment. The boiler burned gang from the wash process. The plant's designed annual throughput was 250,000 tons of raw coal. Since we're equipping the Jiazi dock with steam engines anyway, let's send a steam crane, Ma Qianju said. It'll speed up loading considerably. Otherwise, the boiler's steam would just go to waste. We'll also need to add a full set of equipment at the Hai family dock, or one end will be open while the other stays clogged, Zhan Wuya said. The Hai family dock isn't a big problem. We can use local indigenous labor in a human wave approach. Labor's cheap there, Ma Qianju said after a moment's thought. It's not that I begrudge a few pieces of equipment, but that's deep inside Ming-controlled core territory. Running steam engines and boilers would be far too conspicuous. Soon, a steel monster sprouted on the banks of the Nandu River, an iron-armed creature ceaselessly puffing white steam. A pumping station on the riverbank used steam power to draw water and supply the coal washing plant with vast quantities of it. Behind the crane rose a 3-story building fitted with long wooden chutes, the washing plant itself. Raw coal was hoisted by steam-driven winches to a hopper on the 3rd floor, then passed through successive stages of screening, washing, and jigging before emerging from the bottom as clean coal. Gang and inferior coal were diverted along the way via chutes. Blackened wash water flowed into settling ponds before being discharged into the Nandu. The ponds also recovered large amounts of coal fines. This fine coal had a high moisture content and took a long time to dry. Wang Liubin exploited precisely that high moisture to establish a briquette workshop, using a steam-driven press to manufacture honeycomb coal briquettes. Though transport constraints still limited deliveries, the steady flow of dark lignite from the Jiazi coal mine finally resolved the instability of purchasing coal from Guangdong. At last, Jiazi of the chemistry department could confidently commission the coal chemical integrated production system, built but never actually put into full-time operation, and run it at full capacity for continuous production. The formal startup of the coal chemical integrated system brought a quantum leap to chemical industry development. The simplest change: the primitive sulfuric acid workshop shut down. High-polluting, erratic-quality sulfuric acid produced by the crude method was replaced by industrially manufactured acid. Other byproducts: gasoline, diesel, asphalt, phenol, toluene, crude benzene, various solvent oils, lubricating oils, and paraffin wax, also began coming off the line. Lubricating oil and paraffin wax in particular were a godsend for the machinery industry. The lubricating properties of coconut oil dregs had always been limited. Paraffin, besides its industrial uses, gave the light industry department an opportunity to manufacture an entirely new consumer product: modern candles. Paraffin-based candles not only cost less than traditional tallow candles, but also burned far brighter. The treated cotton thread wicks consumed themselves as the candle burned, eliminating the need for snuffing and the attendant black smoke and bad smell. As for gasoline and diesel, though output was minuscule, they at least offered a glimmer of hope for internal combustion engines whose fuel reserves were running dry. At least some vehicles would not be reduced to bizarre contraptions topped with coal gas bags. "Now we have the firewood for steelmaking. All we need is the rice for cooking," said Jiazi of the Iron and Steel Industry Department at an early December implementation meeting for the 5-year plan. Phase 3 of the steel mill expansion will begin in April 1630. Phase 2 had been fully completed in November 1629, its main focus being the perfection of smelting facility supporting systems, the installation of rolling mill equipment, and the increase of converter steelmaking capacity. Steel production still relied primarily on imported pig iron. The collective had not yet established its own pig iron industry. Phase 3 would add 2 blast furnaces and 2 open hearth furnaces, along with a new iron ore beneficiation plant. Tiandu ore was of high enough grade to be used directly for steelmaking. The Iron and Steel Industry Department planned to sort the ore. The highest grade material would go straight into steelmaking, while the next tier would be smelted into pig iron. The blast furnaces in the design had a capacity of 125 cubic meters, capable of producing 50 tons of pig iron per day, roughly mid-19th century technology. With both blast furnaces running, annual pig iron output would reach 35,000 tons. The figure made everyone's eyes light up: 35,000 tons of pig iron. To put that in perspective, during the Industrial Revolution, Britain's pig iron output in 1720 was only 25,000 tons. "That's practically a mountain of steel and a sea of iron," Wang Liubin was elated. With such prodigious pig iron capacity, steel would no longer be the bottleneck constraining Lingao's industrialization. Railways, iron-hulled ships, large all-steel frame factory buildings, reinforced concrete construction, complete sets of industrial equipment, all would be within reach. With a massive steel supply, the transmigrated collective's industrial production could finally break free from its present small-scale, almost artisanal mode and embark on the road to true heavy industry. End of chapter. Chapter 509, the Yulin Harbor Development Plan, an expansion of this scale for the steel industry. "Do we have adequate stockpiles?" Wendacy asked. These were not great leap forward style backyard furnaces, but genuine industrial blast furnaces. By the standards of another timeline, they qualified as outdated, small-capacity facilities slated for restriction or demolition. In the 17th century, however, they represented the height of technology. Setting aside refractory materials, that problem had been solved using bittern from the salt fields. The cooling water jackets alone required several tons of steel, and they were castings. When Dacey knew that of all casting work, Steel was the most difficult. Its low fluidity made large steel castings like cooling jackets extremely challenging. The technical conditions for building this new equipment are fully mature, and the material requirements are met. Expansion to this scale poses no problem, Ma Qianju replied. However, we will consume a great deal of our pig iron and steel stocks to manufacture the equipment. Allocations of pig iron and steel for other purposes will have to be further cut. What about the mining equipment? And all the supporting systems, boilers, steam engines. These things are made from tons of steel, Zhan Wuya objected. Then there's the rail production slated for Tiandu that the Planning Commission scheduled. The shortfall is 40%. Even if we had enough materials, we'd still need to add production equipment to deliver on time. Those priorities will naturally be guaranteed, Ma Qianju said, opening his notebook. Gentlemen, since August the Planning Commission has been cutting steel allocations across the board for the express purpose of breaking through this critical steel and coal bottleneck. The difficulties are temporary. Once we get past this hurdle, steel will no longer be a controlled material. You've all seen the projected output. That said, current stocks remain tight. He read out the present inventories of steel, pig iron, and wrought iron. That really isn't much, Zhan Wuya said. We'll have to halt all munitions production. Casting cannons and shells consumes a lot of pig iron. The transmigrated collective's armaments work had always proceeded at a slow but uninterrupted pace. Each month the Planning Commission allocated production quotas for weapons, ammunition, and rations. As for a dedicated arms factory that the Army and Navy had requested, none existed yet. Everything was handled by the machinery works. Halting all munitions production was a highly sensitive issue. Since this was a 5-year plan implementation meeting, Ma Qianju was the only one who could plausibly represent the military, so no one jumped up to object. Still, once this measure was announced, the military's reaction was easy to imagine, especially the Young Turks led by Zhang Bailin and Wei Awen. Artillery was their pride and joy. The matter was significant. All eyes turned to Ma Qianju, who also held the title of Chief of the General Staff. It can be done, but it's a close thing. Ma Qianju pulled another notebook, this one from the combination-locked briefcase he always carried, bearing the word armaments on its cover. Current Minié rifle stocks stand at 4 basic loads per weapon. The artillery training detachment has 1 basic load of shells, the coastal heavy guns half a load. The 80-154's naval guns have 1.5 loads, the schooner patrol boats, 1 load. Ammunition reserves aboard the other sailing warships are insufficient. After absorbing Zhu Kailao's remnants, our sailing fleet expanded rapidly. The old miscellaneous cannons and shells aboard were removed and melted down, but new cannons haven't been mounted in time. The shortfall is large. As for shells, don't even mention it, Ma Qianju said candidly. Enough for 1 battle, though. As long as it isn't a joint attack by the Ming army and Zhang's main fleet, we may not be able to annihilate the enemy entirely, but we can certainly repel them. Ma Qianju had participated in several wargame exercises at the General Staff under Zai Yazhu's direction. Is there currently any danger of war? Wen Daisy asked. According to analysis from the Intelligence Department, not at present. Then halt cannon and ammunition production. Channel full capacity into equipment for the Tiandu development plan. Can we ask Guangzhou to expand pig iron imports? Not easily. The problem isn't just that the price of importing pig iron from Guangdong keeps rising. It's that our import volume is so large that market stocks are running low, and we've encountered competition. Besides us, who would be buying that much pig iron? The Ming government, Ma Qianju said. The Guangzhou station reports that Governor General of Guangdong and Guangxi Wang Zund is casting cannons on a large scale and buying up pig iron. Iron prices on the market have spiked sharply. Would the government actually pay cash for iron? Don't they usually do forced purchases and the like, extorting goods with worthless scrip? That's true enough. But since the foundry owners take a loss, they have to recoup it somehow. Besides, the Ming now contracts things out to merchants. They don't rely entirely on coercion anymore. According to historical records, Wang Xun's cannon casting efforts were quite ambitious. He once cast 200 pieces in a single order, the Intelligence Department representative reported. Next year's scale may be even larger. A wealthy merchant named Li Luoyu has somehow wrangled exclusive rights to cannon casting for the entire province of Guangdong. What's his background? We haven't started investigating yet. Wire Guangzhou immediately and have them look into him, when Daisy said, then suddenly remembered something. Have we figured out that woman Li Huamei's background yet? Not yet. She set sail for Goa in October, carrying a large consignment of cargo. What does she plan to bring back for us? Mainly opium and jute, Ma Qianju said, plus miscellaneous goods. How is the sailor training going? Very well. Director Wen, the crews of those schooner patrol boats you designed were all trained by her. Zio Zishan cleared his throat to remind Director Wen not to go off on a tangent. So next year's pig iron prices will rise even more sharply. Although once the Tiandu development was complete and the blast furnaces began producing iron, Lingao's pig iron would be entirely self-sufficient, with large quantities of finished steel products available for export. That was still a year away at the earliest. We'll just have to grit our teeth and keep importing, Wang Liubin said. Expensive is expensive. At least we can afford it. We're only letting the foundry owners profit temporarily, Wen Daisy said. Once our steel output ramps up, never mind exporting iron products back to Guangdong. Just stopping imports will cause iron prices to collapse. We could use the opportunity to establish a commodities exchange system and control Guangdong's iron market through bulk commodity trading. Hold on economics we'll discuss later, or we'll spiral off endlessly, Zio Zishan, the meeting's moderator, cut off Yifan's discourse. Let's stick to the coal and iron issue. With a stable coal supply secured on the island, our next step is the Tiandu iron mine, Wen Daisy said. Let's now discuss the Tiandu development plan. Ma Qianju rose and walked to the large display board, drawing back the curtain covering it. Behind the curtain hung a large-scale map of the Sanya area, festooned with colored flags marking various locations. At the Executive Committee's behest, the Planning Commission has completed the Tiandu development plan, Ma Qianju said. Please review it. Developing Tiandu was not simply a matter of building a mining area and expanding the Yulinbao dock. The Transmigrated Collective intended to construct Yulin as an entirely new base, a future staging ground for naval expeditions to Southeast Asia for trade and colonization. The overall plan was ambitious. Phases 1 and 2 would be completed within the first 5-year plan. Phases 3 and 4 would be undertaken in the second 5-year plan. Phase 1 involves developing the Tiandu mining district, Ma Qianju said, pointing at the map, along with basic supporting infrastructure. First, a new fortress would be built on the main peak of the Luhuidu Peninsula. Simultaneously, docks, piers, and artillery batteries would be constructed on the peninsula. This location would serve as a naval anchorage for fleets heading south to Southeast Asian waters. The existing Yulinbao dock would be expanded into a specialized materials export terminal fully equipped with mechanized loading gear. In the future, iron ore from Tiandu, manganese and phosphate ore from Damao, and dried coconut and timber from Yazhu would all ship through this facility. Eniul town, across from Yulinbao Fortress, would be completely rebuilt according to modern urban planning standards, outfitted with comprehensive infrastructure, and populated with a large influx of immigrants. Local resource processing enterprises would be established on site. Plans called for a timber mill, a copper processing plant, and a food factory first. Eniul would become a commercial port for trade with Southeast Asia. Not only would the Transmigrated Collective attract merchant vessels traveling to and from Southeast Asia to anchor and trade there, but Wen Daisy also planned to relocate the headquarters of the newly formed Southeast Asia Company to the site. Tiandu Township, destined not to appear for another 300 years, would now be founded ahead of schedule. The transmigrated collective's Tiandu Mining Bureau would be headquartered there. The bureau would manage not only the Tiandu iron mine, but also the future development of manganese and phosphate deposits in the Damao area. A railway would link Tiandu Township and the Yulinbao dock to transport ore. This means we'll be investing heavily in the Yulin area, Wen Daisy observed. Heavy investment, but high returns. Developing the Yulin harbor area isn't merely about the Tiandu iron mine. It will also become a new foothold in southern Hainan, complementing Lingao in a north-south mutual support posture, Ma Qianju said. This new base was essentially a blank slate. Indigenous inhabitants were few. Ming authority was dozens of kilometers away in Yazhu. The transmigrated collective could plan, develop, and build in this region entirely at will, without expending great effort on conquest or negotiation. Unlike Lingao's coexistence model, the Yulin harbor area would become the first territory under the transmigrated collective's outright rule. Yulinbao will be upgraded to the Sanya Special District, Wen Daisy announced. The executive committee promptly approved the Tiandu development plan. The entire operation would commence in the spring of 1630. Its complexity rivaled the original D-Day landings. All departments began planning the allocation of materials and personnel. End of chapter. Chapter 510. Preparatory work. The laborers slated for deployment to Sanya had been training for over 3 months. They were healthy young adults recruited from among the immigrants, more than 3,000 in all, organized into military-style units and drilled accordingly. This labor force would land as construction workers. After completing the infrastructure work, they would transition directly into employees of the Tiandu Mining Bureau. In the director's vision, this was the transmigrated collective's construction corps. The project manager from the Lingao Construction Company tasked with overseeing the engineering work, Zhuo Tianmen, was not at all keen on the title. I say we just call it the engineering team. Corps sounds too grandiose. Besides, how is a construction company supposed to command a corps? After the military training concluded, specialized vocational training began for the large engineering team. The military phase had been chiefly meant to instill organization and discipline. The transmigrated collective had no intention of using them for combat. A full infantry battalion would be detached from the army and dispatched to Yulinbao, where it would be permanently stationed. To this end, the army was authorized to recruit a supplementary battalion from newly cleared immigrants in quarantine. This infantry battalion would constitute the transmigrated collective's core military force in the future Sanya region. Its missions were twofold: to counter any hostile indigenous forces or Ming troops that might appear, and, more importantly, to deter and suppress insurrection within the engineering team itself. In the executive committee's assessment, given the harsh local conditions and the intensity of construction, such incidents were virtually inevitable. Zhuo Tianmen submitted a list to the executive committee itemizing every category of specialized worker he needed. Besides the more than 1,000 basic laborers, the Lingao Construction Company's own construction crews would have to deploy in full. Various departments would also have to assign a number of skilled workers to accompany the mission. Even so, the gaps were large. Zhuo Tianmen therefore requested that the executive committee coordinate the assignment of skilled workers to train the engineering team. This would at least address some of the less technically demanding trades. He established 5 training classes, drawing participants from among the laborers. The first was a construction worker training class, taught by rough carpenters, masons, and plumbers from the Lingao Construction Company's crews. The second was a blasting training class, dedicated to explosives and demolition work, taught by Panda's combat engineers. The third was a road building training class, led by Shan Daoqian and Li Chiki. In addition to road construction and rail laying, the curriculum included vehicle maintenance and driving skills. The fourth was a foraging training class, conducted by members of the long-range exploration team. The Yulin harbor area was still a wilderness, rich in timber and wild flora and fauna, resources too valuable to waste. Trainees learned logging, fishing, gathering, and hunting techniques. The final class was a hygiene training class, organized by the Ministry of Health to produce a cohort of basic medics. The ministry would also dispatch a 7-person medical team to accompany the deployment, but against a first wave of over 1,000 personnel, followed by another 1,000, a 7-member team was a drop in the bucket. A great deal of basic hygiene and health care would require trained hands. In addition to the construction and mining laborers, Wuda, following directives, had selected 300 immigrant households for resettlement as a group. This cohort would be led by Hu Wume, also known as Fatty Hu, a former pirate chief who had served under Zhu Keilao. They would become residents of the new Enniul town. These immigrants had been selected with an eye to occupational balance. Most were farmers, but the group also included artisans and small traders. They would arrive in Yulin harbor after the infrastructure was complete. To acclimatize the engineering team to the upcoming sea voyage and prevent seasickness from disabling them upon landing, Zhu Tianmin arranged for the laborers to sleep aboard empty ships moored in Bopu harbor as adaptation training. For transporting the engineering team, Zhu Tianmin selected Qionghai Coal, the largest vessel in the transmigrated collective's possession, capable of carrying enough people in a single voyage. Chen Heiyang promptly recalled Qionghai Coal from its coal-hauling duties, substituting smaller vessels. After the recalled ship had its holds cleaned, it was renamed Sanya 1. Its primary mission would be troop transport. Hammocks and bunks were crammed aboard, and footboards and handrails for latrines were installed along the gunwales. For cargo transport, the auxiliary vessel chosen was a 1,500-ton self-propelled flat-deck barge. Its large capacity and shallow draft made it ideal for the landing operation. Previously, fuel shortages had kept it dormant at Bopu, serving only as a floating crane. Now its crane was removed and the hull cleaned out. Compartments were unsealed. The empty fuel tanks were reconnected to Fengcheng's oil lines and refilled with diesel. "Can this thing still move?" Wang Liuobin asked, a little worried. "Definitely," Mengde assured him. When we put it in storage, the engine room was given a full overhaul before sealing, according to regulations. It's only been a year and a bit, no problems. When the generator was test run, everything was indeed normal. Self-propelled barges were low-tech and built to take a beating. This barge was christened Swift Whale. Together with Great Whale, now undergoing modernization with a diesel engine installation, it would handle the transport of heavy equipment and large materials for this operation. Wang Liuobin took his mechanical department crew aboard Fengcheng and wandered through its cavernous engine room, heads together in murmured discussion. "Chief Wang, I don't think the small coal gas generator can handle bringing the auxiliary engines back online," Jiang Yi said, pushing up his hard hat. The darkened engine room stank of machine oil, the air thick and stale. Since Fengcheng's auxiliary engines had been shut down, the auxiliary engine compartment had been sealed. Apart from monthly inspections, no one entered. It would be such a waste not to get these big auxiliaries running again. The generating capacity of these 2 auxiliaries alone equals who knows how many locomobiles. Wang Liuobin's task was to bring Fengcheng's generators back online to partially meet the shore's power needs. The locomobiles currently at Bopu Power Station were slated for shipment to Yulin Harbor to serve as the first landing party's mobile power station. Too bad the coal coking plant's diesel output is so low. Let's burn coconut oil. Marine auxiliaries are pretty rugged, they don't need high-grade diesel. First, coconut oil's viscosity is too high. Without hydrogenation it probably won't work. Second, coconut oil production is limited too, and marine auxiliaries are fuel hogs, Wang Liuobin said, gazing at the hulking, high-powered marine diesel auxiliaries in the darkness. If only they could remove the generators connected to them. Running them on steam would be easy enough. but extracting those generator sets and reinstalling them ashore to run again would involve an enormous amount of work, with no guarantee of success. Generators, especially high-capacity ones, were among the transmigrated collective's most precious assets. What about a continuous feed coal gas generator? The piping's hard to build. It needs to be airtight and run over water. Our current materials probably aren't up to it. Wang Liubin shook his head. Why not just build it on deck? Xiao Gui suggested. Put the gasifier directly on deck. The piping can use existing engine room plumbing, or we can fabricate our own. The only worry is an explosion, Wang Liubin said. Still, it was an easy solution. The risk isn't too great, Jiang Yi said. Coal gas generators were right up his alley. Use better materials for the gasifier, install it directly on deck, and surround it with blast-resistant sandbags. The discussion concluded with a decision to install a gasifier on Feng Cheng's deck. This infuriated Li Dai. The graceful lines of the big iron ship would now be topped not only by a coal gas bladder, but also sandbags and a coal bunker. It was hideous, but electricity was paramount. Li Dai's objections were overruled. Even his argument about military security was dismissed. Someone had demonstrated that, apart from the transmigrated collective's own artillery, no one else could lob a shell onto Feng Cheng's deck. Relax. As soon as the petroleum industry gets going, we'll take all this off, Wang Liubin consoled him. That'll be in the year of the monkey, the month of the horse. It won't be that long. The second 5-year plan will definitely include it. Chen Heiyang raised no objections. Without the auxiliaries running, Feng Cheng was essentially a dead ship. Relying on power fed from shore, only a few systems could operate, and much of its onboard equipment went unused. He was, however, concerned about safety. Coal gas and coal piled on deck. An explosion or fire would be catastrophic. For now, we can only say take every precaution. There are no guarantees in industrial production, Wang Liubin said. The ship already has water pumps aboard. The key is proper protocols and accountability. The naval ratings you've stationed aboard could stand to do fire drills in addition to their regular training. I'll make that a priority, Chen Heiyang said. You also need to remind the operators to practice safe production. Feng Cheng may be tied to the wharf for now, but it's our fleet in being, a symbol of deterrence. If something goes wrong, it would be nothing less than the shattering of a myth. Once Feng Cheng's auxiliaries were running and feeding power into the grid, the 4 mobile 100-horsepower locomobiles at Bopu Power Station were all shut down. The machines were sent to the machinery works, disassembled for their first major overhaul. Going forward, the Industry Commission would no longer rely on locomobiles as the primary generating equipment. Since we've proven that diesel engines can run on coal gas, we can put all our stockpiled diesel generator sets into service. Wang Liubin issued instructions to Chiang Kai-shek at the Electric Power Company. The transmigrated collective had brought several diesel generator sets, but owing to fuel shortages, they had been sealed in reserve after operating briefly in the period before the Bern hydroelectric station came online. Now that coal gas substitution had proven successful, the generator sets could be recommissioned. After the locomobiles and their ancillary generators were cleaned and overhauled, they would be installed aboard 2 new purpose-built small power barges under construction at the shipyard. These would serve as mobile power stations. Compared to diesel generator sets, their greatest advantage was fuel convenience, highly suited to an era in which, outside Lingao, petroleum fuels simply did not exist. End of chapter. Chapter 511. The Small Steam Engine Li Dai's Contraband. The American-made small steam engine was successfully replicated under the combined assault of Jiang Yi and the machinery works crew. Many of the specialized components were handcrafted by the 2 fitters Sun Li and Xiao Gui. The boiler's unusually compact and ingenious design gave them quite the headache. The result was 30% larger in dimensions and 25% lower in power output. Overall, it would do. Don't underestimate it. Compared to the locomobiles we brought along, its output efficiency is much higher, Joe Billy said. "It's lucky we're reverse engineering it now. A year ago, we wouldn't have been able to." Over the past year and a half, the machinery works had continuously added specialized equipment and gradually completed its tooling. Combined with constant production practice, skill levels had improved rapidly. Workers had become increasingly adept at using their tools and had gained considerable experience in selecting substitute materials. This small steam engine was quickly finalized and put into mass production. It was light enough to be installed on a rowboat, and motorizing such small craft was precisely what the transmigrated collective urgently needed. The engines would serve not only for inland waterway transport, but also aboard slightly larger boats for harbor patrol and security. Following instructions, the Industry Commission installed these steam engines on transport boats, converting them into tugs. Meanwhile, purpose-built shallow-draft small barges were manufactured according to Wang Liubin's drawings. When Jan Wuya saw the plans, he was taken aback. "Chief Wang, is this supposed to be a barge?" "Of course it's a barge. It looks more like a coffin to me," Jan Wuya said. "Aside from being a bit larger and having a slight streamline below the waterline, it's basically a floating coffin." To reduce the vessel's weight, these small barges were fabricated from riveted iron plate. They looked much flimsier than the wooden-hulled transport boats, though, of course, their draft was also much shallower. "That's exactly what it is," Wang Liubin said. "The British built these for hauling coal on canals." Britain was the first nation to build a large-scale canal network. Early canals carried little water and had no reliable motive power. Boats were often towed by a single horse, so large vessels could not be used. In some stretches where elevation changes were steep, specialized boat lifts were employed to haul barges over the drop. Consequently, the barges were small and their draft shallow. A single converted tug could tow 10 such barges. Each barge's payload was roughly 2.5 tons. The 2.5 tons isn't even the maximum capacity. That's the load set for a safe draft depth. In better channel conditions, 4 tons would be no problem. Still, the draft truly was shallow enough to meet navigation requirements on the Nandu River. The tugs fitted with small steam engines could also get through, barely. Of course, the tug's loading had to be calculated carefully. It could not carry too much fuel, only enough for a one-way trip. Since fuel could also be taken on at the Hai family dock, the issue was not serious. Jan Wuya planned to convert 4 transport boats into tugs. Each tug would haul 25 tons per voyage. Powered boats were faster. They could make 2 round trips a day, moving 200 tons of lignite per day from the Jiazi mine. Moreover, once the coal washing plant came online, what they shipped would be clean coal rather than raw coal containing 60% impurities. The net effect was transportation capacity equivalent to around 550 tons per day of raw coal, more than enough for the coal-coking integrated plant. In practice, maintaining that volume will be impossible, Jan Wuya said. "I doubt the uptime of these steam engines will be that high." Factoring in scheduled maintenance and breakdowns, keeping 3 tugs running on the route is achievable. Even so, daily throughput would still be 150 tons. "You're too optimistic. Mark my words, once these tugs have been in service for 6 months, if you can keep 2 running simultaneously, the machinery works will have struck gold," Wang Liubin said. "By then, small steam engines will be in large-scale production. If one breaks, we just swap it out," Jan Wuya declared grandly. "We're only waiting for the iron ore from Tiandu." Wang Liubin smiled. "Grand sentiment, sure. But things were obviously not that simple. Landing 3,000 people on a desolate beach was an operation even larger than D-Day, and they had to launch construction simultaneously in 3 directions, requiring correspondingly greater stockpiles of supplies. Lingao's entire productive capacity was running at full throttle, churning out the materials needed for the Yulin landing. Work uniforms alone required 9,000 sets. Mo Zion had originally planned to produce 6,000 by his reckoning. 1 set on each worker plus 2 spares would suffice. But when he submitted the production plan, Ma Qianju told him the figure was insufficient. You've never done construction work. Clothes don't just get worn, they get devoured. 4 sets per person is the bare minimum, and shoes, at least 3 pairs each. Damn, that bad. The canvas and coarse cloth the planning commission allocated won't be enough. Tell Guangzhou to procure another batch. I recall they cabled recently about an English broker offering a large lot of cheap Indian cotton cloth. At the time we still had unused domestic stock, so I didn't approve the purchase. Wonder if it's still available, he muttered to himself. What did you say, Commissioner Ma? Nothing. Ma Qianju covered quickly. Go take care of it. But I still have an application for more sewing machines. Approved. Ma Qianju glanced at the application, mentally tallied roughly how much stockpiled material would be consumed, and agreed. That's wonderful, but you'll have to talk to Zhan Wuya and his people. Have them hurry up or we won't have time to make the clothes. I know. Off you go, I won't see you out. After shooing Mo Zion away, he immediately called the vehicle works to ask whether the vehicle production quota could be met on schedule. Definitely not in time, Li Chiki shouted from the other end of the line. Li Chiki's vehicle works was swamped. They had to manufacture 3 different types of vehicles simultaneously: rail cars for the simple railway, mine carts for the mining district, and Purple Lightning Kai, human-powered wheelbarrows. Producing all 3 at once kept Li Chiki and Jiang Muzhai running like headless chickens. Fortunately, the Bao Lei family, recruited from Fashion, had stepped up as indigenous technical pillars. The moment the Bao family left the quarantine camp, they were entrusted with critical duties. Bao Lei became the lead craftsman of the wheel manufacturing team. Having risen from looking like beggars to having food, clothing, and shelter, the father and sons were overwhelmingly grateful to the Australian bosses and threw themselves into their work. Before long, they had fabricated wheels of various diameters to vehicle work specifications. After watching their craftsmanship, Jiang Muzhai judged the products to be quite good. Apart from a shaky grasp of tolerance, quality was nearly flawless. The only drawback was their slow production speed. The Bao father and sons were fascinated by the transmigrated collective's Purple Lightning Kai wheelbarrows. Wheelbarrows were simple in structure and easy to build. The Baos had made many in their time. But how did the Australians manage to produce wheelbarrows so light, so nimble, so effortless to push? That secret had been something Bao Lei was determined to uncover. In truth, Bao Lei harbored a hidden agenda. Arriving in Lingao and enjoying food, clothing, and security naturally filled him with gratitude toward the Australians. Yet the Purple Lightning Kai had also kindled his greed. If only he could learn how to make this type of wheelbarrow, he could open his own workshop and make a fortune. But he soon discovered he was dreaming. Though poor, Bao Lei had been proud of his craftsmanship. Then one day he sneaked into the final assembly shop and watched the Purple Lightning Kai being put together. His confidence evaporated completely. The assemblers used only a few simple metal picks with wooden handles. Effortlessly, they fitted a cart together from a heap of loose parts. Bao Lei had built carts himself and knew that assembly was the most labor-intensive stage: constant adjustments, wood shims wedged in here, parts removed and planed there. Even the smoothest assembly took half a day. Now this worker had assembled over 20 carts in under half an hour. Each was completed in a single pass. The shock was profound. Dozens of carts, and every part on each was identically sized. The Australians truly deserved their reputation as master craftsmen. From then on, in addition to the awe an employee owes his employer, Bao Lei felt a new respect for them as fellow artisans. Finally, when he saw the roller bearings on the wheelbarrow axles, Bao Lei knew he would never in his life be able to imitate the Purple Lightning Kai, not even the crudest knockoff. Perhaps the Ming had skilled craftsmen capable of turning iron into tiny spheres and fitting them into round housings, but he would never be able to procure such housings in quantity for installation on wheelbarrows. If he tried, the price of his imitations would be beyond anyone's means. From that point on, Bao Lei became utterly devoted to the Australians. He worked with all his heart, no longer hoarding his skills. He grew far more enthusiastic about mentoring apprentices. He understood now that his own craftsmanship was nothing compared to theirs. When the machinery works consulted its archives and fabricated several purpose-built wheel-making machines for the vehicle works, Bao was terrified by these mighty devices that could shape hardwood as though kneading dough. He understood perfectly well that such machinery could completely replace his skills and do the job better. For that very reason, he worked harder than any other craftsman to learn how to operate the machines. Before long, he was the most proficient equipment operator on the wheel-making team. His younger son, Bao Bohang, also improved rapidly. It seems traditional craftsmen can absolutely embrace new technology, Li Chiki observed. Jiang Muzhai snorted dismissively. HMPH, that's because he's destitute and works for us. If he had his own workshop, think he'd be so willing. End of chapter. Chapter 512. The Sanya Expeditionary Battalion. You have to understand the mentality of these petty producers. At their core, they're unreliable. Jiang Muzhai continued airing his distrustful views. Let me tell you something. It turned out that an alert worker with a positive attitude, though his motives were suspect, had already come forward to inform on Bao. He reported that the master craftsman had been secretly sketching on scraps of paper and often lingered alone in the workshop at dawn, long before the shift began, examining vehicle parts. Really? Li Chiki's eyebrows shot up. So the indigenous people really can't be trusted. In his view, the collective had rescued the whole family from the brink of starvation, and they enjoyed the highest compensation in the vehicle works. Yet they still harbored ulterior motives. It's not about being trustworthy or not. Selfishness is a human weakness. Looks like we'll have to reassign him away from key positions. That's unnecessary. So he drew a few awkwardly proportioned sketches. Does that mean he can build a purple lightning kai? He can't even source the materials. Besides, he works hard now, and his machine operating skills are solid. He's our top technician, Jiang Muzhai said. HMPH, I just can't stand that type of person. From then on, Li Chiki's opinion of Bao soured considerably. The sheer volume of vehicles needed for the Tiandu development kept the vehicle works running around the clock, yet the gaps remained large. The problem of the machinery works' small scale was laid bare. Lingao's current industrial system was small but comprehensive, capable of producing many things, but incapable of scaling up for true mass production. After some thought, Ma Qianju ordered a temporary reduction in railcar output. Those were the most complex to manufacture and consumed the most materials, in favor of prioritizing wheelbarrow production. At the construction launch, demand for the nimble little carts would surely be high. Ma Qianju then endured harassment from Zhang Bailin. Hearing that cannon and shell production had been halted and all capacity diverted to civilian machinery, Zhang marched straight to the executive committee to demand an explanation. Director, you're dismantling our own defenses. Zhang Bailin adopted a pained expression. When the enemy attacks, are our army brothers supposed to resist with second-generation spears and cutlasses? I beg you to reconsider. Boo-hoo-hoo. Production is only being suspended for a few months. Besides, the recent casting quota was mainly for naval guns. Is that so? Zhang Bailin's tears vanished instantly. Still, naval guns are also part of the nation's armaments. They shouldn't just be cut. And as for ammunition, what we have now would be used up in a flash. Without artillery, how do we counter enemy human wave tactics? The machinery chief wrote on the OA that concrete could be used as a shell substitute. Not as good as iron shells, but workable in a pinch. Ma Qianju recalled Jiang Yi's post. Concrete shells might even serve as training rounds later. Recovered iron shells always suffered some attrition losses. Would the ballistics be the same? Zhang Bailin tried to continue. Do you want Soviet-level quantities of guns and American-level unlimited ammunition? If you do, then bear with it for now. I'm very busy, let's talk later. Ma Qianju finally managed to coax him out, wiping sweat from his forehead. Clearly, he would have to establish a formal visitation system. He couldn't have every Tom, Dick, and Harry barging into his office. Otherwise, major initiatives would become impossible. Chen Haiyang, though he had reservations about halting artillery production, was at least a cadre schooled by the party and accustomed to obeying organizational directives. When he reflected on the payoff, once the Tiandu mining operation succeeded, he made his peace with it. The order to build a 1,000-ton iron ship was issued ostensibly for developing Tiandu, but by the time it could be finished there was no iron. Now we're short on iron and resmelting it would be wasteful, so it's shelved as a non-performing asset. A textbook case of seat of the pants leadership. Ming groused about Project 854 sitting on the slipway. The ship was supposed to mark an epoch. Instead, it sat weathering sun and rain, now streaked with rust, an unsightly spectacle. At the time, we didn't know we'd acquire so many wooden ships. Hindsight is easy. Chen Haiyang shut down Mengde's complaints. When the executive committee had been seized with enthusiasm for the big iron ship, he, as the Navy's head, had been an ardent supporter. Can wooden ships compare to steam-powered iron ships? Getting ready to go to Tiandu, just preparing the vessels is a huge job. In preparation for the Tiandu development, the Maritime Forces Division had been ordered to undertake a large-scale vessel readiness campaign, driving the naval personnel into overdrive. Simply assembling crews had taken considerable ingenuity. Most of the pirate chiefs who had defected with their ships were still studying. Many sailors were not yet out of quarantine. Some of these ships had arrived with incomplete rigging or damaged hulls. Their sanitary conditions were hellish, infested with rats, cockroaches, lice, and fleas. The sanitation team had sprayed disinfectant and laid poison bait to exterminate vermin multiple times. Vessels in particularly dire shape were simply moored in the harbor's quarantine zone waters and left sealed, allowing their onboard life forms to die off on their own. After a night of calculations and planning, the naval staff under Ming Qiu concluded that, in addition to Swift Whale, Great Whale, the Type 67 landing craft, and Sanya 1, at least 10 sailing ships of 200-ton displacement or more would need to be made ready to meet the first wave's material transport requirements. These vessels would not only support the initial landing, but also execute subsequent shuttle runs, ferrying a continuous stream of personnel and supplies ashore. Simply readying all of them would take considerable time. Large sailing ships had not been built for transporting construction materials. Many oversized or extra-long items required special modifications before they could be loaded. The shipyard was swamped. The escort force comprised two 80-154 class fishing trawlers, the steam-powered gunboat Zhenhai, and the sailing gunboat Fubo. Each of the other sailing vessels was armed with 8 48-pounder carronades and 2 typewriters for self-defense. Swift Whale had 2 typewriters mounted on its deck. As for Great Whale, now motorized after its diesel engine refit, it would carry an Army artillery platoon. 2 12-pounder Model 1857 field guns were emplaced in sandbag-walled positions on deck, along with 1 12-pounder mountain howitzer. If any old town proved cooperative, all would be well. If not, the artillery training detachment would have a chance to practice. Additionally, the expedition carried 2 disassembled naval 120 muzzle-loading rifled guns. These would be installed at the Luhuitu Naval Battery. Great Whale and Swift Whale also had varying numbers of transport boats lashed to their decks. Some had been hastily fitted with small steam engines, others were oar-powered. They would provide mobility within the bays of Dadanghai and Yulin Harbor. Chen Haiyang regarded this as a rare opportunity for a large formation naval operation, so he sent all the naval officer cadets aboard for shipboard training. Finally, several small sailboats were readied for use as courier vessels and fishing boats. The waters around Yulin Harbor had good fishing grounds, and fresh provisions could be obtained locally. He Ming was in charge of Army readiness. He was, after all, a career officer who had actually served in a military unit and held the highest rank among Army transmigrators. compared to the senior command cadre, dominated by neat self-defense armored generals and enlisted or NCO veterans. He was clearly the most professional. The Expeditionary Infantry Battalion was commanded by Jiazi. A great many people had been denouncing him on the BBS for chronic absenteeism, claiming he was hiding out at the sanatorium on the pretext of photophobia and wind sensitivity as sequelae of tetanus. Shinayoran had established a sanatorium outside Bern Fortress, away from the industrial zone, for military personnel, long-range exploration team members, and workers in heavy labor or hazardous positions. According to the accusations, Jiazi not only malingered for extended periods but repeatedly tried to become intimate with the nurses assigned to the facility, though all such attempts had been righteously rebuffed by the young nurses Shinayoran had trained. After Ma Qianju telephoned him several times, Jiazi finally checked out of the sanatorium. His photophobia had reportedly improved, though he still told anyone who would listen that he must have contracted tetanus during the battle aboard Great Whale and that it simply hadn't manifested yet. "Look, my persistent aversion to light is proof," Jiazi whined to Ma Qianju from behind sunglasses. "Tetanus causes photophobia." Ma Qianju was skeptical. "I don't think that symptom matches." "Of course it does. I'm enduring the pain to serve the organization." "All right. The organization has decided. You're being posted to Yulin Harbor as Sanya garrison commander." Ma Qianju stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. "You should know there's a lot of discontent toward you. Apparently you made quite a few enemies on the BBS back in the day. A good number of our core people were active posters there. When I was a moderator, I deleted a lot of posts. I did offend a few petty people. They're comrades now." Ma Qianju turned around. The sunlight streaming through the window behind him cast a dazzling halo around his figure. "Your thinking is quite off track. If you keep this up, it could get dangerous. All they do is mouth off. There you're wrong. Anyone who was one of the 500 will, in the future, be capable of doing far more than mouthing off." Ma Qianju said no more. "You've been on extended sick leave. Plenty of people in the army have grievances against you. There's no going back to the training detachment. Go to Yulin Harbor. There's room to make a name for yourself." "Very well. I'll definitely do a good job. You can count on it." "Of course I can count on it." Turn Sanya into the transmigrated collective southern bastion. The place has great potential. Ma Qianju smiled. "Report to He Ming and put your team together. Discuss the details. Once you're in Sanya, you may have to open fire a few times." Jiazi returned to Army headquarters and conferred with He Ming over the deployment details. From Lingao to Sanya, a sailing ship took 7 days. With the number of motorized vessels limited, once the Yulinbao garrison encountered a large-scale attack and sent a distress telegram, they would have to hold out for at least 10 days before reinforcements could arrive. The area to be secured was also substantial, so He Ming judged that a force of 3 infantry companies was not excessive. Note, the 7-day sailing time from Lingao to Sanya is based on records in the Zhengdira Qiangtajai. End of chapter. Chapter 512. The Sanya Expeditionary Battalion. You have to understand the mentality of these petty producers. At the core, they're unreliable. Jiang Muzhai continued airing his distrustful views. "Let me tell you something. It turned out that an alert worker with a positive attitude, though his motives were hard to say, had already come forward to inform. He reported that Bao Lei had been secretly sketching on scraps of paper and often lingered alone in the workshop at dawn, before the shift began, examining vehicle parts." "Really?" Li Chiki's eyebrows shot up. "So the indigenous people really can't be trusted." In his view, Huang Tianyu had rescued the whole family from the brink of starvation, and they enjoyed the highest compensation in the vehicle works. And yet they still harbored ulterior motives. It's not about being trustworthy or not. Selfishness is a human weakness. "Looks like we'll have to reassign him away from key positions." "That's unnecessary." So he drew a few awkwardly proportioned sketches. "Does that mean he can build a purple lightning kai?" He can't even source the materials. Besides, he works hard now, and his machine operating skills are solid. He's our top technician, Jiang Muzhai said. HMPH, I just can't stand that type of person. From then on, Li Chiki's opinion of Bao Lei soured considerably. The various vehicles needed for the Tiandu development kept the vehicle works running around the clock. The gaps remained large. The problem of the machinery works' small scale was laid bare. Lingao's current industrial system was small but comprehensive, capable of producing many things, but incapable of scaling up for mass production. After some thought, Ma Qianju ordered a temporary reduction in railcar output. Those were the most complex to manufacture and consumed the most materials, in favor of prioritizing wheelbarrow production. At the construction launch, demand for the nimble little carts would surely be high. Ma Qianju then endured harassment from Zhang Bailin. Hearing that cannon and shell production had been halted and all capacity diverted to civilian machinery, Zhang marched straight to the executive committee to demand an explanation. "Director, you're dismantling our own defenses." Zhang Bailin adopted a pained expression. "When the enemy attacks, are our army brothers supposed to resist with second-generation spears and cutlasses? I beg you to reconsider. Boo-hoo-hoo. Production is only being suspended for a few months. Besides, the recent casting quota was mainly for naval guns." "Is that so?" Zhang Bailin's tears vanished. "Still, naval guns are also part of the transmigrated nation's armaments. They shouldn't just be cut. And as for ammunition, what we have now would be used up in a flash. Without artillery, how do we counter enemy human wave tactics?" The machinery chief wrote on the OA that concrete could be used as a shell substitute. "Not as good as iron shells, but workable in a pinch." Ma Qianju recalled Jiang Yi's post. "Concrete shells might even serve as training rounds later. Recovered iron shells always suffered some attrition losses. Would the ballistics be the same?" Zhang Bailin tried to continue. "Do you want Soviet-level quantities of guns and American-level unlimited ammunition? If you do, then bear with it for now. I'm very busy, let's talk later." Ma Qianju finally managed to coax him out and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Clearly, he would have to establish a formal visitation system. He couldn't have every Tom, Dick, and Harry barging into his office. Otherwise, major initiatives would become impossible. Chen Haiyang, though he had reservations about halting artillery production, was at least a cadre schooled by the party and accustomed to obeying organizational directives. When he reflected on the payoff, once the Tiandu mining operation succeeded, he made his peace with it. The order to build a 1,000-ton iron ship was issued ostensibly for developing Tiandu, but by the time it could be finished, there was no iron. Now we're short on iron, and resmelting it would be wasteful, so it's shelved as a non-performing asset. A textbook case of seat-of-the-pants leadership. Meng groused about Project 854 sitting on the slipway. The ship was supposed to mark an epoch. Instead, it sat weathering sun and rain, now streaked with rust, an unsightly spectacle. At the time, we didn't know we'd acquire so many wooden ships. Hindsight is easy. Chen Haiyang shut down Meng's complaints. When the executive committee had been seized with enthusiasm for the big iron ship, he, as the Navy's head, had been an ardent supporter. Can wooden ships compare to steam-powered iron ships? Getting ready to go to Tiandu, just preparing the ships is a huge job. In preparation for the Tiandu development, the Maritime Forces Division had been ordered to undertake a large-scale vessel readiness campaign, driving the naval personnel into overdrive. Simply assembling crews had taken considerable ingenuity. Most of the pirate chiefs who had defected with their ships were still studying. Many sailors were not yet out of quarantine. Some of these ships had arrived with incomplete rigging or damaged hulls. Their sanitary conditions were hellish, infested with rats, cockroaches, lice, and fleas. The sanitation team had sprayed disinfectant and laid poison bait to exterminate vermin multiple times. Vessels in particularly dire shape were simply moored in the harbor's quarantine zone waters and left sealed, allowing their onboard life forms to die off on their own. After a night of calculations and planning, the naval staff under Ming concluded that, in addition to Swift Whale, Great Whale, the Type 67 landing craft, and Sanya 1, at least 10 sailing ships of 200-ton displacement or more would need to be made ready to meet the first wave's material transport requirements. These vessels would not only support the initial landing, but also execute subsequent shuttle runs, ferrying a continuous stream of personnel and supplies ashore. Simply readying all of them would take considerable time. Large sailing ships had not been built for transporting construction materials. Many oversized or extra-long items required special modifications before they could be loaded. The shipyard was swamped. The escort force comprised two 80-154 class fishing trawlers, the steam-powered gunboat Zhenhai, and the sailing gunboat Fubo. Each of the other sailing vessels was armed with 8 48-pounder carronades and 2 typewriters for self-defense. Swift Whale had 2 typewriters mounted on the deck. As for Great Whale, now motorized after its diesel engine refit, it would carry an Army artillery platoon. 2 12-pounder Model 1857 field guns were emplaced in sandbag-walled positions on deck, along with 1 12-pounder mountain howitzer. If any old town proved cooperative, all would be well. If not, the artillery training detachment would have a chance to practice. Additionally, the expedition carried 2 disassembled naval 120 muzzle-loading rifled guns. These would be installed at the Luhuitu Naval Battery. Great Whale and Swift Whale also had varying numbers of transport boats lashed to their decks. Some had been hastily fitted with small steam engines, others were oar-powered. They would provide mobility within the bays of Dadanghai and Yulin Harbor. Chen Haiyang regarded this as a rare opportunity for a large formation naval operation, so he sent all the naval officer cadets aboard for shipboard training. Finally, several small sailboats were readied for use as courier vessels and fishing boats. The waters around Yulin Harbor had good fishing grounds, and fresh provisions could be obtained locally. He Ming was in charge of Army readiness. He was, after all, a career officer who had actually served in a military unit and held the highest rank among Army transmigrators, compared to the senior command cadre, dominated by neat self-defense armored generals and enlisted or NCO veterans. He was clearly the most professional. The Expeditionary Infantry Battalion was commanded by Jiazi. A great many people had been denouncing him on the BBS for chronic absenteeism, claiming he was hiding out at the sanatorium on the pretext of photophobia and wind sensitivity as sequelae of tetanus. Shinaoran had established a sanatorium outside Bern Fortress, away from the industrial zone, for military personnel, long-range exploration team members, and workers in heavy labor or hazardous positions. According to the accusations, Jiazi not only malingered for extended periods but repeatedly tried to become intimate with the nurses assigned to the facility, though all such attempts had been righteously rebuffed by the young nurses Shinaoran had trained. After Ma Qianju telephoned him several times, Jiazi finally checked out of the sanatorium. His photophobia had reportedly improved, though he still told anyone who would listen that he must have contracted tetanus during the battle aboard Great Whale and that it simply hadn't manifested yet. "Look, my persistent aversion to light is proof," Jiazi whined to Ma Qianju from behind sunglasses. "Tetanus causes photophobia." Ma Qianju was skeptical. "I don't think that symptom matches." "Of course it does. I'm enduring the pain to serve the organization." "All right. The organization has decided. You're being posted to Yulin Harbor as Sanya Garrison Commander." Ma Qianju stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. "You should know there's a lot of discontent toward you. Apparently you made quite a few enemies on the BBS back in the day. A good number of our core people were active posters there. When I was a moderator, I deleted a lot of posts. I did offend a few petty people. They're comrades now." Ma Qianju turned around. The sunlight streaming through the window behind him cast a dazzling halo around his figure. "Your thinking is quite off track. If you keep this up, it could get dangerous." All they do is mouth off. There you're wrong. Anyone who was one of the 500 will in the future be capable of doing far more than mouthing off. Ma Qianju said no more. You've been on extended sick leave. Plenty of people in the army have grievances against you. There's no going back to the training detachment. Go to Yulin Harbor, there's room to make a name for yourself. Very well. I'll definitely do a good job. You can count on it. Of course I can count on it. Turn Sanya into the transmigrated collective southern bastion. The place has great potential. Ma Qianju smiled. Report to He Ming and put your team together. Discuss the details. Once you're in Sanya, you may have to open fire a few times. Jiazi returned to Army headquarters and conferred with He Ming over the deployment details. From Lingao to Sanya, a sailing ship took 7 days. With the number of motorized vessels limited, once the Yulinbao garrison encountered a large-scale attack and sent a distress telegram, they would have to hold out for at least 10 days before reinforcements could arrive. The area to be secured was also substantial, so He Ming judged that a force of 3 infantry companies was not excessive. Note, the 7-day sailing time from Lingao to Sanya is based on records in the Zhengdira Qiantajai. End of chapter. Chapter 513, the Army-Navy Central Agreement. If the Navy is going to defend Luhuidu Fortress on its own, it will need at least 1 Marine company, and they simply don't have that kind of strength. So they'll definitely need our support, He Ming said. Additionally, Tiandu Township must be secured. It's inland and the surrounding environment is complex. There's not only the danger of attack by Ming troops or local militia, but also the Li situation. A unit must be stationed there for protection. 3 companies may not be enough. We also have Eniul town to defend. Eniul can be left to the militia for garrison duty. Deploy the main force and battalion headquarters at Yulinbao, using boats for mobility, able to support Eniul at any time, and if necessary, Luhuidu or Tiandu Township. The final strength of the Army's Sanya Expeditionary Battalion comprised 3 infantry companies, 1 artillery platoon, 1 engineer platoon, and a battalion headquarters platoon, essentially a combined arms battalion. The Navy would send a detached squadron and a small shore defense contingent to garrison the area. At a joint Army-Navy conference held at the General Staff, Army Representative He Ming and Navy Representative Ming Qiu concluded Army-Navy Central Agreement No. 1 concerning the defense of the Sanya region. The agreement stipulated that the Luhuitu Naval Base would be garrisoned by a Naval Fortress Artillery unit and a Marine platoon. The Army would assign 1 company to assist in the defense. Yulinbao, previously occupied by the Navy, would be transferred to the Army. Army units would be stationed at both Yulinbao and Tiandu Township. Both parties confirmed. The commanding officer of the Army's Sanya Expeditionary Battalion would concurrently serve as the garrison commander of the Sanya Special District, exercising unified command over both Army and Navy forces. Local militia would be organized. The Army would be responsible for organizing and training these units. Command would be shared between the Sanya Special District's administrative head and the Sanya Garrison Commander. Logistics for both services would be transported by the Navy. In practice, provisioning for the entire Sanya Special District was the Navy's responsibility. This clause was inserted at the Army's insistence to ensure that Army materiel enjoyed necessary priority during transport. A point of contention was who would control the only radio transmitter in the Sanya area. The final decision was that Army personnel would operate the set, which would be sited at the Navy's Luhuidu base. Once both sides had signed, Ma Qianju led the applause. Naval signalwomen then brought in trays filled with glasses of fruit juice, laced kvass, bubbling vigorously. Let us toast to Army-Navy cooperation in the Sanya region. Ma Qianju raised his glass in the General Staff Conference Room at Executive Committee headquarters. The Army and Navy representatives lifted their glasses in unison. Both Ming Qiu and He Ming were veteran soldiers. In the military, they drank hard and both held their liquor well. Kvass was little more than mouthwash as beer went. Seeing their lingering thirst, Ma Qianju ordered, "Bring the gentlemen some rum." Rum soon appeared. Ma Qianju poured for them himself, then poured a small measure for his own glass. This operation is the Transmigrated Collective's first large-scale action since D-Day, and the first major joint operation since the Army and Navy were established as separate services. Ma Qianju chose his words carefully. The Sanya operation, to put it grandly, bears upon the nation's destiny. You are both career soldiers trained by the PLA. On matters of grand strategy, you must steer the Army and Navy on the right course and refuse to be swayed by extraneous factors. How could the two not understand the Chief of Staff's meaning? They drained their glasses at once. "Rest assured, Chief of Staff," He Ming declared immediately. Ming Qiu also gave a steady nod. Because of his background, he was technically still only a guest advisor to the Navy. The Chief of Staff's words signified that he was being treated as a true insider. "Consider it done, Chief of Staff," he said. Then he added, "The Sanya Special District Development Operation still has no code name. Calling it by its full title is inconvenient. Why not take this opportunity to give it one?" "Let's call it Operation Giant," Ma Qianju said. "Our transmigrated collective is about to grow into an industrial giant right here." Yuan Xiao was on the patrol boat, leading the hands in scrubbing the deck. He was now a fully qualified naval officer cadet, no longer a supernumerary trainee. In fact, he had become the gunnery officer of a 200-ton sailing ship, one of the vessels brought by the defecting remnants of Zhu Kailao's fleet that Lin Baiguang had turned. After thorough cleaning, overhaul, and refitting, the ship had joined the sailing warship squadron. This type of traditional Chinese junk was ill-suited for Western-style gun decks owing to the constraints of its hull structure. Moreover, its slow sailing speed made it unsuitable for coastal patrol work. The Navy basically employed it as an armed transport. It had been given the simple designation Lineon 7. "Scrub harder." Yuan Xiao shrilled. His sleeves were rolled up, his arms, soaked in seawater, were red. In one hand he held a book-sized stone, the specialized holy stones transmigrated sailors used to polish decks bright. The practice was something Wen Daisy had adopted from the Age of Sail British Royal Navy. Most of the Lingao naval personnel came from absorbed pirates. A smaller portion were impoverished coastal fishermen. Whether former pirates or fishermen, they universally expressed profound bafflement at this business of scrubbing decks with stones every day, along with many other tasks they considered completely pointless. Every morning at 5 o'clock, the watch on duty began hosing down the deck. After the washdom, they polished the planks white and gleaming with book stones, then mopped them dry. Simultaneously, all metal fittings on the deck were buffed to a shine with cloths and fine sand. Any loose cordage had to be coiled neatly and stowed. Sails not in service had to be lashed and furled. Nothing was permitted to lie casually on deck. Everything had to be organized and stowed in its proper place. For men accustomed to a free and easy life at sea, such discipline was sheer torment. No one understood why the deck had to be scrubbed clean and then polished bright. The moment the ship went to sea, it would be splashed with salt water again. As for coiling ropes, that was even more incomprehensible. Piled in a heap, they served just as well. Yet the naval officers and cadets enforced these regulations to the letter. No deviation was tolerated. For the first time, the pirates learned what military discipline truly meant. In the old days under the pirate chiefs, there had been rules too. No drinking before battle, no loud talking after lights out. But interference in personal affairs was minimal, and there was plenty of free time. With the Australians, everything changed. Even when ships lay at anchor and no shore leave was granted, sailors adhered strictly to 4-hour watches. Men off duty could sleep or chat. Men on duty had to perform maintenance, upkeep, and drills. Whether of pirate or fisherman background, sailors initially found naval discipline unbearable. Chen Haiyang, however, tolerated no slackening. Not entirely confident in the cadets' abilities to enforce order, he frequently went aboard ships himself to inspect watch standing and drill performance. Yulin had once cautioned Chen Haiyang against checking in person. After all, these sailors had only undergone a few dozen days of Wei Awen's indoctrination training, and how much effect that had on the old hands among the pirates was anyone's guess. If a mutiny broke out, he could lose his life for nothing. All the more reason to show some guts. If you're timid yourself, how can you expect to cow them? Chen Haiyang laughed. A few pirates, what of it? If any of them dare stick his head up, we'll deal with him harshly. During the subsequent rectification training, a number of old hands did indeed begin grumbling and inciting the sailors to cause trouble. As it turned out, Wei Awen's political study was not for nothing. The majority of new sailors, though still chafing under the strict discipline, had already witnessed the Australians' power during those sessions. Moreover, the Australians' naval wages were the highest in this era. The Marine Force commander, Old Dai, led the Marines in a swift and clean suppression. Of the more than 40 rioters, 18 ringleaders were hanged at the Bopu Harbor Naval Wharf. The rest were sentenced to indefinite reform through labor. Yuan Xiao gazed at the deck. More than a dozen sailors lay prone, scrubbing vigorously. The cleaning was almost done. Detritus had been stowed. The 8 24-pounder carronades at their stations gleamed brightly, and round shot was stacked in regulation pyramids. Zheng Dashui. You call that scrubbing the deck? Go back and do it again. Yuan Xiao spotted a patch that was not bright enough and immediately ordered the work redone. Yes, sir. The sailor called Zheng Dashui obeyed at once. By age, Zheng Dashui was twice Yuan Xiao's senior. By experience, he had been knocking about in Zhu Kailao's main crew for more than a decade, a veteran old salt. Yet before an officer cadet, he obeyed orders just the same. From the very start of rectification training, Chen Haiyang had hammered home the concept of rank and established the absolute authority of the officer corps. Yuan Xiao's gaze swept across the naval wharf. 18 desiccated corpses hung from iron chains, swaying in the sea breeze, the direct consequence of defying orders. A stark reminder to every indigenous person who joined the Australian Navy. Along the wharf, the fully prepared large sailing ships lay at anchor, one after another. These vessels looked nothing like they had when they first arrived at Bopu. Yuan Xiao sometimes marveled at how people changed after coming to Lingao. Even inanimate objects like ships, once in the Australians' hands, seemed to transform into entirely new things. Damaged hulls, gaping deck seams, and crooked masts had all been repaired. Every defect, no matter how trivial, had been mended. Sails that had been patched or pieced together with grass mats were replaced with brand new canvas. Ragged rigging was replaced with standardized new cordage. Yuan Xiao, a child of seafaring folk, knew that even without these repairs the ships could have sailed for years without falling apart. No wonder some people said the Australians were obsessed with appearances. But looking good really did make one feel different. In Yuan Xiao's view, once a ship passed into Australian hands, it was as if it had become new. No, it was more than that. It was not merely like new. It had been infused with an entirely new vitality, a vigor he had never sensed on any ship before. End of chapter. Chapter 514. Naval Ensign. The sailors finished scrubbing the deck and mopped the wet planking dry. The entire surface was now mirror bright, without a speck of dust or debris. Yuan Xiao, as the day's duty officer, inspected the work. Following the regulations laid down by Director Wen, the Navy's supreme advisor, he removed his shoes and paced the length of the deck in a pair of white cloth socks freshly done that morning. The sailors knew the drill. If he lifted a foot and found grayish-black traces on the sole, the entire deck would have to be scrubbed again. Every ship moored in designated harbor zones was required to meet this standard, another regulation from Director Wen. Director Wen's concern for naval affairs had reached a level the sailors found hair-raising. Beyond setting the standard, he had also mandated a rigorous deck cleaning protocol. Mopping, for instance, followed explicit procedures. 2 buckets were required, one marked clean and one dirty. The mop was first rinsed in the dirty bucket and wrung almost dry before being dipped into the clean bucket, taking care not to absorb too much water, and applied to the deck. After a specified area was covered, the dirty bucket was emptied, the clean bucket became the dirty one, and a fresh clean bucket was brought forward, the rotation continuing in unbroken sequence. As Wang Dahuzi had once remarked while drunk, the Navy is a place where even farting has a regulation. After walking the length of the deck, Yunwen Xiao's socks remained as white as when he put them on. Satisfied, he put his shoes back on, logged the deck's condition in the handbook, and announced that cleaning was complete. Only then did the sailors, still holding buckets, mops, and brushes in readiness, begin stowing their gear. Yunwen Xiao proceeded to inspect deck equipment. As the ship's gunnery officer, he paid particular attention to weapons. Owing to its original hull structure, all of Lineon 7's gun positions were on deck. Exposed to salt spray and seawater, these weapons demanded high maintenance. Each cannon had to be kept spotlessly clean in the bore, and not a trace of rust was permitted on the barrel. He checked each gun's muzzle and barrel in turn, inspecting the touch hole for fouling or corrosion. He tested the carriage wheels for sluggish rolling, and felt around the axles to verify that lubricant had been applied according to regulations. Finally, he inspected the tackle and breeching ropes secured to the gunwales. As gunnery officer, ensuring every weapon was in peak condition was his primary duty. He also tested whether the 2 newly installed typewriters traversed and elevated smoothly. This entirely new weapon had only recently been issued. Yunwen Xiao had witnessed its power during his training aboard the patrol boat. With this device on the poop deck, any enemy attempting to grapple and board would be slaughtered outright. Even fire ships, that ultimate terror of pirates and Ming troops alike, and feared even by the red-haired foreigners, were no longer terrifying. No crew could steer a vessel close enough to ram when the helmsmen would all be cut down by the typewriter from 100 meters away. The weapon was, however, not yet easy to employ. The gunner needed great strength to hold the barrel on target. A first-time shooter invariably sprayed rounds into the sky or the deck. Yunwen Xiao himself had practiced long hours in the training detachment before mastering the trick of controlling muzzle climb, a technique he then taught to his gun crew. After the inspection was complete, the gunners covered and secured the weapons with tung oil, treated waterproof canvas. He glanced at the hourglass and scale beside the helm on the poop deck. In half an hour, the captain would come topside for inspection. After that, breakfast. But last night all captains in port had been summoned to Navy headquarters for a meeting. Yunwen Xiao knew the Navy was about to undertake a major mission. The specifics might well be announced today. As for what the orders were, Yunwen Xiao had no idea. Even the captain had been in the dark. Lineon 7's captain, Qiongshan, was one of the earliest pirates to defect to the Australians, captured during Liu Xiang's night raid on Bopu. After vetting, he had been deemed redeemable and taken on as a sailor. Through outstanding performance and diligent study, he had earned a recommendation for Naval Studies Course 1 at the Military Political School, becoming one of the first indigenous personnel promoted to naval officer, and among the first cohort to serve as ship's captain. In the old days, he had commanded only a battered sampan. Now he was captain of a 200-ton ship, strutting about the deck in an officer's uniform, issuing orders with authority. Yunwen Xiao envied him greatly. When would he himself command a ship? Still, that was rather wishful thinking. He would only turn 16 after the Lunar New Year. Was there such a thing as a 16-year-old captain? Then again, he was already a naval officer cadet with candidate officer status, gunnery officer of a large ship, and ranked among the top students in Naval Studies Course 2. As for his future prospects at the thought, his lips curled into a grin. Qiongshan returned. smiling broadly, and clapped him on the shoulder, an informality at odds with military protocol that startled Yuan Ziyao. Qian Changshui was normally the consummate officer. When had he become so friendly? "Congratulations, lad," Qian Changshui beamed. "You're about to become a captain." "What?" Yuan Ziyao's eyes went wide. "A captain, a 16-year-old captain. Don't gape like you're trying to swallow a watermelon." Qian Changshui's warmth was genuine. "Come, let's talk in the cabin." Yuan Ziyao, still dazed, reached the captain's cabin on the poop deck before he came back to his senses. Qian Changshui explained. Lineon 7 had received orders. In another week she would set sail on a mission. He too had been promoted to captain and would soon transfer off Lineon 7. "You'll probably get a special duty vessel," Qian Changshui said. "Not big, but at least it's a ship. You'll be the old man aboard." "Such a young captain. That's a first on these waters. The orders will be delivered shortly. Get your quarters squared away, change your clothes, and prepare to go to the sacred ship to receive your new commission." A messenger arrived with orders for him to attend the promotion ceremony aboard the sacred ship. Fengcheng was now called the sacred ship in standard new speak. It was the transmigrated collective's holy ground and the Navy's sanctuary. Naval headquarters occupied part of Fengcheng's compartments. Owing to its comfortable facilities, it was nicknamed Fengcheng Hotel, and the Dock Queen, jokers termed it Lingao's Yamato. Yuan Ziyao had once gone aboard as a trainee for observation. The vessel's majesty had so excited the three Yuan brothers, then still trainees, that they could not sleep for days. From that moment on, they had resolved to follow the Australians to the end. The moment he set foot on the gangway, a golden-haired foreign woman popped up from somewhere, aiming a black object at him and clicking away. Yuan Ziyao already knew this thing was called a camera, used for taking portraits. Photographs appeared from time to time in the Lingao Times they read daily. This was how they were made. Yuan Ziyao no longer fled in terror at the sight and had learned to smile for the lens. He stared at the large bosom bouncing beneath the foreign woman's close-fitting blouse, blushed crimson, and quickly ducked his head to pass. "Look up! The 15-year-old captain," she called with a loud laugh. People on deck laughed too. Yuan Ziyao, mortified, hurried toward the cabins in double time. The promotion ceremony was imposing. In Fengcheng's banquet hall, the warship march blared from a loudspeaker. More than 100 naval trainees from the Military Political School's officer cadet program stood in formation. The ceremony for this second cohort of ensigns was underway. On the dais sat Chen Haiyang, People's Commissar of the Navy, Director Wen Dacey, Supreme Advisor to the Navy, and other senior transmigrator officers. This was the Navy's second indigenous officer promotion. To foster a sense of honor and reinforce loyalty among indigenous servicemen, both the Army and the Navy held solemn ceremonies for every promotion. There's really nothing unusual about it. If these ensigns don't get killed or prove utterly hopeless, they should all be lieutenant generals or full admirals in 20 years. A bit of pomp and circumstance is only fitting. Ma Qianju had always supported such martial splendor activities, both in spirit and materially. This time, however, he did not attend. He felt his appearance rate was already too high. Having attended 3 of the Army's 4 ceremonies and 1 of the Navy's, further exposure would only invite gossip. Chen Haiyang read out the names of the 10 newly promoted naval ensigns one by one. Most were from Naval Studies Course 1, though a few were from Course 2, like Yuan Ziyao. Those called stepped onto the dais individually, receiving their officers' commissions from Chen Haiyang and their naval officers' short swords from Wen Dacey. Although the simple cotton Year 1 naval uniforms looked a bit comical with a sword hanging from them, the naval transmigrators had insisted on issuing this symbolic weapon, because the Army awarded command sabers at its ceremonies, and if the Army had them, the Navy certainly could not go without. Naval Studies Course 2, Yuan Ziyao. Chen Haiyang's unaided voice was full and resonant. Awarded the rank of Naval Ensign. Chairman of the Executive Committee, Wen Dacey, People's Commissar of the Navy, Chen Haiyang. December 1629. Yuan Xiao jumped to his feet as if by reflex, walked on trembling legs up to the dais and saluted. He received his commission from Chen Haiyang. Then Wen Dacey presented the officer's sword. Looking at this scrawny young man who seemed almost a child, Wen Dacey knew he was the youngest of this cohort, a youth destined to be a pillar of the future Imperial Navy. No wonder the propaganda department planned to use him as the subject of a major publicity campaign. "Congratulations," Wen Dacey said. "Thank you, Director Wen." The sight of Director Wen, whom indigenous people revered almost as a god and who seldom appeared, offering him personal congratulations moved Yuan Xiao to brimming tears. For the first time in his life, Wen Dacey witnessed someone reduced to tears by a few words of his. His sense of leadership was greatly gratified. End of chapter. Chapter 515. Pan's interview. Yuan Xiao immediately received the first formal assignment of his naval career. He was appointed captain of special duty boat UT-4. UT-4 was a 70-ton class, two-masted Guangdong junk, originally brought in by remnants of Zhu Kailao's fleet when they defected. After conversion, it had been designated a special duty boat. The Navy had acquired an assortment of 17th-century Chinese sailing vessels of various sizes in this timeline, especially after absorbing Zhu Kailao's remnants and sundry other petty pirates and stragglers. The Lingao Navy's fleet had grown considerably. Smaller tonnage vessels, after targeted modifications, were all classed as special duty boats and assigned miscellaneous support tasks, including fishing, which was one of the Naval Forces Division's important duties. Report to your ship immediately and handle the handover. You have 3 days' leave starting tomorrow. After your leave, go to the shipyard to take on equipment, personnel, and ammunition. Prepare to sail. Chen Haiyang issued the orders directly. Yuan Xiao walked out of the cabin in a daze, clutching his document folder, his head floating in the clouds. He unconsciously touched the officer's shoulder boards he had just put on, then the short sword at his waist, then peered at the commission in his hand. Joy he could not suppress welled up from his heart. He was now a naval officer and captain of a naval warship. Compared to the rank of ensign, the position of captain carried even more weight in his mind. He had to tell his brothers right away so they could celebrate properly. Yuan Xiao realized it had been months since he and his brothers had gathered. All three were in the Navy, but in different units. Apart from the occasional chance encounter at the docks, they almost never had time to meet. But the moment he stepped out, he ran into the busty foreign woman who had been snapping pictures earlier. Speaking in her peculiar Newspeak accent, she demanded that he strike a few more poses for photographs. Yuan Xiao obliged with several stiff postures. The woman seemed dissatisfied and kept telling him to relax, to act natural. At last the photographs were done, and the foreign woman asked to interview him. Yuan Xiao did not know what an interview was. She explained that she would just ask him a few questions. Yuan Xiao replied at once that answering questions would require a superior's approval, otherwise he might inadvertently leak secrets. "There won't be any leaks. I'm a reporter for the Lingao Times. I have authorization to conduct interviews." As she spoke, she produced a slip of paper from her bodice. Yuan Xiao hesitated before accepting the warm slip, a letter of introduction from the Lingao Times bearing an official stamp. On the back was Chen Haiyang's notation, approved, and a blue naval anchor seal. "All right, go ahead and ask," Yuan Xiao said. "Don't be nervous, relax," Pan said, pulling out a notebook. "I'm just going to ask about everyday topics." The interview lasted 30 minutes and was filled with questions that struck Yuan Xiao as baffling. What he liked to eat, what his favorite color was, how he felt about killing as a soldier. He could not fathom what use any of this was to a newspaper. When the questions turned to his background and how he had joined the Navy, Yuan Xiao's eyes reddened. Yuan Xiao's family tragedy was nothing unusual for Chinese people of any era. Even for someone from the 21st century, such stories had occurred generation after generation, times beyond count. Yet for someone like Pan Pan, the impact remained profound. If the Australian chiefs hadn't saved us brothers, our whole family would have died, our bodies eaten by wild dogs, Yuan Xiao said with emotion. They didn't just save our lives, they gave us food, drink, and clothes, taught us to read and write. And now I've become a naval officer. This kind of kindness, even if I died to repay it, I could never repay it. Pan Pan's expression was complex. She did not think Yuan Xiao was being insincere. Such heartfelt gratitude could not be feigned. Yet deep down, she harbored doubts about this kind of gratitude. In her view, such devotion could undermine a person's capacity for independent thought, turning him into a blind follower of the transmigrated collective. Although Pan Pan had followed Ding Ding to this era without hesitation, for love and adventure, she had after all grown up in a Western society that prized individual freedom. The concept had seeped into her very bones. Regarding the collective's various actions, and including some of Ding Ding's own remarks and behavior from time to time, she often felt a dangerous premonition. The new world these modern people were preparing to build by cheating their way to power was not what she had imagined. "Haven't you ever thought about what you truly want to do with your life?" Pan Pan asked. Yuan Xiao looked at her strangely. The question seemed odd. If you asked what he wanted to do, of course being a great landlord and having people wait on him hand and foot would be best. But for a child from a poor fishing family, not starving in childhood or drowning in adulthood was already the height of good fortune. To have reached his present circumstances was practically like being reborn. What else could he truly want to do? If he had to name something, it would be to climb the ranks, lieutenant, captain, and upward, and take a wife and have children to carry on the family line. But he was too embarrassed to say that aloud. "Nothing for now," he said. After the interview, Pan Pan snapped a few more photographs. She also wanted to take a group portrait of the three Yunwen brothers together. Yuan Xiao said that would have to wait until their gathering that evening. At the moment, even he did not know where his brothers were. Yuan Xiao returned to Lineon 7. The other cadets and sailors who had heard his promotion news all came to offer congratulations. Fellow Corstu cadets gazed enviously at the ensign's shoulder boards and the officer's short sword at his side. Qian Changshui also offered many cordial words. "You've really made something of yourself now, lad," Qian Changshui said. "You haven't formally left the ship yet. Let's add dishes to the midday meal to celebrate. After all, you came out of Lineon 7. So at noon the entire crew received extra rum and fried fish fillets. In the captain's cabin on the poop deck, the captain hosted a farewell luncheon for all cadets in Yuan Xiao's honor. The table was set with proper utensils. Each diner had a pretentiously fine white cloth napkin draped at the neck. An orderly with a white towel over his wrist waited on them. "There's one downside to being an officer. From now on, you pay for your own meals," Qian Changshui said, tucking his napkin back into his collar for the 10th time after it had slipped. Because it was a farewell banquet, Qian Changshui had paid out of his own pocket and instructed the ship's purser to buy extra provisions from the naval mess at Bopu. Officers had to pay mess fees. If you wanted better food at the base, the naval mess could oblige within its means, but everything cost money. In the past, Yuan Xiao, like any sailor, had eaten rations out of a tin lunch box, enjoying the free supply system mess. In terms of content, the fare already far surpassed that enjoyed by most commoners of the era, and even most of the Australian civilian workforce. Yet compared to officers' mess, the gap was considerable. Cadets and sailors mainly ate rice and dry stir-fried rice noodles, with side dishes of fish, shrimp, shellfish, and a bit of vegetables or pickles, plus a big pot of tofu and kelp soup or the like. The captain's table was different. Seafood still predominated, but preparations were more refined and variety greater. This time, Qian Changshui had even instructed the orderly to purchase chicken. There was also fruit wine on the table, the sort drunk by the chiefs, recently made available in small quantities for sale at the officers' mess. Ryuan Xiao sampled a glass and found it sweet and sour, easy to drink, though not strongly alcoholic. Dishes were served family-style but portioned by the orderly onto each diner's plate before eating. Because this was a banquet, lunch was a bit more lavish than usual, 3 dishes and a soup, with shrimp and mussel fried rice noodles in tomato sauce as the main course. Tea was served at the end. Ryuan Xiao sipped the bitter, fragrant tea following the naval etiquette he had learned in officer cadet training. In his heart, he felt fortunate beyond measure to have crossed into the ranks of commissioned officers. Such a life had been beyond his wildest dreams. Qian Changshui and the other cadets heaped many compliments on him at the table. At this stage, indigenous naval officers were still few. The value of an ensign was very high, especially since his first assignment was as a ship's captain. Qian Changshui, who had never thought the scrawny cadet anything special, now felt rather proud of him. After all, the boy had come up through his own ship. When the socializing was over, Ryuan Xiao took his leave, went ashore to the barracks, set down his belongings and went out to find his brothers. There were 3 Ryuan brothers, Ryuan Xiao, Ryuan Xiaor, and Ryuan Xiaoki. After Ryuan Xiaor joined the Navy, his gunnery skills stood out. In the end, he did not ship out but became a coastal fortification artilleryman stationed at Bopu's beacon tower, where he was now a gun crew chief. As for Ryuan Xiaoki, his gunnery was no worse than either brother's, but he was younger, only 13. After joining the Navy, he was promptly enrolled in the officer cadet program at the military political school, though in the junior division. In addition to military training, emphasis was placed on academic subjects, and the curriculum was far longer than the regular program. Ryuan Xiao went to considerable trouble to locate both brothers. Ryuan Xiaor happened to be off duty that evening and could take a few hours' leave. Ryuan Xiaoki had also obtained leave from the military political school. The 3 brothers walked together into a co-op restaurant in Eastgate Market. Their months of service had endowed them with a trim, crisp military bearing, and the moment they stepped inside, many eyes were drawn to them. A petty officer, a naval ensign, and a naval cadet, 3 brothers, 3 different sets of shoulder boards and sleeve stripes gleaming together, plus Ryuan Xiao's officer's short sword. They became the focus of attention. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the 3 Ryuan brothers felt excitement, pride, and a touch of self-consciousness. One of the waiters, reading the room, ushered them into a private room. End of chapter. Chapter 516. Brothers reunited. Ryuan Xiaor ordered an array of dishes, including the local specialty, roast suckling pig. The waiter, however, apologized. The dish had recently been banned by order of the great master of East Gate. Dong and Chuyu occupied such an unassailable position in Eastgate Market that some joker had saddled him with the nickname, and the indigenous folk had taken it up. The master says eating piglets is wasteful. They should be raised to full size before slaughtering. If you insist, you'd have to pay an extra surcharge enough to buy 10 piglets. The waiter added helpfully, "You can see, sir, that really isn't worth it. We do have spit-roasted pork, it's quite good. Even Master Liu is fond of it." "Fine, bring us a portion of the spit roast," Ryuan Xiaor said. The 3 brothers had been apart a long time. Opportunities to gather like this, sharing wine and conversation, were rare now. Each of their lives was full. That was entirely different from the old days. Then, they had struggled daily merely to scrape together a living, toiling from dawn to dusk without getting enough to eat, enduring endless hardships. Now, their busyness gave them a sense that their lives had meaning. Ryuan Xiaor had become thoroughly proficient at operating the heavy guns atop the beacon tower. As a key NCO, he was now training new coastal artillerists. 2 new heavy guns had been delivered to the naval range, destined for installation somewhere. He did not know where, but the orders to train gunners kept coming in with urgency. He was expert at working the guns and equally expert at training new hands. He had even devised a set of gunnery jingles, turning the procedures and key points for each station into rhyming mnemonic verses. The task was no easy feat, because although Li Dai endorsed the approach, he required that the jingles be in new speak. The Cantonese dialect rhymes Ryu and Zior had originally composed no longer flowed properly. A few days after he raised the problem, Li Dai brought Wang Tao to help. Wang Tao was a semi-professional folk art performer. Composing rhymes in Mandarin was easy for him. The jingles were written and put to use as they were completed, with excellent results. When Li Dai reported to Chen Heiyang, it was decided to extend the model. Ryu and Zior received a commendation from the People's Commissar of the Navy. Ryuan Zioki was not only studying advanced subjects, mathematics, geometry, physics, but also doing regular internships at the machinery works, learning steam engine construction and operating principles, and touring the hull structure of the 8154 fishing trawler in person. At the large testing pool when Dacey had built for the Navy, he studied how waves affected models of different hull types. All of this opened a door the fisherman's son had never imagined. Ryuan Zioki was exhilarated. He absorbed every bit of knowledge poured into him like a sponge. Sometimes, because his basic education was so weak, he suffered intellectual indigestion. He compensated with sheer memory, swallowing material whole. Before long, Ryuan Zioki was one of the top students in the Naval Junior Cadet program. Everything that usually appealed to boys his age had lost all interest for him. Every spare moment went to study. What he loved best were the top-secret albums that could only be borrowed from the library on a Naval Cadet student ID and could not be taken out of the reading room. These albums were unique to the Australians. Everything depicted in them was lifelike. They contained the warships possessed only by the Australian Navy, giant vessels of steel, cannons thicker than a man. Every time, Ryuan Zioki was entranced. These albums glorifying the transmigrated collective's overwhelming might were produced by a special unit within the propaganda department, expressly for brainwashing the indigenous elites the collective intended to groom as future leaders. All images had been curated and photoshopped, with anything inconvenient to explain carefully removed or obscured. Image selection also followed set standards. For instance, the most advanced warship type shown in the naval albums was the pre-dreadnought battleship, up to about 1900, and only a handful at that. The albums were filled instead with sailing warships and old-fashioned sail and steam hybrid vessels. This was to avoid giving indigenous viewers the impression that Australian technology had regressed. Later, the collective could claim that dreadnoughts, aircraft carriers, and submarines were all its own inventions. The captions, too, were entirely fabricated historiography, written by Lin Shen. To prevent the text from becoming too florid and contradicting the invented Australian history later assembled, he was instructed to keep descriptions vague and brief. Dates and years were omitted entirely to avoid complicating the future compilation of historical records. The three brothers' experiences were rich and varied, yet now, reunited after so long, 1,000 words rushed to their lips but none would come. The secrecy drilled into them by the Navy prevented them from discussing the most exciting parts of their careers. Not knowing what to say, the three turned their gazes to the street beyond the private room's window. Eastgate Market had by now grown into a small town. The transmigrated collective had brought thousands upon thousands of immigrants from the mainland, drastically expanding the customer base. Wages paid to employees, compensation to laborers, and sums remitted to local suppliers provided the material foundation for commercial prosperity. A thriving market brought vitality. It drew many locals to settle nearby and also attracted people from the mainland. Petty peddlers, ruined artisans, unemployed shop clerks, destitute prostitutes, and countless others with nothing to their names, all hoping to claim a share of the boom. The original three planned streets, one running north-south, two east-west, had gradually filled with buildings. Little vacant land remained. Thanks to good planning, space had been set aside not only for shops, pedestrians, and vehicles, but also for vendors' stalls, marked out with white painted squares. In some open lots, one could still pitch tents and set up booths. Newly planted coconut palm saplings lined both sides of the street. Using biogas from public latrines and the garbage processing station, Wang Liuobin had equipped the entire East Gate Market Street network with biogas street lamps. Recently, a gasification furnace had been built specifically to produce coal gas, supplementing the sometimes plentiful, sometimes scarce, and occasionally interrupted biogas supply. Thanks to an ample coal gas supply, street lamps had spread from the East Gate main thoroughfare to the side streets. Many larger shops willing to pay the connection fee had also installed gas lights. The large storm drains laid below the streets during the original planning proved invaluable for running gas pipes. Had steel not been rationed, limiting pipe production, Wang Liuobin would have gaslit the entire East Gate Market. Even so, the nighttime illumination of East Gate Market was dazzling. The old-style candle-lit lanterns, dim and oily, had vanished from the lighting system except as decorations. Even those who still burned candles now used the far brighter Australian wax. Cheap, bright lighting not only improved public safety, but had also given rise to night markets unknown in Lingao before, changing the habit of many locals who used to retire at sunset. Members of the Bern commune had taken to strolling here with their families after dinner. Some women even brought their needlework to do under the street lamps of the East Market. Beneath the bright gaslight, hawkers and shop clerks called out to attract custom. A row of food stalls stretched into the distance, warm and inviting. It's not like it used to be. Ryuan was the first to break the silence. When we first came to Lingao, Eastgate Market was nothing but one trading house and mostly wasteland. Hardly any shops, just shed stalls. Yes, who'd have thought it would grow so fast, so big, Ryuan said. Recalling how the three brothers had looked when they arrived in Lingao, he was overcome with emotion. We didn't even have a whole set of clothes between us. Little brother had no clothes at all, came in bare-assed and swinging in the wind. Ryuan reddened. You call what you were wearing clothes, second brother, a scrap of rag covering the front, bare in the back. Come to think of it, when the chiefs first came to sterilize us, they even looked at our backsides. I thought they were going to use us as catamites. I was thinking, these chiefs want an awful lot of catamites. Ha ha ha, the three burst out laughing. The humiliation and terror of those days, recalled in times of success, held no pain, only the sweetness of savoring their triumph. Lingao really is a good place, Ryuan said softly. Better to say our luck wasn't bad running into the chiefs, Ryuan corrected. Who could have imagined the three of us sitting in a grand restaurant like this, eating like gentlemen? Ryuan gazed at the table laden with food and sighed. If only father and mother could have lived to see this, how happy they'd be. He raised his cup and poured a libation onto the floor. The three fell silent, each visited by a distant sorrow. The faces of their dead relatives seemed to float before their eyes. Ryuan refilled the 3 cups. Everyone began chatting again. Xiao, you've really made it. Ryuan clapped his brother on the shoulder. From now on, I'll have to call you sir. Big brother is joking, Ryuan said, embarrassed. I wouldn't dare. In the military, you follow military rules, Ryuan said seriously. Our instructors used to say, even if the soldier is the grandfather and the officer the grandfather must still salute the grandson. That's what discipline means. Ah, I wish I had one of those. Ryuan was fascinated by his second brother's officer's short sword. He drew it from its sheath, turning it over in his hands, beaming with delight. It won't be long. Once you graduate, serve a few months shipboard internship and you'll be commissioned. This sword was presented by Director Wen himself. Who knows if you'll be that lucky? We don't know when we'll ever graduate, Ryuan said. The teacher says learning to be a naval officer takes many years, at least 3 or 4. Not like second brother, you're already a captain. When will I ever be a captain? Ha ha, you silly boy. Ryuan Xior, several years older, saw further than his brothers. The program you're in is also called the cadet course, but you do a lot more book learning. Chief Li told me once, you're all being groomed for big things. When the time comes, maybe you'll be promoted even faster than Xiao. End of chapter. Chapter 517. The new position the waiter swept in bearing a magnificent platter, a whole slab of roast pork, skin on and weighing a full gin. The rind had been cooked to a deep golden brown, crackling and blistered, dusted with some unfamiliar herb that released a heady fragrance as the fat beneath it sizzled and popped. That smells incredible. Ryuan Zioki's throat worked involuntarily. The platter was heaped with golden fried potato strips, lightly grilled tomato slices, and bright green blanched broccoli, all Australian produce that had appeared only in the past year. In all of Lingao, only the Australians' own mess halls, the co-op restaurant, and the trading post served them. The roast meat sauce, carefully blended, pooled at the edges of the platter and mingled with the dripping fat in a way that made one's fingers itch. The waiter wielded a two-pronged fork and carving knife with practiced ease, slicing the meat so that each portion included skin, fat, and lean in perfect proportion. "This roast is magnificent," Ryuan Xior exclaimed. "The price is equally magnificent. A rare treat. Besides, we can afford it now," declared Ryuan Xiao, newly emboldened by his officer's commission. "We still ought to save something for finding wives." The three brothers were chatting when a commotion erupted outside the private room, shuffling footsteps and a confusion of voices. Then came the waiter's strained appeal. "Gentlemen, please don't crowd, return to your tables, this is a chief, no gawking please." As they puzzled over this, a knock came at the door. Through it, the waiter announced, "Officers, a chief wishes to see you." Indigenous folk had no right to refuse when a chief wished to see them. The door opened before the waiter had finished speaking. Pan Pan walked in. She still had her black box slung over one shoulder, pen and notebook in hand. "Xiao, I'm here to continue the interview." She produced her letter of introduction. "I've obtained authorization from your brother's units as well." The letter now bore additional stamps from the Navy's Bopu Fortress District and the Military Political School, covering nearly half the page. And so the three brothers' family dinner became Pan Pan's interview session. One by one, their expressions stiff, they endured questioning on all manner of topics, including what type of woman they preferred. When the interrogation finally ended, they were posed and photographed for several group portraits before she released them. It was a relief to see the foreign woman chief off at last. The three brothers wiped the sweat from their brows and slumped into their seats. "Good heavens! That foreign lady has a powerful scent," Ryuan Xior panted. "Something between perfume and musk. How did a foreign woman end up being a chief anyway?" The Ryuan brothers exchanged puzzled looks. "Apparently she's a chief's wife, or perhaps a concubine. There seem to be quite a few red-haired people among the Australians. Several chiefs have red hair, but they all seem to be women. The chiefs have peculiar tastes." Ryuan Xior was a bit older and possessed some acquaintance with matters between men and women. He relished discussing them. The gathering lasted until 8 in the evening, when the steam whistles of the Bairn Industrial Zone's factories sounded the nighttime signal and they dispersed. Any later, and the last ox cart shuttle to Bopu would stop running. Ryuan Xior and Ryuan Xiao would travel to Bopu together. Ryuan Zioki would return to his school alone. After their farewells, the two elder brothers set off under the night sky and boarded the public ox cart running between Bairn Fortress and Bopu. Both were slightly tipsy. "Petty officer and ensign, do you have your IDs?" "No ID means you buy a ticket," announced the conductor Kumgard, who sat beside the ox cart driver wearing a uniform, a dual-use combatant work safety helmet, and a leather vest with front and back steel plates for protection. The guard wore a bayonet at his waist and carried a short-barreled Minié rifle on his back. These were Army soldiers, assigned in rotation to duty on the ox carts, first to protect the transit route and vehicle, second to deter anyone inclined to ride without paying. Ryuan Zior and Ryuan Ziao produced their military passes. The guard held them close to the lantern hanging at the cart's front, carefully comparing their photographs before returning them. Military personnel rode free as a rule, but anyone without ID forfeited the exemption. The late ox cart was nearly empty, only half the seats occupied. The cart lumbered into motion. Once they passed Eastgate Market, the lighting dimmed. Lamppost standards lined both sides of the road, but the lamps were merely candle-lit lanterns, less for illumination than for marking the road's boundaries, lest pedestrians or vehicles wander off the pavement. Actual visibility depended on the carriage lantern hung from the cart itself. Every few kilometers, whenever the ox cart passed a blockhouse, drums sounded from above, and the guard tapped a small gong a certain number of times, a departure signal whose count varied by day, serving as a recognition code for the route protection system. According to police headquarters regulations, all nighttime traffic, whether vehicles or pedestrians, had to carry a lantern as a signal. Anyone detected without one by a blockhouse could be fired upon at any time. Casualties would not be investigated. In practice, shots were never fired except in emergencies, but anyone caught would be taken into the blockhouse and detained overnight. The carriage lantern's glow spilled into the cart's interior, quite dim. The passengers were mere silhouettes. In the distance, Bairn Fortress and the industrial zone across the river blazed with light. The steelworks smelting furnaces were apparently still in production. Their glow reddened the sky, and the roar of machinery and the clang of steel carried clearly even from the opposite bank. By now, these sights were utterly familiar to the brothers, no longer sources of the fear and wonder they had once provoked. The Yunwen brothers vaguely understood that it was precisely these steel monsters, thundering day and night, that had enabled the Australians to transform Lingao, and to transform themselves and everyone in it. Ryuan Ziao's leave was full and eventful. Classmates and colleagues he had worked with came one after another to offer congratulations. Banquets and dinners filled 2 days. On the final day, knowing he would take command of his ship the next morning and immediately set out on a mission, he shut himself in the Bopu barracks to rest and recharge, and to ponder how to manage his ship and his sailors. Unlike the army, whose ranks came mostly from honest peasants, sailors were predominantly former pirates, tainted with all manner of bad habits and correspondingly more unruly. Instilling discipline in them required far more effort than with army recruits. Wei Awen and Chen Heiyang had devoted enormous energy to cultivating a disciplinary mindset and strictly reinforcing the concept of rank. Consequently, although the Navy's compensation far exceeded the Army's, hierarchy was more rigid and discipline far stricter. Thanks to civilizing influences from the 21st century, no one proposed restoring corporal punishment, but the threshold for court-martial was very low. A captain had the authority to arrest, confine, and interrogate anyone aboard at any time during a voyage. A military tribunal could be convened on board, composed of the captain, one officer or cadet, and one sailor delegate. Once conviction was rendered, the captain possessed authority to sentence the offender to death. Of course, the captain's power was not as absolute as it might seem. Ryuan Ziao had been a member of the Group of 10, and knew that every ship carried secret Group of 10 members. The captain's words and actions were reported continuously. When necessary, the Group of 10 had authority to take over a vessel, though any such takeover would be subjected to rigorous review afterward. During his training, the chiefs had repeatedly warned them, only when an officer committed a clear, imminent act of defection to the enemy, and no other force nearby was capable of immediately stopping the act, could the Group of 10 reveal itself and seize command. No other circumstance could justify taking command, otherwise it would be treated as mutiny. The consequences were severe. You must always remember, you are secret agents, not political commissars. Never undermine an officer's authority. Advocating for soldiers' rights is the business of the Soldiers' Committee, Ran Yao had reminded them more than once during training. The moment you expose your identity needlessly, you lose that identity and your purpose for existing. In practice, the Political Security Bureau dealt harshly with soldiers who leaked their Group of 10 status. Several of Yuan Xiao's classmates in the training program had been punished for violating the group's internal regulations, sent to the political section's disciplinary unit. Some had their military status revoked and were dispatched to the labor reform camps. Little had he imagined that he was now himself among those being monitored. Of course, his Group of 10 status remained unchanged despite his promotion to officer and captain. Once you joined the Group of 10, it was essentially a lifetime posting. Now, naturally, a new Group of 10 member would be assigned to Lineon 7, while he would be tasked with monitoring other captains, even higher-ranking officers. The previous night, an unsigned letter had appeared in his barracks room drawer. The Political Security Bureau instructed him to report to the Bopu Naval Officers' Mess during breakfast the following morning and await further directives. While queuing in the bustling mess hall for breakfast, an indigenous naval officer he had never seen before approached him. After they exchanged recognition signals, the man handed him a document containing detailed instructions. The letter, without salutation or signature, first congratulated him on his promotion to ensign and his elevation to captain, wishing him success in shining brightly and achieving new feats in his new post. Then came instructions for his next assignment. His mission was changed to monitoring other captains in the naval detachment to which UT-4 belonged. Reports were still monthly. In emergencies, he could report at any time. The letter emphasized that reports would be submitted by mail, giving the address, P.O. Box 119, Bern General Post Office. Somewhere on his own ship, one of the crew was a Group of 10 member. Given UT-4's size and complement of roughly 12 to 18 men, there was at least one. Yuan Xiao felt certain he could identify the agent, but on reflection he decided it was better not to try. End of chapter. Chapter 518. The Sanya Special District Leadership. The next day, Yuan Xiao took delivery of the newly refitted UT-4 at the shipyard. Only then did he receive his formal orders. UT-4 would join the Navy's Yulin Harbor Detachment as a permanent station. Chen Haiyang had concluded that, although the Navy had absorbed Zhu Kailao's remnants and various other small pirate bands, expanding its scale dramatically, combat effectiveness had improved only marginally. The limited number of vessels that could be called modern main force ships still had to be reserved for defending Lingao and escorting the sea lanes. Yulin Harbor's current purpose was to serve as an export terminal for iron ore and other local resources, not as a naval base from which to strike in all directions. Given these limited objectives, the Yulin Harbor Detachment's mission would be security-oriented, patrolling, inspecting, countering small-scale hostile actions, and when necessary, transporting Army units for maneuver within the bay. Should a large-scale attack actually occur, the heavy naval guns of Luhuidu Fortress would provide resistance. The detachment need not engage in fleet actions. Accordingly, the vessels chosen for the detachment were small craft under 100 tons, subjected to simple conversion and reinforcement, and armed with a modest number of guns. Like the other special-duty boats sent to Sanya, UT-4 carried only two 12-pounder naval smoothbores, one fore, one aft, plus a typewriter mounted on the poop deck. Because the special-duty boats had low freeboards, anti-boarding nets that could be raised or lowered were installed as defense against enemy grappling attempts. The vessel was tiny indeed. Including Yuan Xiao, her full complement was only 18 men. Apart from himself as the sole officer, there was just one naval officer cadet serving as navigator. The sailors were taken aback by the arrival of such a young captain. Months of rigorous training and disciplinary instruction had cowed them into not openly challenging an officer's authority, but exchanged glances and raised eyebrows still passed among them. Xiao felt a flutter of nerves. He surveyed the sailors under his command, tall or short, fat or thin, but uniformly clad in Year 1 naval uniforms. They were unruly, salt-sprayed veterans of the South China Sea who had spent years eating hardtack and drinking sea breezes. Some had sailed north and south, visiting Batavia, Patani, Manila, Ryukyu, and Japan. Others had never ventured beyond the bays near their home villages. Some were destitute fishermen who had toiled all day without filling their bellies. Others were old pirates, years roaming the sea, to whom murder and plunder were daily bread. Chance had gathered them, dressed them in the same uniform, hammered them into identically shaped soldiers, and finally set them on the deck of this special duty boat to face a captain who was still a few days short of his 16th birthday. The sea wind swept over the deck, the rigging creaked and groaned, the planking rose and fell with the swells. Xiao gazed at this freshly painted ship. From now on she was his. In that instant a pride he had never known surged through his heart. Xiao, a fisherman's son who had nearly starved to death in the streets, was now a captain. Henceforth he would be responsible not only for himself but for this ship and everyone aboard. Captain, all crew assembled and awaiting orders. The highest-ranking sailor on board, the naval officer cadet, saluted and reported. He was a young man of about 25 or 26, eyes full of puzzlement, probably wondering why the chiefs had chosen someone so young to be captain. "At ease," Xiao said, his voice calm. The permanent naval forces dispatched to the Sanya Special District consisted of the Navy's Sanya Detachment and the Yulin Harbor Base Unit. The former comprised 6 special-duty boats and a handful of sampans. The latter consisted of a fortress artillery company and a marine platoon. Numbers were modest. The most powerful weapons were 2 120 muzzle-loading rifled guns. Though they fired only solid iron-tip shot, in this era that was enough to destroy any vessel afloat. The base unit also carried 2 typewriters mounted on 2-wheeled light carriages for close-range support, available also to reinforce Army operations if needed. The commander chosen for the naval contingent in Sanya was Li Haping, recalled from Wucheng Fortress a month earlier. His days at Wucheng had been both fulfilling and tedious. Fulfilling because every day brought endless work. Wucheng Fortress had become a key trading post for commerce with the Li region, and with Lingao's ever-growing demand for cattle, its pens and warehouses were under constant expansion. Tedious because, come nightfall, with no electricity available, everyone simply went to bed. After several months, Li Haping was deeply tanned, in peak physical condition, with stamina to spare. There were not many candidates the Navy could dispatch. Chen Haiyang had few men in his pocket. He Ming was, after all, an elder, and his military career was even richer than Chen Haiyang's own, better to keep him as an advisor. Mengda was a merchant ship crewman. Yulin and Li Dai were both naval enthusiasts who, despite a year and a half of practice, were still entry-level sailors. In a sense, their practical seamanship and combat skills were inferior to those of Wang Dahuzi and other Preparatory indigenous officers. Being stationed at Yulin Harbor was nothing like being in Lingao, backed by the full might of the transmigrated collective. Defending the port with just a handful of small boats was not something amateurs could manage. After mulling it over, only Li Haping seemed suitable. He was a former PLA Navy man. Though his rank had not been high, he had at least been a professional naval serviceman. He had served aboard ships and ashore. Such versatility suited Yulin Base's needs. Li Haping thus became commander of the detachment and concurrently chief of the base unit. He asked Chen Haiyang to grant him a rank. Indigenous officers have all been given ranks now, shoulder boards and all. We're still bare-shouldered. That looks pretty bad when issuing commands, doesn't it? Improper title, unclear justification. Li Haping proposed that, given the position he was about to hold, he ought to be given the rank of Commodore. Commodore. Chen Haiyang shook his head repeatedly. Indigenous ranks are easy to assign, but the executive committee hasn't even formally begun discussing our own administrative grades and ranks. Ranks will come in due course. So I'm just supposed to be a commander with no markings, Li Haiping muttered, clearly dissatisfied. We can discuss that later. The Sanya garrison commander will be the army's Ziyazhu. A company will also be assigned to assist in defending Luhuadu base. Make sure you maintain good relations, don't stir up conflicts. Old Zai-ha, no problem, Li Haiping grinned. We used to play war games together all the time. That day, when Daisy summoned Wang Liubin to his office. Director Wang, you're looking well lately. When Daisy and Wang Liubin shared a relationship closer than most, they had been through one of the 3 bonds forged in iron that men speak of, so when they were alone, the tone was less formal. Not bad, not bad. Just wondering when the personal secretary situation is going to be resolved. Wang Liubin had been busy lately overseeing the plan to convert Feng Cheng's auxiliaries to coal gas. That'll happen soon, Wen Daisy said in a low voice. How would you like to serve as governor of the Sanya Special District? Wang Liubin's jaw dropped. The executive committee had not announced a candidate for Sanya's top post. In fact, no one even discussed it much. The Sanya Special District's designation and planning were already laid out, and its importance dwarfed branch operations like Lizhu or Qiongshan. At the very least, it was a reserve main base. Who would hold the senior post in the Sanya Special District was a sensitive matter. This would be the Transmigrated Collective's first regional chief executive. All parties had therefore refrained from proposing candidates and asked Wen Daisy to make a sacred ruling. Though when actually spoken, the phrase was, "Would Director Wen please suggest a candidate for consideration?" Wouldn't that be controversial? Wang Liubin knew full well how significant the position was. No, you're a technical specialist by background. You understand all kinds of technology, and you're an all-rounder when it comes to construction. You can handle civil administration and military matters reasonably well. Your prestige score is high enough. When Daisy paused. Besides, since D-Day, though you've been an executive committee member, you haven't actually headed a formal department. Your treatment has been on the low side. Given that alone, your appointment as governor of the Sanya Special District would be beyond reproach. Well, Wang Liubin was certainly drawn to becoming a regional chief executive, but going to Sanya would mean abandoning his current leisurely life as a technical advisor and consultant, leaving Lingao, which was starting to feel like a comfortable nest, for the wilderness of Yulin Harbor to open up a new base. He was reluctant. Director Wang, you're not especially attached to the cozy little nest here in Lingao, are you? You've hit the nail on the head, Wang Liubin admitted. Life in Lingao is pretty good. Go to Sanya and become a general contractor. The people doing the actual work will be specialized professionals. You just oversee the whole thing, Wen Daisy said. You're governor now, feel free to expand your administrative staff. All right. But governor doesn't sound right, too apt to trigger associations and resentment. Let's just call it special city mayor or district chief. Special city doesn't have the right ring. Let's make it greater district chief. And so, at the 23rd working meeting for the Sanya development plan, when Daisy nominated, and the full body approved, Wang Liubin as greater district chief of the Sanya Special District. The organizational structure of the Sanya Special District was also discussed and finalized at the same meeting. The highest authority in the district was the Greater District Chief, who possessed jurisdiction over all civil affairs throughout the Sanya region, including administration, justice, the economy, public security, and so forth. The militia to be organized in the Sanya region would be commanded and deployed by the Greater District Chief. Only the Army and Navy garrisons remained under direct vertical leadership from the Executive Committee in Lingao. The Sanya Special District government had no command authority over the stationed military forces. To facilitate coordination between the local government and the military, the Executive Committee also established a Sanya Regional Committee composed of 5 members, the heads of the Army and Navy garrisons, the Greater District Chief, the director of the Tiandu Mining Bureau, and the commander-in-chief of the Sanya construction headquarters. All major military issues would be coordinated and decided by this committee. End of chapter. Chapter 519. A new opportunity for office. The Sanya Special District's military committee system resembled a standing committee arrangement, but the committee's authority was limited strictly to military operations. Wang Liubin's policies in Sanya did not require the approval of the other 4 members. The garrison forces in the Sanya region were permitted to operate only in the vicinity of Yulin Harbor, primarily performing local defense and public security duties. Their jurisdiction extended from Tiandu Township as the center, north to Damao, south to the Luhuadu Peninsula at Yulin, east to Don Ridge, and west to the eastern shore of Sanya Bay, roughly the entire area surrounding Yulin Harbor. Within this zone, the military committee was authorized to sanction unlimited military action by the Army and Navy, including pacification, operations against local villages and Ming garrisons. As supreme authority in the Sanya Special District, Wang Liubin enjoyed governor-like powers similar to Tang Minglong's. He possessed the authority to appoint and dismiss all transmigrator cadres under his jurisdiction, except that this power did not extend to the heads of the Army and Navy garrisons, the director of the Tiandu Mining Bureau, or the construction commander-in-chief, all of whom were members of the Sanya Military Committee and directly appointed by the Executive Committee. Only if the full military committee, when necessary, voted 4-1 in favor, could the leadership of any one of those 4 be removed. Such a removal, however, was treated as a grave matter. Afterward, all committee members would be relieved of duty and recalled to Lingao to face a hearing. The greater district chief was exempt from this constraint. Even if the other 4 military committee members reached a 4-1 vote, they had no authority to remove him. Any attempt to strip him of power would be treated as mutiny. This framework had been designed as an experiment in future local government checks and balances, avoiding, on the one hand, a garrison degenerating into a Kwantung army-style cabal that acted autonomously and ran roughshod over the region, while preventing, on the other, the local government from controlling the garrison and becoming a semi-independent power with its own grain and guns. The executive committee's leaders clearly did not want a secondary power center, or worse, a splinter transmigrated collective, to form in Sanya. As for the 5 senior administrators' subordinate department heads, those would be nominated and appointed by the respective committee members. The tier of officials below them would be filled as far as possible by indigenous personnel trained at the military political school, so as to observe their capacity for independent administration and inform adjustments to the next phase of cadre training. While the executive committee busied itself convening meetings on personnel, the critical issue in this process, and debating departmental structures and cadre assignments for the Sanya Special District, the transmigrator masses were also actively maneuvering. The executive committee's communiques on the Sanya development project had already run to more than 20 issues, each containing releasable content from the meetings, mainly for the purpose of soliciting suggestions. Attentive members of the public had noticed that, to date, the communiques had not touched on specific personnel assignments. Without a doubt, once Sanya was developed and its administrative framework erected, a number of the 500 would be promoted to office. For rank-and-file transmigrators who had not secured even a minor post during the previous round of institutional expansion, those who remained ordinary, titleless chiefs, this was an excellent opportunity to advance on the board. Moreover, rumor had it that cadres dispatched to Sanya would, following the precedent set in Qiongshan, be issued personal secretaries. This stirred considerable imagination among those with a keen sense of career advancement. Some began actively jockeying for the vacant positions. As a result, the Executive Committee's discussion forum on the Sanya development project overflowed with all manner of opinions and proposals. The more sophisticated petitioners used their own expertise and skills as an entry point, eloquently arguing the importance of establishing relevant departments or enterprises in the Sanya Special District, citing precedents and drafting feasibility reports. Most of these individuals possessed specialized skills. Those more qualified than themselves had already been promoted to leadership positions in earlier rounds, so the creation of any such new post would naturally fall to them. Those less adept simply hammered away, over and over, at the importance of certain agencies and posts, typically ones requiring no particular professional expertise. Those with neither skills nor inclination for roundabout office seeking bluntly asked for posts outright. Having served as basic labor for so long, surely they deserved credit for their pains if not for accomplishments. Surely it was only fair to be given a minor administrative post now. Members already holding positions in the various departments were more circumspect, mainly calculating whether they might move up another rung. After Jiazi became commander of the Expeditionary Battalion, he had spent several consecutive days hosting banquets and distributing cigarettes to fend off the envy of his many transmigrator colleagues in the army. Everyone knew that, though his official title was merely a humble battalion commander, being the first to receive an independent major command was a harbinger of future ascent. Jiazi's fortune set many others into motion. At the Lingao Construction Company, one man had begun scheming. The company's headquarters was a two-story frame building of industrial style designed and built by Bing Feng, wrought iron trusses, fair-faced brick walls. The atrium rose the full height of both floors, with a clearance of 5 or 6 meters to the roof. Several enormous, sturdy wooden tables stood in the atrium. On the first table sat a scale model of Bairn Fortress. The second was currently under construction, surrounded by plaster powder, paper, glue, and assorted fine woodworking materials. The model maker was Jiazi, planner for the Lingao Construction Company. He was a fervent architecture devotee. As a licensed urban and architectural planner, the only one in the entire construction company, Jiazi had credentials that entitled him to look down on everyone else. He frequently submitted planning and design proposals at the company, all of which shared the hallmarks of big, huge, and elaborate. Shortly after D-Day, the executive committee had commissioned the construction company to erect a simple monument on the beach where the landing took place. Jiazi promptly submitted a drawing for a grand Baroque meets neoclassical triumphal arch structure. The proposal won unanimous praise at the executive committee and was immediately rejected as wildly unrealistic. In the end, no marker of any kind was erected. Jiazi had become a transmigrator for 2 reasons. First, to see the Baiyun Temple Pagoda with his own eyes. Second, to fulfill his dream of becoming the new Spear. He adored the visionary architecture and urban plans of the Soviet Union and the Third Reich. His computer was stuffed with such drawings. He fantasized that one day he would personally design the Palace of Transmigration and the 1,000-year imperial capital, which he privately called Divine Capital, though it overlapped somewhat with Empress Wu's Divine Metropolis. Later he had submitted designs for the Lingao General Hospital, the National School, the Lingao Transportation Hub, the Customs Building, and the Army Headquarters, proposals he himself regarded as woefully compromised with reality, reduced to unbearably Spartan standards. Without exception, all were shelved by the Planning Commission. The designs actually adopted were invariably the simple structures by Meiwan and Company. The most horrifying was the Oxcart transfer station overseen by Mei Lin, a bamboo pole truss with a rushmat roof. "That's a soup kitchen, not a transportation hub," Jiazi grumbled in private. Such comments, of course, did not win him many friends at the Lingao Construction Company. So far, the only projects accepted had been the Qiongshan Martyrs Cemetery and the construction company's sole external contract, the Eastgate Market Catholic Church. The initial design drawings for that church had nearly given Lu Ruohu a heart attack. The building would be larger than the Church of St. Paul in Macau, which had taken over a decade to build. The Jesuits' entire missionary budget would not cover even the facade. The plan was eventually slashed to an economy church before Lu Ruohu gave his approval and construction began. "I thought the church would have more money," Jai Runjai said, disappointed. He had not crossed into the 17th century to build ordinary little structures like these. Even General Manager Mei Wan finally told him, what was the point of churning out all this useless work every day? He should design buildings that matched the transmigrated collective's current capabilities and requirements. Jai Runjai, however, turned a deaf ear. Most of his time went to sketching grand architecture on his drafting board and drafting master plans for one new city after another. His long-standing neglect of practical work eventually led to Jai Runjai being relegated to on-site supervision as a project manager. His professional expertise was consulted only when certain projects required planning input. As for architectural design, he was entirely shut out. The moment the Sanya Special District Plan appeared in the communiqué, he threw himself into action. Sanya, Yulin, such wonderful places. Jai Runjai had visited Dadanghai in the modern timeline and praised its natural environment. Unfortunately, the area was already crammed with hotels, resorts, and luxury housing, no room for him to stretch his legs. And here in Lingao, the Lingao Bauhaus school dominated by Mei Wan was both distasteful and offered no future. So he set his sights on the Sanya Special District as the place to exercise his talents. If he stayed here, his dreams would die. The Sanya Special District's raison d'etre was construction and development. That being the case, comprehensive planning for the region would be essential. The communiqué laid out only a rough framework. There was ample room for detailed elaboration. If he could seize this opportunity to submit a complete planning proposal, the executive committee's regard for him would soar, and his ambition of transferring to Sanya as a dedicated planning and architectural designer would be realized. Driven by this ambition, Jai Runjai threw himself wholeheartedly into designing a planning scheme for the Sanya region. To strengthen his case when presenting himself to the executive committee, he began constructing a topographic model of Yulin Harbor in the construction company's atrium. Jai Runjai knew that mere proposals would not persuade. A professional planning document would likewise mean little to laymen, who would find it excruciatingly dull. The best approach was to demonstrate visually with a model. End of chapter. Chapter 520. Secretary and Apprentices. Jai Runjai's planning was now far more in line with the transmigrated collective's productive capacity than before, though force of habit still led him to include quite a few unrealistic features. Along the Dadanghai coast, he could not resist laying out a tourism and resort zone complete with all manner of leisure facilities, hotels, vacation villas, a golf course, a sanatorium, and a diving club. The only things missing were beach volleyball girls in bikinis. The model was beautifully made. Using only the simplest materials and the tools he had brought with him, Jai Runjai had constructed a large sand table model in the construction company's atrium. The moment it was unveiled, it attracted widespread attention. Many executive committee members came to view it. Contrary to Jai Runjai's expectations, quite a few took considerable interest in the resort zone, which he had assumed was merely an indulgence in his own quirky tastes. A handful even asked him which part of the Dadanghai area had the best environment and was most suitable for building villas. The professional planning proposal did indeed win the executive committee's meaningful attention. After Wang Liubin came to see it, he decided on the spot to transfer Jai Runjai and appoint him director of the Sanya Special District Planning and Architecture Office. He's our only licensed planner. If you take him, the company has no one left to do planning. Mei Wan lamented the loss of manpower. After Yan Kuezhai had been transferred, and now Jai Runjai as well, his staff was shrinking. No problem. Any future planning requirements can just be mailed to Sanya for him to handle, Wang Liuobin said. Besides, there's not much left to plan in Lingao. Mei Wan had no choice but to agree. On his way out, Jai Runjai very much wanted to tease Mei Wan, the head of what he privately called the Lingao Bauhaus School, and the contractor architect. But seeing Mei Wan's genuinely dejected expression, he relented. Jai Runjai delivered an awkward tribute of admiration to Director Wang, after which the two conducted an in-depth discussion on the relationship between architecture and carnal pleasures, with houses as the central theme. On the subject of what type of house suited what type of woman, Jai Runjai offered a series of observations. For instance, Japanese-style houses, he opined, were especially suited to the elegant, tranquil temperament of Asian women, though such dwellings were unsuitable for winter enjoyment. At the conclusion of this conversation, Jai Runjai secured a commission to design Wang Liuobin's future vacation villas. Preliminarily, the summer villa would be built in Hokkaido and the winter villa in the Maldives. Jai Runjai returned to his quarters humming a tune and began packing his belongings. His spirits were high. A successful job transfer, a boss who took him seriously, combined the two and his future was limitless. His luggage was simple. Aside from the standard issued equipment, his most prized possessions were a compound bow and a number of carbon fiber arrows, a powerful weapon, though at the time of his departure there had been no registration requirement. His drafting board, drafting instruments and laptop would travel with him, of course. Books and data disks on architecture and planning filled several crates. He selected a small number to bring to Sanya and boxed the rest for deposit at the Grand Library, which offered the best conditions for preservation. After completing the paperwork, Hu Qingbai telephoned to tell him to come to the National School to pick people. Director Wang specifically instructed it. Hurry over and select them so they can go to Sanya with you. Director Wang really looks out for us common folk. Jai Runjai was so moved he nearly burst into song. Chief Wang is our bosom friend. He hurried off to the Fangqiati Educational Campus. The campus was a scene of lively activity. On one playing field, the rugby team was scrimmaging, going at it hammer and tongs. On the baseball diamond, shouts rang out. Mounted high on tall wooden poles, loudspeakers blared stirring marches in rotation. On another field, students clutching wooden rifles were drilling bayonet exercises and close-order drill, their shouts deafening. The Army NCOs in charge of military training bellowed like rabid dogs, pacing around the student formations and occasionally lashing out with a hard kick. Full of vitality, Jai Runjai thought, finding it all quite novel. As he passed the classroom building, he found an altogether different scene. Students, male and female alike, bent over their desks, some reading, some doing homework. Not one was idle. Jai Runjai felt a twinge of shame. Even in high school, he had never studied this diligently. Hu Qingbai was already waiting for him in his office. My requirements are modest. I'll accept whatever you arrange. But I do have a few small requests, surely not too difficult, Jai Runjai said with relish. Appearance, reasonably pretty would be enough, figure preferably tall, though if the curves are good, short and petite will do. Oh, and no bound feet. Hu Qingbai gave him an odd look, then burst out laughing. What are you talking about? He handed Jai Runjai a roster. Jai Runjai opened it. On the first page was, unmistakably, a bald-headed boy. Startled, he flipped on page after page of shaved heads. The sex column invariably read male. This, he stammered. There must be a mistake. How can I use males to look after my daily needs? A boy can look after your daily needs perfectly well, Hu Qingbai said with a smile. Don't rich families' young masters always have page boys attending them? Well, Jai Runjai wanted to say he had no interest in chrysanthemums and that he needed a girl, but somehow the words would not come out. His face was a mask of embarrassment. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Hu Qingbai had known all along that Jai Runjai had misunderstood. These are boys to serve as your apprentices. Director Wang felt it would be a pity if your knowledge and skills weren't passed on to a successor. He wants you to start training one early. So it was about finding him apprentices. Jai Runjai deflated like a punctured balloon. He said listlessly, I thought everyone going to Sanya was getting a personal secretary. Where did you hear that? Hu Qingbai shook his head. The communiques never mentioned it. Where did this baseless rumor come from? Jai Runjai was tongue-tied. Thinking back, the communiques had indeed never promised personal secretaries for cadres dispatched to Sanya. It must have been cafeteria gossip. Damn! Jai Runjai's mood plummeted from the heights to the depths. He had been planning to consummate his new secretary that very evening. Now he had no desire even to go home and watch porn. Why do the apprentices have to be male? There are plenty of female architects and planners, Jai Runjai said weakly. You're from the construction company, don't you understand? Our architects don't just sit in an office and draw pictures. At most, they might visit the site now and then. They have to go to the construction site themselves and supervise, or even do hands-on work. What would you do with a little girl? I never intended to take apprentices. Jai Runjai had entertained notions of raising a lowly, but the idea of accepting students had never crossed his mind. It seemed too much trouble. Better to leave education to the proper schools. I'll take a girl as an apprentice, Jai Runjai said, a sudden notion occurring to him. He looked at Hu Qingbai hopefully. Is that possible? Well, that's a bit awkward, Hu Qingbai hesitated. Over the next 15 minutes, Jai Runjai resumed his discourse on the relationship between houses and women. After accepting the commission for Hu Qingbai's future harem, Hu Qingbai finally relented and agreed to give him a girl as an apprentice as well. But you still have to take a boy, otherwise, it'll be hard to explain when I report upward. Fine. Jai Runjai agreed readily, thinking that training female students was, after all, a subject the masses enjoyed imagining. He might as well try it himself. And so, in a muddle, Jai Runjai acquired 2 apprentices. When the apprentices appeared before him, he realized he had made a terrible mistake. The boy was 15, tall and thin. Upon seeing him, he gave a 90-degree bow and stood at attention. Then a girl's head popped out from behind him, sparse, yellowish hair, looking at Jai Runjai a bit fearfully. Don't be afraid. This is your master. From now on, you'll follow him, Hu Qingbai reassured her. Encouraged by Hu Qingbai, the girl shyly stepped forward and gave a bow so deep her head nearly reached her knees. Jai Runjai's regret was now so acute his intestines turned green. True, according to her file, this female apprentice was 14 years old, but she looked like an undeveloped little girl, frail and malnourished. These 2 are your apprentices now. Let them take your surname. You give them names, Hu Qingbai said. That seems excessive. You'd have to alter the records. Let's just use their original names. No problem. Their files only had serial numbers before. Whatever name you give them now becomes their official school name. Hu Qingbai explained that the number of children taken in was simply too large to name all at once. They were first registered by number and fingerprint, then named individually over time. Besides, their original names were really not much good. Better for you to name them. It'll give them a sense of attachment to you. The girl had originally had no name. She knew only that her surname was probably Wang or maybe Huang. The boy had been called Yang Urjin. Jai Runjai had no choice. He named the girl Jai Yuan and the boy Jai Shu. One a garden, one a villa. Very creative, Hu Qingbai laughed. They both hold Class B diplomas, 2 years curriculum completed, and examinations passed in 1 year. Not only smart but very hardworking, and they have a bit of artistic talent. They should more than qualify as your successors. It's just that I really have no experience looking after children, Jai Runjai said miserably. Ha, you must be joking, Hu Qingbai chided. You think this is like where we came from. Here, 13 and 14-year-olds are working adults. Relax, they'll look after you and keep you comfortable. I hope so. Jai Runjai looked at the sallow-haired waif Jai Yuan. The girl was so frail, never mind enjoying her. He would probably have to look after her himself. At the thought, his good mood vanished entirely, and he silently cursed Wang Liubin a dozen times over. End of chapter. Chapter 521, Undercurrents Relax, Hu Qingbai reassured him once more. Home economics is also part of the school curriculum. Fine, fine, you win, Jai Runjai surrendered dejectedly. But where are they going to live now? I'm in group quarters. They can't get into Bairn Fortress. You don't need to worry about that. They'll link up with you when you leave for Sanya. Hu Qingbai handed him 2 envelopes containing the relevant materials. The paperwork is all in here along with their living expense passbooks. There are living expenses. Of course, did you think you'd have to pay out of pocket to support them? Hu Qingbai looked a bit apologetic. By rights, you should also get a subsidy, but the executive committee hasn't finalized that yet. It'll probably come through after the new year. Hu Qingbai was full of grievances. The executive committee is moving too slowly. I've raised the issue of subsidies for apprentices and adopted children several times, and I still haven't gotten a clear answer. Yes, yes. Jai Runjai slunk off, not wanting to get caught in a rant. Preparations for the Sanya Special District development finally drew to a close. The new year of 1630 was about to arrive. That year's new year saw festive preparations underway in every region controlled by the Transmigrated Collective. According to the Great Ming calendar, the Lunar New Year was still over a month away, but the Gregorian calendar used by the collective had influenced local folk. Some people, especially those directly under the collective's administration and those who had benefited from the Australians, had started imitating the Australian New Year celebration. The Transmigrated Collective's finances had improved considerably, and consumption of luxury goods rose accordingly. Mo Zion's light industry department was developing new consumer products for both export and domestic supply. The variety of items available through the monthly ration grew steadily. More and more life amenity goods appeared on the market. Big red lanterns and red Chinese knots began appearing for sale, newly organized small batch productions from the light industry department, meant to enrich the holiday market. Zhou Dongshan's printing works also mass-produced modern-style, vibrantly colored spring festival couplets, New Year pictures, and good fortune posters. They were not only distributed to the transmigrators but also to commune members. Business partners of the Transmigrated Collective likewise received them. Many regarded them as treasures. These small trinkets, hardly expensive, had become status symbols for Lingao's nouveau rich and newly minted notables. Had this timeline possessed surveys measuring happiness indices, the Lingao populace's score would have risen. Yet not everyone in Lingao felt happy. An undercurrent was swirling through the internal BBS. Grumbling posts were multiplying. From time to time, a thread ignited debate. A few days earlier, a thread titled "How to Educate Your Personal Secretary" had appeared, originally a fantasizing post by some shut-in, discussing how to train one's personal secretary to match transmigrator aesthetic tastes. It covered everything from the classically refined zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, to the less refined jar sitting, and from the modern ballet and modern dance to the rather plebeian massage and sauna. Suggestions poured in enthusiastically. The thread reached over 250 floors. Just as high spirits peaked, someone suddenly flew into a rage and derailed the thread, questioning exactly what standards the executive committee used to allocate secretaries. This question clearly struck a nerve. Public opinion surged. Verbal artillery roared. The atmosphere verged on just too short of a quorum. The moment someone shouted, "One cannon shot from Feng Cheng," the thread was locked. Although the BBS operated under a real name system, transmigrator citizens were evidently far more fearless than their counterparts in another timeline. Immediately, many people posted demanding to know why the thread had been locked. Those who tried to defend the executive committee were promptly slapped with the epic-making label of 5-currency coupons party, and what had been a one-sided denunciation devolved into a two-sided brawl. Somehow the topic pivoted to Jiazi. Old grudges over his past thread deletions were dredged up. In the heat of the moment, someone proposed that he be shot the moment the second revolution succeeds. Just as the spamming reached a climax, the midnight whistle blew, and Chiang Kai-shek, punctual as ever, pulled the main switch. All discussion was cut off. The following night saw slightly calmer discussion. That day, Zixin had announced on the BBS, on behalf of the General Affairs Office, that the rationing coupon system for various daily necessities was abolished. Everyone could purchase freely. This somewhat mollified the disgruntled masses. Moreover, the General Affairs Office had just released a draft soliciting opinions on private residence designs for each transmigrator. These developments did much to ease the shut-ins' discontent. Nevertheless, resentment continued to ferment. Reports trickled through various channels to the Political Security Bureau. Ran Yao found the situation somewhat thorny and personally edited a special issue of the Public Sentiment Bulletin, focusing on transmigrator ideological trends. He printed several copies and placed them on the desks of the Executive Committee's principal members. The winter solstice passed in the blink of an eye, and a cold front descended without warning. The Little Ice Age's Lingao received frost. Vegetation was blanketed in white. Before sunrise, temperatures plunged to around 3–4 degrees C. Transmigrators who had grown accustomed to wearing shirts and thin jackets hurried to add thermal underwear. Some plants showed signs of withering. At last, the sensation of winter had arrived. Zixin walked through Bairn Fortress in a warm coat and sweater. Every transmigrator he encountered greeted him. The whole way he was nodding and saying, "Morning. It's really cold today. I'll think about that in a bit." As General Affairs Office Director, he managed the 500's food, clothing, shelter, and sanitation. Virtually everyone knew him. The director's post was not a glamorous one, but familiarity with everyone was a significant asset. Zixin felt that, for now, this kind of work suited him. He emerged from the canteen after a bowl of rice noodles, nice and warm all over, and arrived at his office. The Sanya development work was proceeding at white heat, and his own schedule had grown busier. In his office stood several large, locked sheet metal filing cabinets. Inside, arranged alphabetically by English letters, were drawers packed with the personal dossiers of every transmigrator. After the organizational restructuring, he had personally led a team to transcribe everything from the computer system by hand, and then print it into booklet form. Computers would last 20 years at most. The data had to be backed up in time. Zixin had never worked in personnel management, but he had spent many years as a regional sales manager. A regional sales department was not a full company, but it had its own little operation. He was well acquainted with office procedures and management methods. Managing dossiers for 500 people was not overly complicated. Following introductions from professional HR management textbooks, he had also commissioned a set of personnel index cards in case the computers failed and manual retrieval became necessary. After sitting down, he began processing the paperwork for recently appointed personnel. The formalities were not complex, but Zixin was worried. What worried him, naturally, was the growing chorus of discordant voices from within the collective, voices that were growing louder as the collective's fortunes improved. His daily work on living standards issues brought him into frequent contact with ordinary transmigrators. He did not need the Public Sentiment Bulletin or the internal BBS to know that resentment was accumulating among the masses. It made him very uneasy. After a while, his mind refused to settle. An acute sense of imminent crisis was intensifying. Zixin felt he needed to speak immediately with the other executive committee members, who were busy with the Sanya development plan, before the situation escalated into a mass movement and became impossible to resolve. He picked up the telephone, cranked it 3 times, and said, "Connect me to Wen Dacey." Once the call went through, he said, "Director Wen, there's this matter, perhaps you might consider it." Wen Dacey's voice came through the receiver. Zixin murmured a few hums, then added, "This should be dealt with early. Around holidays, people have more on their minds. Why not float something in advance to calm people down? Well, I'm afraid that when the time comes, the situation may be hard to control, Xi said after hearing Wen Dacey's response. Finally he said, all right, I understand. Xi nodded repeatedly to the empty room. The personal secretary issue absolutely must be resolved this time. If you have no objection, I'll give a heads up to the Guangzhou station and have them step up purchases of suitable girls. No rush, Wen Dacey said. The budget involved is too large, and the allocation method is bound to cause disputes. We might as well put it to a vote. While Xiao Zishan was on the telephone, Ma Qianju was in his office writing the Planning Commission's year-end summary report. Such documents had been mere boilerplate in another timeline, but here Ma Qianju considered them absolutely essential. The farm coffee house was in full swing. Newly decorated, with additional tables, chairs, and barware, it now offered several more items for sale. Liju-produced rum had been removed from the list of special supply goods, since the Liju sugar operation installed a second boiler and larger distillation equipment, and Huang Dashan personally visited to provide modern fermentation strains and improve the process. Rum output had risen further. Rum was now sold without restriction. At the farm coffee house, it was sold by the glass, with a limit of 250 ml per person per day. This was not because supply was short, but because Xiao Zishan worried about alcoholism. Ma Jia's Law Studies Club, along with various others who did not belong to the club, was meeting here. Ostensibly, it was just year-end, time for a get-together. In reality, these malcontents, or men with designs of their own, were plotting something major. They were preparing to convene the First General Assembly. Our transmigrated community must immediately convene a General Assembly, and Xi declared with passionate conviction. The transmigrated collective's political framework has been operating for over a year now. Various problems and contradictions have gradually emerged. Now is the time to hold an assembly and correct these issues. End of chapter. Chapter 522, Discontent at Last, and Xi voiced the sentiment shared by the Law Studies Club. This state of emergency should be over by now. According to Executive Committee Resolution No. 1, passed by the General Assembly before departure, the period following D-Day was designated a state of emergency. Except for matters involving declarations of war, treaties, or major personnel reorganizations, all affairs were to be handled by the Executive Committee with full authority. This state was to last 6 months. By rights, the General Assembly should have convened this spring to decide the grand policy direction. But it's been a year and a half now, and the Executive Committee shows no intention of holding one. They haven't even gone through the motions of calling a meeting to extend the emergency another 6 months. And Xi complained. The Law Studies Club had organized this gathering not to hold a pointless grumble session, but to drum up public opinion and urge the Executive Committee to convene the first post-D-Day General Assembly as soon as possible. Problems were piling up. Living standards, benefit distribution, power allocation, organizational structure, all had issues to varying degrees. Some were quite serious, especially the discontent among ordinary transmigrators over living standards and benefit distribution. If not resolved quickly, they would affect subsequent development and even the internal unity and stability of the transmigrated collective. Once morale collapses, the team becomes unmanageable. Ma Jia, as a beneficiary of the existing system, wanted that system to remain stable, so he believed a General Assembly must be held, at the very least, to nail down the terms of benefit distribution within the collective and give the rank-and-file transmigrators some peace of mind. Ma Jia and the Law Studies Club had drafted a rough, comprehensive solution to the many current problems, which they intended to pitch to the Executive Committee during the preparatory phase. Of course, this had nothing to do with lofty ideals about popular interests or mass democracy. The Law Studies Club hoped that this assembly would enshrine the principle of rule by law, thereby ensuring that club members could snag official posts and form a stable judiciary. Such a need genuinely existed. As for Ma Jia's personal ambitions, he wanted to enter the executive committee. Ideally, he would wind up as Chief Justice in a future separation of powers system, or as a senior central political legal official under a communist model. Either would do. I think they've forgot, or they simply don't intend to hold one, someone began sniping. Long live director when forever, the director is eternally healthy. The iron ore at Tiandu is still in the ground, yet everyone's already talking about villas at Dadanghai. This trend is very bad, very bad. Ma Jia saw the situation turning sour. He had not convened this gathering to stage a beer hall putsch. He quickly signaled his fellow club members to stop piling on with complaints and steer the conversation back to the main point, demanding an assembly. The current systemic problems are indeed serious. Ma Jia had barely begun when he was cut off. System, my ass. Right now, officials are openly corrupt and degenerate. Shan Liang, a technician from Lingao Telecom, rose to his feet. He had long been fed up with the Law Studies Club's empty talkers. This time he stepped forward directly. Ignoring Ma Jia entirely, he launched into his own loud monologue. The first problem is unequal hardship. Some sit in offices, some shovel shit. Yes, there are policy tilts in the allowances, but that tilt is laughable. Take one example. In summer, the temperature in my equipment room hits 40 degrees C. Can an office ever reach 40 degrees? Which would you rather be in, an office or an equipment room? This stirred memories of the summer heat, especially among those in the Industry and Energy Commission or outdoor work. Someone shouted along, "That's right. Even with exhaust fans, the workshop was nearly 50 degrees. Exactly, Shan Liang bellowed. At least your workshop has a roof for shade. The site supervisors at the construction company and the ag extension officers at the Agricultural Commission are out there working under the blazing sun. This struck a chord. The murmur of agreement swelled. I think they've been leaders so long they've forgotten themselves. Sun Li, a machinist at the machinery works, spat on the ground. What kind of damn business is this? I work as a fitter and an electrician at the machinery works, 16 hours a day, while the leadership sits in offices issuing documents and holding meetings. I just want to know, who got to be a leader and by what criteria? He went on, take that guy Jai Runjai, who got to be Sanya's planning director just by making a few crummy models. When it comes to contributions, if Sun Li and Xiao Gui hadn't handcrafted the key parts, Li Dai's little steam engine would never have been replicated. Is our contribution smaller than a few plaster models? Nobody's saying your contribution is small. And Zai saw the situation deteriorating and rushed to defuse it. Besides, he's in planning and design. You can't do development without a planner. That's really just an extension of the first problem, Shan Liang continued. Yes, society has division of labor, that's a fact. I'm not asking everyone to work the shop floor or demanding absolute equality, but the administrative staff are bureaucratizing, even becoming corrupt, and everyone can see it, right? I'll grant bureaucratization, but corruption seems a stretch. Ma Jia attempted to defend the executive committee. A stretch. Let's talk about the personal secretary issue, Shan Liang vented. The secretary issue has been raised many times. What happened? Not a peep of follow-up. But there are plenty of restrictions. Today a notice, tomorrow a warning. No relations with indigenous women, no casual adoption or purchase of indigenous girls. Fine, you won't let us, we accept that. But at least solve our physiological problems. Is that so hard? Treating the masses' interests as nothing is the hallmark of bureaucratization, Sun Li chimed in. The moment someone becomes a cadre, they immediately get a personal secretary. Old Tang having a secretary, I understand, it's tough out there in the wilderness. But why does the cook get a secretary? And there's Chang Shide, supposedly bought 3 or 4 women. Isn't Liju sugar common property? If he can buy slave girls, why can't we? Chang Shide's romantic fortunes were a favorite topic of gossip among Lingao's transmigrators. Mentioning it immediately sparked great indignation. Privilege, corruption, Shan Liang assumed an anguished expression. Cadre appointments aren't transparent. A few executive committee members get together and decide. Where's the standard for cadre selection? I'd say it's whoever's close to them, someone challenged. What is Mo Zion anyway? What kind of light industry expert is he? At least Wu Nanhai was an Ag University student. Ma Jia shifted uneasily. Mo Zion was also a law studies club member. Dragging him in was highly inappropriate. And that cook, suddenly promoted to factory director and deputy general manager, complete with a secretary. Who believes there's nothing going on between him and Wu Nanhai? Wu Nanhai is gay. The man's romping with a mother-daughter pair at the farm and you think he'd choose to be gay. Damn, I don't even have a skin flick to watch while I jerk off, yet someone's doing mother-daughter threesomes. What kind of world is this? He's also got Chu Ching. Rich men's gates reek of wine and meat while frozen bones litter the roadside. Amid the clamor, someone struck a profound pose and said, I have a bad feeling about the current trajectory. Those of us at the bottom have basically become tools. What the higher-ups are doing, what they plan to do, we're almost completely in the dark. Exactly, they just put out a government bulletin to fool us. Never mind grand policy, just solve my electricity and women problems first, one person said pragmatically. Without women, at least give us electricity. Otherwise, even jerking off is no fun. Imagination alone doesn't cut it. Let's march to the executive committee right now and protest. Yes, let's go. If we don't knock these leaders down a peg now, we'll end up as Boxer the horse in the future. As public sentiment boiled, Ma Jia groaned inwardly. He was not worried about himself becoming Boxer from Animal Farm. He was a trained lawyer, keenly sensitive to institutional issues. The executive committee, as representatives elected by the Transmigrators General Assembly, had broken its own word and led the charge in violating the rules, a very dangerous signal. It was deeply damaging to the cohesion of the whole transmigrator community. Through his frequent contact with ordinary members, Ma Jia knew full well that the masses did have opinions, but most grievances centered on living conditions. There was relatively little discussion of grand policy. If the rank and file were now incited to aim the spear of struggle directly at sensitive issues like the distribution of power, and if the executive committee mishandled the situation, the entire transmigrated collective could be thrown into turmoil, perhaps even split apart. That was something he did not want to see. Everyone, please calm down. And Zai worked hard to soothe tempers. I'm sure the executive committee simply has too much on its plate and forgot. Besides, this past year and a half, Lingao has developed quite well. What good is a big, beautiful cake you never get a slice of? Shan Liang retorted. And Zai could not answer. Seeing him floundering, Ma Jia hurried forward. The phenomena you describe certainly exist. But you can't conflate individual cases with the whole. That line sounds awfully familiar, Shan Liang said mockingly. You ought to go work for Ding Ding as a mouthpiece, not play court president. Ma Jia was furious inside, feeling as though he had encountered a troublemaker. He steadied himself and tried to stay composed. I'm stating facts. Executive committee privileges and corruption do exist, but they're not widespread. He continued, as for Wu Nanhai's alleged mother-daughter threesome, who has proof that it actually happened? Silence fell. Wu Nanhai was ordinarily low-key, considered a nice guy by all. The so-called mother-daughter threesome was mostly collective fantasy. Besides, the mother of the Li family had been working at Bern General Hospital all along. The daughter was only 8 and, apart from helping out at the farm on holidays, lived full-time at the national school as a boarding student. End of chapter. Chapter 523, Verbal Sparring. There must certainly be some accounting. Zhao Zishan immediately stepped forward to announce that the caretaker cabinet's first order of business would be to establish a Maid Countermeasures Committee, with Wen Daisy appointed as chairman, tasked specifically with discussing procurement, training, and allocation mechanisms for personal secretaries, and formulating the corresponding policies and regulations. The committee's office will be located in room 1111 of the Executive Committee compound. A dedicated forum will also be opened on the internal BBS for discussion. We guarantee no posts will be deleted. We hope everyone will participate enthusiastically. Xiao Zishan's voice rang out. Cut the crap. Don't let discussions drag on for another 6 months or a year, ThousandLi shouted. Give us a deadline. By Lunar New Year's Eve, the proposal discussions will be completed. Immediately after the Spring Festival, personnel will be dispatched to handle matters. Of course, solving everything at once will be difficult, Xiao Zishan said. It can only be done gradually in batches. We ask for everyone's understanding. We've understood for a year and a half now. Please allow us a moment of not understanding, Shan Liang said, glowing with vigor, his words ringing with force. The sensation was wonderful. His self-regard had never been higher. How many people are in this first batch? Who qualifies for it? By what criteria? Where are the standards, the conditions? Are there measures to ensure fairness and reasonableness so the masses don't lose out? He turned to face the crowd and shouted, Zaishi goes to the leadership. The homely ones go to the masses. Does everyone agree to that? No. ThousandLi leaped out to lead the chant. The others, finding it reasonable, joined in. The quality of indigenous girls was something everyone had observed, not quite unbearable to look at, but mostly just enough to satisfy physiological needs. Of course, there were always a few exceptions in any crowd, and who could guarantee those exceptions wouldn't be snapped up by the leadership first? Xiao Zishan knew that Shan Liang and his company were angling to earn political capital today. But the question struck at something critical. It had to be answered seriously. That question, Xiao Zishan was about to say the matter needed to be decided collectively. But when Daisy waved his hand and stepped forward again, "Comrades," he bellowed, raising his voice. No one had expected the famously measured director when to suddenly unleash such a passionate cry, loud enough to be heard clearly by everyone without a microphone. I have been appointed chairman of the Made Countermeasures Committee, an honor the organization has conferred upon me, and I would be remiss to decline. When Daisy was all smiles. I would like to offer my personal thoughts on this matter. Does anyone object? The Law Studies Club members broke into applause. The others hesitated, then applauded half-heartedly. When Daisy was entirely unfazed by the tepid reception. He continued, passionately laying out his proposal. My personal view is this. To resolve this issue effectively, fairly, reasonably, and efficiently, we must introduce an ISO quality management system. Seeing the cold response, director when promptly translated theory into practice. With a sweep of his hand, his voice rose several more degrees. Everyone draws lots. Whatever number you draw is your number. You select girls in order of rank. Number 1 picks first, but whoever is ranked first is not allowed to dawdle. You have 1 day to pick a girl from the candidates. If you don't, you forfeit and drop to the bottom of the current round. The previous person must finish before the next can pick. If you want to trade, fine. Handle it yourself and register at the relevant department. You may only trade before you've used her. Once used, she's yours. No regrets after trading either. We are comrades, not a wife-swapping, secretary-swapping club. Everyone must keep this in mind. Do not corrupt our pure social mores or comradely friendship. Also, trading only, no gifting. The collective needs you to produce the next generation. You may also trade your selection priority number. For example, if you're number 1 and you're willing to trade with number 250, fine. He becomes number 1 and you become 250. You must both register and notarize the exchange. No reneging. Do not touch anyone else's designated secretary. How to punish violations will depend on the group's wishes. If I draw a number in the top 50, I will relinquish that rank and drop to the very end. Or if I happen to draw something in the top 10, I'll put that rank up as a prize for everyone to draw again. Whoever draws it trades with me, and I'll throw in a jar of my personal, homemade, secret recipe rice wine, excellent for strengthening the body, indescribably marvelous. That's how a mature man handles things. Before anyone could recover, and Zai was the first to shout, Chairman Wen has devoted such painstaking thought and care to us, the masses. Truly, truly. Evidently realizing that dearer than our own parents would sound too sycophantic, he improvised. Truly he is our bosom friend. Oh, please, when Daisy smiled. Don't call me chairman anymore. I'm just an ordinary transmigrator now. This is merely a humble suggestion for everyone's reference and for the caretaker cabinet's consideration. No one applauded or cheered. The Law Studies Club members felt that Enzai's words were far too low-level, far too saccharine. They were too embarrassed to echo them. Ma Jia thought, Enzai's bootlicking skills are only beginner level, but his shamelessness has reached grandmaster. Though the man was usually quite capable in his work, one had to stay wary of him. The rank and file in the plaza were skeptical but intrigued. Director Wen's proposal was operationally feasible and easy to understand. Tempers cooled. Some murmured discussions broke out. Others asked about details. The atmosphere grew somewhat lively, and the confrontational mood dissipated considerably. Shan Liang and his cohort watched the fickle masses toss their people's representatives aside as quickly as they might discard yesterday's news. They grew anxious. Yet when Daisy's scheme clearly appealed to the rank and file, Shan Liang could not find an opening to challenge it. He was scratching his head when Cheng Mo, having just received a phone call, suddenly remembered something. He squeezed forward and bellowed, "Comrades, do not be deceived by the executive committee. Have girls blinded your hearts? What was our purpose in coming to the executive committee? Was it just for a few girls?" he declaimed passionately. "If I say your awareness is low, it truly is. Girls are only the surface. What we are really opposing is people using authority to feather their own nests." The crowd's attention was immediately recaptured. Seeing the favorable turn, Cheng Mo was about to continue when Shan Liang, unwilling to let his thunder be stolen, jumped in. Chang shied, the corrupt element hidden among the people, is a case in point. If you say Liju is dangerous, when Tang, director of the South China Sugar Refinery, in danger too? Isn't Zhao Gui, the chief technical engineer, in danger? Isn't Zhan Tianxiong from political security in danger? Leasing Wen Tong aside, Zhao Gui worked tirelessly supervising the installation of sugar refining equipment. His life was even threatened. He has no girl. Why should Chang Shide, who embezzled public funds to buy his own girl, have one? Who approved old Chang's girl purchase? Nobody. Who approved old Chang's use of a girl? Nobody. Zhao Zishan's expression turned ugly. He had been watching Director Wen's grand snow job wrap things up, only for a wrench to be thrown in midstream. After a moment's thought, he said, "The various issues everyone has raised certainly exist. That is precisely why we dissolved the Executive Committee and are preparing to convene the Second General Assembly. At that assembly, everyone will discuss and resolve these problems together." He paused. Therefore, the caretaker cabinet's second order of business is to establish a preparatory committee for the Second General Assembly. Who are the members of this preparatory committee? Will it just be a few executive committee people chatting casually again? How the preparatory committee is constituted, who composes it, will be decided by the entire transmigrator community, Zhao Zishan said. We plan to open a dedicated discussion forum on the internal BBS. Once a concrete framework emerges, we will vote to elect the committee members. The preparatory committee must include representatives from us, the masses. Otherwise, you executive committee types will just hijack it. First of all, we are not executive committee members. We are caretaker cabinet members, Zhao Zishan said, a little irritated but maintaining a civil front. Second, the preparatory committee members will be elected by the entire transmigrator community. There is no hijacking, Shan Liang's voice boomed. This matter must be settled today. We, the masses, demand that an independent supervisory committee for the preparatory committee and for the future General Assembly be established immediately. The election will be held right here. Its sole job will be to supervise the entire process. Zhao Zishan frowned, so this was Shan Liang's real aim all along. These provocateurs were clearly angling for supervisory committee positions. The matter was troublesome. He was in no position to promise or refuse on his own. Just as he was about to glance at Director Wen and the stone-faced executive committee members to see what they had to say, Magia suddenly stepped forward. "We, the masses. I'm sorry, I don't wish to be represented by you. I oppose this approach." His face was full of righteousness, his voice ringing. "I am one of the organizers of this demonstration, but I want to state my position here. The executive committee has made mistakes, but its achievements are primary. I absolutely refuse to allow certain people to exploit the executive committee's errors to throw the transmigrated collective into chaos for their own unspeakable purposes. I am confident that no one here wants to be used as a firebrand. Everything must be built upon justice, order, and the rule of law." Magia had wanted to add, "We absolutely must not allow mob politics," but decided that such a line would be taken too personally and might affect the overall situation. Better left unsaid. And Zai, quick on the uptake, immediately followed suit. "We refuse to be represented." The Law Studies Club members promptly joined the chorus. "Stability above all. Down with the careerists." End of chapter. Chapter 524. Problems surfacing. The subsidy amount was roughly equivalent to the average price of an ordinary female slave aged 16 to 25 in the Guangdong-Guangxi region, using the Guangzhou human market price as a benchmark. Specialty, merchandise, such as trained, thin horses, was not factored in. Anyone receiving the subsidy who wished to purchase a slave would pay the purchase price to the organization and entrust the caretaker cabinet to handle procurement collectively. Those without such intentions could spend the money however they pleased. Anyone who did not currently want to buy an indigenous girl could save the funds and use them later to acquire a Slavic mare. At the company where I used to work, the firm organized summer travel. Originally, routes were arranged uniformly. The company footed the bill, but people still complained. In the end, they switched to handing out travel allowances directly, several price tiers clearly labeled. Want the cheap option? Fine. Want the expensive one? Pay the difference yourself. Don't want to go at all? Also fine. Everyone was satisfied. This approach had several advantages. First, it accommodated transmigrators who could not or did not wish to partake. Everyone received an equal public-funded benefit. The act of purchasing a slave then became a personal choice. Buy as many as you could afford at whatever price point you preferred. If no supply was currently available, wait until there was. This fully met the needs of all. Second, it made settling past accounts easier. Women already allocated, including cases like Qiongshan, would be impossible to untangle if we insisted on pursuing them. It would only hurt comradely feelings and harm unity. Under this proposal, we can declare, anyone who has already received a personal secretary, whether officially assigned or purchased with public funds, will not receive the maid subsidy this time. Those in excess possession of slave girls simply reimburse the caretaker cabinet for the price, and the matter is closed. Complete monetization of distribution, Magia summarized. He had not expected Jixin, that perpetually glum-faced fellow, to think so broadly. "Exactly. Only this way can we quantify people," Jixin said. "Of course, we also need to organize the supply. Money without goods becomes an empty promise. I suggest we forget about Japanese women. The distance is far, and the shogunate won't support exporting women anyway. By comparison, Vietnamese women are not hard to procure. Why not have the Liu station purchase a batch? I hear women from northern Vietnam are of good quality. If no one buys them, they can be sent to the textile mill as slave labor." "Good," Magia said. "Finalize your proposal and post it right away." After online discussions and written submissions, followed by several rounds of debate and voting, the personal secretary allocation plan was finalized in early January 1630. Jixin's proposal won majority approval. When it came to women, everyone was skeptical of everyone else's tastes. Some who had brought wives or girlfriends had not yet won over their partners and were already heartbroken at having to forfeit this opportunity. At least a cash distribution left them a glimmer of hope. Of the 500, only one held an explicitly opposing stance, Du Wen. Hearing that the maid issue was being openly discussed, Du Wen stormed into the executive committee compound and shoved open the door to Ma Qianju's office. "Director, what is the meaning of this? How has our organization become so vulgar, so depraved?" Tears welled in Du Wen's eyes. She was on the verge of crying. Ma Qianju went on sorting the documents on his desk, ignoring her. Du Wen paid no heed. She plopped into the rattan chair across from him. Dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, she said indignantly, "You're a principal leader. Why have you said nothing about this? Trampling on women's dignity and personal rights like this is outrageous." Once she got started, she could not stop. How certain cadres treated their assigned female secretaries as concubines, working them by day and sleeping with them at night. How women were never considered when promoting indigenous cadres. How indigenous women laborers received no special accommodation, but were instead assigned much of the heavy, exhausting work. She concluded by proposing that the second executive committee should include a seat for female transmigrators. In short, it was a comprehensive indictment of the current state of the transmigrated collective's women's work. Du Wen vehemently demanded that the executive committee rectify this. Naturally, she also hoped the Buy Slave Girls and Distribute Women plan would be scrapped. Her counter-proposal was to let people fall in love freely, to give indigenous women full choice and respect, rather than treating them like merchandise to be appraised and purchased. Ma Qianju continued organizing files throughout Du Wen's torrent of complaints. Only when she paused did he speak. "Ah Wen, this tendency of yours is very bad." He leaned back in his rattan chair. "A leader's first duty is to unite the majority. Do these so-called issues you've raised unite the majority?" His voice was soft, his tone mild, but the severity beneath silenced Du Wen. "Think about it. Of these 500, how many are women, how many are men? What is a basic principle of democracy? You should thank the party and government for the 60 years they spent drumming the concepts of gender equality and women's rights protection into the public. The inertia of those ideas hasn't yet vanished from most of the men in this collective, but those who would do as they please have long existed." Ma Qianju's voice grew sterner. "Do you want to give them a chance to take full advantage of democracy?" Du Wen shivered. Hearing her most revered director Ma speak so solemnly, her former boiling zeal instantly cooled by 99%. She twisted her handkerchief. "Aren't you a principal leader of the executive committee? The executive committee has been dissolved. I am now serving in the caretaker cabinet, and this term ends in less than 30 days. That's just a formality. Formality or not, public opinion must be respected," Ma Qianju said. "You do better to focus on your theoretical writings." Seeing that further argument was futile, Du Wen took her leave. At the door she could not help adding, "Director, are you just going to let them do as they please?" Ma Qianju did not respond. After leaving his office, Du Wen was still unwilling to give up. She continued canvassing privately, only to find, to her disappointment, that the female transmigrators seemed uninterested in the issue. Some said their boyfriends or husbands would never want any slave girl. Others remarked that if it was just about buying someone to do housework, they would like to buy one too. Astonishingly, one girl said that, so long as her position as the principal wife was secure, she would not mind if her man had a few concubines. "Keep the number to 4 or fewer and I'll consider it, but I must have absolute authority." Reading such comments, Du Wen wanted to weep but had no tears. She left the dormitory, muttering under her breath, "Backward, a disgrace to women." At last she found Li Mei. Li Mei had been distracted for days, not over the secretary distribution business, but over news of the executive committee's dissolution and the upcoming Second General Assembly. The Li family had been swept into the transmigration by pure accident. They had become unwilling members of the collective. Yet over the past year and a half, they had done rather well. Li Mei even felt that getting sucked through the wormhole was a blessing in disguise. In the original timeline, she and her husband were already retired. Her daughter-in-law's career had been smooth, but without a powerful patron, upward mobility was limited. In this timeline, her old man had become a naval advisor. Judging by his health, he could easily serve another decade or more. Once the Navy's cadre roster expanded, he could retire at least as a lieutenant general or admiral. As for her daughter-in-law, currently director of the Li Region Affairs Office and concurrently precinct station political instructor, Li Mei estimated that, whether she developed along the ethnic affairs track or the public security track, her future rank would not be low. Eventually, she could turn into a vice-ministerial figure. Her son's situation was less satisfactory, but the family's basic standing in this new world was secure. The next step was to work on elevating the family's social status and accumulating more wealth. Her women's cooperative had been bustling for a year. Strictly speaking, it had not yet turned a profit. Goods, building materials, and construction labor had all been obtained on credit. She had to use revenue to service those debts. After deducting costs, she still owed the finance and monetary commission the agreed-upon 20% of net profits. She had reinvested the remainder entirely. At present, the women's cooperative's balance sheet was far from satisfactory. But as immigrants continued to pour in and Eastgate Market flourished, business was improving day by day. Yet the dissolution of the Executive Committee and the ensuing discussion about the Second General Assembly gave her a foreboding feeling. She seldom visited the internal BBS herself, but a few days ago her son had shown her the discussion pages, and they worried her. Among the limited agenda item discussions, half targeted the women's cooperative. Many people questioned the enterprise's legitimacy and whether it infringed on public rights. More seriously, some accused the cooperative of embezzling public property, a tool of corruption for certain executive committee individuals. This is a grave injustice, Li Mei complained at the dinner table to her whole family. All I did was take the Gu family village spoils on credit from the executive committee to sell. The proceeds from those sales I turned over to the executive committee in full. Plus unsold inventory has already been settled. I just took a margin as a sales service fee. How is that embezzlement? I was against your starting a company in the first place. See, here comes the trouble, Ming Lang grumbled. Discontent at being a mere nobody all along, he was now doubly annoyed at his mother's meddling. Never mind whether you're being wronged. The infringing on public interests label is stuck to you now and won't come off. Ming Qiu said, you really didn't think this through. Trading for profit is one thing, but what you're doing is essentially official profiteering, and monopoly profiteering at that. Pocketing a margin on the transmigrated collective's war spoils, a no-capital business. How could people not be jealous? If I don't make a margin, how am I supposed to pay off the cooperative's debts? Li Mei was unconvinced. Building the premises, hiring workers, renovations, it all costs money, it wasn't free. Besides, the whole transmigrator community owns a 20% stake. I've handed every penny of that profit share over to the Finance Commission. She went on, as for taxes, there isn't even a tax bureau yet. It's not that I don't want to pay. Mu Min had been silent, but now she spoke up. Mom, I think you should hand over this cooperative. Keeping it is nothing but trouble. You like staying active, why not take a cadre post at the Commerce Commission? They're short-staffed there. Why put yourself through this hassle, not making much money and being called corrupt? Is it worth it? Li Mei thought. Right now, it's not making much, but someday it'll be on the level of Walmart. Giving it up. She was truly reluctant, but what happened next made her even more anxious. Ding Ding suddenly showed up at the cooperative's office and retrieved the application form he had submitted in Pan Pan's name. He even returned the share certificate and the cooperative's 1628-1629 fiscal year financial report distributed to shareholders. Ding Ding refused to explain why he was suddenly withdrawing his stake. He said only that he and Pan Pan should focus on their primary duties and not be distracted by other matters. Li Mei had weathered political storms. She knew this move of Ding Ding's was called drawing a clear line. It alarmed her. Ding Ding was head of the propaganda department. His preemptive line drawing was the executive committee about to move against the cooperative, or had public opinion pressure grown so severe that Ding Ding felt compelled to extricate himself. For days, this had been her worry. She was loath to surrender the cooperative. She had poured immense effort into building it to this scale, and she could see that Lingao's commercial boom was only beginning. As the transmigrated collective's power expanded, her cooperative would one day become a commercial empire. But if she did not hand it over voluntarily and a mass campaign descended, let alone a cooperative, the whole family might not survive. She had witnessed the fury of mass movements firsthand. Even if her old man were a naval marshal, it would be useless. Just as she wavered, Du Wen arrived, fuming. She had just seen Mu Min, only to have Mu Min laugh out loud at her spiel and declare, "Men are creatures without endurance, nothing unusual about it." Even if Ming Lang wanted to take a girl, she said, she would not mind. She'd just be a concubine, useful for cooking, minding children, washing clothes. If she doesn't behave or tries to stir up trouble between husband and wife, beat her until she obeys. Mu Min added, "Let her learn how formidable the principal wife is." Du Wen's unexpected visit initially made Li Mei think she had come to discuss the cooperative. After all, Du Wen was also a shareholder and had been one of its most enthusiastic early supporters. To her surprise, the moment Du Wen sat down, she launched into talk of personal secretaries and women's rights being violated and the like, which was quite annoying. But Du Wen was, after all, a cadre. Li Mei had to humor her. She brewed a pot of tea and sat down to listen. End of chapter. Chapter 525. The women's issue. As she listened, Li Mei grew interested, though not in protecting women's rights. What caught her attention was a new business opportunity. Li Mei was, at heart, a businesswoman. A businesswoman seizes every opportunity, even at the most inopportune moments. 5 minutes earlier, she had been worrying whether the masses would collectivize her cooperative and whether she could save her property at all. Now, she was already scheming to profit from sex-starved shut-ins. These 500 men had considerable needs. Li Mei mused silently. The entertainment industry was easy money. In another timeline, the required investment was too large, the waters too murky, and she had to consider her daughter-in-law's career. She had never dared even think about it. But in this timeline, things were different. Her mental abacus spun. What scale would be needed? What Dacre style? How much investment? Where would the capital come from? Seeing Li Mei's grave expression, Du Wen assumed her words had made a powerful impression, until Li Mei began showing intense interest in opening a nightclub or similar establishment, and peppered Du Wen with questions. Once Du Wen perceived Li Mei's true motives, the conversation soured. Only when Li Mei mentioned her worries about the cooperative's future did Du Wen find a fresh angle. If men move against the women's cooperative today, tomorrow they'll move against the interests of women as a whole, Du Wen said persuasively. This conspiracy is closing in step by step. Personal secretaries, maids, aren't these just concubines in disguise? As women comrades, so many among us remain unawakened. Don't you see? We retreat one step and the enemy advances one step. She went on to propose that the women comrades in the transmigrated collective unite and roar with a female voice at this General Assembly. Li Mei said nothing. She was interested in saving the cooperative, not in women's rights. Hearing Du Wen ramble on without any substantive content, she had already lost interest. Finally, Li Mei excused herself by claiming that her whole family held only temporary IDs and probably lacked the standing to submit proposals or vote at the General Assembly. She showed Du Wen to the door. Du Wen, of course, knew that this old capitalist was insincere. Her sole aim was to preserve the cooperative. Inwardly, she seethed. She thought, when the assembly convenes, I might as well lead the bombardment against the cooperative and let the executive committee collectivize it outright. Then she remembered that Li Mei had once promised the Women's Federation 5% equity. If the cooperative collapsed, that would be a real loss. Yunwen was no fool. She understood what Director Ma had meant. Alone, she sat for a long time beneath the willows on the Wenlin River embankment, until Dong Weiwei came to call her for lunch, and she snapped out of her reverie. Dong Weiwei and Du Wen both worked at the Social Work Office under Wu De's Civil Affairs Commission. Ever since the two of them had opened up the 13 villages area, Civil Affairs had designated it a pilot zone for grassroots governance. Du Wen, for her part, had turned Daelu village into a showpiece for new rural construction, visiting every other day. Village Chief Liu Si dared not slack off. He was constantly busy responding to her various directives, until recently, when Wu De issued an order forbidding social work office staff from going to the countryside around the new year to give local cadres a rest. Only then did her schedule lighten. Dong Weiwei lacked Du Wen's passion for political affairs. On days with no fieldwork or meetings, she practiced her sword techniques in the courtyard and wrote social survey reports. She had no enthusiasm for Du Wen's campaign to defend women's rights. Seeing Du Wen brooding again, she tried to comfort her. "What's the matter? Still fretting over the personal secretary issue?" Dong Weiwei had the look of someone observing a worrywart. "Men, they're obsessed with what's between their legs. So many bachelors. It's a good thing if they all have a woman. At least I'd feel safer taking a bath." "Little Dong, you have to see through appearances to the essence." Du Wen shook her head. "Isn't this a reactionary resurgence of polygamy? Personal secretaries are concubines. Surely you can see that." "It's a system of one wife and multiple concubines." Dong Weiwei launched into pedantry. "A concubine is not the same as a wife. There are major differences in family rights and personal bondage. Kept mistresses are illegal too, and that doesn't stop them," Du Wen said. "Right now, the goal is to solve the living problems of the majority of bachelors. You can't say because you might keep a mistress later you're not allowed to have a woman now. That's completely unreasonable." "You'll see," Du Wen said listlessly. "It's only a matter of time." Dong Weiwei urged her a bit more, asking her to come to lunch. Du Wen declined, saying she was not hungry. As she sat alone on the bank of the Wenlin River, lost in thought, someone sat down beside her. Out of the corner of her eye she saw it was a man, a transmigrator, but she did not recognize him. Clearly, he was one of those generic rank-and-file types. She was in no mood to ask why he had sat down next to her, much less to engage him. To her surprise, he spoke first. "What's wrong? Lost heart already?" Du Wen was taken aback. His attitude suggested he knew her. She turned to study his face, no recollection at all. He was around 30, evidently strong and robust with dark skin. He clearly had not been a cadre after D-Day, and she knew all the cadres. This man was not among them. "Who are you?" A woman's self-defense instincts made her draw back a step. "You're Du Wen, right?" Unconcerned by her manner, he pulled a pack of Sacred Ship cigarettes from his pocket, shook one out and lit it. "That's right, who are you?" "Heh heh heh." The man suddenly laughed. "How's it going? Women's work isn't easy, is it?" The words struck her to the quick. She quickly glanced around, then asked again, "Who are you? What business is this of yours? Let me give you a piece of advice." The man continued smoking, unconcerned. "Rather than this fruitless canvassing, why not get involved in the preparatory work for the Second General Assembly and think about what proposals to submit?" "I don't need you to tell me that. Stop playing the aloof sage." Du Wen was not about to be outdone. Of course she had a proposal in mind, to propose the establishment of a women's federation. Relying solely on her own efforts was not enough. She needed an organization to rally women around her, not just transmigrators but indigenous women too. "If you move to form a women's federation, it'll be shot down 100% during the discussion phase." The man seemed to know her thoughts. Men are the majority, who would create trouble for themselves by forming a women's federation. Besides, even if it were established, what use would it be to them? He coughed. "Your proposal has too obvious an agenda." Without waiting for Du Wen to ask, he flicked his ash. "Why not try this instead?" After several rounds of meetings and votes, the caretaker cabinet finalized the schedule for the Second General Assembly and established its preparatory committee. The Preparatory Committee was chaired by Wen Daisy, with Ma Jia as vice chairman. Most of the staff came from the Law Studies Club, essentially the same team as the Maid Countermeasures Committee. 2 signs on 1 door. To balance reactions from all quarters and represent public sentiment more broadly, the Preparatory Committee also recruited 1 or 2 specialists from each professional field. Proposal submissions opened at 0:00 on January 10, 1630, and closed at 24:00 on January 15. Every transmigrator had the right to submit proposals. There was no limit on the number of proposals per person. The full text of each proposal was posted on a dedicated forum on the internal BBS for all to browse. Each proposal required co-signatures from 5% of all transmigrators to become valid and proceed to the discussion phase. Each transmigrator could co-sign up to 5 proposals. From January 15 to January 25 was the discussion phase. The format was unrestricted. BBS or group discussions were both acceptable. After discussion, a proposal required co-signatures from 10% of transmigrators to advance to the open debate and voting stages of the assembly. Again, each transmigrator could co-sign up to 5 proposals. The period from January 10 to January 25 was the preliminary phase. Everyone continued their normal work and conducted discussion and proposal work only during off hours. The General Assembly formally convened on January 26 for a 5-day session. The agenda included the first Executive Committee's report on its tenure, open debate on proposals, and voting. Except for a very few personnel who could not be recalled from overseas postings, all transmigrator expatriates would be called back. Those unable to attend due to work requirements could be briefed on proposals and vote via telegraph and telephone. Given that proposals might be numerous, and there might not be time to debate and vote on each during the assembly, those advancing to the floor would be tiered. Proposals involving the transmigrated collective's future development, legislation, or other major matters, as well as any with over 50% co-signatures, would be designated Tier 1 proposals and given priority. The moment this plan was announced, interested parties throughout the collective began convening private meetings to discuss their proposals. Some were canvassing for co-signatures before their proposals were even published. Yifan was especially diligent, writing proposals late into the night after his auditing duties. His proposals alone filled a large binder. Ma Jia and his core cadres, in addition to handling the committee's administrative work during the day, organized nightly sessions with all club members, drafting all manner of legal proposals for submission to the assembly for deliberation. Caretaker cabinet members were either canvassing and holding talks or holed up in their offices writing. Only Xiao Zishan seemed relaxed. Aside from the routine processing of correspondence and maintenance of the transmigrated collective's normal operations, his main task was to implement the MAID initiative and make it a reality. Telegram from Lingao. Zhang Yuchen emerged from the radio room, dispatch in hand, and delivered it to the other members of the Guangzhou station who had been awaiting the latest directives from Lingao. End of chapter. Chapter 526. The Guangzhou station before the assembly every Saturday evening at this hour. The members of the Guangzhou station gathered secretively in the station's safe house to hear the latest directives from Lingao. The people seated around the rosewood table were almost unrecognizable compared to their former selves. The most striking difference was their hair. All had grown it out and tied it into top knots. Ming Xian, whose hair was still too short, wore a false topknot concealed beneath a gauze turban. They were dressed in the attire favored by wealthy men of the great Ming. Silks and satins went without saying. The accessories and pendants they wore were enough to drive any colleague back in Lingao wild with envy. Pepe's gauze gown was so sheer, its colors so vivid, and its embroidery so exquisite that any female transmigrator who saw it would die of jealousy. On the table sat 4 varieties of dried fruit. The topmost grade Wuyi de Hong Pao tea, by any standard in this timeline, had gone cold. None of them bad taken a single sip. In any other residence, attendant servants and maids would long since have poured out the cold tea and brought fresh. But here they dared not enter. This courtyard on Huifu Street was Master Gu's forbidden ground. Any servant who ventured in unbidden would vanish without a trace before the sun rose. Gu Yi, Yan Maoda, Zhang Xin, Pepe, and the recently arrived Meng Xian sat around the table, watching as Zhang Yuchen unfolded the telegram and read it aloud. They had already guessed most of its contents. Although no official dispatch had yet arrived from Lingao, news of the Maid Revolution, the Executive Committee's resignation, and the impending Second General Assembly had reached Guangzhou through casual radio chats between Zhang Yuchen and his sister, Zhang Yu. Not long ago, they had received an official telegram announcing the Executive Committee's resignation and the formation of the caretaker cabinet. The news unsettled the Guangzhou station personnel. Under the previous Executive Committee's leadership, the station's development had been smooth sailing. Now they suddenly heard there was to be a change of leadership, though they knew it was arguably the proper course. Hearing that the maid issue had stirred up serious internal strife only deepened the anxiety of these staff members stationed far from home. First, they feared internal disputes could split the collective. Second, they worried about becoming targets for certain elements within the group. When it came to possessing women, everyone at the Guangzhou station except Pepe was over quota. Their colleagues back in Lingao were agonizing over personal secretaries, while here they were surrounded by lovely maids and concubines. If those people ever saw this, they would be torn limb from limb. Should someone with ulterior motives whip up the Guangzhou issue, there was no telling what decisions the caretaker cabinet might make against the station under pressure from public opinion. The recent establishment of an audit department, coupled with rumors of a comprehensive financial audit and inspection of all departments, only deepened their concerns. If problems were sought, they would be found. The Guangzhou station handled enormous sums of money, grain, and goods. There had to be irregularities. It all depended on whether anyone intended to make an issue of it. Yu was particularly anxious about his own future. Though he was station chief, the transmigrated collective's #1 general in the commercial and foreign trade arena, his status remained a problem. To this day, he still held only a temporary ID. If someone intended to single out a negative example from the Guangzhou station, he, an outsider with no power base within the collective, was the ideal candidate. The telegram had two parts. The first requested that the Guangzhou station quickly prepare a batch of women in Guangzhou, women who suit modern tastes, with basic requirements of good health, regular features, and unbound feet, aged between 16 and 25. 300 to 400 in number, Zhang Yuchen read. If genuinely difficult, at least 100 must be shipped to Lingao by the end of January 1630. Expenses are to be listed under the special expenditure category. It's not that there are none, but assembling that many will be hard, Zhang Xin muttered. The Guangzhou refugee camp was under his management. The second part of the telegram informed them of the Second General Assembly's schedule. They were to conduct proposal submissions and discussions in Guangzhou as well. Assembly proposals advancing to full discussion would be delivered by Navy transport ships. The Guangzhou station's proposals could be submitted by telegraph. Finally, they were reminded that they must return to Lingao by January 25 to attend the General Assembly. One or two could remain behind at their discretion. The choice was up to the station. "I'll stay behind," Yu said. "I'm probably the most suitable." Everyone knew that, strictly speaking, Yu was not a member of the transmigrated collective. Whether he had the right to speak or vote at the assembly was an open question. Whether he attended was not a major concern. "I think you'd better go back," Yan Maoda said. "For one thing, there's the assembly. For another, it's also a work report. The Guangzhou station has been operating for over a year now, and the executive committee surely owes everyone an accounting. You're the one in overall charge, Not going would look bad. Yi nodded. Beyond its explicit meaning, Yan Maoda's remark carried a second implication. If he avoided going back, people would not assume it was about voting rights. They might instead suspect he had done something shady in Guangzhou and dared not return to report. Zhang Xin added, I agree. As for staying behind, Pepe and I will do it. Zhang Xin was essentially the station's general manager, familiar with every aspect. With him there, things would run smoothly. No one objected. Pepe had no interest whatsoever in general assemblies. She was wholly absorbed in Ximing Tower, adeptly navigating among officials and the powerful, reveling in the flattery of men. From time to time, she hosted local notables and their cherished mistresses at her little salon. Her life was infinitely fulfilling. Lingao held no appeal. Zhang Yuchen, on the other hand, was eager to go back. He would finally get to meet Zhang Yu in person. After more than a year of radio chats, he was dying to see this girl. He had even scoured Guangzhou for pretty little trinkets and clothing to present to her. The issue is preparing the girls. That's not easy, and they're in such a hurry, Zhang Xin said. 300 or 400 girls meeting these requirements can't be rounded up at short notice. Even 100 is difficult. First, let's see how many girls in the refugee camp fall within this age range, Yan Maoda said. As long as they're the right age, healthy, with unbound feet and a minimum height of 1.55 meters, that should be enough. As for meeting modern aesthetic tastes, that standard is too vague. Just ignore it. Even so, there aren't enough. Zhang Xin retrieved an account book from a locked cabinet in the safe house. As of last Sunday's count, not counting age, females total just over 600. Those in the target age bracket are under 100. Everything else is a non-starter. Besides, they're all sallow and emaciated, hardly healthy. The caretaker cabinet definitely won't be satisfied if we send them to Lingao. Local procurement was an option, of course, but the cost would be steep. Girls in the hands of slave traders commanded high prices. More importantly, a purchase on this scale could not be concealed. This was not their usual practice of picking up vagrants off the street under the guise of charity. This was a single bulk purchase of several hundred young women. Anywhere in the world, that would attract considerable attention. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xin said, how about this? Tell Sun Keqiang to buy in areas where Rising Power Escort Agency has outposts, Guangdong and Jiangxi, maybe a dozen per location. Added up, that could amount to around 100. Then we find some suitable candidates in the refugee camp. Everyone found this workable. Yan Maoda smiled. It's a good thing we took a controlling stake in Rising Power back then. With this subcontractor, everything's so much easier. Boss Sun is upright and reliable. Over the past year and a half, Rising Power had leveraged the transmigrated collective's funding and ever-expanding business to grow from a small escort agency into a giant renowned throughout Guangdong. Setting aside its external counter-operations, the agency's core business alone now boasted over 300 registered escorts. Rising Power will definitely come up at the meeting when I go back to Lingao, Yu said. The agency's grown large. They're only partners with us. There's still a layer in between. Their autonomy is too great. Right now, that's not a big issue, but once the authorities get involved, it may not be so easy to manage. True, Zhang Xin nodded. And Rising Power has basically become a Jiangxi gang. Boss Sun is a good man, but his approach to hiring is traditional. Almost every escort in Rising Power was a disciple or protege of Sun Keqiang and his martial arts brothers, or a fellow townsman or relative. The overwhelming majority hailed from Boss Sun's home region. Those from elsewhere were almost all assigned to the external counter. This system fostered tight cohesion but inevitably smacked of nepotism. And such clannishness posed a latent threat to the transmigrated collective. I think we should absorb Rising Power, bring it completely under our control, Yan Maoda said. If we don't take it over now, it'll only get harder once the scale expands further. How do we do that? Yu had pondered this too, but had not found a good solution. Scatter the sand. You mean insert our own people? That would be difficult. Zhang Xin shook his head. Sun Keqiang's group sticks together tight. Inserting outsiders is nearly impossible. If we force it, we risk hurting feelings. I said scatter, not insert, Yan Mao explained. Right now, the Jiangxi clique in rising power is a lump of sand compacted tight here in Guangdong, but if we scatter them across the country, the lump falls apart. You mean we should have rising power expand nationwide? Exactly, Yan Mao nodded. There's no real need to go nationwide. First, establish presence in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and the capital. Once the scale grows, the current personnel will have to disperse. Old Boss Sun will probably be thrilled to see his disciples going off to run their own operations, and that's when we insert our people at the local level. End of chapter. Chapter 527, the Guangzhou Proposal. Where exactly do we source this sand? Zhang Yuchen asked, frowning. Escort work demands specialized training. You can't just round up refugees and expect them to perform. We won't use ordinary refugees. We need proper personnel trained in Lingao, Yan Mao replied. Remember Zhou Shizhai from Rising Power. He's serving as a guest advisor in public security now. Boss Sun speaks highly of him. The man knows every trick in the escort trade. We should have him handle the professional training. As we establish our commercial fronts, we'll gradually insert these new men, eventually breaking up that insular Jiangxi clique currently running Rising Power. Ideally, we'll absorb some of them into other departments in Lingao. Meng Xian, the increasingly prominent chief manager of the Dalan Bank in Guangzhou, absently stroked his new whiskers. He was growing them out to counter his youthful appearance, which sometimes made major clients hesitate. No need to worry about Rising Power getting ideas, he said. We control the purse strings. What good is their solidarity? The moment Dalan freezes their accounts, Rising Power shuts down. Zhang Xin laughed. Who freezes their own account? Old Yan, aren't you being paranoid, creating a crisis where there is none? Rising Power today isn't the agency of the past. Without our management, Sun Keqiang probably couldn't even list all the enterprises under his banner, let alone run them. The commercial properties nominally under Rising Power, inns, restaurants, warehouses, logistics, and shipping, were now firmly under Yan Mao's control. While escort agencies traditionally operated ancillary businesses like warehouses and mule inns, their antiquated business philosophy and management style could not compete with modern methods. As the Guangzhou station expanded its investments, Yan Mao had completely subsumed this sector. Sun Keqiang didn't mind. He and his men were martial artists, not merchants. As long as the Australian managers continued to invest and expand the business, he was content to sit back, share the profits, and find decent jobs for his townsmen and relatives. Exactly, Meng Xian added brashly. Financial and managerial authority are in our hands. Sun Keqiang only controls the muscle. I never said Rising Power would revolt. Old Sun is reliable. But local cliques are harmful to the organization, Yan Mao said, picking up a water pipe. In Guangzhou's wealthy circles, fashionable paper cigarettes were in vogue, but Yan Mao had gone native. His pipe was a masterpiece worth over 50 taels. Fine white copper engraved with intricate patterns and inlaid with pearls, crystal, and agate, crafted by the master jewelers of Purple Treasure Studio. A delicate 8-treasure openwork silk cover, painstakingly stitched by his chambermaid over a month, protected it from the winter chill. He lit a jasmine-scented paper spill from a candle and unified flame and tobacco himself. Outside, a servant would handle this, in the mansion, a personal maid. But here in the safe house, they dropped the pretenses. He took a few deep puffs, exhaling a plume of smoke. Rising Power's status must be resolved. Their escorts are deployed across our various enterprises for security. Their reliability is critical. He paused for another drag. There's a deeper concern. We sell Australian goods. Our connection to the Australian merchants, or the fact that we are Australians, is an open secret among Guangzhou's elite. If Lingao clashes with the Great Ming, Rising Power's stance becomes uncertain. Sun and his core brothers are honorable, but the agency has expanded too fast. Who knows if rogues have slipped in? If Sun is forced to distance himself from us, our entire network in Guangdong collapses. The other three nodded grimly. I think we need to standardize our narrative, Zhang Xin said. First, we must categorically deny we are Australians. This went without saying. They now held formal Great Ming household registrations, claiming overseas origin would only invite disaster. Second, regarding the source of goods, there's no need to hide it. It comes from Lingao. The news of Lingao's great iron ship and the regular Gaoguang shipping runs is hardly a secret in Guangzhou anymore. We've all considered this, Yu Yi interjected, sipping his cold tea. I wonder if we should fragment rising power rather than hanging everything under one banner. Their ties to the three Purple family enterprises are too visible. Any observer can see the connection. If the Guangzhou station ever has to go underground or withdraw, rising power will be implicated. Yan Mauda nodded. Correct. Moving forward, our national expansion shouldn't use the rising power name. Once we've openly broken with the Ming, we should move quickly to secure Guangdong and Guangxi, but pushing north won't happen overnight. The group debated how to restructure the agency. Why don't we submit a reorganization proposal for rising power at the General Assembly? Zhang Xin suggested. That's off topic. Meng Xian waved a hand dismissively. The Assembly is for electing a new executive committee and setting grand strategy. Rising power's internal structure is an operational detail. Whether it counts or not, bringing proposals is better than arriving empty-handed, Yu Yi argued. It shows we take the General Assembly seriously. Yan Mauda smiled. Actually, we have a much better proposal. He paused for effect. It concerns Xiao Gu's status and others in his situation. They can't remain temporary forever. We need a formal ruling. Zhang Xin nodded vigorously. Yes, that is a major issue. I absolutely support Yu Yi receiving the same treatment as everyone else, full voting rights and shares, Meng Xian stated. Anyone who disagrees can go screw themselves. Xiao Meng, that's not appropriate, Yu Yi murmured, worried that Meng Xian's foul language might slip out at the assembly and damage their cause. Given the Guangzhou station's track record over the past year, the results speak for themselves. If someone with such contributions isn't a comrade, who is? Yan Mauda said. Anyone opposing your rights is rotten to the core. Peppy pursued her lips. Xiao Gu is the best. Why shouldn't he be equal? If anyone makes trouble, I'll go find Director Ma personally. She struck a pose, hands on her slender hips. Zhang Xin laughed. Exactly. Xiao Gu earned his place long ago. In my view, the two from ATF and the 4 members of the Ming family should also have equal rights. Forget the size of the contribution. We all came on the same boat. Unless someone is actively sabotaging us, we should all be equal. There's no reason to artificially distinguish permanent from temporary in this timeline. I agree, Zhang Yuchen said. We've crossed into a new world. Are we really going to maintain a caste system of regular and temporary workers? Yu Yi was touched by their support. He offered a few words of thanks, then pivoted back to business. What worries me is that some people at the assembly may attack our lifestyle. Does anyone have a strategy for that? If questions explain our spending, we need an answer. Silence fell around the table. In terms of comfort, the Guangzhou station staff were likely the most privileged of all transmigrators. Even Meng Xian, a newcomer, lived like a lord. Posing as major merchants required a certain level of opulence. They couldn't appear shabby. But the woman problem, the issue causing the greatest uproar back in Lingao, was hardly a blip in Guangzhou. Yu Yi was relatively cautious, keeping only one chambermaid. Yan Mauda and Zhang Xin each had 2. Meng Xian, young and vigorous, had already acquired 4 maids and concubines. Zhang Yuchen, harboring feelings for Zhang Yu, had discreetly taken only 1. According to Zhang Yu, Chang Shide in Lizhu has become a target, Zhang Yuchen said. People are accusing him of embezzlement, buying women with public funds, using his position for private gain. The heat is intense. Someone has already proposed a hearing demanding he explain himself. He'll have a tough time at the assembly. Honestly, old Chang's situation is blown out of proportion, Zhang Xin said indignantly. How much could a few women cost? Besides, Opening a station in Lizhu requires servants for the household, it's incidental. I'll be blunt. If you don't sleep with a woman a few times and break her in, she'll feel you don't trust her. Meng Xian nodded vigorously. Sheba, exactly right. Take my maids. Before I bedded them, they were like wooden dummies. Peppy frowned. Too vulgar. All this bedded talk. Can't you men discuss something else? That's the point, Jiang Xin said, waving his hand carelessly. Even back in the old world, if a couple dates for a while and nothing happens, can you really say there's feeling? Old Chang is just like us. Having women around is normal here. Not having them would be strange, Yan Mouda reasoned. We should remind the new leadership not to split hairs on this issue. We're in the 17th century after all. End of chapter. Chapter 528. All Sides Mobilize Part 1. The executive committee isn't stupid. They understand the necessity. The worry is that some people will pretend not to, Yan Mouda sighed, tapping ash from his pipe. According to Zhang Yu and others, the comrades back in Lingao are furious about the distribution of benefits over the past year. If an opportunist seizes on that resentment, who knows how this will end? We need to prepare our defense now. Anyone who targets Chiang Shide won't hesitate to target us next. Not just defense, we need to go on the offensive. Submit a formal proposal, Jiang Xin said, leaning forward. Declare the rights of overseas personnel. Rights aren't given, they're fought for. Lizhu, Heian Harbor since the mysterious death of Master Zhu III and the dissolution of the Heiyi Hall, the sugar merchants of Heian Street had reorganized into the Lizhu Sugar Industry Guild. The monopoly on Lizhu sugar sales had passed entirely to the South China Sugar Refinery. For the transmigrates, this was a major victory, though the season's profits had been somewhat eroded by the high-interest loans taken out during the price war. After the dust settled, Chiang Shide moved into Master Zhu's former mansion on Heian Street. As spoils of war, the estate had been unceremoniously claimed by the company. Zhu En's mansion wasn't massive, but it was elegant and well-built, a far cry from the noisy, industrial chaos of the Southgate Pond factory complex. Chiang Shide managed this relocation under the pretext that, as the guild's secretary-general, or chief steward, he needed a base closer to the other merchants. He moved in with his women and his secretary, Wen Qing, officially establishing the Zhu residence as the Lizhu station headquarters. The former storefronts of Zhu En's Reacheng firm were rebranded and absorbed into the South China Sugar Company's operations. Wen Tong remained at Southgate Pond to oversee production, while Zhan Tianxing split his time between the factory and the Zhu Monk Temple, which was currently under reconstruction as a forward outpost. Because Heian was the primary port connecting Lizhu to Lingao, the station's center of gravity had naturally shifted there. The Lingao Construction Company had renovated the mansion thoroughly, turning it into a comfortable and secure command center. In the mansion's safe room, Chiang Shide reclined on a wooden couch piled with cushions, wrapped in a thin, silk-padded robe against the 17th century chill. Across from him sat Wen Tong, dressed like a prosperous petty merchant in a thick gown and a puffy cotton cap. Zhan Tianxing occupied a heavy armchair, looking like a rough-and-tumble street peddler in his short jacket and trousers. The three men studied a secret letter from Lingao. The Qiiongshan Strait was narrow enough that even without radio, which they hadn't been issued, couriers could make the crossing in half a day. The letter was an official notice from the caretaker cabinet, identical to the one received in Guangzhou. They knew the political storm brewing across the water, when Tong and Zhan Tianxing were trying to dissuade Chiang Shide from returning for the General Assembly. It's clearly a trap, Zhan Tianxing warned. Old Chiang, I know you're not afraid, but they want to make an example of you. You can't let your guard down. Exactly, Wen Tong added. The masses are in an uproar over the woman issue. You, with your 5 women, are a lightning rod. If you go back, the incels will mob you. You won't even get a chance to explain. Old Wen, when did I ever have 5 women? Rumors are deadly, Chiang Shide complained. Didn't a Zhu go to you? And a Liu is just a trainee. I'm cultivating her potential. Try explaining cultivating potential to a crowd whose only nightly companion is Miss Five Fingers, Wen Tong retorted. I can already picture it. High dunce caps, placards around our necks, struggle sessions. The imagery was drawn vividly from his father's stories of the Cultural Revolution. It doesn't matter, Chiang Shide said, dismissing the fear. Hiding in Yunwen solves nothing. If I don't go back, the new cabinet will just order me back for discipline anyway. At least if I go now, I can face the committee members directly. For overseas personnel, the woman issue isn't just physiological, it's operational. The executive committee has resigned. The caretaker cabinet is a lame duck. What's the point? Wen Tong shook his head. The core leadership won't change much, Zhan Tianxing noted. But I'm afraid some of them might sacrifice you to appease the mob. Am I, Chiang Shide, the sort of man who can be easily sacrificed? Chiang Shide scoffed. Any turtle egg who thinks they can scapegoat me has another thing coming. I'm one of the masses too. A bell chimed inside the room, the signal that someone was outside. Indigenous staff were strictly barred from the secure area. Chiang Shide stepped out and returned a moment later with a small bamboo tube. Pigeon post from Guangzhou, he announced. Rare, something's happened. Trouble? Zhan Tianxing asked. Let's see. Chiang Shide broke the wax seal, unrolled the scroll, and decoded the message. His expression shifted from curiosity to vindication. Guangzhou gets it, he exclaimed, slapping the paper on the table. In matters like this, we can only rely on ourselves. Wen Tong read the decoded message and nodded. They're right, we need to fight back. The people in Lingao don't understand the operational environment, Zhan Tianxing agreed. They see corruption, we see necessary cover. Chiang Shide was animated now. It seems only comrades in the same trench truly understand the struggle. He waved his hand decisively. We'll submit a proposal too. Let those shut-ins in Lingao know the reality of overseas work. Outside Bairn Fortress, Army training cadre garrison in a conference room where the lights blazed but the typhoon shutters were sealed tight. A secret meeting was underway. Around a long table littered with rum bottles, 6 or 7 young officers sat with ramrod-straight spines. They wore identical army uniforms, Sam Brown belts buckled tight, doing their utmost to project an aura of martial discipline that clashed slightly with the scattered alcohol. Comrades, Zhang Balin's voice was low and forceful. The 13th meeting of the Young Officers Club will now begin. All rise for the Young Officers' Song. A chorus of off-key male voices broke into a rewriting of the Panzer Lied. The lyrics were clumsy and the rhythm ragged, but the enthusiasm was genuine. They bellowed the song with a fervor that made up for the lack of musicality. Comrades, Zhang Balin intoned solemnly after the singing died down. Our club has existed for exactly 1 year. The collective's tremendous achievements are inseparable from the selfless combat of the army. He swept his gaze across the room. Now, we face a turning point. The army is the bedrock of the regime, and the Young Officers Club must be its steel core, ready to defend the revolution against sabotage from any quarter. Long live, the officers shouted, stamping their boots 3 times in unison. Next, Wei Awen will speak. Wei Awen stood, adjusted his belt, and marched to the podium with strict 80-centimeter goose steps, brimming with performative Germanic spirit. He clicked his heels sharply before turning to address the room. The Young Officers Club was a clique of young men united by a fanatical, almost fetishistic admiration for the German military tradition, specifically the Wehrmacht of the Third Reich. Within the Transmigrator Army, the officer corps was divided. The first stream consisted of genuine veterans, former PLA or paramilitary men like He Ming and Ying Yu, who held the key command positions and delivered professional results. The second stream was the civilian officers like Wei Awen, military enthusiasts from the old world, who had memorized tank specifications and battle orders, but had never held a gun before landing day. While the veterans viewed them with a mix of amusement and skepticism, the young officers compensated with theoretical passion and an intense, self-imposed discipline. End of chapter. Chapter 529. All Sides Mobilize Part 2. Among the civilian officers, men like Pan De and Yu Leahu, fierce fighters, crack shots, and willing killers, held genuine respect within the army despite their lack of formal background. But many others who had stumbled into company command on sheer enthusiasm found themselves sidelined. Only Wei Awen, leveraging his knack for theatricality into a career in political work, had climbed to the top of the political department. Zhang Balin was another outlier. Obsessed with artillery, he had doggedly mastered the operation of muzzle-loading cannons under Lin Shen, carving out a niche where the modern expertise of professional artillerists like Ying Yu was less applicable. These two were the de facto leaders of the Young Officers Club, jokingly dubbed the Class of '80 Party. They shared a specific aesthetic ambition: fiery youth, gleaming jackboots, and glittering bayonets. In their heads, they were commanding panzer divisions at Kharkov or leading the counterattack in Operation Spring Awakening, dreaming of oak leaves and swords at their throats while standing atop King Tiger tanks. Reality was a cruel contrast. They wore featureless, minimalist gray cotton uniforms with limp cloth shoulder boards. Their Sam Brown belts were locally made from foul-smelling, poorly tanned hide. There were no iron crosses here, only a few sleeve stripes for those who had defended Bopu. Daily life was a grind of endless drill, no tanks, no blitzkrieg. Mornings began on the parade ground, where they drilled their companies after being drilled themselves by the PLA veterans of the training cadre. Bespectacled history buffs lectured them on 19th century firing by ranks and linear tactics. In this, everyone started from zero, yet the professionals still outperformed the amateurs. Companies led by veterans consistently marched straighter and shot truer than those led by the Class of '80. The militarist dreams of the new timeline met the hard wall of logistics. Everything, uniforms, boots, rifles, ammunition, was rationed by the Planning Commission. Every musket and cannon was a battle for resources. Practice ammunition was counted by the round. Even fish rations were calculated to the gram. The soldiers were clumsy. Hands calloused by hose did not easily adapt to rifles. A simple eyes right could take a day to teach. After hours of shouting and correcting posture until throats were raw and arms ached, the formations would still raggedly disintegrate. After drill came inspections, political instruction, and the weekly 5-kilometer march. Every month, they were dispatched to support construction, a dual-purpose policy echoing both socialist states and Roman legions, building endurance while building infrastructure. The Grand Army they had toiled to build was barely a regiment strong. They were not generals commanding legions. They were company commanders of a small, under-equipped militia. Reality had taught the Class of '80 a hard lesson. A powerful army is built by systems and industry, not by introducing one or two modern weapons or clever tactics. And so, their frustrated militarism coalesced into the Young Officers Club. Their credo was ambitious: an army with the scale of the Soviets, the aesthetic of the Wehrmacht, and the logistics of the Americans. But the executive committee and the military leadership had adopted a strictly Navy-centric philosophy. The army was kept small, just enough to police the county and defend the base. Including the training cadre and auxiliaries, the entire land force numbered less than 3,000 men. This created a bottleneck reminiscent of the Weimar Republic's Reichswehr: too few officer slots, especially at senior levels. Promotion was glacial. While the Navy already had indigenous captains and lieutenants, the Army had yet to produce a single indigenous company commander. It grated on them. If indigenous naval officers began outranking transmigrator Army officers, where was their pride? Wei Awen gripped the podium, his voice rising with theatrical passion. Our environment is fraught with peril. On land, the Ming, the Manchus; at sea, Zheng Zhilong Liu Xiang pirate fleets, and our army, a measly dozen companies, not a single horse. Artillery man-hauled, ammo on backs, not even a shadow of a machine gun. He took a dramatic breath. The executive committee preaches patience for the sake of economic construction. We have been patient, we haven't complained. He leaned forward, eyes scanning the room. But although obedience is a soldier's first duty, I must state this clearly. Certain individuals on the executive committee have allowed personal bias to warp our development. The Navy feasts while the Army starves. He ticked off the grievances on his fingers. Since the typewriter went into production, the Army hasn't received one, yet the Navy, even their unarmed transports, have them. Look at the cannons. Every heavy gun produced goes to the ships. The total projectile weight of a single naval volley exceeds our entire artillery corps. Comrades, is this acceptable? It is not, Zhang Balin shouted, the memory of his pathetic 12-pounder field guns burning in his mind compared to the majesty of a naval broadside. Who plants the flag on the enemy bastion? Who defends the regime with bayonets when the walls are breached? The Army, Wei Awen shouted. Let the Navy try parking a battleship at the gates of Bairn Fortress. Long live the Army, the officers roared, stomping their boots. History warns us, navies are unreliable. Who stabbed the Second Reich in the back? The sailors at Kiel. Who fired the fatal shot at the Russian Empire? The sailors of the Aurora. Wei Awen's agitprop skills were fully deployed now. The soldiers who bled in the trenches for 4 years were betrayed by mutinous sailors. He spoke with such conviction that he seemed to be channeling the ghost of a betrayed frontline soldier. The sparse audience was fully infected by his fervor. The Army must expand. Armaments must be upgraded. He chopped his hand through the air. We have sacrificed enough for the economy. Now the Army must make its voice heard. Later that night, Qian Duo, a roving sentry on the late watch, reported nervously to the duty officer Yuleahu. There were still people in the training cadre conference room. Despite the shuttered windows, he could hear shouting and singing. It's nothing, Yuleahu said, not looking up from his logbook. Director Wei is drunk. They get together once a month, drink too much, and talk nonsense. Ignore them. After Qian Duo left, Yuleahu hesitated over the watch journal. Regulations required recording all sentry reports, but Wei Awen's use of the room was already authorized and their entry was logged. There was no need to highlight their drunken theatrics. Yuleahu privately disdained their cosplay, but he wouldn't rat them out. They were all comrades after all. Outside, the church evening vespers had just concluded. Wu Shimeng, resplendent in a black cassock with a silver cross, walked out of the church with a dignified, measured gait. Parishioners bowed as he passed. Some reached out to kiss his hand. He smiled benevolently, making the sign of the cross over them, before walking out toward a stretch of wasteland the church had recently purchased. He had advised Lu Ruohua to buy the land early, predicting prices would spike as Lingao developed. Use 200 piasters just for this scrubland, Lu Ruohua had grumbled, still unconvinced. How much higher could it possibly go? End of chapter. Chapter 530, All Sides Mobilize, Part 3, Lingao will have substantial rigid demand for land in the future, Wu Shimeng patiently counseled the priest. Land will become very tight. Tight, Lu Ruohua shook his head. Dean Wu, there is plenty of uncultivated land in Lingao. It will become scarce in time. Don't you wish to secure more church property? Under Wu Shimeng's persistent coaxing, Lu Ruohua bought another parcel next to the Bairn Monastery. Foreigners just don't understand the power of a commodity economy, Wu Shimeng thought, recalling the effort it had taken to persuade him. Lingao's land prices would certainly rise. Whether sold or developed for the church's own use, the property would bring substantial returns. Wu Shimeng had no interest whatsoever in religious matters, but he was very professional. Having chosen religion as his vocation in this timeline, he had to manage church assets well to demonstrate his value. Wu Shimeng returned to the monastery. At the entrance, a nun sweeping up hurried over to kiss his hand. Watching this elderly woman with dark, wrinkled skin kiss his ring, the dean could not help fantasizing about how nice it would be if she were a lovely young sister instead. Alas, all dozen-plus nuns in the convent were grandmother-aged. Father Bai has returned. He is waiting in your office, the nun reported respectfully. Oh, he's back too. Wu Shimeng nodded. Bai Duolu had spent the past several months accompanying Lu Ruohua, proselytizing among the Li people who came to Nanbao to trade. The results, he heard, were quite good. Wu Shimeng passed through the gate. The Bairn Monastery was modest in scale, without imposing edifices, merely a mixed Sino-Western compound of 3 courtyards. The first was the monastery's administrative offices. Owing to Spartan conditions, the monastery had no chapel of its own and shared the Bairn church. The rear 2 courtyards held dormitories, classrooms, and a handicraft workshop, housing the nuns and forcibly interned bandit dependents, mostly relatives of petty bandits, deemed low risk. After a period of religious indoctrination and a passing assessment by political security, they could be given normal settlement. Those who failed went to labor camps. He entered his office. Bai Duolu was already waiting. Once pale-skinned, Bai Duolu's face was now dark. Evidently he too had been roughing it, traveling and eating outdoors in Nanbao. His expression was dejected. He had heard about the maid revolution in Nanbao, but his identity as a priest made it awkward to agitate openly over women. Inwardly, however, he yearned. Would there be a share of the maid distribution for him? Surely Xiao Zishan would not literally treat him as a monk and leave him out. Bai Duolu wondered how he might tactfully remind the General Affairs Office Director not to forget that benefit. Fortunately, he had resolutely resisted Director Wen's demand that he take formal holy orders. He had joined the church only in a secular capacity. Otherwise, his lower half-body's happiness in this lifetime would have been ruined. His faith was not exactly rock solid, but he could not bring himself to treat religion as sheer instrumentality the way Wu Shimeng did. The sight of this counterfeit monastery dean, rosy-cheeked and evidently thriving, told Bai Duolu that Wu Shimeng was doing very well for himself in Bairn Fortress. Each time Bai Duolu returned to report, the church and monastery had either expanded or upgraded facilities. The former training manager clearly still had strong operational skills. Under his stewardship, the church was beginning to take shape. "Xiao Bai, how are you? You look well. Spreading the faith successfully, are you?" Wu Shimeng plopped into a chair. "Call me Bai Duolu, please," Bai Duolu said with some pain. "And it's spreading the gospel, not the faith. You can't use such a neutral term." At Bai Duolu's insistence, Wu Shimeng had secretly received baptism. Bai Duolu simply could not accept an unbaptized man running the church. After the baptism, Bai Duolu also gave him a few lessons in basic religious knowledge and assigned him a handful of introductory catechism books, lest he make a fool of himself in church matters. It seemed the gentleman had made little progress in this regard. "Fine, the believers no, the flock has grown considerably. The results are significant," Bai Duolu said briefly. "But never mind that. You had me rush back before the assembly. What's this about? I thought of you precisely because you're one of us, so you could get a good rest. Nanbao's conditions aren't as good as here. Besides, accompanying that priest must be dull." Wu Shimeng poured him a cup of tea from a vacuum flask. "There's also the question of our church's future direction." Bai Duolu thought, this man has really grown into the role of dean, now earnestly pondering the church's future. He knew that Director Wen and the executive committee grandees had no religious sensibility whatsoever. They were naked pragmatists. In their hands, the church would inevitably be a mere tool. What Wu Shimeng called the church's future direction was simply about making the church a better tool for the transmigrated collective and extracting greater personal advantage in the process. Bai Duolu himself had no interest in the clerical profession. His background was printing. He had some knowledge of surveying and field exploration, and now held a concurrent post with the long-range reconnaissance team, doing surveying work when out proselytizing, and occasionally conducting social surveys for the social work office. Either pursuit struck him as more interesting than tagging along behind the priest as an attendant to spread the faith. "How the church develops is up to the executive committee," Bai Duolu said indifferently. "Wasn't this church set up on the executive committee's instructions in the first place?" "Xiao Bai, Wu Shimeng started to speak, saw Bai Duolu's displeased look and quickly corrected himself. Old Bai, your thinking is too old-fashioned. The leadership has so much on its plate, how can they possibly think of everything for us? This is exactly where we should exercise initiative. They don't handle day-to-day operations. They don't understand grassroots conditions the way we do. He rose and began pacing around the office. At this second General Assembly, our church should present a comprehensive, sound development proposal for the incoming leadership to consider. That's possible, but what new tricks can religious activity really offer? Bai Duolu mused. The usual tools were education and charity. Even in Nanbao, where Lu Ruohua could not run schools, he had started with simple acts of kindness. This isn't about tricks, Wu Shimeng shook his head. Our church should vie for the important task of ideological work among the masses. Right now, brainwashing of the indigenous population is inadequate, and no dedicated institution is doing it. It's a blank space. This conclusion was not baseless. Though Dean Wu had shown no interest in studying doctrine, he had read extensively on church history in his spare time and had developed considerable insight. He also frequently discussed ideas with parishioners and kept copious notes on ideological trends. Wu Shimeng believed that the spiritual life of Lingao's indigenous population was utterly barren. They did not even have the religious life typical of traditional societies. Limited by economic circumstances, though the county had a few temples, most were in a half-dead state. Seldom did any temple have a resident monk or Taoist. All manner of folk superstition flourished, with non-professional witches and shamans widespread. Propaganda directed at the indigenous population is still very inadequate. Beyond a few broad slogans, attention is focused on those within the system. Those outside are seriously neglected. Systemic brainwashing has not been carried out. Right now, the problem isn't visible, but in the future it will be enormous. Wu Shimeng spoke gravely, his manner utterly serious. The church should seize this opportunity. Exploiting the vacuum in local beliefs and the prevalence of superstition, it should advance into every aspect of social life, not just do a bit of charity and call it a day. Bai Duolu was astonished. He had not expected this former HR and training manager to be so ambitious. Evidently, he was positioning the church at the level of a state church. Now that Wu Shimeng laid it out, Bai Duolu also felt that the transmigrated collective was too deficient in the superstructure domain, too fixated on climbing the tech tree and developing productive forces. What do you have in mind? Despite himself, Bai Duolu was drawn in by the grand scheme. Since you're one of us, I'll tell you, Wu Shimeng said. I want to start with weddings, funerals, and celebrations. Bai Duolu was puzzled for a few minutes before it dawned on him. That's highly unlikely. The force of custom is very strong. Bai Duolu knew that folkways were stubborn. Without major changes in the social environment, they scarcely shifted. Customs can change, but only if a powerful force impacts society, Wu Shimeng said, full of confidence. Right now, the transmigrated collective is impacting this traditional society. If we want to change social customs, this is the ideal moment. Starting with the customs of daily life would habituate the populace to the church's presence. So-called faith, among the masses mostly manifested as superstition. According to Malinowski's social functionalist theory, superstition and religion were society's way of releasing internal pressure and stabilizing its structure. If pressure did not disappear, superstition could not be eradicated. New superstitions would spring up endlessly, unless society itself was destroyed. The future empire would certainly not be an earthly paradise. Since social pressure would persist, offering the masses spiritual opium, guaranteeing their afterlife would be an effective approach. Rather than let superstition, including those highly dangerous cults, fill the void, let us provide a faith for them. Wu Shimeng had clearly thought this through. Extend the church's influence into every stratum of society, ensuring that the future empire maintains a high degree of unity in the ideological domain. End of chapter. Chapter 531, Guangzhou and Lizhu joined forces. Yan Maoda's initial role at the Guangzhou station had been overseeing Purple Treasure Studio. the station's front for luxury goods and curios. That business was now mature, production and sales were thriving, and it was even attracting deposits. With operations running on autopilot, Yan found himself bored. As a former jewelry company manager, he had no desire to simply repeat his old career in this new timeline. He needed a new project, if only for amusement. Ming Xian approached the problem from a different angle. Trade between the Guangzhou station and Gaoju generated massive cash flow. While much was reinvested to purchase materials and labor for Lingao, a significant surplus inevitably sat idle. This left the Dalan Bank Guangzhou branch, which Ming Xian managed, with very healthy, but unproductive, cash reserves. Holding cash was fine, but deposits didn't grow on their own. To generate profit, money had to be lent. Yet Ming Xian dared not wade lightly into the deep waters of traditional Chinese credit markets. The customary rules of 17th-century finance were a minefield for an outsider. So far, the branch had only lent a fraction of its reserves, mostly to borrowers within the Gaoju network. While secure, the scale was too small, less than 20% of available funds. The sugar war changed his perspective. The Lizhu station's enormous demand for capital during that crisis highlighted a new market, the Lizhu sugar industry. The capital requirements for sugar were staggering, not just for procurement during milling season, but for upfront investment in cultivation. Beyond the plantations directly controlled by the South China Sugar Company, the station was promoting sugarcane cultivation cooperatives. To boost output, they needed to issue small loans to individual farmers. These loans demanded more capital than the microfinance initiatives run by the ThousandLi and Lingao, and the administrative burden was heavy. The Lizhu staff viewed the paperwork as an ordeal. The two sides found common ground instantly. Ming Xian proposed that the Guangzhou Dalan branch establish a dedicated office in Lizhu to handle these agricultural loans. Don't worry about staffing. Even if Lingao can't spare people, I can run a training class right here in Guangzhou. Microloan officers don't need advanced financial degrees, Ming Xian assured them, patting his chest. Will the Finance Commission approve this? Cheng Dong won't refuse. Lizhu is unique. Cash flow is explosive and volatile, with little steady commercial banking business. He'd be reluctant to waste a financial expert there. But if we open a branch office to support production, he'll agree. For Chiang Shide, the alliance made sense. Guangzhou was Lizhu Sugar's primary market for both domestic sales and export. The station relied heavily on Guangzhou's support, and the financial muscle Yan Mouda had flexed during the sugar war had left a deep impression. How will personnel be managed? Administratively, they'll answer to you. Since they're indigenous staff, we need our own people keeping an eye on them, Ming Xian said. But operationally, let the indigenous professionals manage themselves. That transition has to happen eventually. Do you think they're up to it? Do you truly think we're innately superior? Yan Mouda laughed. He pointed at himself. Without Lingao's industrial system backing us, the locals would sell us into slavery and we'd be counting the money for them. I'm just afraid they won't understand our methods. Relax. Their learning ability is no worse than ours. Some might even be sharper than certain comrades among us. The second joint venture concerned trade with Vietnam. The Lizhu Sugar Company had opened a sugar for rice route, exchanging sugar for Vietnamese rice to secure a stable food supply for the collective. This single achievement laid the foundation for large-scale immigration and made Chiang Shide one of the top contributors among all transmigrators. This trade route fascinated Yan Mouda. If Lizhu Sugar could find a market in Vietnam, so could Lingao's light industrial goods. Vietnam had its wealthy elites. Chiang Shide had mentioned the plantation owner Wu Yujia. If a man like that could buy sugar, he could certainly afford mirrors, glassware, and other luxuries. Conversely, Vietnam offered payment in rice, and potentially women. Yan had heard rumors of Vietnam's severe gender imbalance due to decades of civil war. Whether scientifically accurate or not, the prospect of a surplus of young women was enticing. Since Guangzhou was too far away, Lizhu, only a day or two by sea, was the natural staging ground. Thus, at Yan Maoda's proposal, they agreed to form a joint trading company headquartered in Lizhu. Guangzhou Station would supply the capital and merchandise, beyond sugar and rum. Lizhu Station would provide premises and logistics. Yan Maoda would handle operations. Old Jan. How about you serve as general manager of this Vietnam trading company? Yan Maoda suggested. I can't be in Lizhu full-time, I need a steady hand on the tiller. I'm in intelligence. Trade is outside my scope, Zhan Tianxing demurred cautiously. And I'm no merchant. It doesn't matter. It's just a cover, keep the company running smoothly and I'll handle the business deals, Yan Maoda pressed. Besides, it's a perfect vehicle for gathering intelligence on Vietnam. That point intrigued him. Let me think about it. If I do this, my cover changes. I prefer keeping a low profile. If we're targeting Vietnam for intel, we need more comrades. We're short-handed, Chiang Shide noted. I have the Sugar Guild and the cooperatives. I can't be everywhere. That's easy. There are plenty of comrades still without assignments. Anyone offered an overseas posting will jump for joy, Yan Maoda said with a sneer. Mark my words, once the news is out, they'll beat down our door. Overseas work carries risk, and a Vietnam run. A Vietnam run means the chance to buy Vietnamese girls at will. Do you think they'll care about risk? Yan Maoda clapped Chiang Shide on the shoulder. The power of example is limitless. How many people denounce you publicly while secretly dreaming of becoming Chiang Shide II? Heh, Chiang Shide laughed awkwardly. If that's the case, I'd recommend Bei Kai. He went to Vietnam with us before. Good man. Also Zhang Dabala, the old pirate, speaks the language. If possible, we should set up a forward outpost in Vietnam, Yan Maoda mused ambitiously. Shui says the North and South are at war, generating huge demand for arms. The Portuguese and Dutch are meddling. We should stick our oar in too. Fish in troubled waters, maybe force a few unequal treaties. First order of business should be taking out Wu Yujia, Chiang Shide grumbled, still seething over the humiliation he'd suffered during their sugar deal. It had shattered his protagonist aura, and he wanted payback. Guo Yi remained silent through most of the discussion, nodding only when addressed. He agreed a joint venture was necessary, but he worried about the optics. The overseas stations were already tall trees catching the wind. Even with executive committee approval, the internal gossip would be vicious. We need a PR campaign, Guo Yi said thoughtfully. Our image right now is terrible. Nobody notices that Lingao's industry only runs because of the materials and labor we send back, Yan Maoda agreed. They take it for granted. All they talk about is the women we've taken. They can't let it go, Chiang Shide complained. Is it easy for us? When we were dodging machetes to earn money for the collective, nobody gave a damn. We should talk to Ding Ding, Meng Xian suggested. Get him to run some feature reports on the overseas stations. Show the hardship. Prove we're not just drinking and chasing skirts all day. The Lingao Times, Yan Maoda sneered. The masses hate that paper right now, and they hate Ding Ding, mostly because they're jealous he gets to sleep with his foreign girlfriend whenever he wants. End of chapter. Chapter 532. The Dugu Qiyuan case. The members of the Law Studies Club were jubilant, but for Ma Jia, the victory brought immediate headaches. As the newly anointed head of the judiciary, his first official challenge was a minefield: how to handle the cases of Chiang Shide and Dugu Qiyuan. On the eve of the assembly's closing, someone had proposed a public trial, dragging both men before the Senate for a struggle session. The motion was rejected. The violence of the imagery was too extreme, and after days of contentious meetings, the exhausted delegates had little appetite for more drama. The extensive lobbying by the overseas stations had also done its work, killing the proposal in the cradle. Instead, the assembly passed a compromise motion. A hearing would be held by the Honor Court after the session adjourned, supervised by the Senate Standing Committee. Since it was a judicial matter, the hot potato landed squarely in Ma Jia's lap. Ma Jia returned to his maritime court office in the customs building. He hadn't yet moved into the executive committee compound, and convened a small meeting of his key cadres. They were there to debrief and plan. The Law Studies Club was the undeniable winner of the Second General Assembly. Not only had Ma Jia secured a seat in the highest ruling circle, but the principle of rule by law had been enshrined in the collective's constitution, locking in the future of every legal specialist. Though decorum forbade cheering in the office, smiles were plastered on every face. And Zai was practically vibrating with glee, feeling that his legwork had been the catalyst for their total victory. Trained legal minds tend to be efficient. There was no wasted talk. They quickly reviewed the situation and set the agenda for the next phase. The club would continue to champion pure scholarship and rule of law, using the newly passed association's law to strengthen their internal organization. The final item was dividing the spoils, allocating positions within the new judicial system. As the head of the arbitration tribunal and the supreme judicial leader, Ma Jia held the keys to the kingdom. The entire club had been waiting for this moment. Ma Jia was cautious. He promised everyone would get a piece of the pie but set a condition. They first had to draft the blueprint for the system itself, legal traditions, trial procedures, organizational structure. They had to build the house before they could move in. Go back and discuss it. I want proposals by Thursday, Ma Jia ordered. I need to submit the plan to the executive committee by Monday, then to the Senate. Once the structure is approved, we assign personnel. Don't slack off now. Will do, they chorused, eyes bright with ambition. As the meeting dispersed with members already planning celebratory drinks at the farm cafe, Ma Jia held Jiazi back. The Chang Shide and Dugu Qiyuan cases, Ma Jia said quietly. I'm handing them to you. Jiazi hesitated. What's the leadership's temperature on this? Ambiguous. The directive from the top is don't let it blow up, Ma Jia said. But be warned, many ordinary senators and even some executive committee members don't share that leniency. I understand, Jiazi nodded. Leave it to me. It's in your hands. Ma Jia had chosen Jiazi carefully. He was articulate, mature, and prudent, qualities essential in a tangled political mess. More importantly, he was upright. He wouldn't try to leverage the cases for personal profit, unlike many others circling the waters. Ma Jia handed him 2 files. Chang Shide's was thin, Dugu Qiyuan's was substantially thicker. The weight difference alone told Jiazi where the real trouble lay. Chang Shide is at guest house number 1. Dugu Qiyuan is at the Army Club, Ma Jia said. You can interview them anytime. They aren't going anywhere. Jiazi was assigned a temporary office in the customs building. He moved in immediately, bringing his sleeping bag and personal effects. He knew Chang Shide's case was manageable. Exonerating him wouldn't be difficult because the leadership's orientation was fundamentally protective. The public anger over the woman issue had largely subsided after the assembly. A few procedural maneuvers would likely see Chang Shide through without much controversy. The real challenge was Dugu Qiyuan. Dugu mobilizing the police to suppress a riot wasn't catastrophic in itself, and Jiazi dismissed the hysterical claims of a coup attempt. He believed Dugu's loyalty to the collective was absolute. The problem was that Dugu's expression of that loyalty had triggered a primal fear among the transmigrators, the fear that one of their own might use indigenous forces to threaten the group. They were building an empire where the indigenous population would form the bulk of the military and administration. Securing the loyalty of the native elites was already a major anxiety. Now Dugu had demonstrated the nightmare scenario, a transmigrator turning native guns on his comrades for political ends. If the police hadn't been intercepted before reaching the fortress, if the locals had seen their gods scattering before native truncheons, the collective's prestige might have collapsed irreparably. From that perspective, Dugu's conduct was indeed extremely egregious. Severe punishment, removal from office, investigation, a lifetime ban on public service was entirely justifiable, but Jiazi sensed deep waters. The Dugu Qiyuan incident wasn't isolated, it was part of the Maid Revolution. Jiazi hadn't marched that night. He disdained mob politics, but he suspected the Law Studies Club wasn't clean. Ma Jia and Shan Liang leading the march together. Was that really a coincidence? Or was Shan Liang just the detonator for a pre-planned explosion? And beyond the club, how many other shadows had moved behind the scenes that night? Recalling the executive committee's paralysis during the crisis, Jiazi began to see the shape of the game. He broke the seal on Dugu's file. It contained political security interrogations of every policeman present, reports from Bei Wei and Zhu Ziliang, and transcripts of Ran Yao's conversations with Dugu. The smoking gun was a handwritten order from Dugu himself, instructing Li Yang to mobilize the police reserve company. The depositions of the indigenous officers made Jiazi draw a sharp breath. Multiple policemen testified that Dugu had ordered them to open the armory and take Minié rifles into the city. Ordering indigenous personnel to enter the city armed without authorization was a fatal error. Regardless of intent, that single act was enough to destroy him. Pinning a coup attempt on him would be effortless. Dugu Qiyuhan's political career was dead. That was certain. The dilemma was how to bury the body. Ma Jia's instruction was don't let it blow up, but the undercurrents both in and out of power wanted blood. Someone needed to pay for the scare. Jiazi decided to start at the source. The day after the incident, Ran Yao and Mu Min had arrived at the East Gate Market Precinct. After a brief closed-door interrogation, a pale Dugu Qiyuhan was stripped of his pistol and taken away. Mu Min took temporary command, bringing in fresh trainees from the academy, while the original officers were carted off to a political security study camp for intensive debriefing. Dugu had been held at the Army Club ever since. He lived in a comfortable room, received daily meeting minutes, and even voted in the assembly by proxy, but he was effectively a prisoner. When Jiazi entered the room, Dugu looked surprisingly unbothered. "Are you my defense lawyer?" Dugu waved a hand dismissively. "I'm not guilty, I don't need a defense." Jiazi smiled faintly. "I'm not a lawyer, I'm a judge." Dugu looked confused. Jiazi introduced himself and explained the Assembly's resolution regarding the honor court hearing. End of chapter. Chapter 533, The Unknown Number, A Pack of Bastards. Dugu Qiyuhan ground the words out through clenched teeth. "I did all this for the collective, and these traitors hide behind the banner of democracy to stab me in the back. They'll ruin everything sooner or later." Jiazi waited for Dugu's breathing to slow before he pressed him again on the events of that night. "There's nothing new to tell. I've told Ran Yao a dozen times," Dugu snapped. "I was just mobilizing the squad to quell a riot, protecting the executive committee. Director Ma has poured out his blood and sweat for us, and these people sit around criticizing, making trouble over a few women. Is their crotch more important than the grand strategy? Is there no justice?" Jiazi groaned inwardly. This guy, invoking Ma Qianju as a saint at every turn, was political suicide right now. It was practically handing ammunition to the anti-Ma faction. "Stick to the facts," Jiazi interrupted, his voice sharp. "Leave other people out of it." It was useless. Dugu couldn't go 3 sentences without praising Ma Qianju. Jiazi instinctively glanced around the room. "Are there bugs?" He dismissed the thought. Ran Yao wouldn't dare. Bugging fellow transmigrators was a third rail that would electrocute anyone who touched it. Besides, this was the Army Club, Ma Qianju's turf. "Tell me exactly what happened," Jiazi ordered. "Forget the previous statements, walk me through it again." "Fine." Dugu Qiyuhan recounted the night's timeline. It matched the files perfectly until he mentioned the trigger. "So you only knew about the march after receiving a phone call?" "Of course. I was sleeping at the outer perimeter station. I stay there every night for emergencies. Little did I expect I'd be rushing back to protect a bunch of ingrates." "Who called you?" "Lots of people." Dugu waved a hand. "It was chaos, calls coming in on my cell on the office line." He rattled off a list of names, friends, colleagues in the army. "Who told you they were besieging the executive committee?" "They all said..." "No," Jiazi corrected him. "One person you mentioned said protest march. There's a difference." He leaned forward. "Think, who used the word siege, who made it sound like a coup? What's the difference?" "A big difference." Prompted effectively, Dugu struggled to separate the blurred memories. Finally, he frowned. There was one call, I didn't recognize the voice. Are you sure? Positive, definitely not someone I knew. Whose number was it? I don't know, unfamiliar. Do you still have the call log? It's on my phone. Dugu pointed to the table. Though the service is cut, can't even call out, boring as hell. Jiazi felt a wave of relief. The phone hadn't been wiped or confiscated. Investigating at the source was still possible. He picked up the device and scrolled through the received calls from that night, copying down every number. One stood out, an internal number but not one stored in Dugu's contacts. It was highly suspicious. Even if Dugu couldn't confirm that this specific caller had used the word siege, it was the only anomaly in a sea of known friends. Get your chronology straight, Jiazi warned as he stood up. At the hearing, talk only about your actions. And for God's sake, he lowered his voice to a whisper, stop mentioning the director. Dugu blinked, then the realization dawned on him. He slapped his forehead. Right, stupid of me. Jiazi left the army club and headed straight for the telecom department. In Li Yongxing's office, Jiazi presented his commission papers. No problem, Li Yongxing agreed readily later. Damn shame about Dugu. I heard he was planning to seize the telecom building and cut communications. Talk about lawless. Jiazi froze. That detail was only in Li Yang's deposition, a classified document. Li Yang told you. Jiazi asked, feigning casual curiosity. Li Yang, who's that? Li Yongxing looked genuinely puzzled. No, it's all over the fortress. All over the fortress. Yeah, rumor mill is wild. Li Yongxing leaned in. So is there any inside scoop? Nothing yet, Jiazi evaded. He pushed the list of numbers across the desk. Can you identify these owners? Can't you check the internal directory? They're all listed. I need an official trace. For evidence? Fine. Li Yongxing handed the list to a clerk. Check these. I also need the full server logs for Dugu's phone during that time window, Jiazi added. Incoming and outgoing duration, exact times. I need to cross-check against his device. That requires a warrant. Way ahead of you. Jiazi produced a pre-stamped arbitration tribunal warrant, filled it out on the spot, and signed it. Wow, you guys are efficient. Li Yongxing examined the paper like it was a rare artifact. Okay, Xiaozong, pull the logs. 15 minutes later, Xiaozong returned with a stack of printouts. Everything here, printed straight from the server, Xiaozong confirmed. Jiazi commandeered a desk and began the tedious work of cross-referencing. The phone's local log matched the server records perfectly. The clerk returned with the ownership list. Almost every number belonged to Dugu's known associates, except one. Local PHS number, redacted owner, public phone recreation hall. Jiazi stared at the entry. He took the paper to Li Yongxing. There are public PHS phones. Yeah, chained inside boxes, Li Yongxing explained. Since the old crank phones can't call mobiles, we put a few public mobiles around for convenience. There's only 4 of them. Where? Executive Committee Compound, Canteen, Recreation Hall, and the Farm Cafe. The Executive Committee, Jiazi's heart skipped a beat. That one's in the classified comms room, Li shook his head. Highly restricted, nobody uses that for pranks. So this number, that's the Recreation Hall unit, Li confirmed. I know it by heart. Thanks. Jiazi hurried out. The Recreation Hall was the transmigrator's living room, a hybrid internet cafe, library, and game center. It was filled with computers, game consoles, and off-duty personnel killing time. In the corner, chained to the wall inside a plastic protective sleeve, sat the public phone. End of chapter. Chapter 534. The hearing. Someone had called Dugu Qiyuhan from the recreation hall that night. Though Dugu couldn't be certain that this specific call was the one that fed him the siege narrative, Jiazi considered it the smoking gun. However, recovering forensic evidence was a fantasy. The phone's plastic sleeve was coated in grime, and even if they lifted prints, it was a public device in a high-traffic area. Half the transmigrators would be suspects. Still, the existence of this call clarified one thing. Dugu Qiyuhan was a pawn, not a mastermind. Jiazi interviewed the attendant on duty that night. The logbook showed who had signed out equipment, consoles, controllers, chargers, but casual visitors who just sat on the sofas or used the phone didn't need to sign in. The attendant had no memory of anyone making a call. Phone use was free and mundane, unworthy of notice. Whoever did this was slick, Jiazi thought. Pursuing the caller's identity was a dead end. Even if identified, they could simply deny it. And realistically, calling Dugu to say they're besieging the executive committee wasn't technically illegal. It was hearsay, panic, or rumor-mongering, hard to prosecute. Jiazi's final stop was the Police Reserve Company headquarters to meet Li Yang. Li Yang was still spooked. The 12-hour interrogation at political security had evidently rattled him. He initially refused to speak, relenting only when Jiazi flashed his arbitration tribunal commission. "Dugu really screwed me," Li Yang complained. "I was grilled for a whole day. They nearly drove me crazy." He sighed, slumped in his chair. "My future is toast." "You're wrong," Jiazi said. "Right now this is just procedural. You stood on principle and refused an illegal deployment order. Your career is going to skyrocket." "I hope so," Li said, unconvinced. "What do you want to know? I've told political security everything except the color of my underwear." "Pink, I assume," Jiazi cracked. "Tell me about that night." Li recounted the events. Jiazi listened, mentally cross-referencing against the deposition. No discrepancies. "Besides political security, have you told anyone else?" "No," Li shook his head firmly. "You're the second. They warned me strictly, classified investigation. One word outside and I'm done." Jiazi nodded. Li Yang hadn't talked. Dugu was in isolation. The files were sealed. Yet Li Yunxing, a telecom engineer with zero connection to the case, knew the details and claimed it was all over the fortress. Back in his office, Jiazi wrote his report. Since he lacked a smoking gun, he avoided speculation. He simply listed the dry facts, the timeline, the phone logs, the source of the mysterious call, and the rumors spreading despite the blackout. He would let the facts speak for themselves. He handed the file to Ma Jia. "What's your plan?" Ma Jia asked after reading it. "Circulate copies to all executive committee members," Jiazi said, "and to the 25 senators attending the hearing." "Damn it, running a newspaper like this, it's just a mouthpiece for the powerful." Shan Liang slammed the Lingao Times internal edition onto the table. Ding Ding had recently merged the Lingao Times with the old internal newsletter. The public edition was for the indigenous population. The internal edition, classified secret, was for transmigrators only. What enraged Shan Liang was a serialized feature titled The Sugar War. It detailed the Liju Station's heroic struggle against the Hei Hall in Yunwen. The author was anonymous, but the prose was gripping, filled with suspense and cliffhangers. It was obviously a PR piece commissioned by the overseas stations. "The newspaper is supposed to be a tool of public oversight," Shan Liang fumed. "Now it's whitewashing vested interest groups. I bet half of this is fabricated." "Liju really had it tough. Tooting their own horn isn't a crime," Cheng Mo said soothingly. He had been cultivating a friendship with Shan Liang and was now a trusted confidant. "But this swings public opinion toward Chiang Shide. It justifies his corruption." "Errors are errors, achievements are achievements. We just need to separate them at the hearing," Cheng Mo advised. "Pin him down on the misappropriation of funds, make him answer for the money." "Right," Shan Liang nodded. He had won a seat on the standing committee, a small victory, but his protest right motion was the real prize. He knew he couldn't beat the ruling faction in a direct power struggle, but wielding the banner of public opinion gave him leverage. "Chiang Shide is just a symptom. If he's corrupt, the whole overseas system is rotten," Cheng Mo added, stoking the fire. "Use this to demand a comprehensive audit." "Exactly. They can't treat collective assets as their personal piggy bank." Shan Liang paused, a new suspicion forming. Do you think they're bribing the executive committee, buying votes?" "Outright bribery is unlikely," Cheng Mo said. "Gold is useless here, coupons are traced, women too risky under scrutiny, but gifts and souvenirs almost certainly. Cultivating goodwill is just bribery by another name," Shan Liang scribbled furiously in his notebook. "I need to nip this in the bud." Cheng Mo watched him, feeling a twinge of guilt. Shan Liang was diving into political activism with honest zeal, unwittingly serving as a pawn for Cheng Mo's own faction. Well, Cheng Mo told himself our goals align, for now. The hearing convened a few days later. The venue was the small screening room in the recreation hall. Tables were arranged in a horseshoe, with the witness chair in the center, the hot seat directly in the line of sight of every judge. 25 senators had been selected by lot from the 53 standing senators to serve as the jury. Attendance was mandatory. Guilt or innocence would be decided by their vote. Punishment, if valid, would be determined later by the honor court or the executive committee. Ma Jia had designed the rules with a bias toward caution. A guilty verdict required a supermajority of 19 votes. Acquittal needed only 13. Convicting a senator was a grave matter that could ruin a career, and Ma Jia wanted no ambiguity. Presiding over the session was a 3-person tribunal: Ma Jia, Arbitration Tribunal Honor Court; Jiazi, Investigator; and Mu Quan, Clerk. Zhao Zishan attended as the executive committee's non-voting representative. Jiazi arrived early, hauling a massive rattan case stuffed with documents, sweat soaking his shirt. "You could have asked a clerk to carry that," Ma Jia remarked. "They're busy enough and they're all skinny kids. I'd feel bad," Jiazi grunted. He pulled a fresh set of camouflage fatigues from the case and changed. "You're too kind." "Hardly. Everyone has a mother. Exploitation has limits." Ma Jia nodded approvingly. Jiazi understood that appearance mattered. The court needed to project authority. Chiang Shide arrived flanked by Yan Mauda and a phalanx of Guangzhou/Lizhou staff. He was groomed to perfection, wearing improper but impeccably pressed casual clothes and a pair of black-framed glasses. He looked the picture of intellectual honesty and reliability. Someone coached him, Ma Jia thought. He looks like a white-collar defendant in a high-profile American trial. In stark contrast, Dugu Qiyuhan looked wretched. His hair was a bird's nest, his uniform wrinkled and stained. 2 political security officers escorted him to a back-row seat to await his turn. End of chapter. Chapter 535, Chiang Shide and Dugu Qiyuhan. The charges originally prepared against Chiang Shide were severe. Shan Liang and his cohort had pushed for embezzlement of public funds, but the Senate Standing Committee and the Executive Committee majority rejected it. A faction led by Jai Tuisi argued that Chiang Shide's conduct wasn't even illegal. When the Executive Committee dispatched him to Lizhou, they had placed no restrictions on fund usage. The mission was results-oriented. As long as he succeeded, how he spent the money was his discretion. At worst, the fault lay with the Executive Committee's loose authorization, not Chiang Shide's spending. Some even suggested that Shan Liang's crusade was driven by jealousy. The Lizhou team had risked their lives, seized the sugar market, opened trade with Vietnam, secured a food lifeline, and discovered the Hongji coal deposits. Given these monumental achievements, spending a few dozen taels of silver on women for personal enjoyment seemed trivial. Fixating on it, they argued, would only demoralize frontline personnel. Shan Liang insisted on separating merit from fault, demanding corruption be nipped in the bud. But as the hearings approached, his support evaporated. The new executive committee showed zero interest in prosecuting a hero. Left with no choice, Shan Liang downgraded the charge to misappropriation of funds. Jiazi knew acquittal was inevitable. The sum in question, a mere 10 taels, was absurdly low. Even under Ming law, it wouldn't qualify as a crime. Before the hearing, following Ma Jia's instructions, Jiazi circulated background dossiers to the juror senators. These files detailed the Lizhou station's brutal operating conditions and the current work assignments of the 5 slave girls. It was standard procedure, but the subtext was clear. Look at what they achieved. Look at what they endured. Merit didn't erase fault, but it certainly provided context. When Mu Quan read the bill of inquiry stating, willfully misappropriating public funds totaling a staggering 10 taels of silver, laughter rippled through the room. "Does the accused have anything to say?" Ma Jia asked. Chiang Shide rose, calm and collected. "I wish to make a statement." "Permission granted." Chiang Shai didn't dodge. He admitted that purchasing the women included personal gratification. But he argued that the women were essential station assets. They handled housekeeping, logistics, and daily operations, work that required personnel regardless. His use of them was merely value-added. These women primarily serve the collective. Serving me is secondary, Chiang Shai said. He listed their contributions, then played his ace. During our darkest hour, when thousands of rioters threatened to burn us alive and chop us into meat paste, when even our paid indigenous staff wavered, these 5 women stood firm. They vowed to live and die with the station. Why? Has anyone considered that? The senators looked blank. Chiang Shai raised his voice. Precisely because I had taken them in. The room erupted in laughter. Trust built on physical intimacy is the strongest bond in this timeline, Chiang Shai continued with a straight face. Slave girls regard being taken in by their master as the ultimate favor. It buys absolute loyalty. We must adapt to local customs to survive. So you also opened the chrysanthemums of the Wen brothers, a senator shouted. The files say they're loyal too, the room roared. I have no such predilection, Chiang Shai deadpanned, but you're welcome to try. Majia banged his gavel. Order, questions must be recognized. Chiang Shai continued his performance, mixing absurdity with logic, charming the room completely. Shan Liang fumed in silence. The man was turning a corruption trial into a stand-up comedy routine. Finally, Chiang Shai made his closing offer. Since his use of the women was controversial, he offered to purchase them personally. They will continue to serve the station, but I will reimburse the collective. Of course, certain services can only be provided to me. I regret they cannot serve the public. More laughter. This is my small contribution, thank you. Chiang Shai sat down. The vote was a formality. 19-6, not guilty. Majia announced the verdict. The charge of misappropriation was not sustained. However, acknowledging the private benefit, Chiang Shai was ordered to pay the full purchase price of 4 slave girls, 8 taels total, into the treasury within 15 days. 1 girl was deducted as his standard maid benefit. Chiang Shai accepted the ruling unconditionally. He shook hands with his entourage, looking every inch the victorious statesman. During the recess, Jiazi stepped outside for a smoke. He found Majia drinking water by a tree. That guy can talk, Jiazi said. He turned the whole room around. Majia smiled forcefully. Eloquence matters, but didn't the response feel a bit orchestrated? The lobbying, Jiazi murmured. The interest groups are flexing their muscles. It's unavoidable, Majia said, pouring the dregs of his water onto the roots of the tree. The key is balance. Jiazi wasn't sure how that balance would be held, but Majia seemed confident. Then came Dugu Qiyuhan. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The questioning was sharp, the hostility palpable. The initial charge of rebellion had been dropped after fierce opposition from the army and police, but the remaining charges were serious. Unauthorized mobilization of armed forces, intent to inflict bodily harm on transmigrators, and intent to destroy public property for the telecom building plan. After Jiazi read the charges, Dugu Qiyuhan stood up. He looked haggard but defiant. I mobilized the police to maintain order, he stated, to prevent the situation from escalating. In addition to being precinct chief, I am the outer perimeter security commander. I have the authority to handle emergencies. When there is a protest march, I have the duty to prevent vandalism, looting, and arson. Therefore, I cannot accept the charge of unauthorized mobilization. Shan Liang jumped in immediately. On what basis did you presume the demonstrators would commit vandalism? Isn't that a presumption of guilt? Do you have so little faith in your fellow transmigrators? Every protest in the world requires police containment, Dugu shot back. What makes you think transmigrators are special? End of chapter. Chapter 536 He Xin scheme. He glared hard at Shan Liang for a moment, then raised his voice. I think not. This whole affair is a smear job, Dugu Qiyuhan shouted, proclaiming his innocence. Someone plotted to entrap me. I never destroyed public property. I didn't even enter Baron Fortress, who smashed the coffee house gate. Seizing the telecom building was a precaution. How is that vandalism? This is a trumped-up charge. That charge is a bit of a stretch, Ma Jia admitted to himself. Intent to disrupt public order would have been cleaner. Dugu also rejected the charge of intent to inflict bodily harm. I have always treated comrades with the warmth of spring, he declaimed, ignoring the chorus of jeers from the room. I reserve winter's cruelty only for enemies. I would never extend my claws toward my own comrades. Then why the guns? A senator challenged. Bairn Fortress is 90% transmigrators. Who were those Mini-A rifles for? Dugu floundered. The file contained ironclad testimony from multiple indigenous officers confirming the order to arm with lethal weapons. The senators were visibly angry. The idea that an armed indigenous force had been deployed to suppress them, that they might have been beaten or shot by their own inferiors, was intolerable. It threatened the racial hierarchy they had implicitly built. Under the barrage, Dugu ran out of arguments. He fell back on his only defense. His loyalty to the collective was as clear as the sun and moon. Then a new speaker rose. The Dugu incident appears accidental, but it has deep roots, the man spoke eloquently. I believe Dugu is a man without guile, loyal in his way. But sometimes, simple minds confuse loyalty to the organization with worship of an individual. Ma Jia frowned. It was He Xin, a heavy-set man in his 30s, currently running the wood processing plant under the Forestry Bureau. He Xin's words were a precision strike. Everyone knew Dugu worshipped Ma Qianju. Ma Jia had been waiting for this shoe to drop. He exchanged a glance with Jiazi. This affair demonstrates serious errors in our personnel system. How did a man with no military or police background, no concept of rules or chain of command, climb to the post of precinct chief? How did he become outer perimeter security commander? The room went quiet. He Xin was attacking the previous executive committee, specifically Ma Qianju. Punishing Dugu is treating the symptom, not the disease. What supported him in his delusion that whatever I do is right? Comrades, this deserves deep reflection. He Xin looked pointedly at Shan Liang, expecting the firebrand to jump up and second the motion. He expected Shan Liang to demand an inquiry into the hidden hand behind Dugu, but Shan Liang pretended not to see him. He looked away, studying the ceiling. He Xin paused, waiting for support. None came. Do you have anything else to say? Ma Jia asked coolly. He Xin had to continue alone. I propose a thorough investigation of the root causes. Only by digging out the source can we guarantee stability. He sat down, disappointed. His carefully crafted lead-in had failed. The senators merely condemned Dugu's lack of discipline. No one touched the third rail of leadership responsibility. Strange, He Xin thought. When did Ma Qianju become so popular? He idly flipped through the information packet distributed before the hearing. He hadn't bothered to read it earlier, feeling confident in his speech. Now, a document caught his eye. Independent Investigation Report on the Dugu Qiyuan Incident, authored by the Arbitration Tribunal. He Xin froze. The Arbitration Tribunal had done its own report. He skimmed it rapidly. It was dry, factual, listing interview records and site logs without conclusions. But between the lines, the message was crystal clear. We know everything. We chose not to say it. The senators weren't protecting Ma Qianju. They just didn't want to be used as He Xin's gun. As the hearing neared its end, He Xin took the floor again. He pivoted. Dugu's behavior shows that some people see only certain leaders, not the collective. He stressed the word certain. Power is corroding us. Today, a precinct chief deploys native police against citizens. Tomorrow, will our own army turn its guns on us at the behest of a careerist? We must be ruthless. I propose Dugu be stripped of all posts, deprived of his Senate seat, and banned for life from any armed service position. This time the room nodded. Ma Jia called the vote. Verdict: unauthorized mobilization, guilty. Intent to inflict bodily harm, guilty. Intent to destroy public property, not guilty. Convicted on 2 counts, Ma Jia announced, striking the gavel. Sentencing will be announced at a later date, adjourned. I refuse to accept this. I am innocent, Dugu screamed as political security officers dragged him away. The senators filed out, chatting in low voices. Jiazi packed his bag. His job was done. He didn't care about the sentence or the secrets behind the curtain. "Walk with me," Magia said, catching him at the door. On the way back to the customs building, Magia brought up the sentencing. "We need to present a proposal to the executive committee," Jiazi said. "Strip him of administrative posts, definitely," Magia said. "But revoking his Senate seat, that might be going too far." "Why not include it, then let the committee show mercy and descend from on high to reinstate it?" Jiazi joked. Magia laughed. "That's a strategy. It shows unity." He looked at Jiazi with new appreciation. The man had handled a volatile situation perfectly, defusing a bomb without letting it explode. "What about your future?" Magia asked, sounding him out. "Where do you want to fit in the new judicial system?" "I don't want a judicial post," Jiazi said surprisingly. "I want to go to the Education Bureau, specifically Indigenous Education, and, if you'll support it, I want to set up an Indigenous Rights Protection Association." Magia stopped walking. "Indigenous rights, you're serious?" "Dead serious. We have freedom of association now, don't we?" "I won't object, but I doubt you'll get many members." "I don't need members. I just need the official status," Jiazi said. "Legal disputes between us and them are going to multiply. Someone needs to stand up for them to keep them from being bullied." "That's admirable, promoting social harmony," Magia nodded slowly. "It was a useful safety valve." Jiazi shook his head. "I don't care about harmony. We have the guns, we can force harmony if we want. I just think everyone is born of a mother. They're human beings. They should have basic rights." End of chapter. Chapter 537, The Forestry Ministry. "All right, I support you. Whatever else, we have freedom of association now," Magia said, though not without a touch of regret. "Do you really want to work in the Education Ministry? You have a talent for handling cases. Going into education seems like a waste." The Ministry of Education had become the default refuge for liberal arts graduates with few other options. But Hu Qingbai had little patience for such recruits. His critical shortages were in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Many of these humanities majors had long forgotten even elementary arithmetic, spending their days daydreaming about romances with female students rather than contributing to the curriculum. "Yes," Jiazi nodded. He shoved his hands into his pockets and sighed deeply. "Old Ma, I'm still at your service whenever you need me. No matter how difficult the task, if I believe it's right, I'll get it done. I'm not afraid of anything." Yulin returned to his office at the Forestry Ministry's wood processing plant. His desk was piled high with documents, but he didn't spare them a glance, dropping heavily into a factory-produced rattan chair. "The arbitration tribunal bunch are real busybodies," Yulin muttered indignantly. He pulled out his PHS, made a call, and recounted the situation at the hearing. "Finally," he said, "it looks like the tribunal clearly wants to suppress this matter." He made a few sounds of agreement in response to the voice on the other end, then asked, "So we just let it go?" After listening for a moment, Yulin finally said with evident reluctance, "Fine, I understand." Just as he hung up, a shout came from outside. "Chief!" "What is it?" Yulin asked impatiently. "Chief Wang just called to ask when the production of 10,000 straw hats and 5,000 safety helmets will be delivered." An indigenous clerk asked cautiously from the doorway, noting Chief Yulin's foul expression. "Engineer Wang." Yulin perked up instantly. "How many have we produced?" "As of closing time yesterday, we were short 6,000 straw hats and 3,000 safety helmets," the clerk reported, checking his notebook. "Starting today, extend working hours by 4 hours daily. The production plan must be completed on time," Yulin ordered. According to the transmigrators' labor regulations, a standard factory shift was 10 hours. Enterprises requiring round-the-clock operation used an 8-hour, 3-shift system. This was not out of respect for workers' rights, but because 3-shift enterprises were mostly critical facilities where excessive fatigue could lead to catastrophic accidents. However, every enterprise leader had the authority to mandate overtime, provided the cumulative overtime did not exceed 1/3 of the normal monthly working hours. Overtime was paid at standard rates. After the indigenous clerk left, He Xin called Wang Liuban and assured him the order would be delivered on schedule. Then the crank telephone rang. It was Jiazi. He asked when the 1,000 bamboo hats allocated for the Expeditionary Battalion could be delivered. He Xin shouted into the phone, "We're busy as hell over here. The delivery date for the bamboo hats will have to be pushed back." Jiazi presumably complained, for He Xin continued, "My production schedule is just too full. How about this? I'll try to arrange production to give you half before you set out. I'll fill the rest gradually." He hung up and sneered. Outside the window, the tall chimney of the wood processing plant's drying kiln loomed in the distance. Since its construction, that chimney had been spewing smoke and fire day and night, pausing only for brief maintenance. He Xin knew a large shipment of timber had recently arrived from Lizhu, and the processing plant was working around the clock to handle it. The timber industry was the transmigrated collective's most critical industrial sector. Given the shortage of steel, wood served as a universal substitute. It was widely used not only in construction and shipbuilding, but also in mechanical equipment where tolerances were forgiving. Even I-beams were often substituted with wooden counterparts. The General Construction Company had even developed steelwood hybrid structural materials to conserve precious steel. Although wood was easier to acquire than pig iron, it was limited by total supply. Lingao's local timber resources were scarce. The mangroves at Bopu had been stripped bare by Wu Quanming's logging teams. Only the southern regions near the Li area offered significant timber stands, but logging and transport there were logistically difficult. Since the completion of the island circumnavigation and the establishment of Yulin Fortress, the timber supply problem that had plagued the Forestry Ministry had improved significantly. Ships brought a steady stream of timber from southern Hainan, and in the last 6 months, channels for obtaining timber from the Lizhu Peninsula and Vietnam had opened up. Ma Qianju continued to increase investment in the Forestry Ministry. Steam-driven wood processing equipment was steadily replacing primitive water-powered machinery. The timber industry bore the brunt of construction pressure, yet the transmigrated collective's industrial focus lay elsewhere. Both the original Industrial and Energy Commission and the Planning Commission viewed wood processing as a stopgap measure until the steel industry matured. Within the Executive Committee, the Forestry Ministry had little voice and received scant attention in resource allocation. Conditions at the various enterprises under the Forestry Ministry remained extremely primitive. The ministry provided building materials for the structures springing up all over Lingao, yet the state of its own factories was deplorable. The office of the wood processing plant, which suffered the worst conditions, was still the temporary wooden shack built right after D-Day. After a year and a half of exposure to the elements, it was cracked and warped. Its location was terrible, too. Originally built compact for easy defense, the office sat too close to the drying kilns. It was sweltering in summer and smelled perpetually of creosote. Wu Quanming's repeated requests to rebuild the office area had been consistently rejected. Because conditions were so poor, almost no transmigrators were willing to work in the Forestry Ministry. In this wood processing plant, for instance, He Xin was the only transmigrator, leading over 100 indigenous workers. He didn't even have a peer to talk to. The factory he managed was a subsidiary of the Forestry Ministry. This enterprise was highly valuable at the current stage. Wu Quanming and Mo Zion had fought fiercely over its ownership. Ultimately, because it housed many specialized wood processing machines brought from the other timeline, it remained under the Forestry Ministry's jurisdiction. The wood products factory contained not only specialized woodworking machines, but also equipment for manufacturing rattan, straw, and bamboo wares. Most were copies produced by the machinery plant from prototypes and blueprints brought from the future. Some were simple, like the straw braiding machine, which was merely a primitive hand-cranked device, yet its efficiency was hundreds of times higher than manual labor. The result was the total annihilation of Lingao's local straw, bamboo, and rattan handicraft industries. Not only did the few small artisans go bankrupt and end up in the factory, but even farmers who did it as a sideline gave it up. The processing plant gradually monopolized all raw materials. Now, Lingao no longer exported red and white rattan directly. Instead, it processed them locally into high-grade rattan, bamboo, and straw goods for sale to Guangdong. The factory's straw hats, in particular, swept across Hainan with their low price and high quality. Lingao straw hats became a suddenly booming local specialty. Not only did peddlers from neighboring counties come for wholesale, but merchants from as far as Yazhou and Wencheng came too. However, this meant little to He Xin. The transmigrated collective operated a typical planned economy. He only had to produce according to the Planning Commission's directives. The tasks assigned by the Commission grew heavier, yet resource allocation was strict. Procedures were cumbersome and requests were often slashed. Low status, heavy workload, poor treatment. These issues combined fueled He Xin's dissatisfaction. Naturally, his superiors and colleagues were also dissatisfied. Thus, an anti-Ma faction formed within the Forestry Ministry. Ma Qianju's removal as People's Commissar for Planning after the General Assembly reshuffle did not satisfy them. The Forestry Ministry's anti-Ma faction had hoped to use the Dugu Qiyuan incident to launch a fierce attack on Ma Qianju, aiming to discredit him if not topple him. They hadn't expected the arbitration tribunal to pull such a maneuver. He Xin thought, this will require long-term planning. This is the arbitration tribunal's recommendation for handling the Dugu Qiyuan case. Ma Jia submitted the proposal at the executive committee's working meeting. The attending committee members silently circulated the document. The recommendation was extremely severe. It proposed not only stripping Dugu Qiyuan of all administrative posts, but also depriving him of his senatorial seat for life. This practically announced that Dugu Qiyuan had no future in the violent institutions, and for the rest of his life, could not hold even a minor official post in any other department. He would spend his life as a hatless chief, receiving dividends. According to the common program, his senatorial status could only be restored by his heir after his death. Isn't this too harsh? Zhao Zishan began to speak after reading it, but Ma Qianju interrupted him. Not harsh at all. For someone who committed such a serious organizational error, not shooting him is letting him off easy. I find this verdict very appropriate. I suggest adding a clause, require him to write a profound self-criticism, then send him to the most arduous post to reflect for a year. After 1 year, consider assigning him other work based on his performance. Director, Dugu is still young. Impulsive mistakes are inevitable for young people. Let's show some leniency, Zhan Wuya remonstrated. He bore Dugu Qiyuan no ill will and simply felt it was a pity. He didn't think about showing leniency to the masses when he wanted to enter the city to suppress the riot. Ma Qianju's face was stony. His punishment must be severe, to serve as a warning to others. Too much, too much. Cheng Dong, seeing Ma Qianju's livid face, thought he was acting out of a desire to forge iron into steel, fearing he might really ruin Dugu's political future. On the attitude toward Dugu Qiyuan, the feelings of the original executive committee members were completely different from those of the masses like Shan Liang. The masses saw Dugu's attempt to use violence to suppress democratic demands. The committee members saw Dugu Qiyuan's loyalty to the executive committee and to order. Chapter 538, The End of the Dugu Incident. Dugu Qiyuan's loyalty to the transmigrated collective is reliable. Punishing him like this will dishearten people. If we don't punish him like this, the masses will be disheartened, Ma Qianju sighed. Do you think I wish for this? But the cry of the masses acts as a mandate. We must give an account. Ma Jia thought, it looks like the director wants to play the role of Zhuge Liang executing Ma Su with tears in his eyes. At that moment, when Daisy spoke up, his voice measured. Director, I don't believe we should make Dugu Qiyuan an example to be utterly disgraced. He is young, after all. Young people are impressionable. Making small mistakes is inevitable. I propose we limit his punishment to 1 month of confinement. Once released, we can assign him a position in another department to redeem himself through service. Xiao Zishan thought this punishment was too light, it lacked sincerity fundamentally. Wu De, the newly appointed president of the Planning Commission, voiced this concern. CEO Wen, your handling suggestion is too lenient. The masses likely won't accept it. The masses definitely won't accept it. Protecting Dugu Qiyuhan will result in the entire collective losing cohesion. Ma Qianju insisted on severe punishment for Dugu Qiyuhan. Everyone offered their own remonstrations until Wen Daisy coughed to clear the room. Did Dugu Qiyuhan commit an organizational error or a line error? I believe it was primarily an organizational error. The executive committee members realized proper CEO Wen was making a keynote speech. The nature of his problem is strictly serious, so the director's demand for the severest punishment is correct, Wen Daisy continued. Of course, his committing such a grave error wasn't accidental. It was the formation of erroneous concepts under a long-term lack of correct guidance, specifically, the personality cult. I believe this point should be clarified in the punishment document. The air in the conference room suddenly stagnated. Everyone waited for what Wen Daisy would say next, calculating what stance they should take when he said it. Comrades, regarding personality cults, it's fine to let the indigenous people worship us, preferably treating us as gods or at least archangels representing God on earth, of course. I know many comrades disagree, but within our collective blind worship of any individual is extremely harmful. You've all seen the consequences. Dugu Qiyuhan is a victim of this erroneous concept, Wen Daisy spoke with assurance. But we must also recognize that Dugu Qiyuhan's loyalty to the transmigrated collective is primary. In the spirit of curing the sickness to save the patient, we should give him a way out. The committee members thought loyalty to the transmigrated collective would be more accurately described as loyalty to the executive committee. Wen Daisy's tone made it clear he wanted to leave Dugu a path, which greatly surprised most committee members. Only Ma Jia understood Dugu Qiyuhan was ultimately just a chess piece. Now that he had become a discarded piece, killing him would have no effect on the game's outcome. Ma Qianju still held significant influence. Cadres in most departments trusted him deeply. The fact that no second person stepped up to contest his run for Secretary of State spoke volumes. Seeing the timing was right, Ma Jia proposed a new punishment plan. Dismiss Dugu Qiyuhan from all posts. Order him to write a profound self-criticism. Assign him to Yi Yumming's Tiandihui as an agricultural technician to reflect while working. Reconsider assigning him other duties after 1 year based on his reform. Simultaneously ban him from holding military or police positions in the future. There should be a special communique regarding the outcome of this matter, Wen Daisy said. Include the points I just mentioned. Does anyone object? No objections were raised. Thus, the plan for handling Dugu Qiyuhan was decided. The Executive Committee's decision. Dismiss Dugu Qiyuhan from his post as Eastgate Market Precinct Chief and transfer him out of police headquarters. Revoke his concurrent post as Bairn Fortress Outer Perimeter Security Commander. Revoke all other administrative posts and titles he held. Hand him over to Wu Nanhai for 1 month of residential surveillance. Then turn him over to Yi Yumming to be assigned work in the Tiandihui for probation, subject to his attitude of reflection. The probation period was set for 1 year. During this time, the Political Security Bureau would assign personnel to secretly monitor him. If he passed probation, he would be reassigned, though he could no longer serve in violent organs like the police or military. The decision would be communicated to all transmigrators. To prevent the document from falling into indigenous hands, this decision would only be published on the internal intranet BBS. Seeing the matter resolved relatively harmoniously, everyone was satisfied, except Dugu Qiyuhan. Even Dugu Qiyuhan, the biggest victim of the incident, was left a lifeline. Though the punishment was severe, his political future was not annihilated. After the probation period, he could re-emerge to dedicate his loyalty to the executive committee once more. Zixin proposed moving to the next agenda item, but Ma Qianju indicated he had more to say. Comrades, although this incident exposed deficiencies in our work, there were also shining moments. For instance, that indigenous police sergeant Zhang Erjin who stood on principle and refused to open the armory, he was excellent. Without his insistence, the matter might have blown up even bigger. We must commend such a model, when Daisy snorted. Director, you really can find a silver lining in any disaster. Your dialectics are too powerful. Shouldn't adherence to principle be commended? Ma Qianju asked. Adhering to principle is naturally a good thing, when Daisy admitted. But this is dirty laundry. Commending him is tantamount to announcing that Dugu Qiyuan did something wrong. We cannot tarnish our own image in front of the indigenous people. Ma Qianju retorted, CEO Wen, are you playing the great, glorious, and correct card too? Of course, Wen Daisy said indifferently. If we admit that we too make mistakes, wouldn't that seriously shake the indigenous people's confidence in us? Logically, that group of indigenous police should all be secretly executed. Everyone looked incredulous. Some eyes even showed fear. When Daisy brought the conversation back from the ledge. Of course, we are civilized people. We can't do such things. But open commendation won't do. Give them some benefits secretly. As long as they understand in their hearts, it's fine. After we occupy Sanya, we'll need to set up security organs there. Why not promote him to deputy precinct chief there? Wuda suggested. Sending him far away solves it. Some of the other indigenous police from the precinct would follow Zhang Erjin to Sanya. Others would be drawn to form Lingao's third precinct, Bopu precinct. This left very few men in the original Eastgate Market police force. Vacancies would be filled by newly graduated cadets. Who would fill the vacancy of Eastgate Market precinct chief was a delicate matter. Dugu Qiyuan's past role was unique. As precinct chief, he was under Ran Yao's leadership, but Ran Yao only had operational guidance authority. His real power lay as outer perimeter security commander, directly responsible for guarding Baron Fortress and controlling the police reserve company. Functionally, this was the position of a confidant minister. In this respect, his status was no lower than that of the Special Reconnaissance Detachment commander, whom the Executive Committee regarded as the Praetorian Guard. Now that he was finally purged, the next person to hold this post would inevitably become the focus of the Executive Committee gentlemen. Wuda suggested letting Mu Min take the post concurrently. She was already the Eastgate Market precinct political instructor and had a genuine police background. Keeping her on Li affairs was a waste of talent. Most importantly, Mu Min was a true outsider with no background ties to anyone. Everyone felt reassured having her in charge of Baron Fortress's perimeter security. As for Reserve Company Commander Li Yang, to honor his firm stance, he was awarded the Transmigrated Collective's highest honor, the Senate Commendation, circulated to the entire army. The Executive Committee intended to establish Li Yang as a model of obeying commands in all actions. At the same time, the committee instructed Xixin to list Li Yang for priority promotion. Officer promotions aren't decided by me, are they? Xixin said. Doesn't that fall under the Military Affairs Ministry? That brings us to the first issue we need to discuss, the cadre system, Ma Qianju said. People have complaints about cadre appointments, Wuda said. Everyone feels the current appointments are opaque. That is a fact. The fact is that people have complaints about cadre benefits, not who is a cadre, Wen Daisy countered. But to fully demonstrate respect for public opinion, we still need to create a very transparent system. According to the common program stipulated at the Second General Assembly, all cadres below the Executive Committee were appointed and removed by the Executive Committee. Personnel changes for principal leaders of people's commissions and ministries required Senate approval. Appointments and removals of cadres below minister-commissar level did not require Senate approval. This clarified the cadre appointment system. the executive committee decided to first establish a cadre management agency. To ensure the transmigrators' realm never changed color, the cadre management agency would adopt a dual-track system. Personnel management for transmigrator cadres would be handled by the Organization Department of the Executive Committee General Office. Appointment management for indigenous cadres would be handled by the Cadre Department of the Civil Affairs People's Commission. In the other timeline, the Organization Department was a key department. Everyone had misgivings about who should control it. Finally, it was decided to place it under the General Office. Although the director of the General Office was a committee member, he had no vote and the least influence within the committee, making it unlikely to cause a power imbalance. All senators, provided they had not been stripped of political rights, were eligible for administrative posts at all levels. For ease of management, Ma Qianju's proposal for establishing grades, ranks, and salaries was finally passed. Without definitive grades and military ranks, daily operations were inconvenient, especially in the military. Indigenous personnel had ranks, yet transmigrators did not. To avoid internal conflict caused by rank disparity, the executive committee decided to continue the past philosophy in the new system: minimal material difference between grades, adhering to the principle that the salary gap between the highest and lowest levels should not exceed a factor of 2. Chapter 539. Drawing a line. The compensation structure for indigenous officials was divided into 3 components. The first was the position salary, determined by the specific office held. The second was the rank salary, decoupled from the official's current post and linked instead to tenure and contributions to the transmigrator regime. Under this system, a senior clerk at the grassroots level could earn more than a junior mid-level official. Xi championed this approach, believing it allowed indigenous cadres to find contentment in grassroots and specialized work, avoiding the trap where increasing skill led to promotion away from the front lines. As long as one excelled in their role, the financial rewards would be substantial. The final component was allowances and benefits, granted based on the nature of the work, weighted heavily toward dangerous, physically demanding, and arduous posts. The meeting then devolved into a long discussion on a series of related issues. This plenary session of the executive committee dragged on through the night. By the time it wound down, everyone was exhausted and famished. Yet before adjourning, the committee members were obligated to review the session communiqué word by word, not only to resolve issues lingering from before the General Assembly, but also to carefully calibrate the masses' reaction. The taste of democracy was indeed not easy to swallow. In the final stage of the meeting, everyone agreed to create the position of Secretary General of the Executive Committee. This official would not be a committee member, but would be responsible for managing the committee's paperwork and administrative affairs. I think Mu Quan would serve well. His meeting stenography is quite competent. Ma Qianju began, but Wu De interrupted him. Director, don't forget we've just established the cadre system. Oh, right. We should recruit openly, Ma Qianju corrected himself. Then let's recruit, post the opening on the internal BBS. All right, I'll handle it, Xi Xin agreed. I also need a head of the organization department. I'll recruit for that position simultaneously. Use your discretion, Wen Daisy cautioned. Not just anyone can be organization department head. The position is critical, so choose carefully. I know. After the meeting, the committee members turned off the lights and walked out of the conference room, groggy with fatigue. The sky was faintly brightening. Reveille was already blowing in the military camp. Several members hurried off to eat and sleep without a word. Ma Qianju, however, felt invigorated by the cold morning breeze. Realizing he couldn't sleep, he headed back to his own office. Hu Wenyang had already arrived for work and had cleaned the large outer office used by the indigenous clerks. It was spotless. Like all indigenous people taken in, educated, and employed by the transmigrated collective, he harbored immense gratitude toward the collective. He did not see himself merely as a paid employee or a cadre in newspeak, but viewed the relationship as a master-servant bond involving close personal loyalty. If not for the strict restrictions on indigenous entry and exit at the Executive Committee compound, Hu Wenyang would likely have slept there. He considered his presence natural. With very few exceptions, all indigenous personnel in Bairn Fortress lived concentrated in a dedicated compound within the city. After 21:00 each night, all indigenous personnel were required to return to the dormitories, which were then locked by sentries. They could not leave until 6:00 a.m. By that time, some workaholic senators had already begun their office hours. There was little entertainment in Lingao. Everyone slept early and rose early. Ma Qianju instructed Hu Wenyang make a cup of tea, strong. "Yes, Chief." Hu Wenyang responded and started to back out, then hesitated. "Chief, you haven't had breakfast yet. Should I call the canteen to send some over?" "No need. Organize the materials on the desk first." Ma Qianju felt his thoughts were somewhat scattered. He needed to sit down, drink tea, and sort them out systematically. Hu Wenyang brought him hot tea and closed the door carefully as he withdrew. He could already read Chief Ma's mood from his face. Ma Qianju opened one of the countless drawers beside him and took out a lunch box. Inside was Russian-style black bread baked by the canteen. Originally intended for the army because it curbed hunger effectively and didn't spoil easily, the canteen staff found it time-consuming to bake, and wheat yields were too low to feed even the transmigrators regularly. Consequently, it was made in small quantities for senators, but sales were mediocre. Most senators had no interest in the sour, rock-hard bricks. He took a chessboard from another drawer and set up an endgame simply for study, his habitual method for pondering major issues. Ma Qianju gnawed on the black bread, fingers moving over the chessboard, his mind racing. Although many of his plans had been rejected, the determination of status and remuneration for indigenous cadres at this executive committee meeting pleased him greatly. Massive social reforms relied on indigenous cadres for implementation. He had always believed that the key to building a new society was relying on cadres, and vast numbers of them. Like the yamen of a Ming Dynasty county, a few officials reliant on a swarm of petty clerks, of base status to govern, it would be a miracle if administration functioned effectively. Ma Qianju had always admired bureaucracy. He firmly believed that the primary reason modern society achieved social control and executive power unattainable by ancient or traditional societies was the establishment of a massive, structured bureaucratic machine. If the transmigrated collective wanted to build a modern society, it could not do so without training and deploying its own cadres in large numbers. Since Wu Du had left office, the Civil Affairs Commission had fallen directly into Ma's sphere of influence, and the power to appoint indigenous cadres lay under the jurisdiction of the Civil Affairs Commission's cadre department. This gave him greater initiative to reform the entire civil affairs system of Lingao. Although Ma Qianju had lost the Planning Commission, the position that once gave him stranglehold control over the collective's resources, as Secretary of State, he had legitimately become the collective's premier. To a certain extent, his actions were now less constrained. Through the State Council, he could effectively impose his will and philosophy on various ministries and commissions, rather than relying on his past resource allocation power to influence goals indirectly. What Wu De handed over was an operation beginning to show results, but many initiatives were just starting and needed continued implementation. He wondered, who should serve as the Civil Affairs People's Commissar? Open recruitment. Ma Qianju scoffed involuntarily. Hiring cadres directly without long-term cultivation and probation was absurd. As he ate bread and mentally arranged personnel files, the office door was slammed open. Dugu Qiyuhan barged in, dropping into a grand armchair without even looking at Ma Qianju. "I can't work like this. They're all coming at me," he cursed angrily, directing his ire at the air. Is it easy for me? Who did I do this for? Wasn't it for everyone's benefit? Ma Qianju didn't even look up, focusing on tearing the bread into small pieces and feeding them into his mouth. Now they treat me like a criminal, pronouncing me guilty. What is this? Want me to be an agricultural technician? I won't be a farmer raking muck. Ma Qianju said nothing. He took a sip of hot tea, shook the hard bread crumbs off his clothes onto the floor, and picked up the newly published Lingao Times internal edition from the desk. Dugu Qiyuan grew restless, his tone softened. Big Ma, you have to back me up. I did all this listening to you. I only told you to be a good sentry for Bairn Fortress and manage external security, Ma Qianju interrupted coldly. I didn't tell you to lead a police squad into the city. Wasn't I afraid rioters would storm the executive committee? Dugu Qiyuan said, sounding aggrieved. You don't know how many people were badmouthing you behind your back those days. I was afraid rioters wanted to use the opportunity to harm you. I walk straight and sit upright. Why fear gossip? Ma Qianju snorted. Your actions only substantiated the rumors. This. I didn't mean to. Dugu Qiyuan was flustered. I didn't expect to be used by people that crafty old. Are you planning to get slapped with a slander charge too? Ma Qianju cut him off sharply. You can't just leave me to die. Dugu Qiyuan was getting desperate. We're tied to the same boat. All 521 of us are tied to the same boat. Ma Qianju moved another chess piece unhurriedly. He turned his head. Go quietly to Wu Nanhai's place for a month of confinement and write a profound self-criticism. Old Wu is a good man, he'll look after you. Afterward, go work hard under Yi Yumming to redeem yourself. Don't say another word. I've spoken to him. He'll try to arrange some administrative work for you. Big Ma, you. Hearing that his future involved dealing with mud, Dugu Qiyuan looked despairing. Ma Qianju waved his hand, signaling him not to interrupt. You made the mess, clean it up yourself. Dugu Qiyuan's face went pale, whether from fear or anger was unclear, but the emotion was volatile enough to make him jump up and shout. Ma Qianju, don't think I don't know what game you're playing. You're sacrificing the rook to save the king. You used me as a gun before, and now you want to draw a line. Ma Qianju simply gazed leisurely at the chessboard, chewing his black bread as if he hadn't heard the outburst. Only after Dugu had vented did he speak slowly. Qiyuan, remember, never form factions or stick labels on yourself. You'll make mistakes that way. Fine, I'll take responsibility for what I did. From now on, I work for myself. Dugu Qiyuan rushed out. Ma Qianju, face wooden, packed up the chessboard. Losing Dugu Qiyuan was a major loss. But after this incident, if he didn't draw a clear line, it would become a fatal wound in his political life. Chapter 540 Personnel changes. The decision regarding Dugu Qiyuan was quickly posted on the internal BBS, and official notifications followed shortly thereafter. Dongmen Chuyu opened the file at his desk in the East Gate Market Commercial Hall. In the name of the Senate and the people, Dongmen Chuyu started. What was this? Looking closer, he realized it was the Arbitration Tribunal's formal decree regarding Dugu Qiyuan's charges and punishment. Dugu's really been stripped of his uniform this time. Dongmen Chuyu felt a twinge of regret. He and Dugu Qiyuan were birds of a feather. A pity about those Wehrmacht and SS uniforms he brought with him. Dongmen Chuyu already knew the new precinct chief would be Mu Min. Her nomination was currently being publicized online. If no objections were raised within the 3-day window, her appointment would be formalized. That woman, Mu Min, he had seen her in action. At a glance, she was a formidable character. Dongmen Chuyu wondered if she, now permanently stationed at Eastgate Market, would cooperate as seamlessly with him, official Dongmen, as Dugu had. It was hard to say. Thinking of this, his interest waned. In fact, he had long harbored thoughts of leaving. Eastgate Market was largely on autopilot now. There were no new tricks to play. Moreover, rumors suggested Yifan's Cheka would conduct a massive financial audit of all departments after the new year. Having handled land sales, leasing, and real estate development while effectively controlling Eastgate Market, It would be a miracle if an audit found no irregularities. But to transfer, he needed a destination. Dong Minchuyu thought, I've been doing commerce lately. Transferring to the Ministry of Commerce would be a professional fit. Just as he was contemplating his next move, a commotion erupted outside. Dong Minchuyu opened his door to find Dugu Qiyuhan arguing heatedly with two fresh police cadets outside his former office. Dugu was demanding entry to retrieve his belongings. The cadets were standing firm, citing orders to seal the office until the new chief arrived. I can't even retrieve my personal items. Whose rule is that? Dugu Qiyuhan's face was flushed with indignation. We are executing orders, chief. The two newly assigned cadets repeated the phrase like a mantra. Dugu, don't be hasty. Come sit in my office for a while, Dong Minchuyu called out. I'll call Ran Yao and ask when Mu Min can come over. If she can't, having someone else open the door is fine too. Dugu Qiyuhan sat fuming in Dong Minchuyu's office. Since being taken away by political security, he had become a pariah, a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. Now that his freedom of movement was restored, people on the street either glared at him, ignored him, or put on a drawing a line face to distance themselves. Dong Minchuyu called Ran Yao, asking if someone could be sent to open the door so Dugu Qiyuhan could collect his personal effects. He put down the phone. Ran Yao says to wait. You can handle the handover when Mu Min arrives. It's better to do it face to face. Hand over my ass, Dugu Qiyuhan huffed. The only thing missing is being dragged to the square for a struggle session. The keys to the safe and filing cabinets were confiscated long ago. They haven't even returned my pistol. Why play these formalist games? Stop griping. Dong Minchuyu sympathized with Dugu. It's already like this, just go with the flow for now. HMPH, I don't care about others, but I didn't expect Director Ma to sell me out without a word, and so thoroughly. Dugu Qiyuhan ranted, pouring out his bitterness over Ma Qianju's cold betrayal. I decided to follow him to the end. I didn't expect him to be so heartless. Dong Minchuyu shook his head. Qiyuhan, if the director didn't do this, he couldn't even save himself. You blame him. What's it to me if he saves himself? Dugu Qiyuhan's anger at Ma Qianju hadn't subsided. If I get pushed too far, only if he saves himself now can he save you later. Dong Minchuyu lowered his voice. If he goes down too, you'll be an agricultural technician for life. Dugu Qiyuhan froze, asking in disbelief, really? Sigh, you. Dong Minchuyu sighed. If only you'd told me before you deployed troops that day. I definitely would have stopped you. Fat lot of good saying that now. Dugu Qiyuhan stood up impatiently and paced in circles. When do you think they'll let me head the police squad again? Don't even think about that. Dong Minchuyu had just spoken when he heard Mu Min talking unusually loudly in the corridor outside. He stopped. Go pack your things. I'll come see you later. After sending off the muttering Dugu Qiyuhan, Dong Minchuyu pondered his own destination. Suddenly, it struck him. Li Mei now had formal senator status, and the women's cooperative she ran had been renamed the Cooperative since nationalization. This cooperative held absolute dominance in Eastgate Market's commercial sector. Given Li Mei's ability and seniority, she would not only continue as general manager of the cooperative but might well become Minister of Commerce. Even if he transferred to the Ministry of Commerce, he wouldn't have much room to maneuver. She was a veteran of the business world, completely unmatched by someone like him who switched careers halfway and rose by selling land and renting houses. If he went to the Ministry of Commerce, he'd be a deputy minister at best. Just as Dong Minchuyu was hesitating, his phone rang. You're still a part-time staff officer at the General Staff, right? The voice asked. Yes, I attend staff meetings at the General Staff every week. You should know, Dong Minchuyu said. Yes, I'm completely confident. Hearing the words on the phone, Dong Minchuyu involuntarily straightened his posture. Rest assured. Personnel appointments came down one after another. Mu Min was appointed Eastgate Market Precinct Chief, ceasing to serve as director of the Li Affairs Office. Ran Yao formally became National Police Leader, stepping down as concurrent director of the Political Security Bureau. Dongmen Chuyu resigned as director of the Eastgate Market Management Office and transferred to the General Staff as a full-time staff officer. Li Mei became director of the Commercial Ministry's Eastgate Market Management Office and concurrent director of the Cooperative. Chen Haiyang ceased to be Navy People's Commissar and became Minister of the Naval General Staff. Ming Qiu took over as Navy People's Commissar. He Ming ceased to be Army People's Commissar and became Army Chief of Staff. Organizational adjustments and personnel changes created many vacancies. Many hatless chiefs obtained official posts in this reshuffle, greatly soothing their feelings of unrecognized talent. Ma Jia kept his word. The group from the Law Studies Club who had contributed most obtained key positions in the Arbitration Tribunal. Ensign became director of the Arbitration Tribunal General Office. Dong Shi became a judge of the Public Order Court. Ma Jia had intended to give the position of director of the Investigation and Execution Department to Jiazi, but Jiazi declined, saying he didn't want it and asked only to be recommended to the Education Ministry. Helpless, Ma Jia spoke to Hu Qingbai and recommended Jiazi. The position of Investigation Director had to be left temporarily vacant. The post was critical. Simply reciting statutes wouldn't suffice. Ma Jia decided to keep the position open until a suitable candidate emerged. Others also received positions. The worst off found a spot in the legal counsel's office. Only the most thorny position, director of the Political Security Bureau, remained unfilled. Ma Jia requested several times to meet and discuss candidates for this post. The position was both important and sensitive. Leaving the selection power in his own hands put too much pressure on Ma Jia. Who knew what those people were really thinking? But the few executive committee members merely ha-ha'd their way through the discussions, none suggesting a candidate. Ma Jia spoke privately with several key members but got nothing concrete. In the end, Ma Jia had to consider the candidate himself. This person should ideally be unconnected to CEO Wen and unrelated to the director. Logically, Mu Min was the most suitable candidate after Ran Yao's departure. She was a complete outsider and had done political security work in the original timeline. She was professionally qualified. The problem, Ma Jia thought, was that she was too much of an outsider, with no foundation at all. She couldn't command respect in that post, and CEO Wen clearly disliked female cadres. Besides, giving it to her would make the Ming family's power too terrifying, Ma Jia thought secretly. Sitting in his office, Ma Jia drank cup after cup of strong tea, repeatedly scanning the complete roster of transmigrators he had obtained from Zia Zishan. The roster briefly listed everyone's data and current posts. Finally, his eyes fell on a name in the Z section at the end. This person should work, Ma Jia thought. Though he wasn't from the public security system like Ran Yao or Mu Min, he studied international politics, specifically specializing in Soviet-era political science and practice, with profound research into Stalin-era purges and the NKVD. One could say he possessed sufficient theory. Moreover, he didn't like the limelight. That alone made him far better than all the loudmouths clamoring to be purge officers. This person was none other than Zhao Mengxingsky. Zhao Mengxingsky lived a secluded life, rarely leaving the original Internal Affairs Commission compound and speaking little. He almost never attended internal affairs meetings, holding the title of Director of the Internal Affairs Policy Research Office. No one knew what he did, but every department of the Internal Affairs Commission had to copy files to him for research reference. Every day he simply read continuously, took excerpts, and wrote in a large, locally produced 16-mo notebook. Gradually, Zhao Mengxing's office became piled high with these notebooks. Department heads sometimes went to his office to talk for a while, but his full name never appeared on any document. Chapter 540, 1. Political Security Cadets Factories didn't hire every day, so Lu Cheng had to bide her time. Being somewhat older, she was ineligible for the various training programs at the Military Political Academy. She didn't find this particularly regrettable, however. A neighbor's daughter had passed the Type C diploma exam and eagerly enrolled in the nursing class, enticed by the prospect of treating the sick, only to flee home in terror after her first encounter with a human anatomical specimen. Upon returning, she recounted such horrific stories that Lu Cheng had come to view joining a unit as a terrifying prospect. Today, her father brought news. Some security bureau is hiring. Go have a look tomorrow. Security Bureau. Although Lu Cheng was no longer unfamiliar with the newspeak ubiquitous in Lingao, the endless stream of new terms still baffled her. I don't know either. Lu Bai pulled a towel embroidered with the red characters "Labor is glorious" from around his neck, rinsed it in the wash basin Lu Cheng brought, and wiped his face. Probably a place like the village militia or the local defense bureau. Would a place like that want women? Lu Cheng was doubtful. The chiefs have deep thoughts, how can Dad understand? Anyway, it's just serving the chiefs, Lu Bai said. Lu Shao added, it's true, the notice is posted at the farm headquarters. Men and women, no limit. Age under 23 must have a Type C diploma, isn't that perfect for younger sister? Serving the chiefs has to be easier than working in a factory. Look how hard mother works on 3 shifts. Lu Cheng was tempted. If she could secure a job, it would help the family immensely. The next day, she went to the commune farm headquarters to inspect the notice. Sure enough, a large notice was plastered on the bulletin board. A crowd had gathered, discussing it animatedly while a clerk from the commune read it aloud. Lu Cheng had recognized a few characters back home, so after arriving in Lingao, she passed the Type C diploma without much struggle. Reading a notice was no problem. The conditions listed were exactly as her brother had described. Men and women, unlimited vacancies, unmarried, 16 to 23 years old, Type C diploma. And the pay. She glanced at the figures and her cheeks felt hot. A 200 yuan settlement allowance up front, 30 yuan monthly salary during probation, and 55 yuan in circulation coupons after formal hiring. That was a fortune. Her father, an accountant at the farm, only earned 60 yuan a month. But reading further, the condition requiring work away from home dampened her enthusiasm. Lu Cheng worried immediately. A single woman going out to work alone was something she wouldn't have dared dream of when she was a sheltered girl in her boudoir, but months of wandering as a refugee had emboldened her. Still, working alone. Finally, the desire to lighten the family burden prevailed. After discussing it with her family that night, she went to the village office the next day, obtained her household registration certificate, and went to headquarters to apply. Several men in tight blue short jackets and Sam Brown belts checked her certificate and diploma, asked many questions, and made her read a newspeak article and write a few characters on the spot. Then inside a small room she was ordered to strip naked before 2 nurses for a physical examination. Height and weight were measured. Then the nurse ordered her to trot in place, jump, and perform leg kicks. Lu Cheng felt humiliated doing all this without a shred of clothing. As she hesitated, the older nurse's rattan cane lashed down. What are you shy about? Jump! Her buttocks, thighs, and back stung with the impact. Wanting to cry but daring not to, Lu Cheng quickly completed the required movements. Finally, she was asked to look at a chart on the wall. She could barely make out the direction of the symbols on the smallest line. Vision, excellent. The nurse noted something on the white paper clipped to her board. Finally, the nurse's gaze fell on her feet. Lu Cheng had liberated feet. She had bound them in the past, but during the months of wandering, small feet made walking difficult, and she had no time or energy to wash and bind them daily, so she had naturally let them out. After arriving at the refugee camp, foot binding was strictly forbidden. The Australian chiefs were draconian about this. Not only were girls forbidden to bind feet, but women with bound feet were compelled to unbind them. Those who refused faced coercion. In the quarantine camp, Lu Cheng had seen several women who would rather die than unbind. The chiefs didn't kill them but sent their whole families to the labor reform detachments. Every immigrant knew the horror of that fate. Pity about the liberated feet. Following this remark, a young man walked in from behind the curtain. Naked, Lu Cheng immediately squatted down in shame. "Stand up," the nurse shouted. "This is the chief." Afraid of being beaten, Lu Cheng stood up slowly. The Australian chief was her master, and it was heaven's law for a slave to obey, but shame compelled her to cover her privates and breasts with her hands as best she could. The young man looked her up and down with clinical interest. The nurse barked again, "Put your hands down." Lu Cheng dared not disobey but covered her face in shame, her body trembling. "Figure isn't bad," the chief commented, then sighed with regret. "The feet are a defect." "Yes, but she unbound early. It seems the foot shape recovered well." The chief seemed dissatisfied. "Can she walk and run properly?" "According to Chief Head Nurse Zhang, it shouldn't affect much," the nurse said respectfully. "Forget it, pass her," the chief decided after a moment. Too few girls applied. So when she came out dressed, a blue stamp was already inked on her medical form. 5 days later, she received the admission notice one evening. "Congratulations, you're eating public rice now." The village resident police officer delivered the notice. The officer wore a tight black button jacket that Lu Cheng found comical, a flat cloth hat like a plate patties, and a baton at his waist. The resident police officer played a role similar to the fast squad runners of the old county Yamen, but he lived in the village with his family. He was amiable and didn't extort people like the classic runners. As the only person in the village receiving wages and eating public rice, the resident police officer commanded the awe of all villagers. Even the village head and militia captain, who held the most power, only received allowances from the commune. Only the commune stewards, or cadres in newspeak, received actual wages. Hearing Lu Cheng was accepted, the whole family was happy but also sad. After all, she was leaving home to make a living. Lu Bai and his wife shed tears. "All right, don't be sad. Your daughter is going to the General Security Bureau," the officer shook his head. "That's the chief's Praetorian Guard. I wanted to serve there but couldn't." He turned to Lu Cheng. "Work hard, you'll prosper in the future." The officer instructed that he would pick Lu Cheng up early the next morning to take her to headquarters. Lu Cheng knew 2 boys from the village had also applied and been selected. "Don't bring anything, the public provides everything," the officer told her. "Whatever you bring will just be sent back. Just go in the clothes on your back." Early next morning, the officer escorted the 3 from the village to the commune seat. After a few comforting words, he left. The young chief who had seen her naked was also at headquarters. Seeing him, Lu Cheng blushed. A total of 7 Security Bureau cadets were selected from Jiazi commune. Lu Cheng was the only female. The young chief gave them a few words of encouragement. The 7 were taken to the commune station to wait for the ox cart sent specifically for them. Looking at the 6 strangers, blank-faced like herself, Lu Cheng realized this was her first time completely separated from her kin. Only her clothes were familiar. She stared blankly out the window at the road stretching into the distance. Several ox carts delivered the accepted cadets from Jiazi commune to the Fangqiati Education Park. They were led into a courtyard guarded by sentries. Besides them, there were over 30 other teenagers and young adults. "Line up. First Bern commune, second Bopu commune, third Nambao commune, fourth Jiazi commune." A clerk blown a sharp whistle, shouting to enforce order. The cadets jostled into line. Another clerk at the gate held a clipboard and shouted names loudly. "Bern commune, Yi Lusu." A youth of 18 or 19 hurried forward. "Idiot," he was scolded before he could stand steady. "Can't you shout present? Do it again." Yi Lusu hurriedly shouted present and was admitted. Jiazi commune was 4th. Lu Cheng waited nearly an hour before hearing her name. She quickly shouted present. Inside the main hall, several men looking like chiefs sat behind a table. In the center was a white, fat chief, Lu Cheng. As she walked in and stood still, the clerk beside her began reading her registration data loudly. Female, 20, unmarried, registered Jiazi commune, status, small proprietor, education, type C diploma. The chiefs flipped through the pages in front of them and scrutinized her. The young chief suggested, ideally female, send to Secret Service training class. "No, assigned to Security Cadre training class," the fat chief in the center overruled. So Lu Cheng was assigned to the security cadre training class. After a cursory review, all cadets were sorted into 3 short-term classes: Reconnaissance Cadre Training Class, Security Cadre Training Class, and Secret Service Personnel Training Class. A few were eliminated, sent home directly without reason. When she came out, a clerk handed her a small bamboo tag. "Wear it around your neck." Then every cadet received a large backpack. Carrying the heavy packs, the cadets were led to the backyard by a clerk. "Females over here." A female clerk arrived and beckoned Lu Cheng and a few other female cadets. They were taken to a side courtyard. Chapter 542. The girls' squad. The side courtyard housed rows of barracks. The structure and layout were similar to Lu Cheng's accommodation in the quarantine camp, except each room housed only 8 people, a vast improvement over the crowded bays of 20+ in the quarantine camp. Since there were only 6 female cadets out of the 40-odd total, they were all assigned to a single dormitory. Having lived in the quarantine camp dormitories, everyone was already disciplined. As soon as they dropped their backpacks, they hastened to organize their personal space, arranging cups, hanging towels, making beds, and folding quilts. Then came the election of a dorm head. No one wanted this responsibility-heavy, thankless task, so Lu Cheng, the lone outsider not from Bern Commune, was volunteered for the role. The roommates were all girls from Bern Commune. In fact, she was the only one in the entire recruitment batch who wasn't from Bern. The members of Bern Commune were the indigenous people who had attached themselves to the transmigrated collective earliest. Whether local villagers or immigrant refugees, they had been most deeply assimilated by the transmigrators' influence, so it was not surprising they were the trendsetters in local fashion and thought. Lu Cheng felt these girls looked down on her. Hearing she came from the newly established Jiazi commune, their tone took on a distinct air of superiority. "What's there to be haughty about?" Lu Cheng thought to herself. Then the Bern girls began discussing which scent of the cooperative's latest soap smelled better, jasmine or rose. One girl even proudly claimed she had used transparent soap. Lu Cheng felt firmly put in her place as a rustic. She understood nothing of what these girls were discussing. She knew soap. Sometimes the commune assigned work for women to wash bedding and clothes, distributing large rugged blocks of it, but she had never heard of scented soap, let alone transparent soap. Next, a girl took out a few paper-wrapped candy balls from her pocket to share. This girl was named Yulin. Her parents worked in the food factory. Her father was a technical backbone in the bean products workshop, earning a high income, so naturally her consumption level was a cut above the rest. "It's top-grade fruit candy," Yulin haughtily offered Lu Cheng one. Lu Cheng didn't know what fruit candy was. Imitating the others, she peeled off the paper. She had never seen such beautiful confectionery, a crystal-clear yellow orb that seemed to capture the light. "Eat it," Yulin said triumphantly, satisfied with her reaction. The fruit candy was indeed delicious, sweet with a palatable tartness and a faint fruit fragrance. Lu Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "It's good." The girls all laughed. Lu Cheng had an easygoing nature and laughed along, which melted the ice significantly. Among the 6 girls, Yulin was the only non-indentured servant. Her family originally ran a small tofu shop in Fashion. Later, due to the war in Liaodong, bean prices soared, and seeing the business failing, her father was moved by Liu San's recruitment of artisans to Lingao with promises of excellent benefits. Yulin's father signed up. Finding life in Lingao prosperous, he quickly moved his family and remaining assets there. Because of this comfortable background and her loose spending money, Yulin generally looked down on everyone. There was also a girl named Yang Cao, the oldest of the group. Everyone was surprised when she revealed she was 23. A woman that age was usually either a widow or a mother, but looking at her appearance, a full figure and eyebrows devoid of fine downy hair, she was clearly no virgin. This immediately piqued everyone's interest. Under the girl's relentless interrogation, Yang Kao hemmed and hawed before admitting she used to be an opera singer. She had been sold into a troupe since childhood, and the troupe leader never allowed her to marry. To make money for him, Yang Kao said in a dull voice. If I married, I couldn't make money for him. Yao Yulan clamored for stories about the troupe, but Yang Kao ignored her, silently organizing the items in her issued backpack. Lu Cheng had faithfully followed the resident police officer's instructions and brought nothing but the clothes on her back. Yao Yulan, however, had brought a small satchel. The satchel was old and showed signs of mending, but Yao Yulan treasured it. Lu Cheng knew this was exclusively for cadres. She had seen it on the resident police officer in her village, and the village head and militia captain also wore them proudly when going to meetings. Because of this bag's specific nature, it became a status symbol. People specifically sought out eliminated, beat-up bags for their own use, turning it into a fashion statement of political consciousness. This bag was likely a hand-me-down from some cadre. Lu Cheng knew that to get such a bag, one either had family or relatives who were cadres or had special connections and some spare cash. Most of the girls had brought some private items: candy, soap, rouge, handkerchiefs, combs, and similar trinkets dear to young women. For a while, the dormitory seemed to be hosting a noisy exhibition. The girls showed off their treasures while Lu Cheng stood blankly to one side, empty-handed. She coveted their items. Everything was so exquisite and beautiful. Her family's income wasn't low, but expenses were cut drastically for her brother's marriage fund, and Jiazi commune had no shops selling such luxuries. She felt a pang of melancholy, especially Yao Yulan, just a tofu beauty. She herself had once been the young miss of a fabric shop after all. A while later, a female cadre entered the dorm. Her clothes were ironed crisp and stiff, but she looked very childish, seemingly younger than all the girls in the room. Lu Cheng knew this cadre was an indigenous person, not a chief. Female chiefs were pitifully rare. Lu Cheng had seen a female chief inspecting the quarantine camp, a tall woman looking particularly sturdy, with very pale skin, differing physically from great Ming women. "Attention!" she shouted. The girls hurriedly stood up and automatically formed a line. "I am He Xin," the female cadre introduced herself. Though she spoke loudly, her nervousness was palpable. "Political security NCO cadet and also your squad leader." Her gaze swept the room. "Who is the dorm head?" "I am." Lu Cheng hurriedly raised her hand. "Why didn't you shout attention when you saw me enter?" Lu Cheng was flustered, freezing for a moment, unable to form a reply. "I am your squad leader now." He Xin tried hard to project official authority. In truth, before being transferred here as squad leader, she had been chewed out again by Zhou Dongshan. Zhou thought she was too thin-skinned to handle preliminary interrogations and kicked her back to await reassignment. Being returned for reassignment was serious for an intern. It meant an incompetent mark on her performance evaluation. As a political security NCO cadet, He Xin understood the importance of evaluations better than anyone. She viewed this squad leader assignment as a critical chance to rehabilitate her record. He Xin fully recalled everything she had seen, heard, and suffered when she was a refugee and a cadet, and she had even gone to the army training camp to absorb their methods. One could imagine what these girls were about to encounter. "You are now cadets of the first short-term training class of the General Political Security Bureau." He Xin tried her best to look severe, reciting a modified version of the induction speech she had heard during her own training. "Throw your civilian habits aside. This isn't a place for you to muddle your way into becoming cadres. It's a place for you to be reborn. This work requires a high degree of discipline and self-sacrifice. From now on, all actions must obey commands, first and foremost my commands. Now, inspection of housekeeping." Then began the housekeeping bomb. She unceremoniously dumped everyone's bag upside down, scattering items all over the beds. Personal items that violated regulations were thrown directly onto the floor. A handkerchief Yao Yulan brought was not only thrown down but deliberately stomped on. Yao Yulan was so angry she shed tears. The next day, training officially began. The training class was organized under the auspices of the Military Political Academy. Zhao Mengsheng designed the curriculum for each class and personally supervised its implementation. Each short-term class focused on specific professional training. Although the duration was short, the rigorousness was intense, bordering on harsh. Left face. Over 40 cadets repeated simple movements on the drill ground. Left face, right face, mark time, forward march. For every 10 people, a corporal took charge. Eyes wide, brandishing a rattan stick, he walked back and forth along the line. A wrong turn or a mistaken movement earned a sharp lash of the stick or a kick to the ground. Idiot, fool. Besides commands, the corporals shouted nothing but abuse. Lu Cheng held a dummy gun inlaid with iron bars. This was a training rifle, 20% heavier than the standard Minié rifle used by the army. Even a man would find it heavy, let alone a woman. Her arms were so sore and numb they were losing sensation, but she stood straight, struggling to maintain her grip. If the gun tilted, Yang Cao, who was crying and trying to crawl up at her feet, was the best example of the consequences. It was still early spring, but sweat had turned their blue cotton fatigue uniforms black. The first item of the training class was military drill. The girls' squad received no preferential treatment, not in training rifles, time, nor content. The only privilege was that He Xin, as a young girl, was embarrassed to shout the fluent profanities used by the male corporals. But in exchange, the rattan stick waved more frequently. Lu Cheng's buttocks and thighs stung with pain. She didn't know how many hits she had taken, but she was better off than Yao Yulin, who was lying on the ground refusing to move. No matter how He Xin beat her, she wouldn't get up until she was dragged aside and doused with a bucket of cold water. Chapter 543 Discipline and Training. Wu Mu prowled the perimeter of the girls' squad, his expression wooden. That little chick He Xin had clearly been trained by Zhou Dongshan. Her strikes were ruthless. Wu Mu felt that even he couldn't bring himself to be quite so heavy-handed, and Zhou Dongshan still complained she was too thin-skinned. If that were true, one shuddered to imagine the glorious brutality of Zhou Dongshan himself. Wu Mu involuntarily shrank his neck. He glanced at the teetering Lu Cheng in the formation, recalling her naked body again. Figure wasn't bad. A pity the feet were a buzzkill. Wu Mu sighed with regret and shook his head. His subtle movement was misinterpreted by He Xin, who thought the chief was dissatisfied with her performance. Terrified, she disciplined the girls' squad even harder. By the time the squad was dismissed, everyone was too exhausted to even wash up, collapsing onto their beds with collective groans. But He Xin, this freshly minted devil, wouldn't let them rest. Waving her rattan cane, she drove everyone out of bed. "It's not lights out yet, no sleeping. Everyone get up and shower," she shrieked, herding them toward the bathhouse. In the bathhouse, the girls examined the bruises on each other's bodies and rubbed them with medicinal liquor. Several who hadn't suffered much hardship before began to weep. Yao Yulin cried especially miserably, wailing that she regretted it to death. If she had known, she would have listened to her parents and entered the food factory as a worker in the bean products workshop. With her family-inherited tofu-making skills, she would have started at least as a grade 3 worker. Why did she insist on becoming a cadre only to endure this? But to most, this hardship was nothing. Lu Cheng, hardened by her journey as a refugee, found it bearable. Dinner quality was excellent. Everyone received vegetables, fish, shrimp, and eggs with unlimited rice. To most, the food was shockingly luxurious. Lu Cheng, exhausted from the day, wolfed down her meal, leaving her bowl spotless. Training lasted 3 months. Wake up at 0600, physical and drill training from 0700 to 1200. 1 hour for lunch and rest. Professional studies began at 1300 with dinner and rest at 1800 for 1 hour. Studies continued at 1900, reviewing the day's content. Rest at 2200. A test was held every week. Those who failed had to take remedial classes to prepare for a retest. Remedial time ran from 2200 to 0000. There was no private space or rest time. Corporals could barge in any time. Sometimes, the squad leader would announce an emergency assembly in the middle of the night for a run or a mass test. Those who didn't pass had to review until dawn. Zhao Mangxingsky slowly tightened the screws, subjecting every cadet to increasing mental and physical pressure. This pressure was greater than their past struggle for simple survival, enough to cause a mental breakdown in those with weak wills. By the end of the third week, some couldn't take it and were eliminated. Zhao Mengxing believed those who couldn't withstand pressure were unfit for political security work. The weak must be weeded out before formal studies began. The deliberately fabricated atmosphere of tension and the overloaded physical training were designed for this specific purpose. A political security cadre had to be not only cold and ruthless, but also possessed of an iron will. Merciless torture of will and body was a form of quenching. Those who withstood the test would emerge as the toughest security operatives. The content of the training class was varied, but the first month focused on foundational culture. Although every cadet held a Type C diploma, it was far from sufficient. Their education was merely literacy level, inadequate for their future roles. In Zhao Mengxing's view, they should at least be able to draft reports, read materials, and formulate plans with ease. Type C diploma holders couldn't do any of that. Zhao Mengxing specifically required them to master Mandarin fluently to avoid mission errors caused by language misunderstandings. The cadets' Mandarin was truly a mess. After one inspection, Zhao Mengxing found he simply couldn't communicate with them directly. Your task is to completely eliminate dialects in the study class. He issued an order to Wu Mu, who was specifically in charge of this. That's very difficult. The cadets had grown up speaking dialects and they were almost exclusively Southerners. The linguistic gap between their dialects and the Northern dialect-based Mandarin was immense. There is no word difficult in our work, comrade, Zhao Mengxingsky said flatly. Yes, I will get it done. Wu Mu felt a chill, clicked his heels, and went to Hu Qingbai to request teachers. Then he issued a death order. From this day on, anyone who could not correctly express their meaning in Mandarin was forbidden to eat. As for professional studies, Zhao Mengxing didn't prioritize depth initially. He was already compiling a work manual. For now, they just needed to memorize the manual by rote. Those who showed particular talent in the training class would be noted for specialized training later. The class also placed great emphasis on cultivating iron discipline. Zhao Mengxing personally drafted the disciplinary code for security cadres. The code emphasized loyalty and discipline, especially discipline. Zhao Mengxing wasn't worried about loyalty. If someone wasn't loyal enough, there were many ways to remind them how to be loyal or simply make their loyalty irrelevant. But for a cadre who was loyal enough but lacked a concept of discipline, the situation would become messy. Cadres of the General Political Security Bureau occupied the most advantageous position among the transmigrated collective's violent organs. Work requirements meant they would inevitably possess significant power and access core secrets. While the scope was still small, they could monitor everyone's behavior closely and punish indiscipline promptly. Once the scope expanded, control would be harder to maintain without ingrained habits. After the first month ended, the first thing cadets did every morning was to recite the 5 disciplines of security personnel. Obey orders and heed command, subordinate everything to organizational decisions, be ready to sacrifice everything personal at any time. Strictly observe security work discipline and regulations, guard all organizational and work secrets. Work actively, earnestly, and responsibly, guarantee timely completion of missions. Resolutely draw a line with non-nationals, no contact without permission. No interaction with relatives or friends in enemy-occupied areas. No law-breaking or indiscipline. Maintain a serious lifestyle and upright behavior. Keep financial matters clear. This was formulated by Zhao Mengxing after consultation with several senators. The formal regulations for political security personnel contained dozens of disciplinary clauses, but Zhao Mengsheng believed a few basic ones were enough, easier to remember and leaving a deeper psychological imprint. Lu Cheng and the others chanted these 5 disciplines every day until they knew them by heart, but they didn't really understand specific terms like non-nationals and enemy-occupied areas. However, as studies deepened and they began to access textbooks, the true meaning behind these phrases became clear. After the first month, studies shifted to professional training. Rules and regulations became even stricter. Lu Cheng felt the class was 100 times stricter than the quarantine camp. Regulations were as numerous as ox hairs, the strictest being secrecy. The Fangqiati Education Park had a post office specifically for cadets. Mail was free for the military political school system, but political security short-term cadets had no right to write home. They could only send a postcard once a month saying, "Everything is fine, do not worry." Cadets in the same dorm were not allowed to ask about each other's study content. Reviewing books could only be done in the classroom. Not a scrap of paper could be taken out. The political security textbooks blatantly referred to the transmigrated collective as a state and explicitly treated the Great Ming as the enemy. In Lingao, which was still under the Great Ming sky, this was treason and heresy. The deeds of the Australians in Lingao had spread throughout Guangdong, but these were largely treated as rumors. Officials preferred to avoid trouble and feigned ignorance. But once written materials leaked, the nature would change completely, becoming iron proof of the transmigrated collective's separatist rebellion in Lingao. The executive committee did not want to invite that trouble yet. However, the impact of these materials on the cadets was immense. Many made a living under the Australians and were grateful, but few had thought deeply about what the Australians actually intended to do. Only a few intelligent or restless ones had realized. The ambition of this group of Australians who arrived on a giant iron ship was rebellion. Isn't this rebellion? One night after lights out, Yao Yulin quietly climbed onto Lu Cheng's upper bunk, buried herself under the quilt, and whispered almost directly into her ear. Over the past month or so, a subtle friendship had formed between the two. This friendship was built on their shared petty bourgeois background. Although their current economic levels differed, similar origins gave the two girls a common language. Lu Cheng felt that although Yao Yulin was a bit frivolous and showy, she was a good person at heart, someone worth befriending. Lu Cheng nodded without speaking. She had been worried sick these days. In the past, she hadn't thought much about what commune, cadre, and resident police meant. But in the last few days, she suddenly understood, wasn't this the structure of an Australian government? She was attending the political security training class. Wouldn't she be an agent of the Australian government when she graduated? And her father and brother, working for the commune, weren't they acting as the Bea Zhang and Ligia for the Australian regime? Rebellion was a terrifying word for commoners. It meant beheading, extermination of 9 generations, and other horrifying outcomes. Thinking that she and her whole family were implicated with rebels, Lu Cheng had been frightened awake from her sleep several times. Chapter 544. The informant in her nightmares the government troops attacked, the Australians were routed, and the chiefs were dragged one by one to the execution grounds to be beheaded. Somehow, her entire family was there too, her father, mother, brother, even the younger brother lost in childhood and her grandparents dead for years, all bound with execution placards thrust into their backs. The earth ran red with blood. She tried desperately to explain to the officials that her family weren't hair-shaven bandits, merely refugees swept up in the chaos. But her voice failed her. Later, she tried to run. She wasn't tied and no one was guarding her, yet her feet were heavy as lead. She shouted in silent desperation. Similar nightmares plagued her repeatedly. Waking in a cold sweat, she resolved countless times to quit school the next day, go home, warn her family, and flee far away from this place. But by daylight, hesitation returned. Flee? To where? There was no paradise under the Great Ming sky. Let alone paradise for commoners like ants. Finding a place just to survive was a struggle. Lingao wasn't heaven, but at least it allowed her family to live in peace with food, clothes, and shelter. It gave them hope. Were they to return to that wandering life of displacement and near starvation? So what if it was rebellion? Lu Cheng thought. Without the Australians, the family might have died in the gutters long ago, and she would likely have fallen into the hands of human traffickers, sold to suffer somewhere unknown. She steeled her heart. Even if it meant rebellion, she would follow the chiefs. Even if it meant death, at least she had lived a few good days. If they could defeat the government troops, the future would be brighter still. The Australian chiefs saved our whole family. Even if it means beheading for rebellion, we'll follow them, Lu Cheng sighed. What else can we do? I just don't know if the chiefs can hold out, Yao Yulan said. My dad moved our whole livelihood to Lingao. If the chiefs can't beat the government troops, our family is finished. Unlike the refugees who had suffered enough, Yao Yulan lacked the desperation to burn her bridges completely. You have a family. So do I, Lu Cheng said. Suddenly she remembered something. The chiefs have such good firearms, the government troops surely can't beat them. And that big iron ship. The government troops can't even beat pirates. They definitely have no chance against the Australian iron ship. Yao Yulan seemed to be trying to convince herself, but then she sighed again. It's just that the chiefs have too few soldiers. If the government sends a swarm, I'm afraid they can't hold. It doesn't matter if the Australians have few soldiers. Aren't we all soldiers? Qiyun, sleeping on the bunk adjacent to the upper bunk, had been woken by their whispers. She was the youngest of them all, only 15, and looked very thin and small. Qiyun never mentioned her family. Yao Yulan assumed she was an orphan. We count as soldiers. Yao Yulan dismissed the idea. Women fighting, don't the chiefs think it's bad luck? Women aren't allowed in the army. They have female officials. What's a few female soldiers? Qiyun whispered, haven't you seen them? I have. A chief dong pretty, but her frame is really big, Yao Yulan gestured. And that chest. She pulled her shirt exaggeratedly high. This big, several girls giggled, waking up the others. Woman talk was infectious. One by one they joined the conversation. Chief Dong is formidable. I saw her practice with a steel spear. Heard she even went to the countryside and killed bandits. So fierce. Was she a street performer? Nonsense. Chief Dong is very learned and manages many villages. She comes to our village often. Isn't it Chief Du who goes to the villages often? A tall female chief with very long legs, Lu Cheng recalled. This Chief Du acted decisively and had very short hair, but she spoke entirely in incomprehensible newspeak. The village headmen were all terrified of her. There are quite a few, Qiyun said. Besides, once we learn to shoot, I won't be afraid of any great general in full armor, let alone a small soldier. With the chief's 6-star repeater, anyone who comes is dead. The 6-star repeater was actually a revolver. The large batch of pistols the transmigrated collective purchased through the North American branch included many S and W9 revolvers. Many transmigrators found this pistol convenient and handy, especially the women who almost all carried one. That belongs to the chiefs. Would they give them to us? Yao Yulan, having been in Bern Commune for over half a year, knew that things issued to indigenous people, while superior to anything in this timeline, were far inferior to the chief's personal gear. Besides, even if they gave them to us, I wouldn't dare take a gun to battle. Hearing hundreds of men shout during army drills terrifies me. Yeah, fighting and killing on the battlefield, I wouldn't dare, other girls agreed. What do you know? Yang Kao, sleeping on the bunk below Qiyun, also woke up. She had remained silent until now. What the chiefs want us to do is the work of the Australian Jinyue and Eastern Depot. What are Jinyue and Eastern Depot? Most girls didn't know, but Yao Yulan and Lu Cheng did. Their faces instantly drained of color. The Jinyue had branches in the provinces, but the Eastern Depot operated mainly in the capital. Traces of Eastern Depot agents were rarely seen locally. But since Wei Zhongxian took power in the Tianqi era, even remote places saw men in fresh clothes and angry horses, speaking the capital dialect. The terror of the Eastern Depot had spread from the capital to the entire country. You mean we're to be female agents? Yao Yulan turned pale as a flower. What are agents? Spies for the court, Yang Kao explained bluntly, specializing in investigating officials and commoners. With an arrest warrant from the Ministry of Justice, they can arrest, interrogate, or just kill you. That fierce, the girls gasped in unison. We have to kill people too. Yao Yulan was practically scared out of her wits. She wanted to be a cadre, not an assassin. At that moment, footsteps sounded in the corridor. Everyone shut up simultaneously. Chatting without permission at night was a serious infraction. Early the next morning, amidst the chaos of breakfast in Fangqiati Education Park's #1 canteen, He Xin slipped away quietly. A few minutes later, she appeared in a windowless room behind the canteen. This was one of several safe houses set up by the General Political Security Bureau within the education park. Such rooms were nestled within building clusters, accessible only to those who knew the path. Political security personnel met their informers here to debrief and issue instructions. Wu Mu was waiting for her. He Xin was actually a 10-man group mole Wu Mu had planted in the girls' squad. He Xin was trained specifically for internal control. This orphan, physically only 15, had been plucked by the Guangzhou station from a pile of corpses in the Nanhai County Charity Graveyard. Now she was a seasoned informant who wouldn't blink at betraying anyone. She reported the girls' squad's ideological trends to Wu Mu, noting any serious disciplinary violations. Wu Mu listened intently. In fact, He Yun's Mandarin was passable. Her heavy dialect was a deliberate disguise. In her report, the focus was on the recent wavering thoughts in the girls' squad. He Yun gave a low evaluation of Yao Yulan, considering her worldly and glib, a person who unknowingly influenced opinion within the squad. Yao Yulan's stance is unstable. She often spreads wavering remarks, He Yun said, listing many of Yao Yulan's statements. Because most indigenous personnel had low education levels and couldn't write accurate reports, Ran Yao had focused on training 10-man group members in verbal repetition, verifying the subject's words directly. Wu Mu noted the key points of her report. He asked no questions during the process, waiting until she finished to avoid interrupting her flow. Then she reported Yang Kao's suspicious points, her older age, her claim of being an opera singer despite never singing, and her surprising knowledge of government secret services like the Eastern Depot and Jinyue, even knowing the agents were called Fanzi. Wu Mu wasn't interested in Yao Yulan's case. Whether to expel her or observe her was a minor administrative detail. But Yang Kao's case was distinct. Could this woman be a spy? Wu Mu decided to review her file immediately upon returning. Lu Cheng often has nightmares, He Yun continued. She wakes up frequently. She never talks about what she dreamed, but once I heard her talk in her sleep. We're swept up. I think her stance is wavering. Swept up implied that working for the Australians wasn't voluntary but forced. It suggested Lu Cheng had little confidence in the transmigrated collective, believing they would eventually be suppressed by government troops, otherwise she wouldn't have such dreams. She then reported on the other girls' thoughts and offered her own evaluations. Wu Mu took notes while listening, secretly admiring Ran Yao. Without the foundation Ran Yao laid, he wouldn't know how to conduct this work. Just training the personnel was a massive achievement. You've done well. Wu Mu nodded in praise. He Yun immediately stood up. Thank you, Chief. Sit down. Continue monitoring them, focusing on Yang Kao, Wu Mu instructed. Report who she contacts most, what she says, and where she goes. Understood. As for Yao Yulan's wavering tendencies, pay attention to neutralizing her negative influence, Wu Mu added. Give everyone confidence. Chapter 545. Records of Atrocities. The history group spent 4 or 5 days collating materials before quickly producing the inaugural volume of Records of Atrocities by the usurper Ming. As the historical records of the Ming Dynasty were as vast as the ocean, it was impossible to review them exhaustively. Instead, the group compiled excerpts of well-known historical events. The only challenge lay in embellishments. While interpreting history from a unique perspective was standard practice, fabricating historical materials required more finesse. They adopted the strategy of utilizing unofficial histories, wild history, wherever possible. Compared to official records, wild histories contained vivid details omitted by court historians and plots that resonated more strongly with the masses. Only 60 copies of the first volume were printed for internal limited distribution. The Great Library allocated 40 copies to the General Political Security Bureau, retained 10 for its own collection, gave 2 to the Historical Data Group, and sent the remainder to the Executive Committee for review. This book immediately captured everyone's attention. Currently, the Transmigrated Collective had not openly broken with the Great Ming, but that day was approaching. Once the rupture occurred, all camouflage would be discarded, and the collective would need a robust rationality to justify its actions. Not everyone would be seduced by the ambition of becoming kings and nobles. They would be opposing a dynasty that had stood for nearly 300 years. The banner of orthodoxy still held immense weight in Chinese hearts. This book met the needs of the moment perfectly. Many departments requested additional copies, planning to use it to gradually brainwash their subordinate indigenous cadres. The executive committee had to intervene, announcing that distribution was frozen for the time being, and no additional printing was permitted without full argumentation. Ding Ding felt immense pressure after seeing the book. The concept was simple, compiling black material, and not difficult to implement. But why hadn't he thought of it first? Wu Mu had seized the initiative. The consensus within the collective was clear. Wu Mu of the General Political Security Bureau had a terrifying knack for propaganda warfare. Ding Ding couldn't wait to submit a report to the executive committee, requesting that the Literature and Propaganda Department lead a specialized team to compile such works. They would not only continue the records of atrocities by the Usurper Ming series, but also compile records of atrocities by the evil Zheng and records of atrocities by the Eastern barbarians, preparing public opinion for future conflicts with these powers. This later became standard operating procedure. Whenever the Transmigrated Collective prepared for war, a specific records of atrocities would be released. After all, no one in this timeline possessed the massive data advantage of the Great Library, but credit for the original concept belonged to Wu Mu. Ding Ding personally visited the General Political Security Bureau to ask Wu Mu to transfer the specific compilation work of records of atrocities by the Usurper Ming to the Literature and Propaganda Department for centralized management. Theoretically, this request wasn't necessary as Wu Mu had only made a suggestion, but Ding Ding decided to be prudent. When dealing with the secret police, one couldn't be too cautious. Ding Ding reciprocated by helping Wu Mu compile his experience using puppet shows for political education into a booklet for distribution to all departments. This naturally highlighted the importance of his puppet theater, a classic, win-win. Thus, Wu Mu transformed from an obscure clerk-like figure into someone famous throughout the collective. Wei Awen was dissatisfied with this phenomenon. He issued a memorandum to the executive committee and Ma Jia, reiterating that political ideological work is the domain of the political department. Other departments should not intervene without authorization to avoid inconsistent propaganda ideology. Ma Jia forwarded the memorandum to Zhao Mengxingsky's office. Wei Awen has objections, Ma Jia said with a smile. Zhao Mengxingsky glanced at the header and smiled faintly. He even forgot the words General Staff. Ma Jia hadn't noticed earlier, but looking closely, the header read General Political Department. Not only had he forgotten General Staff, but he had also altered his own department's letterhead without authorization. His department's full official name was clearly Political Department of the General Staff. He even called to complain, Ma Jia said. Of course, I fully support you. It doesn't matter, Zhao Mengxing said. Wu Mu's work is targeted solely at the staff of the General Political Security Bureau. They have certain particularities after all. The implication was that the General Political Security Bureau would not interfere with other departments in this field. I'll explain it to him. I'll file this memorandum, I won't return it to you. Of course. Ma Jia didn't know why Zhao specifically mentioned this. The copy was intended for the General Political Security Bureau anyway. Also, I hope you'll sign this commendation order. Zhao Mengxingsky produced an official document. Ma Jia looked at it. It was a bureau-wide commendation for Wu Mu. He signed it without a word. Only a bureau-wide commendation. His current reputation could justify applying for a chairman's commendation. His work is far from enough. Besides, fame is meaningless for him and our department. Zhao Mengxing then summoned Wu Mu. Wu Mu, nominally the director of the General Political Security Bureau's General Office, was currently stationed at the Fangqiati Education Park, directly overseeing the cadet squads. Zhao Mengxing first expressed appreciation for Wu Mu's work, then presented him with the bureau-wide commendation order, apologizing that currently such a commendation was merely a piece of paper without material rewards, which would have to wait until economic conditions improved. Then he gave instructions regarding the work report Wu Mu had submitted. There is one issue I hope you pay more attention to, Zhao Mengxing said. In political studies, never let the cadets perceive systemic problems. This, I don't understand, Wu Mu was confused. The Great Ming has system problems. Won't the future empire have system problems too? Zhao Mengxingsky snorted. We just need to tell the cadets, Great Ming is bad, transmigrated collective is good. That's enough. Yes, I understand, Wu Mu said. From now on, it's Tartars are bad, transmigrated collective is good. Correct, Zhao Mengxing nodded. At the end of the conversation, he added a warning. People doing secret work had best not be famous. These words pulled Wu Mu, who had been floating on air with recent success, back to reality. His joy was instantly halved. I will definitely pay attention in the future. After Wu Mu left, Zhao Mengxing opened a locally made reinforced concrete safe in his office and retrieved a file labeled Wei Awen. He placed the memorandum Ma Jia had brought him inside. Wu Mu returned to his temporary office in Fangqiati and saw the latest batch of cadet reflections on his desk. He checked. It was from the girls' squad. Disinterested in the others, Wu Mu dug out Yang Cao's file directly. Yang Cao's handwriting was relatively beautiful among the cadets, clearly not the result of basic literacy education in Lingao. He remembered Yang Cao stating in her self-confession that she had learned some culture in the opera troupe. The text was written in vernacular Chinese and was fairly smooth. Though it contained many typos and awkward sentences, the general meaning was clear. Wu Mu was somewhat disappointed. Her reflection was just a rehash of the materials confessed in her file. From beginning to end, it exuded a cold detachment. There were no tear stains on the paper, nor any chaotic strokes caused by emotional agitation. This woman was calm, too calm. The calmer she was, the more suspicious. Wu Mu couldn't imagine a woman with such a tragic past remaining so composed under the accusation atmosphere he had carefully cultivated. Wu Mu thought for a moment and had He Xin summon her. This is your reflection. Yes, Chief. Did you feel nothing after watching that play? I wrote it all in the reflection, Yang Cao said flatness. Wu Mu couldn't think of anything else to ask and was momentarily speechless. He felt this woman's heart was hard as iron and unfathomable, reinforcing his belief that she absolutely could not remain in the cadet squad. Chief, isn't it simply that you want to see this servant cry bitterly and recount every tragic event of my life? A strange smile appeared on Yang Cao's face. Would you be at ease with this servant then? Wu Mu was startled. The remark struck home. In the past, he held an intellectual superiority over the indigenous cadets, especially during political studies, feeling he had them in the palm of his hand. Yang Cao suddenly shattered his superiority. This embarrassed him greatly, and he subconsciously denied it. We know all about your past. Actually, it doesn't matter if the chief wants to know. Yang Cao began to unbutton her clothes. Wu Mu was shocked. Hey, what are you doing? Has the chief never seen a woman's body? The woman's lips bore a mocking smile. Wu Mu was even more embarrassed, truly an opera singer, utterly shameless. Yang Kao didn't strip completely at once. She removed her top, leaving only her undergarment. This is this servant's past. Yang Kao pointed to her bare shoulders, arms, and half-exposed chest. They were covered in old scars, though faded. They were clearly visible upon close inspection. Chief, these were left by the troop leader and clients. Yang Kao spoke in a tone as if discussing a stranger. When not singing, this servant had to take clients to make money for the leader. She pointed to over a dozen old burn scars on her chest. This is the result of a client spending 10 taels of silver. Wu Mu had never seen such a shocking sight. He was, after all, a young man in his early 20s. He was stunned into silence. Actually, there are other places. If the chief wants to see, this servant will strip completely. No need. Wu Mu hurriedly waved his hand. Put your clothes on. Yang Kao dressed slowly. Are you reassured now? This servant was saved by the chiefs from the 18th level of hell. This servant will never dare forget the chief's grace. Chapter 546, Gathering of Heroes. Wu Mu's suspicion of Yang Kao lessened considerably. Surely a spy wouldn't torture herself with decades of scars just to establish a cover. Yet the icy calm and decisiveness Yang Kao displayed only deepened his misgivings. He brought his doubts to Zhao Mengsheng. Do you think she is reliable? Zhao Mengsheng asked. Reliable, yes, but I worry. Wu Mu hesitated. I worry I can't control her. You have full responsibility for the cadet squad, Zhao Mengsheng said. If you feel she's unusable, expel her. But I feel it would be a pity. I'm afraid I can't make this decision for you, Zhao Mengsheng said. You are in a position of authority now. You must have the ability to make independent decisions. I will support whatever choice you make. Wu Mu returned to his office and deliberated for a long time. Finally, he called He Xin and Qiyun separately and questioned them carefully about Yang Kao again. No further suspicious circumstances emerged. In the end, he marked a check on Yang Kao's reflection paper, indicating she had passed. Yao Yulan's passing was far more arduous. First, she had little resonance with the struggle session, so she couldn't feign sincere feelings. Second, her usual flamboyance had sown seeds of resentment. During political studies, classmates who resented her superiority took the opportunity to attack her, rejecting her reflection several times. Yao Yulan had to rewrite it 6 times. Full of complaints, she thought about quitting but felt it would be a waste after suffering so much already. Finally, with Lu Cheng's help, she barely scraped through. Naturally, after this ordeal, she became much more low-key in her conduct. The deepening of political studies significantly boosted the enthusiasm of the entire training class. Wu Mu now understood some of the trade secrets, specifically, keeping cadets in a constant state of agitation. This excitement couldn't be sustained by study alone, so he arranged many cultural and sports activities, exhausting the body to leave no energy for stray thoughts. In particular, a weekly visit was arranged to let cadets witness the power of the transmigrated collective, establishing the unshakable belief that the collective was invincible. The cadets' professional studies advanced day by day. The short-term class aimed for speed, so it couldn't start from the basics like the NCO training class. Zhao Mengsheng invited a roster of experts to lecture. Ran Yao taught political security overview. Mu Min taught organization and implementation of political security work and investigation methods. Zhou Dongshan taught interrogation methods. Zhou Batao taught secret investigation. Liu Zheng taught wilderness survival skills. And Zhu Ziliang taught traceology, while also overseeing team expansion training and combat instruction. The transmigrated collective is truly full of talent, Zhao Mengsheng sighed. A veritable gathering of heroes. Because some instructors were too specialized, Zhao Mengsheng had to remind them repeatedly. The cadets were a group of indigenous people without even elementary education, and their enemies wouldn't be much more sophisticated. Teaching overly specialized knowledge and skills was not killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, but vaporizing a chicken with a Gatling gun. Some knowledge and skills are too advanced. There's no need to let indigenous people master them too early, Zhao Mengsheng told Zhu Ziliang and Selina. Among all instructors, These two possess the most outstanding professional skills, generally representing international standards. Since Americans were relatively casual about information sharing, Zhao Mengsheng had to caution them specifically. The cadets quickly learned how to establish secret networks, conduct covert investigations, monitor organizations and individuals, detect undercurrents beneath surface comm, and handle secret communications. Many courses utilized field exercises. Once, Joe Bottow took them to Eastgate Market and let them roam freely for 3 hours. Upon return, they were asked to recall details of the market as much as possible, street layouts, number and location of shops, etc. Most were stunned. Many had wandered the entire market for 3 hours but hadn't thought to note any specific details. Most could only vaguely name the larger shops. Many hadn't even entered the smaller, more secluded side alleys. Pay attention to details everywhere, Joe Bottow admonished them. Details will save your life. When escaping, knowing the surrounding terrain like the back of your hand prevents running into dead ends, allowing you to hide in secluded spots or blend into busy markets as the situation demands. When pursuing or tracking, you can anticipate which direction the target might flee and where to intercept them. To test if they maintained such observational powers at all times, sometimes they were sent to the streets for a routine internship task, only to be interrogated about completely unrelated details upon their return. Once, Lu Cheng was ordered to observe the activity patterns of small vendors in Eastgate Market. But upon her return, Joe Bottow asked her to report how many prostitutes she saw waiting for customers in the market that day and identify them from photos on the table. Lu Cheng had never expected such a question. She despised such shameless women who sold their bodies voluntarily and hadn't deigned to look at them. "Why didn't you look at them?" Joe Bottow challenged. "You are a political security cadre. In this world there are no people you like or dislike, only our own people and enemies. Those who oppose us are enemies. Those willing to work honestly, make money, and pay taxes are our people. You must remember this at all times." They learned tracking and anti-tracking, conducting field training in markets, wilderness, forests, and mountainous areas. Joe Bottow taught the common ABC tracking method, involving a 3-man rotation. When tracking, 2 people follow behind the target, switching positions to avoid detection. Joe Bottow pointed to the street sand table model on the desk. The third person is on the opposite side of the street. If in the wild, on the opposite bank of a river or similar barrier, maintaining a parallel and slightly lagging position relative to the target. The third person's role is to prevent the target from suddenly changing vector. Joe Bottow used a pointer to push the wooden piece symbolizing the target to the other side of the street. If he suddenly crosses the street and there are many people and carts, you might not follow in time before he disappears into a side street. Joe Bottow reminded them that the easiest place to lose a target during tracking or pursuit wasn't the desolate wilderness or secluded corners of a city, where people were scarce and movements easily exposed. The easiest place to be shaken off is a busy market, especially those with access in all directions. Once you lose the target's trace in such a chaos, it's very hard to reacquire them. Cadets played the roles of tracker and target, taking turns in confrontation. Losers were punished by cleaning up for the winners for several days. Joe Bottow was particularly adept at teaching tracking and had unique approaches to investigation. This made Mu Min curious. She knew Joe Bottow was a veteran who handled a pistol well, but he definitely wasn't from the public security system, and many techniques he used clearly had a wild flavor. "I was a private investigator," Joe Bottow explained, specializing in investigating extramarital affairs. Private investigators excelled at surreptitious evidence collection, so Joe Bottow had developed his own unique methods for tracking and covert photography. To improve every cadet's physical fitness, Chen Sijin was placed in charge of physical training. Chen Sijin was a professional fitness coach and a PhD in nutrition. His current title was Director of the Nutrition and Fitness Office of the Ministry of Health, and he set the menus for both senators and indigenous personnel. Because the recruits were immigrants who had been in Lingao for 6 months, their nutritional status and physical fitness were much better than the average indigenous person of this timeline. But Chen Sijin felt this wasn't enough for future political security operatives. Although secret police, like intelligence officers, spent most time doing office work, the transmigrated collective's manpower was tight, implying there wouldn't be a strict separation of internal and field staff. Every security cadre might have to do field work and take up arms to defend the regime when necessary. Their physical fitness directly affected operational efficiency. Chen Sijin decided to raise the food rations of political security cadets to the same standard as the Army and Navy NCO classes. Is this too high? Wu Mu hesitated. He was willing to feed his cadets better, but raising it to the highest level among indigenous cadets worried him about backlash from other departments. Have you ever fired a pistol? Chen Sijin asked. A few times. There was organized training after D-Day. Wu Mu was a bit embarrassed. I shot poorly. Do you know the physical requirements for pistol shooting? What? Wu Mu wondered what physical requirements a pistol needed beyond pulling a trigger. The most critical thing for pistol shooting is arm strength, Chen Sijin said. The shooter must be able to easily complete 30 push-ups and a 5,000-meter run to allow the pistol to be effective. And we're giving the indigenous cadets pistols made by our own machinery plant. They're heavy. While improving the food, Chen Sijin began gradually ramping up their physical training, enhancing strength, coordination, and endurance. This was also physical preparation for the next step, combat skills. Regardless of the combat style or martial art, the basic requirement was that the user had sufficient strength. Attacks without strength were ineffective. Chen Sijin excelled in free combat and was responsible for part of the combat coaching. But the main combat course was taught by Zhu Ziliang, who taught Krav Maga, widely used by U.S. law enforcement agencies. Chapter 547. Combat Techniques. Krav Maga, a self-defense system originating from Israel, is widely recognized in the West for its brutal efficiency. Designed for the chaos of street fighting, it focuses on neutralizing threats ranging from robberies to sexual harassment, making it the ultimate tool for personal protection. More than just a collection of techniques, it is a comprehensive system blending striking, grappling, ground fighting, and defense against knives, sticks, and firearms. It weaponizes instinct, forging aggression and situational awareness into a singular objective, eliminating the threat by any means necessary. One of Krav Maga's greatest strengths is its adaptability. It is effective in the most disadvantageous circumstances, dark alleyways, confined spaces, or when one is exhausted or pinned to the ground. This makes it particularly suitable for law enforcement and intelligence operatives. Zhu Ziliang did not believe in coddling. Once the trainees grasped the basics, he threw them into the deep end, incorporating realistic simulations into their regimen. He deliberately scheduled these sessions for the end of the day when bodies were broken and minds were dull. Their opponents were seasoned soldiers from the army, men hardened by months of military combatives. They were fresh, strong, and merciless. The result was a slaughter. The exhausted trainees were swept aside like leaves, none lasting more than a minute against the onslaught. Looking at his students groaning on the floor, Zhu Ziliang knew the road ahead was long. Their form was passable in controlled sparring, but under the pressure of real combat they froze. Their reactions were fatal fractions of a second too slow. And you think you can be agents, Zhu Ziliang bellowed. Get up, all of you, on your feet in 1 minute. He believed in forging them through pressure, using stress to engrave self-defense into their muscle memory. The female squad received no special dispensation. Enemies would not show mercy because of their gender, nor would they adhere to the rules of a fair duel. For women in this line of work, the ability to protect oneself was paramount. When it was the women's turn, A ripple of laughter went through the army ranks. "Let's skip this," one soldier jeered. "It's hardly fair." Zhu Ziliang was unmoved. Corporal Huang An, front and center. The first matchup was Army Infantry Corporal Huang An versus Liu Cheng, captain of the Political Security General Administration Trainee Corps Women's Squad. Huang An was not a giant. Standing 172 cm and weighing 70 kg, he was average by modern standards. But compared to Liu Cheng, who was a petite 155 cm and weighed only 40 kg, he looked like a titan. Huang An grinned sheepishly, rubbing the stubble on his chin, clearly unsure of how to proceed against a woman. "What, did the sight of a woman turn you into an idiot?" Zhu Ziliang barked. "Begin." Huang An hesitated, his attacks light and tentative. "Fight seriously or you'll be scrubbing latrines for a year," Zhu Ziliang roared. The threat worked. 10 seconds later, Liu Cheng let out a wretched cry as she was hurled through the air, crashing heavily onto the mats and passing out cold. Huang An proceeded to dismantle the remaining 6 women in under 3 minutes. Yao Yulin forgot everything she had learned and stood frozen until she was struck down. Yang Cao, who possessed some agility from her days in the opera, fared slightly better. She managed to land several punches, but Huang An barely flinched. He countered with a barrage of heavy blows. Yang Cao parried desperately, feeling as though her arms were fracturing under the impact. After 15 seconds, a brutal punch to the gut crumpled her to the floor. Huang An was startled. He hadn't meant to hit her that hard. He leaned down to check on her, only for Yang Cao to suddenly lash out with a leg sweep, catching him on the shin. But technique alone could not overcome the gap in physical prowess. Huang An swayed but didn't fall. His combat reflexes kicked in and he leapt back out of range. Yang Cao, having spent her last ounce of energy on that failed gambit, collapsed completely. Huang An hesitated, wondering if he should finish her off. "Halt!" Zhu Ziliang shouted. "Did you see that?" Zhu Ziliang pointed to the writhing Yang Cao. "It doesn't matter what martial arts you know, without stamina it's useless." Your punches were like tickles to him. He watched Yang Cao struggle to stand, still clutching her stomach. "Although you haven't mastered Krav Maga, that sweep showed promise. Good. Continue training," Zhu Ziliang announced. "Cry now if you want, because later you won't have the strength to weep. I will train you useless lot until you can actually survive." And so, the beatings became a daily ritual. Bruises were badges of honor. Liu Cheng's arms were constantly swollen, requiring daily massages with medicinal wine. The medical department supplied them with copious amounts of runchitangs, Sanli Tong compound tincture, a new topical remedy developed by Liu San, with the trainees serving as willing test subjects. Amidst the nightly groans of pain, Yao Yulin received her first love letter. It was from Huang An, secretly slipped into her hand during training. Scrawled crookedly and riddled with errors, it earned nothing but her contempt. She spat on the ground and tossed it into the trash. As a city girl, she looked down on refugees, especially one who had beaten her so thoroughly on the training mats. The next day, Huang An was not assigned to the women's squad. He looked at Yao Yulin with hopeful eyes, only to be met with a cold glare. His heart shattered. He had thought his flirtation was foolproof. Crushed, he channeled his heartbreak into violence. That day, every trainee who faced him was knocked out cold. Even Zhu Ziliang was baffled by the sudden surge in the corporal's ferocity. However, as the weeks passed, the tide began to turn. The trainees' fitness improved and their technique sharpened. The sparring sessions looked less like beatings and more like fights. Soldiers began to hit the mat. They stopped smiling and started fighting with grim seriousness. The combat training did more than harden their bodies. It forged the confidence they needed to operate independently. Another tool that bolstered their confidence was the handgun. Alongside unarmed combat, the trainees began formal firearms training. Their weapon of choice was the 6-star pepperbox, not a Smith & Wesson, but a locally manufactured revolver based on designs from the Weapons Design Group. As the Transmigrator administration expanded into the grassroots, there was an urgent need to arm the growing number of native cadres, police, and intelligence officers. Currently, native cadres were defenseless. Police carried only truncheons and bayonets, with a few ancient rifles among them. This was insufficient. Although the bandit suppression campaign had improved security, threats still lurked. Remained at large, and the administration's aggressive policies on land and taxation had undoubtedly made enemies. Fear of the transmigrators' military power kept these hostile elements in check, but the risk of retaliation against native collaborators was high. These cadres were the lifeblood of the administration. Their deaths would be a significant loss and a blow to morale. The machinery factory had previously produced mild success with Derringer-style pistols for agents, but their limited capacity and heavy caliber made them unsuitable for general issue. There was no interest in mass-producing them. Before the Second General Assembly, Wu De had commissioned a study on the issue. The conclusion was clear. Arming cadres was essential, especially those working in the field who were vulnerable targets. Upon becoming head of the Planning Council, Wu De, with the support of Ma Qianju and the General Staff, moved to implement this plan. The military also faced a shortage of sidearms. Officers, artillerymen, engineers, and sailors were mostly unarmed aside from sabers, as rifles were clumsy and impractical for their roles. A standardized sidearm was the logical solution. End of chapter. Chapter 548. Revolver. The proposal to arm native cadres sparked immediate controversy. Was it safe to distribute weapons so broadly? The centralized nature of the military kept its arsenal under strict transmigrator control, minimizing the risk of proliferation. But placing firearms in the hands of dispersed native officials was a different matter entirely. Once issued, these weapons would be difficult to track and harder to retrieve. However, the reality of the security situation silenced the dissenters. The Planning Council eventually approved the manufacture of a standard-issue self-defense sidearm for native personnel. The project fell to the first weapons design group. Unlike their counterparts in the second group, who focused on retro, black powder weaponry, the first group specialized in modern designs. The driving force behind this team was Li Yiwo. Li Yiwo was a quiet, rotund man whose unassuming appearance belied a dangerous mastery of mechanics. A master fitter by trade, his true passion lay in the clandestine art of gunsmithing. In the old world, he had manufactured firearms as a hobby, highly illegal, but executed with the precision of a master craftsman. He could replicate a Type 64 pistol with his eyes closed, and had even built shotguns and rifles from scratch. To prove his bona fides, he had brought two of his creations through the wormhole, a 9 Makarov and an M1911. Upon arrival, Li Yiwo donated his entire workshop, a treasure trove of custom tools and molds, to the collective. With these, he claimed he could build an AK-47 from scrap iron, although he admitted that manufacturing the ammunition was the real bottleneck. For Li Yi, transmigration was a liberation. No longer forced to hide his passion in the shadows, he could now build guns in broad daylight, discussing rifling twists and trigger pulls with like-minded enthusiasts. He and his wife, Li Yunwen, a clerk for the executive committee, had found a happiness in Lingao that the old world had denied them. Initially, however, his skills were underutilized. The transmigrator's own armory was well stocked with modern firearms, and the mass production of Mini-A rifles for the native army was an industrial process that didn't require his artisanal touch. Instead, he was assigned to the machinery factory to reload ammunition, primarily the 7.62 x 54 mm rounds for the SKS rifles, which were being consumed at an alarming rate. It was tedious work. The days of reloading a few dozen rounds for a weekend range trip were over. Now, he faced mountains of thousands of spent brass casings daily. But Li Yiwo was resourceful. With support from Zhan Wuya, he scaled up his operation, turning his personal reloading bench into a semi-automated production line. This efficiency bought him the time to return to his true calling, design. While he turned his nose up at the clumsy derringers, the new mandate for a native service pistol piqued his interest. The first weapons design group gathered at the machinery factory to break down the problem. The group's intellectual core was Bai Yu, an armor officer with formal training in weapons engineering. While Li Yiwo had the hands of a master smith, Bai Yu provided the theoretical framework for mass production. They reviewed the Planning Council's requirements. 1. Economical, cheap materials, easy to manufacture, capable of rapid mass production. 2. Controlled lethality, ideally using ammunition that natives could not replicate or scavenge, preventing the weapons from being turned against the creators. 3. Usability, simple operation, high reliability. Performance was secondary. An effective range of 25 meters was deemed sufficient. To meet these specs, it has to be a revolver, Li Yiwo said, scanning the document. Unless we want to mass-produce 13 single-shot pistols, basically sawed-off Mini-A's. Forget the single-shot, Bai Yu said dismissively. Fire once, reload once. It's good for suicide and not much else. The team agreed. Revolvers were robust, required less precision metallurgy than semi-automatics, no slide springs or complex extractors, and offered sustained fire. So what are we cloning, Webley or Smith & Wesson? Li Yiwo asked. He had the schematics for almost every major handgun in history memorized. The Webley has better performance. I vote Smith & Wesson, Wang Ruixiang chimed in. He had a romantic attachment to the classic American design. In the other timeline, he had carried a 4-inch barrel S&W in 9 paired with a police holster he'd bought at a surplus store. It was more fashion statement than sidearm, but he loved it. The Webley reloads faster, Li Yiwo countered. Top break action. You snap it open, the ejector star clears the cylinder, you drop in a fresh moon clip. It's elegant. And complex, Bai Yu noted. Top break frames take a lot of stress. Our steel might not hold up, plus without metal cartridges the ejection mechanism is useless. Smith & Wesson it is then, Wang Ruixiang said, hopeful. Still too complicated, Bai Yu shook his head. The council wants simple. Swing-out cylinders require tight tolerances. If we fuck up the crane alignment, the timing goes off and the gun explodes. So, a solid frame, Li Yiwo asked. Western style, Bai Yu confirmed. Single-action army style. Fixed cylinder, loading gate on the right. 1 round in, rotate 1 round in. It's slow to load, but it's indestructible and easy to build. Wang Ruixiang proposed using 13 seamless steel tubing for the barrels to share supply lines with the Mini-A rifle production. Bai Yu shot that down immediately. 13 is massive. That's a .50 caliber handicap. To drive a slug that heavy, you need a lot of powder. In a revolver with no recoil system, it would break the shooter's wrist. He explained further, revolvers vent gas through the cylinder gap. A massive charge for a 13 slug would turn that gap into a flamethrower. It's dangerous and wasteful. We need a smaller caliber, less powder, less recoil, thinner barrel walls. It solves the material problem and the handling problem. Besides, Bai Yu added, a 13 revolver would be a hand cannon. It would be huge, heavy, and hold maybe 4 or 5 shots. We want a sidearm, not field artillery. The decision was made, a rugged, simple, solid frame revolver. It wouldn't win beauty contests, but it would work. End of chapter. Chapter 549. Shooting training. Bai Yu advocated for a 9 caliber. His reasoning was pragmatic. It discarded the archaic imperial system for metric simplicity, struck a balance between stopping power and manufacturing ease, and future-proofed the design. We can't mass-produce brass casings yet, Bai Yu argued. But if we bore the chambers to 9 parabellum dimensions now, we can easily convert these revolvers to use modern ammunition later. Some voices called for further simplification, suggesting the elimination of rifling. They argued that for a crude self-defense weapon intended for untrained natives, smoothbore barrels would suffice, saving valuable machining time. Absolutely not, Li Yiwo countered fiercely. A smoothbore pistol is a pipe dream, literally. Without rifling, accuracy and range drop off a cliff. We're building weapons, not fireworks. The consensus shifted to Li Yiwo's side. Cutting rifling was a trivial task for the transmigrator's specialized equipment, Switching the cutter head took minutes. To sacrifice performance for such a negligible saving was foolish. It breaks continuity, Yu added. If we go smoothbore, the 9mm standard becomes meaningless. The final design was locked. A fixed-cylinder revolver with a 6-round capacity and a rifled 105 barrel, roughly 4 inches. Shorter or longer barrels could be swapped in for specific mission profiles. For ammunition, Li Yiwo devised a clever control mechanism: wax-sealed paper cartridges. He combined a mini-A bullet, a measure of high-grade black powder, and a percussion cap into a stiff paper tube, sealing the entire assembly with paraffin. It was a self-contained unit that loaded as easily as a modern cartridge. Crucially, it was impossible for the locals to replicate. While natives might scrounge black powder and cast lead balls for a simple smoothbore, the percussion cap chemistry was beyond their reach. This ensured that if the weapons were lost or stolen, they would eventually become useless paperweights without a steady supply of ammunition from the administration. The trade-off was fouling. Like all paper cartridge weapons, the residue built up quickly, demanding rigorous cleaning discipline. The prototype, hand-finished and blued by Li Yiwo himself, performed admirably in testing. At 20 meters, it punched through iron plate. At 50, it remained lethal. The Planning Council formally designated it the Model 1630 revolver, or Model 30 for short, and authorized low-rate production. The first batch was immediately issued to the National Police and the Political Security General Administration. When the crates were pried open before the trainees, a hush fell over the ranks. Rows of blue-black steel glinted deeply in the sunlight. "It's the 6-star pepper box," someone whispered in awe. "Ignorant," another hissed. "It's called a revolver. I heard it fires continuously. Just pull the trigger and people die." For the trainees, these weapons were symbols of authority. They had seen the Australian leaders carrying them, talismans of their power. Now that power was being placed in their hands. "Starting today, you will master this weapon," Zhu Ziliang announced. He gestured to the red-haired woman standing beside him. "This is Instructor Selena." The administration had plenty of marksmen, but Zhao Mengsheng didn't need target shooters. He needed gunfighters. He needed operators who could clear a room or suppress a threat in a crowded street. For that, he turned to the professionals, the ATF agents. 3 rules, Zhu Ziliang barked, counting them off on his fingers. 1. Never point the muzzle at anything you don't intend to destroy. 2. Firearms are not toys. No joking effectively avoids death. 3. Keep your finger off the trigger until you are ready to fire. Violate these and you are gone. He spoke with the venom of experience. He had seen too many modern transmigrators flagging each other on the range, their fingers resting casually on triggers. He would not tolerate such stupidity here. Since guns were scarce, the squads rotated through training. The range soon echoed with the boom of black powder and the smell of sulfur. The trainees were giddy with their new power. The ability to deal death with a twitch of a finger was intoxicating. But accuracy was humbled by physics. The Model 30 kicked like a mule, demanding arm strength and solid technique. Zhu Ziliang found that even 21st-century enthusiasts struggled with pistol marksmanship. For these natives who had never held a firearm, it was completely alien. After a week of live fire, Li Yiwo inspected the weapons. Aside from minor fouling, they held up well. "The pure lead bullets are saving the rifling," he noted, measuring the bore with calipers. "If we had better steel, we could forge the barrels instead of using seamless tubing. They'd last forever." "They're adequate," Zhu Ziliang said. "What's the service life?" "Originally estimated at 100 rounds. Looks like they'll handle 200 easy, though accuracy will degrade." "Accuracy is secondary," Zhu Ziliang shrugged. "For them, it's mostly about noise and courage." He had noticed the trainees' tendency to spray and pray, firing wildly to boost their own morale rather than to hit a target. It reminded him of militia fighters in war-torn Africa. Breaking that habit was his priority. On the 5th day, the women's squad took the field. "These are precious instruments crafted by the leaders with ultimate technology," He Xin shouted. "You must be worthy of them." The women trembled as they approached the table. The dark metal looked cold and unforgiving. Selena stepped forward. She looked vibrant, her energy restored by decent food and Zhu Ziliang's attention. She enjoyed training locals. She had once told Zhu Ziliang it felt like training police for a third-world African nation. To her, their primitive nature made them eager, malleable students. She started with the basics, disassembly. The Model 30's simplicity was a virtue here. Even the mechanically illiterate could strip and clean it. Once they understood the mechanism, Selena prepared for a live fire demonstration. Watch closely. She leveled the revolver at a target 20 meters away. The boom was deafening, a cloud of white smoke erupting from the muzzle. The women flinched. Check the target. A neat hole had been punched through the iron plate and the hardwood backing behind it. So powerful. The whispers rippled through the squad. They realized with a chill that no armor, no muscle could stop this. Now the grip. Selena reholstered the weapon. In a blur of motion, she drew, fired, and reholstered. She did it again and again. 3 shots in the blink of an eye. The girls forgot to scream. They stared at the target, 3 fresh holes clustered in the center of the chest plate. Practice, and you can do this too. Selena began correcting their grips. Left hand supports the barrel, right hand drives high into the beaver tail. Squeeze until you shake, then back off 10%. Lock your wrists. She moved down the line, adjusting hands with professional force. When she reached Lu Cheng, she clamped her hands over the girl's grip, squeezing with shocking strength. Lu Cheng felt her bones grinding against the steel and let out a small cry. Selena didn't flinch, molding the girl's hands to the weapon as if she were shaping clay. End of chapter. Chapter 550. Salvaging the shipwreck. The classified file on Matter A thudded onto the conference table. Gao Xiaosong, the officer in charge, cleared his throat and began his briefing to the 8-person conference. Following Zhou Weizen's reconnaissance, the executive committee had greenlit a covert salvage operation. Ideally, the mission was a feasibility study for guano mining and a survey for a Taiwan transit base. In reality, it was a treasure hunt. A mixed task force comprising Navy personnel, the long-range exploration team, and the original survey crew departed for Dangsha Island. It wasn't until the flotilla of 1 motor sailor, a large transport ship, and several longboats dropped anchor that Gao Xiaosong revealed the truth to the crew. Guano, Gao Xiaosong scoffed, addressing the stunned men. We're not here for bird shit. We're here for a smuggler's ship packed with contraband. The shock dissolved into electric excitement. A smuggling vessel meant drugs or, better yet, weapons. The transmigrators were desperate for modern firepower. The SKS was reliable, but it was ugly and semi-automatic. Dreams of AK-47s and machine guns danced in their heads. Even if it was drugs, well, morphine was always in short supply. The native sailors watched in confusion as their leaders buzzed with manic energy over a desolate, sun-baked rock in the middle of nowhere. Driven by the prospect of loot, the team worked with feverish efficiency. A lightweight trestle pier materialized on the beach. Marine platoons swept the island, securing the perimeter and locating the freshwater wells. A distillation plant was jury-rigged next to the wells to desalinate the brackish water, ensuring survival for the 100-man team. The salvage began. It was grueling work. Lacking heavy cranes or commercial diving gear, the team relied on manpower and the 2 qualified divers, Zhou Weizen and Lin Chuanqing. For 2 weeks, they stripped the wreck of everything not bolted down: tools, supplies, even the old tires used as fenders. Ashore, the salvaged goods were rinsed, dried, and cataloged. It was a haul of useful junk, but the prize, the weapons, remained elusive. We haven't breached the sealed compartments yet, Zhou Weizen reported, wiping salt from his face. If the goods are anywhere, they're in there. Breaking into the sealed hold underwater was a nightmare of leverage and lung capacity. Finally, a hatch gave way. Inside, stacked under heavy green tarps, were long, rectangular crates. It took every ounce of strength Zhou Weizen and Lin Chuanqing possessed to wrestle a single small crate out of the dark hold and float it to the surface with lift bags. On the deck of the support ship, the crew crowded around as the lid was pried off. Cheers erupted. Inside, pristine in their factory packaging, were 12 handguns, complete with spare magazines. Sig P226, someone shouted. Wrong, Joe Wizen corrected, picking one up. He racked the slide, the action smooth as silk. It's a CZ-99, Yugoslavian, a clone, but a damn good one. Yugoslavia, most of the younger crewmen had only a vague concept of the dissolved nation. 15 rounds of 9, Wizen grinned, slapping a magazine home. It's a beast. The discovery validated the mission, but it also brought a tinge of disappointment. Handguns were great, but they weren't assault rifles. Don't lose heart, Lin Chuanking rallied them. Where there are pistols, there's ammo. At the very least, we're sitting on a stockpile of 9, but the diving was taking its toll. The wreck was a labyrinth of dark, twisted metal. Joe Wizen and Lin Chuanking were exhausted. They managed to recover a few more crates, military supplies, and NATO 7.62 ammunition, but the pace was agonizingly slow. The discovery of the 7.62 rounds hinted at heavier weapons like FALs or M14s, but getting to them was impossible. We need to raise the ship, Lin Chuanking argued. My gear is rotting down there. The engines, the electronics, every day in the salt water is destroying them. If we lift her now, we can salvage the machinery. Wait another month and she's just scrap metal. Gao Xiaosong radioed the request to Lingao. The executive committee, sensing the urgency, approved the plan and dispatched an 80-154 trawler to assist. Raising a 100-ton vessel from 10 meters without heavy cranes required ingenuity. Lin Chuanking proposed a classic refloating technique. Seal the hull, pump out the water, and pump in compressed air. The ship's buoyancy would do the rest. She was scuttled by opening the seacocks, Lin Chuanking explained. The hull is intact. If we close the valves and seal the hatches, she'll float. Equipment was rushed from Lingao. Lin Chuanking and Joe Wizen dove back into the gloom, navigating the interior of the ship to locate and close the seacocks. Lin's experience as a captain was invaluable. He knew exactly where to look. After a month of preparation, the pumps roared to life. Air hissed into the hull. Slowly, agonizingly, the sea began to churn. A dark shape broke the surface, shedding cascades of water and foam. The American fishing vessel rose from the grave, greeted by the thunderous applause of the salvage team. Once stabilized, the wreck was towed alongside the large sailing ship. Lin Chuanking boarded the ghost ship and dropped the anchor. Gao Xiaosong posted armed guards. No one touches her until the search team is done. Lin Chuanking led the search party back into the now dry hold. They moved quickly, opening the remaining compartments. Crates of ammo, magazines, and supplies were hauled out, but still no rifles. Where are they? Someone muttered, kicking a crate. Here, a shout from the forward hold. A new crate had been pried open. Inside lay rows of dull metal rifles. AKs. Sort of. The guns were strange. They had the distinctive silhouette of a Kalashnikov, but the proportions were wrong and they were fitted with straight box magazines. It's a variant, Gao Xiaosong guessed, scratching his head. He knew soldiers, not obscure firearm taxonomy. Joe Wizen, the aficionado, stepped forward. Behold the M77B1, he announced reverently. It's a Yugoslavian AKM chambered in 7.62 NATO. Yugoslavian guns running NATO rounds, Lin Chuanking mused. Our smugglers had eclectic taste. End of chapter. Chapter 551, Shipwreck Treasure. Nothing strange about it, Lin Chuanking shrugged. Yugoslavia had a massive arms industry. When the country imploded, everything from rifles to tanks hit the black market. Seeing their gear in a smuggler's hold is par for the course. Gao Xiaosong ignored the history lesson, his attention caught by a squat, ugly weapon with a folding wire stock. And this? VZ-68, Lin Chuanking identified it instantly. The 9 variant of the Czech Scorpion, a classic machine pistol. Gao Xiaosong hefted it. It felt awkward, too large for a pistol, too small for a carbine. It handles well, but the stock is a joke. How does it compare to the Type 85? As a Coast Guard captain, Gao disliked the current SKS and cut-down Mini-As. He craved something compact with high rates of fire for shipboarding actions. Night and day, Lin Chuanking smiled. The Scorpion has been killing people reliably since the 50s. It's a proven man-stopper. Gao Xiaosong caressed the cold steel, reluctant to put it down. The unboxing continued, and the surprises kept coming. The real jackpot was hidden in the deeper crates, 4 M240 machine guns. Unlike the Eastern European surplus, these were genuine U.S. military issue. The sight of the belt-fed beasts turned everyone green with envy. Security had to constantly remind the onlookers to stay back, lest they drool on the merchandise. The final tally was impressive. 25 M77B1 assault rifles, 4 M240 GPMGs, 36 CZ99 pistols, 12 VZ68 Scorpions, 25 M72 Law rocket launchers, and thousands of rounds of ammunition. There were also grenades and blocks of plastic explosive. Small-time operator, Lin Chuanqing diagnosed. A ship this size could carry 10 times this load. This feels like an amateur run. Once the adrenaline faded, a sobering reality set in. The haul was a windfall, sure, but in the grand scheme, it changed nothing. 25 rifles and 4 machine guns wouldn't win a war. The rocket launchers were useless without tanks to shoot at. The real value lay in the ammunition, which would keep their existing stocks fed for a while longer. The rest of the cargo was a bizarre time capsule of 21st century consumerism. Waterlogged bales burst open to reveal made in China sportswear, fake Nike sneakers, and counterfeit luxury handbags. Deep within a hidden compartment, they found 200,000 cigarettes, 40 cases of scotch, and a library of pornographic magazines, all hermetically sealed against the ocean. The clothes were the cover, Lin Chuanqing explained. The booze and smokes were the grease money, smuggling 101. The ship's physical evidence told a darker story. The crew quarters suggested 5 occupants. Most of their personal gear, clothes, toiletries was left behind, abandoned in the haste of evacuation. That puzzles me, Gao Xiaosong said. If you're abandoning ship, why leave your survival gear? That's suicide. Unless they left in a hurry, Lin Chuanqing pointed to the davits. One lifeboat is missing. The other is still here only because its emergency kit was stripped. They took what they needed to survive and left the rest. The chilling implication hung in the air. Did they take weapons? The cargo was untouched, but smugglers wouldn't use their merchandise for self-defense unless desperate. They would have had personal sidearms, Lin Chuanqing reasoned. We found empty slots in the crew lockers, spent brass on the deck, and a half-empty box of 9. They were armed when they left. The ship is currently at a black site undergoing refit. Gao Xiaosong concluded his report to the 8-person conference. Location is classified. Classified by who? The executive committee. Ma Jia, presiding over the meeting, tapped the table. We have 2 issues. 1. Do we tell the general population about Matter A? 2. How do we handle these intruders? The executive committee delegated the assessment to us, Chen Haiyang noted. The consensus was swift. Tell them. Keeping the existence of other modern humans secret was dangerous. If a transmigrator stumbled upon an armed rival faction unaware, the results could be catastrophic. There are only 500 of us, Ran Yao argued. We can't afford secrets that affect our collective survival. As for the intruders, the conference adopted a ruthlessly pragmatic stance. The policy was simple: submit or die. Organized rivals. If the intruders had established a power base, they were to be annihilated without warning. Individuals, small groups, were to be captured and persuaded